attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Buongiorno, Pokémon trainers! Welcome into the official broadcast of the final European Championship of the season. We are here in Bologna, the culinary capital of Italy, excited to start this tournament. Allow me to introduce ourselves. My name is Martijn, you may also know me as an Adequant, and I'm here with my team to guide you through this weekend, joined by Abi, Marcus, and Farid, and we are super excited for what we're going to see this time. I just want to ask you guys real quick, how are we feeling for this weekend?
I'm super excited, right? It all started with Lille. We had Feraligatr, Ariados coming in, and then it evolved over time. We don't see Ariados anymore, so I want to see what the trainers have cooked up for this weekend.
But even though Ariados might be gone, I think Malamar is going nowhere, and I'm excited to see how it does this weekend.
I'm just really excited to have our last regional of the season. Everything has been coming down to this last event. We obviously had Portland in North America last time, and I'm just really excited to see what the Europeans have to offer.
We have come so far, and we've had so many meta adaptations this season. Let's take a look at how far we've got and how many tournaments we've had this season.
Yeah, as I said, it all started with Lille, but we are now here in Bologna. And after Bologna, we are going to have NAIC at New Orleans, which all leads up to the World Championships in Anaheim.
Anaheim, California, that's what everyone is aiming for. And obviously, the way to get there is you can win one of these events, this special championship here in Bologna, but all of the previous event winners as well, they've already qualified for Anaheim this summer. And if we take a look at some of those, look at these players.
I'm really excited to see Nickname performing so well. At the end of this season, he's just come in and he's swept the floor with the competition.
Yeah, first player this season to win 2 championship titles, and he'll be here for his 3rd. And I actually think Colin has decided to come to Bologna as well.
Way!
Yeah, just so he can have that opportunity too.
I believe he decided 1 week beforehand. But if we take a look at the other side of the pond, we also have our champions from North America, which may be relevant for the North America International Championships next week.
And I'm super excited to see it's Axon coming back, the former world champion. He's taken his first title since the World Championship in Yokohama. And you see, the curious thing about the NA event winners compared to the European ones is that in Europe we had so many new winners, but there's so many repeat winners here in NA. I believe from this season, it's only Elam who's won the event for the first time.
It's amazing because we don't obviously play in a team format in Play Pokemon, but if you had this team up in front of you against you, particularly if there are 2 Ilums,
It's going to be a rough time.
It would be tough, yeah.
All these competitors, all these champions have directly qualified for the World Championships by winning their tournaments. However, there are more ways to qualify for the World Championships. Let's break down the championship points that you can earn through here.
Yeah, absolutely. When you come to these tournaments, it's not just for the medals, it's also for championship points. If you place first in one of these tournaments, you get 350 championship points. Second, you get 325, so on and so forth. Different regions have different amount of players qualifying based on championship points. In US and Canada, it's 75, Europe 50, Latin America 50, Oceania, Middle East 10 and 5.
And these championship points are obviously massive for everyone that is here competing, but there are also tons of prizes available for those top performing competitors as well. 108 booster packs plus a direct qualification to the World Championships in Anaheim for the winner, and tons of card prizes for everyone else. And I think the TCG booster boxes at the moment are quite lucrative, right?
They're excellent, and they're with every new series of TCG cards, there are new Pokemon that are good. So your favorite Pokemon might be the next Pokemon to be good in the next update.
The stakes are going to be super high here in Bologna, and for what we want to see in the first match, we're going to let you pick actually, because we're going to have a community choice poll. You can only vote on Twitch, however, so if you are watching on YouTube, make sure you open the Twitch stream to get your votes in. We have 4 pairs to pick from here.
And we see Richie Beckett, 85 versus 9 Alfie 2 as the first pair. You can also vote for 13 Joppy 37 against Emilio 92.99. There's also Smron Flex 66 versus Noitan Madstall. And I'm sorry if I butchered that pronunciation, but
If it helps anything, it means Snorlax in French.
oh, correct. Oh, then I get it. And we also have Ampolini versus Clifton. And I believe Ampolini is one of the local talents we have here. I played him on stream last year here in Bologna.
Which one are you the most excited for to see here?
There's so many great trainers here. I always have a heart for Richie Beckett. Whenever I see him and his kid go into these events, it warms my heart. They're really a good bunch.
Well, we're gonna have chat picks, so get your votes in on Twitch to make sure we can get the matchup that you want to see. And what kind of format do these players battle in? We're gonna show you real quick.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Green League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
The World Championships. That is what every trainer attempting to qualify to play in Anaheim is dreaming of to win. So that'll be a great show to see. And some of those players will be competing here in Europe. Let's take a look at the leaderboards to see some of the hardest hitters that we have here in Europe. Perhaps some of them competing in Bologna.
Yeah, we see all these trainers who've gone through this rigorous bracket system to win regional championships and also to accumulate CP points. On the first place, we have Patoman with 1,925 points, Ziz Wireless with 1,850, Colin 6 with 1,825, Tonton Bateuse with 1,874, so on and so forth. The golden ticket means that these players have won a regional championships and are already qualified for their places in Worlds.
They could also have been top 4 at an international or finished highly at top 4 in the World Championship. I believe that's why you have a direct invite with that golden ticket, Martijn.
Very sharp, Marcus.
But there's also a reward for being high on the leaderboard, not just for glory, but also for travel awards, because the top 8 players on the travel award will receive a scholarship from Pokemon to pay for their travel to the World Championship. And the Tier 2 award, as you can see on the screen here, they will receive a stipend as well to help cover the expenses if they sign up for a round and place 1 round at the World Championship.
So one of the really exciting things for players here in Bologna this weekend is, can they break into those travel award placements, or can they hold on to the position that they are onto? And I guess one of the questions when you approach Bologna is, what team do you bring? How do you ensure the best chance of victory? And I suppose one way that you can assess that is take a look at what happened in Portland last time. How did the Portland players compete? What did they use and how well did they get on?
If we take a look at some of the winners that we had, our top 3 of Portland, and this is in the Might and Mastery meta, so it will be the same meta that we have here in Bologna as well.
We have on first place the return of its accent. He ran that Blastoise and he put it to use really well. Second, we have Chemcoop with that Lapras Talonflame, and third place, let's not forget the Shadow Lapras that did so much work for Stud Muffins.
Out of these teams, Marcus, which one do you think is going to be the most prominent that we might see or have the most impact in Bologna?
Well, out of the Pokemon or out of the teams, Martin? Because I believe that the team its Axon brought was, in my opinion, one of the best teams. But I'm not sure if those Pokemon, for example, the Blastoise, that was his most valuable pick for that weekend, will be one of the most common Pokemon this weekend. I don't think so.
Do you know what? I think that the Itzaxan team, as it is, those 6 Pokemon will come again. And I think a number of players will look at that team and think, hey, Shadow Malamar is available, but other than that, there have been no updates to the meta for this event. Let's run exactly what we know can win.
But would you run Shadow Malamar in Itzaxan's team instead of the regular Malamar? Because we saw in Portland, Malamar did exceptionally well. You don't see it here in day 1, though.
Actually, it is there on 35%. It's just not as top usage as you might think.
It's there.
It's very easy to miss, I agree.
Malamar, it flips everything upside down for me.
We see that in the top position. We have that Tinkerton there. It was newly released and it's completely taken over the meta. A spot that's reserved for Pokemon like Drapion and Azumarill is now taken over by Tinkerton. So I think a player's building that Blastoise was a good way to have a soft check towards the rise of Tinkerton.
And let's remember that the Itzaxan team was mostly based as well off the team that Out of Pocket had used earlier in the season and had success with Blastoise coming in for Feraligatr. There's no Blastoise or Feraligatr on these top 12, so perhaps lots of players are looking for what will do well in day 2, and there is that Blastoise.
And Blastoise made an appearance as one of the most popular picks in day 2 with 13%, but that tells us it was a very diverse meta where a lot of different picks got to shine. But what I'm noticing is that Malamar on 75%. It outperformed its day 1 usage massively. And I am curious to see, with the Shadow Malamar coming in here to Bologna, will that make Malamar better? Or will it make players prepare more for Malamar? That is the question I want answered during this weekend.
And we are going to see that this weekend, of course. If you want to see more about the broadcast, whether that is about Pokemon Go, Pokemon trading card game, or the video game, go to pokemon.com/broadcast and take a look there. A few days after the event, you also see the next event coming up, the casters for next tournament as well, and make sure that you don't miss out on all the action. If you do, follow us on YouTube and Twitch. You can watch back the videos there. Do you think Shadow Malamar is going to make an impact here? We'd love to hear from you. Get involved in the discussion. If you use #PlayPokemon, we may feature some of your posts here on the broadcast, and I'd love to see some of that. Guys, I think it is time to start very soon. The community poll, we're going to have that battle up very shortly. So it is time to get ready. We're going to jog our memory real quick what happened in the previous episode in Utrecht, and we'll see you shortly.
Hey there trainers, my name is Martijn. You may also know me as Eloquence, and I'm here to bring you the recap of the Special Championship Utrecht 2025. The Might and Mastery season is coming to an end, but Jumpluff and Tinkerton were still on top of the usage. Many trainers weren't having any of that and decided to bring the likes of Shadow Typhlosion and Talonflame. Trainers like Zweilous, Howie and Kaleo showed up and brought that heat. They incinerated down the opposing Pokemon with Typhlosion and made it to day 2, while Maxi and Zephymastic saw great success with Talonflame, but only a few could blaze this fire to the end. A Mindjoke tried to douse the flames with his Feraligatr, but it wasn't enough to stop Maxi. On the wings of Talonflame, Maxi soared into the grand finals against Nickname, whom had defeated Maxi earlier that day. But Maxi had learned from their first encounter. He managed to reset the bracket with a swift 3-0. A final best of 5 was to be played between the two. Nickname adapted with the third and put Maxi quickly under pressure, leading to a 2-2 score. In the final breathtaking match, Maxi reversed that pressure to Nickname with the perfect alignment. Azumarill against Claydol, Talonflame against Ferret, Lapras against Azumarill. But in the last moments, time ran out for Maxi's Lapras. In an attempt to get energy for a double knockout, Nickname's Clado sealed the deal with a Rock Tomb, securing the KO on the Lapras, and just like that, Nickname became your 2025 Utrecht champion. This wasn't luck. Nickname's been grinding in the Go Battle League and practice tournaments, and it all paid off here. Think you have what it takes to become a champion? Check out pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
Thank you for telling us about that, Martijn. I am Arceus Aurelius, but my friends call me Marcus, and I'm here with my colleague, Abby.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to call him Arceus Aurelius for the whole time.
I've been trying to make Abby my friend for so long, but clearly I haven't been successful yet.
I mean, it will take a while to whittle me down, but that's okay. We saw Nickname winning the special event in a special championship in Utrecht. It was a great game. I think it was best of fives in the finals and a grand final reset that went up to 4-2-2 each, and then winning the last game. That was a huge, how do you call it? It was a huge marathon to get the title there.
I was very impressed by Nickname. He played phenomenally this entire weekend. I believe Nickname only had dropped 2 games before that grand finals against Maxi. So Nickname, he really figured out the meta for that tournament. He put together a team and then he played it flawlessly through the entire weekend.
Yeah, one of the key things about Nickname's team is what we didn't see from the Portland recap is that Corviknight. We didn't see it in any of the graphs. We didn't see it in top usage, but he piloted that Pokemon so well, made a lot of adjustments as well.
I believe Nickname also said that Corviknight was his most valuable Pokemon for the entire tournament. He brought it to almost all of his games just to how safe it could be.
Yeah, I mean, Corviknight in this meta, if you look at all the Pokemon, let's say for example in Maximilian's team or on a Mindjoke's team, can be a great set of Pokemon. You soft lose matchup and look at the other Pokemon that he has, the Typhlosion. It can incinerate down, and then whatever energy comes out of Typhlosion, you are going to be left in a whole world of hurt.
But I gotta say, Maximilian really impressed me with his Talonflame play as well, and he brought that Malamar to great success, and then we have a Mindjoke. Both of these trainers got their best place finish so far in the Play Pokemon tournament. Maximilian with his first ever second place and a Mindjoke. He's collecting third places at this point.
He's been one of the most consistent battlers that we've seen in the circuit, starting all the way from Season 1 to now. Great to see how he's doing. I know that he's also here in Bologna to try and make that third place into a first place medal.
Obviously, like, this is his local tournament. He wants to take his shot at this stage and perform. And coming from a third place finish in Utrecht, I'm sure a Mindjoke will want to perform here this weekend.
Yeah, it's not just about a Mindjoke. Nickname is also here. Let's take a quick look at how he won it. The last moments for him to win the regional champion. This is what happened here. Maximilian P making a small error here, overcounting the amount of mud slaps that Claydol has, and Claydol getting to that rock slide to take the Lapras out only for Maximilian P. So disappointing, but what a great finish. A small error makes Nickname let Nickname capitalize it and make him the Utrecht Special Championship champion.
In my opinion, Nickname capitalized on what could be his win condition. And in a game of Pokemon Go that goes back and forth like Maximilian against Nickname, then it's so hard to keep track. And I know for a fact that Maximilian is so proud of how that match, of his entire tournament, and Nickname obviously is as well. And in my opinion, it was great play by Maximilian to try to overfarm as much as possible because he needed that energy on Lapras to outpace the Azumarill in the back. And to me, it just shows what a great player both of these trainers are.
I think in these matches, right, especially when it's like so high up in the grand finals, you as a trainer, you are focused so much on not making any mistakes because you have to force your opponent to make a mistake, and that's exactly what Nickname did. He played that matchup out to get to that position where Maxi had to do that extra energy, had to try and get that extra energy to flip that game. I mean, it's all about trying to play your own game while forcing your opponent to not play the game they want to play.
But the game that some other players want to play are the winners of the community choice. And we have the results here. The viewers have voted on Twitch, and it's 13 Joppy 37 against Emilio 92.99. I believe Joppy, as I'd like to call him, is a local trainer here from the Bologna region.
Giuseppe is a local, as you said, and one of the things is that you've noticed, I've seen him in a lot of Italian tournaments, and he's always done well. I think he's made day 2 quite a few times, and I'm really looking forward to see which of these trainers will go through.
I'm excited to see Emilio9299 as well. More of an unwritten name for me. I'm not that familiar with the name, so I'm very excited to see that player as well. But I know they're up against a tough opponent in Joppy that was Worlds qualified at least once, maybe twice.
Absolutely. I think we saw the players that the community wants to watch, but we have a list of players for you to watch to see how they do in this tournament. We have, of course, Nickname going for that unprecedented 3rd title in one season. I think it's never been done before in Europe.
It's never been done in Europe. It has been done once in the NA, but we also have Colin, the final boss of Europe. He decided to join the tournament last minute, and here he is, ready as the reigning Bologna champion to try to defend his title, because he won last year.
Yeah, I think last but not the least, we've been talking about a mind joke. Of course, we put him in the 3rd place.
Look at his flair, man.
He is confident, and I think he's going to be here to try and take the title away. Number 1 from Colin, and number 2 from trying to stop Nickname from trying to get that 3rd championship.
And number 3 has to stop everyone else here as well.
Absolutely.
We have hundreds of trainers here ready to compete here in Bologna, and all these trainers, even though they are someone to keep an eye on, we also have some trainers who are aiming to qualify for the World Championship. As you mentioned previously, Abi, only the top 50 players from Europe will qualify for the World Championship.
We picked them because, of course, we know Alejandro Diel. He's been in the circuit for a while. He's a good trainer. He's currently ranked number 62. All he needs to do is have a decent finish, and I think he's going to be pulling forward to that World Championship qualifying spots. And next is going to be Withered. Withered made his way in that regional. He was a revelation. He came in, he was calm, composed. For his age, it was great to watch.
As a younger trainer, this is his breakout season, and he performed so well in Stockholm and top cutting that event. I'm sure he's proud. And then we have Kelio. He is Colin Six's brother, so there's clearly something in the water in the area for these trainers, because the level that Kelio and Colin are displaying is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I would like to see Kelio go up against Colin in this championship. It would be nice.
But you know that Kelio actually outperformed Colin in Utrecht.
I think it was maybe more of a home turf for Kelio than Colin.
Sure.
It can happen, right? So, I have a younger brother, and brotherly rivalries are something that's always great to see.
You think he will outperform you in a Pokemon GO regional?
Oh, no.
You don't believe in him? Okay, duly noted. I'm noting it down.
My brother's not a gamer.
Oh, okay, but you are clearly a gamer.
Yeah, I am. I play way too many games. Spend too much time on it.
It's sometimes you spend just the right amount of time.
You're right. It's always the right amount of time.
It's always the right amount of time. I've spent so much time on this game because I love it. I love Pokemon GO, and playing this game together with my friends and also against some of my opponents make me very happy, and I feel like the friendship that I've made through this game some of them will last for my lifetime.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? So some very close games it gives you that energy to be like, oh wow, man, you played a great game. I mean, do you want to practice? You know, we can both use each other to get better at this game and then achieve our goals. It's a good foundation for friendship.
Exactly, and I also think that when you lose to an opponent, at least for me, I respect them a lot because they put me out of my comfort zone and played a game so well that I lost. So I have to respect them because I think of myself as a good player. And if my opponents manage to beat me, that makes them a great player as well.
And this event is not just about players, it's also about Pokemon. So we've put together a small graph where we can see what Pokemon that we think will do well in this region.
And you viewers, you want to get yourself a man that looks at you the way Abi looks at that Feraligatr.
I can't lie, it's a beautiful Pokemon.
It's a beautiful Pokemon.
It's great character design. Of course, for me, I'm going with Feraligatr, the normal one, because it does have that bulk to it. So it
Compared to the Shadow one, you prefer the regular one?
Yes.
Okay.
In this meta, just because I feel that you have a Tinkerton, which is a very bulky Pokemon, so that little bit of bulk can help you set up another Pokemon. The other ones are, of course, the Unnovan Stunfisk, Blastoise, and Diggersby.
You picked up Blastoise after watching its accent, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
For sure
Absolutely not. I picked it before.
But my pick, Talonflame, would be terrible into your picks, obviously. But I believe that the Flame Charge Talonflame can just cook through a lot of the Pokemon that's coming here this weekend. I also have the Ferret and the regular Malamar, because I think that regular Malamar is slightly more forgiving than the Shadow Malamar. Because you see Farida's picked the Shadow one.
Yeah, he did pick the Shadow Malamar. It's all the way in top place. But also, he's picked some spicy Pokemon. The Shiny Bombardier, of course, having access to Rock Tomb, Sucker Punch, and Fly.
Yes.
Rock Tomb, Sucker Punch, and Fly. It's poised to try to take over the meta. Another Pokemon there that's been newly released as well is the King Gambit.
You love that Pokemon, don't you?
It's one of the best character designs I've seen, but it's not my favorite Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon is the one from the anime. It's the Ash Greninja.
Oh, right. I can't see that one here, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there is another dark type, and I want to point out the Shadow Mightyena that Martijn has picked for this tournament. And also the Lantern. There's a lot of spicy picks here. Is the fish coming back?
I mean, if you look at what we see, right? If you look at the top 6 usage, the Lantern does have a claim to the spot, especially if you're running Water Gun. The Diggersby matchup is not so bad. Of course, the Lapras matchup adds up over time, but then again, you have Thunderbolt that can do super effective damage to the Lapras. So I think it's fair. A Pokemon that I really want to touch upon is the Dusclops. Being a Ghost-type Pokemon, it does very well into the meta. It is fairly neutral, and even against the Pokemon, the normal type, that's the top usage, Diggersby, it has so much play with the Ice Punches.
And personally, I'm more of a favorite of the Shadow Dusclops, but because I feel like Dusclops, who is such a bulky Pokemon, it needs a little help to hit a little bit harder. And those Shadow Pokemon that you see here, they hit a little bit harder than the regular Pokemon, while the regular non-Shadow Pokemon, they can take hits slightly better. So I think that Dusclops, for example, works a little bit differently if you have the Shadow or if you have the regular. And personally, I've been more of a fan of the Shadow Dusclops. But we will have to wait and see what the players have in store for us here.
Yeah, I think for now, the only Dusclops that we saw on the European stream was Jox, I think in Sevilla.
Oh, Zephymastix also brought it in Utrecht.
Yes, Zephymastix also bought it in Utrecht. So it's a Pokemon that I think can have a lot of play. It's the neutral setup Pokemon, right? It's kind of like Corviknight. It's kind of like Azumarill. Azumarill is never a Pokemon that wins you games. It's a Pokemon that stops you from losing games.
Whoa, that is a good way to put it, actually. And sadly, Azumarill has been very good at not losing games. And well, I don't want to talk any more about Azumarill, because I think Azumarill is gone for now.
Yeah, I mean, Azumarill has given you a lot of refreshing experiences, I think.
Absolutely, but talking about refreshing experience, we see the faces of these trainers here on stream. You see Joppy taking a page out of my book with that Shadow Dusclops, but also that Shadow Malamar.
Yeah, Shadow Malamar and Shadow Jumpluff. That's a lot of shadows, but look at his team. He kind of has a very good balance between a hard-hitting Pokemon, bulky Pokemon, and Pokemon like Azumarill that stops you from losing the game. Emilio, on the other hand, has Jellicent in his team. That's also a Pokemon that we were talking about earlier, but let's take a quick look at the moves that they've chosen for. We have the Stunfisk going with Thundershock, Mud Bomb, and Discharge. Of course, you need to run the Thundershock variant so that you have a better matchup into the prominent grass type of the meta, which is Jumpluff.
And you also, Thundershock generates energy a little bit faster than the Mudshot. But we see the Jumpluff without Energy Ball, which does not allow it to hit, for example, Unnovan Stunfisk. Dusclops could also outrun Fire Punch, but he elected for Ice Punch. And here we see Azumarill also on Emilio's side. There's Azumarill in both of these teams.
Yeah, but we see the Corviknight coming in here. Of course, we did say Corviknight is one of the best setup Pokemons, and also, I fairly like the team building here. You also have oppressive fast moves with Pokemon that can do a lot of charge attack damage as well. Jellicent is a great water type ghost Pokemon, but these two trainers I think they're ready. They're both wearing the Play Pokemon jersey in the same color of red, so they're going to be going ahead. This, of course, guys, it was your choice. You made us watch this game. Let's see what these two trainers have in store for us.
I believe that Emilio will always be bringing his Shadow Drapion. It lines up fairly well into the Jumpluff. If Jumpluff can land in Acrobatics, it's very playable for Jumpluff. But it's pretty good into Jumpluff, Malamar, Dusclops, and Azumarill. And it also has win conditions against Unova and Stunfisk if shields are up.
Yeah, I think what Emilio will try to do here is use that Corviknight to set up the Drapion. Corviknight is completely neutral. There is no hard answer on the side of Joppy, so it can... Yes, of course, the Stunfisk is pretty difficult, but you do have Sand Attacks that can help. But then again, I think you can try to use it either to lure out the Unova and Stunfisk or try to set it up with other Pokemon.
And I believe Unova and Stunfisk is your caster pick, isn't it?
Yes.
So I think that we will see some Unova and Stunfisk in this matchup just to control that Drapion and Corviknight from Emilio. Because as you're saying, the Corviknight is so safe unless Joppy is bringing that Unova and Stunfisk. But do you know what Pokemon can really give that Unova and Stunfisk a hard time? It's both Claydol and the Cradily.
Yeah, Claydol Cradily is such a polarizing matchup for the Unova and Stunfisk. So you have to really try to leverage this, because if you look at Claydol on isolation on the side of Emilio, it has decent matchup against the Malamar, because the fast attacks of the Malamar do not enough damage to go through the Claydol. You have decent matchup against the Jumpluff. It is a bait-dependent matchup, and then you have great matchup against the Unova and Stunfisk, and another great matchup against the Tinkaton. So he is kind of forced to bring this Pokemon, but I think Joppy will have to try and counter it with that Dusclops.
Let's see what the trainers have brought in here. We see the Shadow Drapion immediately, and there's the Shadow Malamar as well.
This is what we wanted, to see what this Malamar can do. Malamar, again, I love the animation of this Pokemon, trying to throw that side waves. It's all wobbly, and let's see which of these trainers try to throw their charge attacks first, and it's going to be the Malamar going for that big foul play bait, and Emilio immediately pulling up his Protect Shield.
Emilio, he knows that Drapion is one of his most valuable Pokemon, so he decides to protect it. And here comes a Crunch. This will inflict heavy damage on the Malamar, so Joppy decides to put up his shield.
Yeah, Joppy puts up that Protect Shield. This is going to do 1 damage to the Malamar, but of course he gets a defense fall here. But unfortunately at this time he gets to the superpower, and Emilio not throwing this. Will he shield? Yes, he pulls up another Protect Shield. Already no Protect Shield left for Emilio.
But here comes and Emilio throws an Aqua Tail, and Joppy manages to catch it on his Azumarill.
Yeah, great energy management here. The Malamar is one of the ways to play it, is to try to get a little bit of energy lead and save it for the back. He now has an shield advantage and also an energy lead. This is not looking great for Joppy, but this is amazing. Jellicent is one of the best Pokemons to bring into the Azumarill.
Because Jellicent resists all the water damage from the Azumarill and can take 2 Play Roughs as well. So Jellicent has a very safe matchup here. And also Emilio decides to throw in his Jellicent here, because then he keeps it away from that Malamar.
Goes for the charge attack tie here, Emilio, and goes for the Shadow Ball, knowing full well that this will be... that Jellicent wins the charge attack tie, but Azumarill, of course, being that bulky Pokemon it is, gets to that, survives that Shadow Ball, gets to the player up. This will put the Jellicent into the yellow.
But it will not threaten a knockout. Actually, into the red slightly. And Emilio is farming up more energy, and he's going to throw again on charge attack priority. He throws the Surf. Will this knock out?
The Surf would most definitely knock out the Azumarill in this range. If it doesn't, I would be very surprised here. Okay, no need for surprises, but the Malamar does have some residual energy, and that can be leveraged here. But no, coming in with the Tinkaton, trying to predict the Pokemon at the back here. Of course, Emilio, again, going for that charge attack tie, goes for the Shadow Ball. This will do a ton of damage onto the Tinkaton. Let's see if Joppy pulls up a Protect Shield. No, he does not.
And the Tinkaton is now so low health, but Joppy gets a lot of energy. Maybe he can threaten the Claydol with this energy on the Tinkaton. And here comes a Play Rough.
Claydol comes in immediately, met with that player from Tinkaton. Tinkaton, of course, is going to take super effective damage from these Mud Slaps, but the player up does add up. Immediate swap into the Malamar. It's going to be a race to the charge attack. Unfortunately for Joppy, the Drapion gets to this Aqua Tail. I think he has a back-to-back Aqua Tail here.
Emilio has stored up so much energy, but farming up against the Azumarill. This is an incredible play by Emilio. This, it will This crunch will knock out this Shadow Malamar.
Shadow Malamar is going to be out of the picture. Will this Tinkerton be able to bring this match for Joppy? But it looks like it's going to be so low. And Drapion already at an Aqua Tail, going for the Aqua Tail at Charjaduktai. Joppy tried to overfarm, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be punished for this play.
Incredible play by Emilio, over-farming on his attack and throwing it exactly when the Tinkaton had the move ready so that he could drain Joppy of his energy while still doing the damage with the Drapion. And Claydol finishes this game up for Emilio 92-99.
Great game there. I think these two... Joppy had the upper hand at the starting because he did go for the foul play bait. Of course, Drapion is not the best matchup for Malamar. But as you said, Emilio understanding how key Drapion is for his team to pull up the victory, to shielding it, protection to shielding it twice, and then ensuring so much energy on it. I think he just ran away with it.
In my opinion, I thought this looked great for Emilio because the Drapion managed to keep the Malamar away from the Jellicent, and Joppy did not bring another hard counter to the Jellicent other than that Malamar. So as long as Emilio got the Malamar away from the Jellicent was doing a lot for Emilio here. And I think that even though it looked great at the time, catching an Aqua Tail on his Azumarill, it let the Drapion build up a lot of energy to finish the Malamar in the end game. So what looked like a good play from Joppy there in the middle game turned out to be pretty detrimental for him.
Yeah, I absolutely understand. So one thing I would assume, or at least based on your thoughts, would it have been better to try and bring the Tinkaton in? Because that's the Pokemon. You want to get the Claydol on there so that the Azumarill can have, let's say, a free reign. Because if the Claydol is still in the picture, there is nowhere for you to go. And Malamar can hit Claydol for super effective damage.
I actually agree with that because the Tinkaton threatens the Drapion quicker, and Drapion farming up that much energy wouldn't have been possible. And also in the end game, if that Drapion had all that energy, it doesn't threaten the Azumarill as much. So even though safe switching a Tinkaton against a Claydol team is not what you'll expect to be the... And also Corviknight team, I think it would be pretty risky to safe swap the Tinkaton. But knowing what was in the back, sure, that could have been in play.
Yeah, we're Captain Hindsights anyways.
Yeah, exactly. We know what's going on, but these trainers have no idea what their opponent is bringing. So even though we can see both screens, the players can only watch their own, so they don't know what backline Pokemon is waiting for their opponent.
It's absolutely about trying to strategize, and it is a show sig pick 3 format as well. So the 3 Pokemon that you bring, you have to use each of your moves to try and leverage and understand what your opponent can potentially bring at the back. Sometimes you've seen even really high level games where that 50-50 prediction goes wrong. These two trainers now have to sit down and try and understand what went wrong, what they can modify, but they have locked their Pokemon in there. We'll see a Malamar lead into a Claydol.
And this is a Dark type against a Psychic type, but as Malamar relies on that Psychic type fast attack, as you mentioned previously, Abi, this is a deceivingly okay matchup for the Claydol. And Joppy throws his foul play on perfect timing.
Foul play, getting thrown on perfect timing.
No shielded.
And no shield, but this, again, is a great position for you to be in as oh! Joppy goes for a catch again, but this time onto the Azumarill. Of course, this is going to be really, really risky because the Rock Tomb will now debuff the attack of the Azumarill, only to be met with its nightmare matchup, Jellicent.
And this Jellicent is now even less threatened by the Play Rough from the Azumarill because of that debuff. And here comes the Shadow Ball. This is going to hit the Azumarill hard.
Yep, Shadow Ball comes in here. Of course, Joppy cannot use his Protect Shield because he wants to try and save it for that Malamar, already putting the Azumarill into the yellow. But Player of coming in, I don't think it's even going to hurt the Jellicent.
No, I think if Jellicent remains in the green, yes it does. And this Jellicent, if Emilio can utilize his Jellicent to its maximum potential, then he's in a great position to potentially win this game.
Yeah, Player of number 2 from the Azumarill coming in. This will put the Jellicent into the yellow, and that is a great position to be in because right now, all it will need, I think the Surf barely doesn't care. You could do one more. Oh, Emilio going for that undercharge. Brilliant gameplay, trying to maximize the energy that he can get on this Jellicent.
Emilio, I was not familiar with your game, but you are clearly showing the viewers here what you're capable of. Here comes the Shadow Ball into the Shadow Jump Love.
Shadow Ball comes in here
Oh,
and it's gonna
shielded.
do a ton of damage. I think Joppy is trying to save both his Protect Shield for that Drapion, but no, look at that. It's the Drapion coming in there. Drapion is gonna be immediately met with that Acrobatics. Was that an Acrobatics or was that an Aerial Ace Bait?
It's an aerial ace bait, but Emilio knows he needs to protect his Pokemon because the Drapion is his final pick with a lot of health points left, so he needs to protect this Drapion. But here comes the shield from Joppy as well.
A crunch coming in here. Will this get a defense fall? Unfortunate, and it does. Oh, that's just making it worse. And in comes the next charge attack from Joppy. Another shield pulled up by Emilio. Emilio knows at this rate that energy on the Drapion will be enough for him to win the game. Malamar comes in here and goes for the charge attack size superpower on to that Aqua Tail.
And this will not knock out the Drapion, but this is exactly what Joppy wanted. He wanted to get this Drapion as low as possible. How can he manage? Does he shield this Malamar? He does. He decides to shield.
He wants to put that Psywave damage onto the Drapion, as many Psywaves as possible, to put it in a range where he can potentially get a farm down from the Jump Love. Aqua Tail number 2 coming in from the Drapion, knocking out the Malamar.
And Drapion, can it win this game for Emilio? Or does he need to rely on this last Pokemon? This Drapion is so low now, and the Jump Love is getting to a charge attack. And here, how does Emilio play this? He has 2 Pokemon left. There's a Claydol, and Claydol Mud Slaps down and a Jump Love.
Claydol comes in, Mud Slapping the Jump Love down, securing Emilio the 2-0 victory against Joppy. Great read there. Unfortunately for Joppy, he tried to make some catches, but only to be met with that Rock Tomb in both the games.
And Emilio, he piloted his Jellicent, a Pokemon no one was expecting to make such waves here in Bologna. And Emilio is going through undefeated so far in day 1. Incredible play by Emilio in this game.
We were talking about Blastoise through the whole introduction and throughout the cast as well, but Jellicent is a Pokemon that can do so well against the Blastoise as well. It just completely walls all the energy of the Blastoise.
And not just the Blastoise, Lapras, Feraligatr energy. I mean, even the Golisopod energy. Jellicent as a ghost and water type has such a unique profile here in this meta. And you saw Emilio, he realized the value of that Jellicent and he utilized it perfectly.
Yeah. I think the Azumarill had no play whatsoever. It was the Jellicent show, and also not just the Jellicent show, how much he leveraged Drapion. He used it very well. I don't think in any of the games the energy of the Jellicent went to waste, of the Drapion went to waste.
That is true, and also he both the Drapion and the Jellicent, he maximized both of them. And I was surprised to not see more Shadow Dusclops from Joppy because it has a surprisingly playable matchup into the Drapion as well. But here you see, this moment, Emilio realized he needed to farm up as much energy as possible on his Drapion because the Azumarill is a little bit slower to attack. And here, the energy comes through for Emilio.
Exactly, back-to-back Aqua Tail. Actually, he had Aqua Tail and a Crunch ready to knock out the Malamar and giving him game number 1. It's energy management at its finest.
And Emilio building up, realizing that this energy might be handy in the end game. And here we see in game 2, this Jellicent really put in so much work for Emilio. He did not fully charge this serve because Emilio wanted even more fast attack damage and gather up more energy on that Jellicent, and that was an incredible play.
Yeah, it was mostly because of the fact that if you look at Joppy's team, the energy from the Jellicent can go everywhere. So having that extra bit of energy made Emilio completely in the driver's seat. He was already in the driver's seat, but now he had everything locked up, ready to go.
And very cool to see that ground type Claydol take out a grass and flying type in Jumpluff, and then a water type in Azumarill. So Claydol is also a Pokemon we need to respect here in Bologna.
Claydol has... I touched up a little bit on it when we were looking at the Pokemon as well. Claydol has that Mud Slap. It does a lot of damage over time, and Claydol's typings, with its access to that Rock Tomb, kind of puts it in a position where, like, I'm already a fairly bulky Pokemon with a fast attack that does a lot of damage, but now it's gonna take you longer to get me out of the field, and that makes it so that it can do a ton of damage over time.
Correct. And as you mentioned, the ground type Mud Slap, the rock type Rock Tomb, and the ice type Ice Beam. What can resist all three? I can't think of anything that can resist all 3 of those attacks. So Claydol, even though its typing is a little bit soft to a lot of common types like Bug, Ghost, Dark, Water, Ice, Grass, it's weak to a lot of things, but it hits everything back as well.
It's one of the Pokemons that, if you can leverage, can beat the counters of the Pokemon. For example, Cradily into a Claydol is a great matchup for Cradily, but Claydol can flip it if it can get to that Ice Beam. It's all about trying to leverage your matchup knowledge as well to bring this Pokemon to the forefront, and I'm glad that we had a great showcase for it.
Me too, and we've seen a lot of Claydol this season, but I don't think it's going away just yet. So if you're interested in watching Claydol, then keep your eye peeled.
I'm really interested to see also how Claydol and Malamar matchup goes, but we have already our 2 other battlers. It's going to be Serkoges going up against Hazel 92. Serkoges bringing that Talonflame that we talked about so much with that Claydol normal Malamar this time, and Lapras, Drapion, and Azumarill.
Is this the similar team to Maximilians from Utrecht? I believe it might just be. I can't remember if there was a Lapras there, but it's very similar at least. And then we have, I don't know if you say Hazel or Hazel, but what would you go with?
I went with Hazel.
Okay, let's go with Hazel then. But here we see the Corviknight. Very safe Pokemon into most of Serkoges' picks, apart from that Talonflame. The Fire type beats the Steel type. It melts the Steel down from the sky. And here we see the Talonflame with a Flame Charge.
Yeah, I was gonna touch upon that as well. Flame Charge just makes that Corviknight matchup an absolute nightmare for the Corviknight. Once Talonflame starts ramping up with those Flame Charges, nothing wants to be in its way.
Exactly, and what in this meta takes a boosted fly as well? Flame Charge Talonflame is one of my favorite picks to bring, and I think without a Fire type resist on Hazel's side, this Talonflame is looking incredible for Serkoges.
Yeah, another thing that I see out of that's completely out of the meta is that Dugong with Water Pulse and Drill Run. Having that Water type attack will help it against a Talonflame. Usually Talonflames do not want to pull up a Protect Shield against a Dugong because the Icy Wind is neutral.
I understand why you would like some Water type damage on a Dugong, but a Dugong also has access to the Aqua Jet, but that is a legacy attack. It means you need to spend that elite charge TM to acquire that attack. So Water Pulse, another decent option for Dugong in that situation.
One more Pokemon that I really want to point out is that Primeape. Primeape having that Rage Fist that comes only after 8 turns. That's an amazing move to have against Serkoges, because if you save a Protect Shield, or if the Primeape is at the end of the game where it has Protect Shields to hide behind, it can completely Rage Fist through Serkoges' team.
Because that Rage Fist, it boosts up the attack of that Primeape. So Primeape, as a frail Pokemon, it needs to be protected with shields. But it also has incredibly high attack. And that Rage Fist that comes out so quickly and boosts the Primeape's attacks can make Primeape a lethal weapon.
You're completely correct there. What I would like to see from Hazel's side is using that Drapion as a safe swap, trying to get the shield or a shield advantage there, because you can use that Drapion very well into most of Serkoges' team. If that is done correctly, then the Primeape can take the show, or even try to have Primeape pull up Protect Shields and then have Lapras to seal the show as well.
Oh, here we also see, I didn't notice it first, but this is a regular Drapion from Hazel. And compared to the Shadow Drapion, it takes attacks a little bit better. For example, the Psywaves from a Lapras does half the damage to a regular Drapion compared to the Shadow Drapion. So regular Drapion is much safer into the Lapras, but it struggles to hit the Azumarill as hard as the Shadow Drapion, for example. So it's a bit of a trade-off going in the one or the other direction.
Yeah. Could you touch up a little bit on why the normal Drapion takes less damage compared to the Shadow?
Well, so Shadow Pokemon, they have a boosted attack stat. So that means they do more damage than a regular non-Shadow Pokemon in that category. So for example, a Shadow Drapion will not do as much damage as a regular Primeape, because Primeape has a higher attack than even the Shadow Drapion, but the regular Drapion compared to the Shadow Drapion, that's where the differences lie. So a regular Drapion will tank attacks better and not be as threatened by damage as the Shadow Drapion, but the Shadow Drapion threatens the opponent's Pokemon more.
We talked a lot about Hazel's team. What I want to point out on the side of Sirkogas is Claydol. I feel that it's relatively free into Hazel's team because, of course, one of the things that you need to worry about as the Claydol against the Dugong is the Icy Wind debuffs, the attack debuffs that the Dugong can put. But in this case, there is Water Pulse, which can be shielded for no cost of debuffs for the Claydol. Claydol, in that case, can do a lot of work against this team. You can just safe swap it, and it can try to give you a shield or a switch advantage here.
And I believe this is one of Hazel's first ever tournaments. And Sirkogas, we've seen him on stream before. She's up against a very tough opponent. So I'm very excited to see what both of these trainers are bringing for us. And we see the Malamar into the Dugong. This is great for Sirkogas.
Great lead there, but Malamar will have to go for that superpower, which debuffs both its attack and defense. Let's see how he tries to play it out. Will it be a superpower and dip here? No, he's staying in further. Goes for that superpower just before Dugong gets to a charge attack.
And we see no shield from Hazel. This is going to dent this Dugong severely, and it's put directly into the red. But oh, and here's a catch from Sirkogas on the Water Pulse.
Sirkogas gets a brilliant catch here. It doesn't matter what this Dugong was going for, Water Pulse or Drill Run, the Lapras would have tanked it happily here. What we need to also note is that this Lapras is running that Skull Bash, so it can boost its defense as the longer the matchup goes.
And the Dugong gets to a parting Drill Run. This will dent the Lapras slightly more than the Water Pulse, but Lapras, tanky Pokemon, can take this.
Yeah, Lapras is tanking it like a champion. It has so much energy. Let's see what Hazel comes in with. It is the Corviknight. Corviknight is going to take neutral damage from the Sparkling Area. Sparkling Area #1 going into the Corviknight, and Hazel pulling up a Protect Shield here.
And this is a fairly sound Protect Shield because you have 2 Pokemon left, you need to protect them. And Sirkogas, excellent timing, throwing the Sparkling Area right before the Corviknight gets to its charge attacks.
Yeah, great timing there, great recognition of the energy on the side of the Corviknight. Corviknight gets to the Sky Attack. Sky Attack, I'm not sure if this will be enough to knock out the Lapras, but pretty much put it deep into the red, I would assume.
I think this is enough to knock out. This is as a Sky Attack, heavy hitting, and Lapras goes down. Sirkogas, now down to 2 Pokemon. He brings in the Malamar, but these Side Waves are resisted.
Yes, Side Waves are resisted, but Malamar can hit back with these foul plays. I think what Sirkogas wants is to try and put this Corviknight deep into the red, but Hazel pulls up the Protect Shield, trying to think that, all right, maybe at the back end, my Corviknight has play.
And Sirkogas, now up 2 shields. Unfortunate for Hazel, Malamar won that charge attack tie, and this, but the Corviknight hangs on and gets to a final Iron Head.
Yeah, Iron Head is reached, and Sirkogas letting go of his Malamar, keeping it all on the Azumarill. Oh wow, Malamar actually survived that. Azumarill comes in, gets that 1 bubble advantage and 2 Protect Shields to hide behind. This is what I'm talking about. Azumarill is a Pokemon that does not win you games, but doesn't make you lose. I don't think there's any situation here where the Azumarill is going to lose a game.
Well, let's wait and see, because this play ref will put the Lapras lower, but I don't think it's not even into the yellow. And this Lapras can boost up its defenses. If Sirkogas lets the Skull Bash go, no, he decides to put up the Protect Shield. He realizes he needs to protect this Azumarill.
Yeah, Azumarill is his win con because Malamar does not have any energy, and it's so deep into the red that maybe a few Side Waves would knock it out. Of course, the Lapras, unlike the Azumarill, does not have a Protect Shield to hide behind. These players, of course, are going to slowly and steadily get this Lapras into a range where the Azumarill can take the game.
And Azumarill will need 3 player ups to take out this Lapras. And Hazel is doing what she can. If she can just land this Skull Bash, then maybe the Side Waves can tickle it down. But no, Sirkogas decides to shield.
Yeah, second Protect Shield coming up for the Azumarill. Azumarill is so close to the next player up, gets to it, and securing probably a knockout for this Lapras.
A very impressive play by Sirkogas. He was always getting ready to fire off his charge attacks exactly before Hazel got to hers. So in this situation, it was so tough for Hazel to gain that advantage back because Sirkogas really played an outstanding game.
Yeah, I think it all started with the Malamar against the Dugong going for that superpower just before the Dugong got to a charge attack, and then securing that Malamar towards the end game, getting it a lot of energy, going for that charge attack tie against the Corviknight, just completely neutralizing any advantage that Hazel could build after Protect Shielding the Corviknight twice against the Lapras.
But I'm also impressed by how brave Sirkogas is, because his Malamar and his Lapras would struggle a fair bit against the regular Drapion. If Hazel had just brought that Pokemon, I think she would be in a slightly more comfortable position for her.
That's why it's a best of 3. That's why you can, even if you lose your first game, you have another game to reset, to try and understand what other Pokemon that you can leverage for your win condition here. And that's the opportunity right now Hazel has. But for Serkogas, he needs one more win to win this round and advance to the next round.
So let's see what these trainers have decided to do. If Hazel sticks with a Dugong lead that cost her a little bit in game 1, or if she changes it up, and Serkogas, will he make an adjustment? Does he expect an adjustment from Hazel and then adjust his Pokemon? That is the question.
Yeah, I think you have to, as a Hazel, you are now in a position where you have to adjust your lead, or not even the lead, you potentially have to adjust your backline Pokemon, because what we saw there was that her backline Pokemon let her down. But this is going to be a Claydol into a Dugong. This is not a bad matchup, but as I said, the Dugong does not have access to the Icy Wind.
But this is what Hazel decided to stick with her Dugong, and it paid off very much against this Claydol. But Claydol getting to that super effective Rock Tomb and debuffing the Dugong in the process.
And no shield for the Dugong, because of course the Dugong does not have any opportunity to reduce the attack of the Claydol. Water Pulse coming in. Will this Water Pulse actually be enough to knock out the Claydol? I don't think so at all.
No, but the shield is put up. Serkogas valuing his Claydol in this situation. Can he outpace the Dugong? I believe he will. And here comes, oh, and he decides to go for a catch. Hazel throwing the Water Pulse and the Azumarill. Unfortunate use of that energy.
Yeah, unfortunate use of the energy indeed. Azumarill will shrug off this Water Pulse, and Hazel going into that Drapion. Drapion is doing super effective damage with that Poison Stings, but unfortunately for Drapion, it does not have any charge attacks to do super effective damage onto the Azumarill.
Great timing by Hazel, trying to minimize the amount of... Oh, and we see a debuff on the Azumarill side. How does Serkogas want to play this? This matchup is now a lot better for this Drapion. Hazel pulls up a shield.
Pulls up that Protect Shield there, but now it will be the Drapion show if Hazel can capitalize on this. Oh!
Ooh. Very interesting play by Serkogas. He throws on unoptimal timing, letting a Poison Sting through, but he gets off that attack, and this puts the Drapion low.
This does put the Drapion low indeed, and Hazel going for this crunch. This crunch will, I don't think it's enough yet in this range, but did that, the Azumarill had a defense fall, right? Yeah, but it's still not enough. So one more and maybe, oh,
the Poison Stings got it knocked out, and this Drapion has so much energy. Where will it apply it? Into opposing Drapion. This is a crunch coming in. Serkogas taking a resisted attack on his Drapion.
Resisted crunch coming in, but will this crunch get a defense fall? Let's see what happens here. No defense fall, but he gets to an Aqua Tail as well. Drapion is gonna do a ton of work already. This will put the Serkogas' Drapion into the yellow.
Great recognition by Hazel here. She comes in with her Dugong to do some more fast attack damage, and then coming with her Corviknight to try to sand attack down this Drapion. Shields crunch. This can be risky because that crunch can debuff the defenses of the Corviknight.
Let's see if it does. No, it does not, but this means that the Claydol comes in immediately, goes for the Rock Tomb attack debuff here. This, of course, is not going to do a great amount of damage to the Corviknight, but then it's going to be a huge uphill climb for this Corviknight to try and overcome the Claydol. Going immediately for the Iron Head here, this will do a considerable amount of damage if no shielded by Serkogas.
No shielded, and now Hazel needs to realize she can just farm down everything. No more charge attacks from the Corviknight would be the optimal play, but Claydol debuffing the Corviknight even more with this Rock Tomb.
Yeah, putting the Corviknight deep into the red, but no, going for that Iron Head immediately. Maybe Hazel thinking that the Corviknight can be in a position where it can sand attack down, but no, Serkogas says, I'm not gonna let you. Puts up a Protect Shield, goes immediately into the Drapion. Drapion was one away from that Aqua Tail. This Aqua Tail will come in and knock out the Corviknight from the skies.
Incredible game by these two trainers. Hazel taking Serkogas so close, but Serkogas realizing what he needs to do and winning this game.
I think throughout the whole game, Sirkogas gave no opportunity for Hazel to come back into the game. Game number 1 was again that catch off the water type charge attack onto a water type. Game number 2, water type charge attack onto a water type again.
And I'm very impressed by Hazel and Sirkogas both. They both put up an incredible fight, and I'm very impressed. If she's new to Pokemon Go PvP, then she really put on a show, and I'm impressed with the talent we have here. But Sirkogas, really such a strong player, made it so tough for Hazel to get her first win here in Bologna.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? You come to these tournaments where you try to learn, and you learn more from your defeats than from your victories, and you have to keep repeating this process. It's all about consistency in the Play Pokemon Championships, because over the season you have so many opportunities to come, use your learnings, and then get better at the game.
But I also think you can learn a lot from your wins. At least I prefer to learn from my wins than from my losses. And I'm Sirkogas will look back at this, and maybe I can learn something from this win. But he made a lot of great plays, catching that energy, the water type damage on his Lapras. Incredible play by Sirkogas.
Yeah. It's two things, right? It takes a lot of time for the Dugong to get to its charge attacks, but making it completely go to waste is just such a huge blow, especially at the start of the game. It was a superpower of the Malamar onto the Dugong, and immediately the Water Pulse cast onto the Lapras. It completely sealed game number 1. Game number 2, again, this is just another Water Pulse going into the Azumarill, man. I think he's just reading the game like a book.
And unfortunate for Hazel, but great for Sirkogas. And Hazel really pulled it back with a regular Dropion. That Pokemon really impressed me in this game, but Sirkogas, with his Shadow Dropion, managed to withstand the Sand attacks and close out this game with an Aqua Tail.
I think it came down to a game of patience as well in this one, because one of the key things that could have gone different in game number 2 was Hazel being a little patient and going for that Aqua Tail onto the Drapion, because it would be back-to-back Aqua Tails that would have put the Drapion much deeper into the much less HP, and that could mean Sand attack down was a possibility.
I think what was most fortunate for Sirkogas was the Dugong coming in with low HP, so that the Dropion could farm it down before it threatened that charge attack, because that gave Dropion a lot of energy to threaten that Corviknight in the back. And also, okay, bear with me because this is a little complex, but when you swap in Pokemon Go, you clear your debuff.
Yes.
So if Hazel had preserved her Dugong, she could have cleared the attack debuffs from the Rock Tombs on the Claydol. So she has a Corviknight. Yes, it's attack debuffed, but she can throw in a Dugong at the optimal time to clear the debuff and maybe then threaten the Dropion in the end.
Yeah, I think these are all key mechanics and key functionings of the game that you need to understand. And where can you practice this? Of course, you can go to your local communities and then see and find out how these trainers play, practice your own craft, and make yourself better.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And this is the local league. If you are interested in finding some local challenges or cups or tournaments near you, scan this QR code. And who knows, you might make some friends along the way. And I'm sure this trainer we just saw on the stage has been practicing their skills in the local tournaments.
Yeah, I think Marcus is a bit held up on making friends here.
I love making friends, and I've been trying to make friends, Abi, but you still consider me just a colleague.
It's the start, you know, it's a start.
We have to start somewhere, and I'm happy that you're bearing with me so far.
It's difficult, but we're getting there.
You're very patient with me, and I appreciate you for it.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
One of the things that, again, what we saw today is, number one, what we wanted to see was the Shadow Malamar. We saw it in game number 1. We also wanted to see whether it's going to be the Dusclops or the Shadow Dusclops that comes into the forefront. We already have 1 Shadow Dusclops. So, I mean, it's brilliant that we can kind of sit down and see firsthand how these trainers try to pilot these Pokemon, and it's just a great experience.
And now you just made me realize that the Shadow Malamar that we saw from Joppy lost 2 games. And then Sir Koga brought the regular Malamar, which is on my caster prediction. And that regular Malamar won both of his games. So maybe we're seeing a pattern here that the Shadow Malamar maybe
Yeah, but that's
not as great as the regular.
That's not how statistics works, Marcus. We saw 3 Malamars, and 1 out of the 3 won. So in a way, I mean, success rate is not great. Of course, it's 100%, but that's too low of a number to decide.
But here, let's see if there's more Malamar. No, there's not a single Malamar here. But we see 2 Blastoises. I know. Emalange has been... Emalange has been playing that Blastoise for a while. I'm sure I've seen them with him.
I think I've matched up against him playing that Blastoise in Go Battle League, trying to practice for this tournament. And on the other side, we have C. Leonardo, another Pokemon who has a lot of accolades to his name. Of course, he's more well known in the local circuits where he practices as well, and in a lot of grassroots tournaments. He is bringing Credilli and Talonflame. Oh, wow. That is so cute.
That's Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle knitted.
Yes, that's so cute to see. But let's take a look quickly at the movesets that they have chosen for. We have the Credilli with Bullet Seed, Rock Tomb, and Grass Knot. Talonflame with Incinerate, Fly, and Flame Charge. Flame Charge again is gaining popularity because of that Tinkaton. Having the ability to boost off that Tinkaton and set your Talonflame just makes Tinkaton so difficult to bring into a team.
And Talonflame against, for example, a Claydol. You think as a flying type you'll have a good matchup into a ground type, but you need those flame charges to boost up and counteract the Rock Tomb debuffs. We see 2 grass types from C. Leonardo and Jumpluff and Cradley, and 2 water types in Blastoise and the Azumarill. And here, more water types in both the Azumarill and the Blastoise. These 2 players have been thinking quite similarly with that Jumpluff as well.
Yeah, and both these trainers are Italian as well, so it's another Italian derby here. One of the things, again, we see another Primeape here. Primeape, in this case, is a Shadow with Rage Fist and Ice Punch. With having access to Ice Punch, Primeape has a much better matchup against that Jumpluff, because the Ice Punch from a Shadow Primeape, a Pokemon with such high attack, is just gonna put a whole lot of hurt into a Jumpluff.
Imagine Primeape already having such a high attack stat, and then you get the Shadow Primeape with another boost to its attack. Of course it's a threatening Pokemon. Primeape is a Pokemon that I really enjoy playing, but I am terrified if I'm faced up against it. And I know C. Leonardo, he has that Blastoise with that Rock-type fast attack. The Primeape does not care about those fast attacks at all. And if that Primeape can stack up those Rage Fist boost against the Blastoise, oof, that Primeape can be so threatening for Emalange.
Yeah, it was something that I was going to touch up as well. We were really raving about the Blastoise and how neutral it is against the meta. But if you get matched up against a Primeape, it's going to get a few Rage Fist boosts. And just looking at C. Leonardo's team, is there any Pokemon that wants to take energy from a Primeape that's boosted? Even the Tinkaton, I think, is not going to enjoy those moves.
The closest I can think is maybe the Azumarill, because it's so tanky, but a double boosted Rage Fist will do a severe chunk to the Azumarill. But looking at the Azumarill, whenever Azumarill tanks damage, we say this is going to be heavy damage into Azumarill, doing maybe 35–40%, because that is how tanky Azumarill is. It can withstand so much damage.
Yeah, even a Zap Cannon from a Registeel is not enough to knock out an Azumarill.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, it's just, Zap Cannon is such a heavy-hitting move, and Azumarill is like, yeah, I'm still here, hello.
Yeah, maybe you need to throw another one of those Registeel. But we see another Shadow Dropion from Emalange, and this Dropion seems so safe for Emalange. I think this is going to be a recurring theme this weekend. The Shadow Dropion, if you are not running, for example, a Gustlord to resist all its attacks and not take super effective from the Poison Stings, the Dropion might come to almost every game. There's no ground type on C. Leonardo's team either, and the Shadow Dropion, being ground and dark, is only weak to that ground type damage.
You're absolutely right, but one of the things that I see in C. Leonardo's team setup is that a lot of his Pokemon are neutral, or in a way has play against the Drapion. So maybe it's his strategy to let the Drapion come in and then take advantage of it towards the late game. That could be something that he could potentially set up for. Like, for example, if you have your Tinkaton onto the Drapion, that's a great matchup for you to be. If you're going to play Pokemon like Credilli, Talonflame, or Blastoise at the back, or even the Jumplofts, this way you get one of the hard answers to these Pokemon out of the way with a neutral matchup, while gaining energy on these Pokemon towards the end game.
I think Leonardo needs that Tinkaton to control the Primeape and the Drapion, but let's see what these players have decided to lock in.
Yeah, we have Tinkaton lead into the Drapion here. It's just what I talked about, but this is great scenario for Leonardo. Let's see his back Pokemon. He has the Azumarill and the Jumpluff. This makes it so that these two Pokemon do not have to see the Drapion. This is the best case scenario. This is exactly where you need to see the Drapion as Leonardo.
For Leonardo, he got what he wanted. There's also a Primeape in the back, so Emelange cannot swap out in this situation. But I'm noticing this Tinkaton it's taking a lot of damage from these Poison Sting and Aqua Tails. I believe 3 Aqua Tails from Drapion is enough to knock this Tinkaton out.
Aqua Tail number 2 comes in, but this Tinkaton has 2 Bulldozes stored here. Bulldoze number 1 comes in. Bulldoze does have that opportunity to get a defense fall here. Let's see if it does. Bulldoze number 1, yes, it gets a defense fall here. Let's see what Emelange does. Perfect gameplay there. Waits a turn and then goes for the Bulldoze to make sure... Sorry, perfect play by Leonardo to make sure that Emelange does not make that catch.
And Emelange decides to no-shield this Drapion because he wants farm on his Primeape. This is a Bulldoze. Primeape can't take this, but he decides to shield up because Primeape is so frail that he wants all the health points he can have on this Pokemon.
Yeah, and at this point, I think Tinkaton is forced to stay in here, but Primeape has so much energies. Of course, it's going to be Azumarill that comes in to absorb all these Rage Fists. Rage Fist number 1 coming in. This is not yet boosted, but only boosted by the shadow of the Primeape.
I prefer Leonardo's position here. The tanky Azumarill can take these Rage Fists all day. I believe Emelange maybe should consider swapping to his Blastoise eventually.
Yeah, but I think swapping into the Blastoise could be the play here, or trying to catch a charge attack on the Blastoise could be a play. And of course, he tried to catch the Ice Beam, but unfortunately, Leonardo is showing patience and going for this player up. This puts him in a commanding position because Jumpluff can now come in, comfortably shield the potential Skull Bash because he does have 2 shields left.
But I think, and he outpaces to the acrobatics. Emelange needs to shield this to keep his Blastoise alive, but he lets it go. And this is going to do so much damage that it takes out the Blastoise. And now this game is sealed for Leonardo. He can shield this Jumpluff and Fairy Wind down the Primeape. This is looking great for Leonardo.
Yeah, Primeape has nowhere left to go. Not only does it not have the energy to go through the Jumpluff and the Azumarill, it doesn't have the HP as well. Incredible gameplay there. I think he noticed. It's like we predicted as well. Drapion onto the Tinkaton means that all the Pokemon that is potentially weak to the Drapion, is free for Leonardo. It's like, yes, the Drapion had good matchups against a lot of the Pokemon that Leonardo has, but Leonardo has a lot of Pokemon that are neutral against the Drapion. They can soft lose, and that's a great position to be, because once you get the Drapion out of the way.
That is correct, and the Primeape did not really have a target in this matchup because the Ice Punches, it's so hard to fight against a Tinkaton when you have Ice Punch. If you have that close combat, you can inflict heavy damage to that Tinkaton, but you need the Ice Punch to inflict heavy damage on the Jumpluff, so it's a bit of a trade-off. But we saw Leonardo not bring a hard counter to that Blastoise because of their Rock-type fast attack. It hits the Jumpluff pretty hard, and because the Jumpluff doesn't have any Grass-type damage, Blastoise can usually withstand at least 1 charge attack from the Jumpluff.
If you are Emelange and you're in this position, what would your change be? Me personally, I would try to bring in the Claydol.
I would bring the Azumarill and the Blastoise. I think if you can safe swap the Azumarill, and potentially maybe you're met by a Cradily, that at least that frees up your Blastoise, because I think that Emelange's best win condition is that Blastoise. You saw C. Leonardo bring Tinkaton, Azumarill, and Jumpluff. All three of them have played into the Blastoise, but Blastoise out also. If it gets a defense boost, it gets so hard to take it out from C. Leonardo's side.
All right, I would have gone the Claydol route just because.
Claydol?
Yeah, it does its job. It's kind of neutral. Like it doesn't take super effective fast attack damage from the Blastoise. So
you know what? You're right. Claydol could be a safe swap for Emelange in this position. But here we see the players locking in.
Oh, it's going to be a Tinkaton up against Azumarill, the current dominant fairy type, against the previous dominant fairy type that my friend Marcus likes a lot.
And we see Emelange. He's swapping in a drop-in into the Tinkaton. This is exactly what C. Leonardo wants.
Yeah, and this is a great position to be in for C. Leonardo because this Tinkaton can do a ton of super effective damage with these bulldozers. Not only super effective damage, it also has the potential to drop the Drapions defense, making it very, very bad situation to be in if you're Emelange.
And here, I think C. Leonardo maybe should go into Azumarill, and he does. He gets the defense debuff, and this energy from the Drapion is now neutralized by this Fairy and Water type Azumarill.
Fairy Water type Azumarill is not going to take super effective damage from any of these moves. It's all going to be resisted. Could this be a full bubble down for the Azumarill? Because that would put it in such a good position for C. Leonardo. Crunch number 2 coming in. This will put the Azumarill into the yellow, but that doesn't save the Drapion from being completely stinged down. Emelange notices this and immediately pivots into his own Azumarill.
Maybe this Drapion can be a catch potential in the endgame, but now he needs to get the most out of this Azumarill. The Tinkaton already has taken an Aqua Tail, so maybe the Azumarill can do something if it can just manage to take out C. Leonardo's Azumarill before that.
Yeah, C. Leonardo immediately going for the player up. This would have been a charge attack tie if Emelange had decided to go for his own player up, but he wanted to get some more energy or potentially put this Azumarill in an Ice Beam range. Would Ice Beam have been enough there?
I would prefer an Ice Beam from Emelange in this position. Maybe even if it doesn't knock out, you can farm up even more energy without being threatened. But here comes the Tinkaton, and this Tinkaton resists all the attacks from the Azumarill, both the player ups and the Ice Beam.
Yeah, player of number 1 coming in from the Azumarill. This is going to do resisted damage, but Tinkaton, as we know, is quite a bulky Pokemon. That puts it in a position where it's in the complete driver's seat. Tries to go for a catch here. Will that be a full Fairy Wind down? So much energy onto the Tinkaton. Azumarill comes in. Player of number 1 goes into the Azumarill. Will Emelange pull up a shield, or is he going... Oh, he pulls up a Protect Shield. This puts him in a very difficult position for that Primeape.
And Emelange, maybe he could have utilized his Primeape in the endgame with all his shields intact. But now, C. Leonardo can farm up on this Jumpluff. As a grass type, it resists the bubbles from the Azumarill and is only threatened by the Ice Beam. And Azumarill, so slow to these Ice Beams, the Jumpluff can just store up energy.
Jumpluff stores a ton of energy, goes for the first aerial ace. Emelange is now trying to put himself in a position where he can get that Ice Beam on to this Jumpluff. One more bubble, but no, not enough. Too late. Aerial ace number 2 coming in from this Jumpluff will knock out the Azumarill, setting it up for a potential win against this Primeape. 2, 3, 4, gets to the aerial ace. Oh, tries to go for the big hitting acrobatics. C. Leonardo wins game number 2 in such a dominant fashion here.
Incredible play by C. Leonardo. He knows he can go up to that acrobatics without being threatened by the Primeape, and there's no chance a Shadow Primeape can take an acrobatics.
Through the whole 2 games, I know Shadow Primeape existed, but I don't think it did anything.
No, I think benching that Shadow Primeape, maybe for the Claydol, as you mentioned, would be a better play for Emelange. But C. Leonardo, he realized he has a safe line with Tinkaton, Azumarill, and that Jumpluff. And he stuck to that line in both games, and Emelange just couldn't find his way around it.
It's just 3 incredibly bulky Pokemon with great charge attacks. So whatever the Pokemon it can be, you can use it to set up the next Pokemon that comes in with some energy. Imagine like having Jumpluff with an energy lead. The Drapion is not a great matchup anymore for you. So incredible setup.
And I just want to note, because at least I noticed, the Tinkaton on C. Leonardo's side, it took a lot of damage from the Shadow Drapion. So there are some Tinkatons, if they have a heavy investment in his defense, can take those Poison Stings a little bit better. And it looked like C. Leonardo's Tinkaton maybe is more invested in its attack or HP, and that makes the Drapion hit that Tinkaton a little bit harder. Here you see the Tinkaton would have fainted to another Rakuten.
Yeah, I think at this point it would have been useful for Emelange to understand this and go for a Protect Shield and try to leverage that, but letting it go, trying to get that energy lead onto the Primeape, unfortunately for Emelange, the Primeape was not having enough. C. Leonardo goes for that Acrobatics. This just, I think, KOs a bunch of Primeapes. Let's just quickly cycle back to what you said about Tinkaton's defense stats, right? So Tinkaton, as of now, is only available in 10-kilometer eggs.
Yeah.
So how do you make that happen? How do you do that?
So the way I've been going about it is to hatch as many Tinkatuffs as I possibly can, and then linking up with trainers in my local community and trading with them. Because when you trade a Pokemon in Pokemon Go, the stats are reset. And the lower friendship you have, the lower possible combination of attack, defense, or HP you can get. So if you and I are best friends, we have a floor.
We're not.
I'm saying if. Maybe I'm, you know, I have an ambition. One day we can be best friends. And if we become best friends and we trade, then you can never get like the lowest attack, defense, or HP possible, because that floor is higher for best friends. But if you find new friends and go out and seek new trainers that you have never met before and trade Tinkatuffs with them, you can get a low attack Tinkaton with high defense, and that is what you're looking for, trainers.
Yeah, it is exactly what you're looking for. It's one of the things that happens over time, right? For me, I started out with not playing the most optimal Tinkaton because I was just so happy that, oh yeah, the new Pokemon release, I just want to try it out. So now I'm out and about trying to find anybody who can trade me a Tinkatuff. It's very difficult to make friends, Marcus.
Well, yeah, it is difficult, I've noticed, but maybe if you try it a little bit harder, you can make some new friends and maybe get a Tinkatuff, or Tinkaton, or Tinkatink, or whatever. Tinka family.
Yeah, Tinka family. But we saw a trainer who piloted the Tinkaton extremely well. Let's hear some from him.
Thank you, Abi and Marcus. I'm here with the winner of our previous match, C. Leonardo. Leonardo, congratulations on that victory against Emelange. I believe you two know each other quite well, and I saw he attempted some catches there, but you didn't let him. Is that because you know him well?
I know well. I just had to be a little bit careful, but yeah, you never know where your opponent is going to catch. But yeah, Emelange is a friend of ours, a friend of mine. We've been playing together since, I don't know, three or 4 years ago in Jim Breaker's team, and he was a well-known Italian player in the community. So yeah, we also are friends as well as opponents. Yeah, so always heartbreaking to play against someone who you know, because whatever the result, whatever the outcome, you're a little bit sad.
Either for nothing personal, right? Just business. Yeah, exactly. That was great to see two friends play. Marcus, take notes. He had a Shadow Primeape on his team. What were your thoughts on that? How are you going to deal with that Pokemon?
Hope no one else is going to bring Shadow Primeape. I thought he was dead. So yeah, I knew I had to lean on Shadow Primeape counters. I knew he would try and bring it, because he was good. So as long as I just try and read him well, things couldn't go much bad. Luckily for me, he didn't have a very strong answer to Shadow Jumpluff, so I was safe in this regard. I could always bring it and hoping to do something. Although we know that a Shadow Primeape with Ice Punch is actually a jump off counter. So yeah, that's why I wanted to say swap it.
It definitely has some flexibility to it.
Yeah.
I saw that your team is not super great into Tinkaton. You have Talonflame, but there's a lot of resisted damage that you have with Blastoise rollout. You have Cradley, all resisted damage. How did you consider Tinkaton in your team building for this tournament?
Yeah, I thought a lot, and I've seen many teams actually are not this strong into Tinkaton. So lots of players like to chip Tinkaton with Drapion, for example, and then send in Jumpluff, or chip it with a Malama Superpower and then send in Jumpluff. So both Jump Off and Malama or Jump Off and Tink and Drapion lose to it, but still you can take care of it. So as long as you play around it and you don't let this Pokemon take too much energy, everything is manageable. And plus there is Talonflame as well.
You are right, I've seen many players do that, especially in North America as well, just the chip and dip. Congratulations again, Leonardo, on that tremendous victory. I know that you were you still are an incredibly big player in grassroots formats, and now top cutting over and over in Play Pokemon is incredible. Do you have any shoutouts you want to give to any players, family, friends that you have?
Well, shout out to all the Italian friends, all the Italian players that are here today, and also shout out to my girlfriend who knitted these beauties.
That's cute.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good luck in your next match.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll see you again. And we have more battles to come, so let's roll.
Marcus, what are you doing?
I'm just taking notes because I was told by these great players to take notes. I'm sorry. We're on? Okay, we're on. Okay, so thank you, C. Leonardo, for that great interview. And I just noticed he has a lot of friends. And I want to be one of those.
It can be an advantage. I don't think we're friends in game, so I'm going to try to get a Tinkerton from him, and I'm going to try to make him a good friend of mine.
So, are you saying that you and I can be friends?
No.
Oh, well, at least maybe we can try becoming friends in game, and maybe that leads to a better Tinkerton for either of us.
It's like Martin said, it's purely business.
It's purely business, but anyway, I'm willing to take this business offer and accept the deal. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
We just saw how Tinkerton just came into the forefront. It's another Pokemon that just rose through the ranks, completely overshadowed Azumarill like how you wanted, but unfortunately not before you took a nice shower.
That is true, but here we see some players who does not have Azumarill. That is Zona 22 against 23 EJB, and 23 EJB, he is on my caster fantasy draft. It's a bit of a tough name, that, but he is bringing that Morpeko. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, Morpeko. And Morpeko is something that EJB bought, but on the other side is that Umbreon. Of course, a Pokemon that we haven't seen in forever. And it's great to see it back, but if ever that Umbreon is going to be matched up against that Morpeko, that is not going to be something that's not going to be pleasant for the Umbreon. But Morpeko is another Pokemon that comes in with a ton of attack stat. It gets to his charge attacks really, really fast. 4 for the Psychic Fangs and 5 for the Aura Wheel. And Aura Wheel, of course, has an interesting mechanism. Care to explain it to us?
Because Aura Wheel, even though it starts out as an electric type attack, it changes. When Morpeko throws one charge attack, Aura Wheel changes to Dark type, and next time you throw a charge attack, it changes back to the electric type, while also boosting Morpeko's attack during that charge attack. But here we see, it's your regular Feraligatr.
Yeah, it's the regular Feraligatr indeed. It has decent amounts of bulk to go with it, and Hydro Cannons and Shadow Claws is two of the best moves.
It hits hard.
Yeah, it just hits hard. And again, this case, we see a Talonflame, but not with that Flame Shot. It's gone for the 2 flying type attack with Fly and Brave Bird, the bravest of birds.
I am personally a Flame Charge enthusiast, but I can see the value of Brave Bird in a lot of situations. We also see the Clodsire with Stone Edge and Earthquake, and Clodsire is one of the hardest counters to that Morpeko. Even though Morpeko has the Psychic type Psychic Fangs, it does not do enough damage to threaten that bulky Clodsire.
Yeah, it's all going to be... It could end up being a Morpeko show as long as it's not aligned with that Clodsire. Let's see what happens. Both these trainers have locked in. It's going to be a Credilli going up against that Clodsire. Clodsire, of course, does do super effective... neutral damages with those Poison Stings, but it also does not have access to the Sludge Bomb to do small damages over time on the Credilli.
In my opinion, this is a very interesting matchup for both trainers because Cradley wants to throw Rock Tombs, but this Rock-type damage is resisted by the Clodsire. Very interesting play by 23 EJB.
Yeah, he wants to soften this Clodsire's attack up so that the Credilli can have any play into this matchup. But then again, looking at the backline of Ixone, the Feraligatr does not want to see this Credilli, and this is the best position for that Clodsire to be. Grass Knot number 1 coming in from EJB's Credilli, and this is not going to do a lot of damage onto the Clodsire.
But maybe it puts the Clodsire in manageable range for the backline Pokemon of EJB. But because he debuffed this Cloudsire, this Earthquake does not threaten a KO, I believe. So the Cradily can get to another Grass Knot. Will he throw it or will he store it and switch?
I think at this point he has to go for the Grass Knot here, but this puts Exone in an incredible position. A position where everybody tries to be is trying to get that energy lead onto the Feraligatr, and that's exactly what happens here. Goes for the 2 Shadow Claws. This is the best position to be in if you're the Feraligatr.
Because now, even though Azumarill resists all the attacks from the Feraligatr with its Shadow Claw and a quick pacing can start threatening the Azumarill if Feraligatr decides to spend its shields.
Yeah, the damage over time for Feraligatr is so much superior to Azumarill in this matchup because the fast attack Shadow Claw adds up. You cannot shield the fast attack. Unfortunately for the Azumarill, bubbles don't do much.
And that is exactly the benefit of Feraligatr here, because as you mentioned, the bubbles are not threatening that Feraligatr, while the Shadow Claws are dealing neutral damage. So even though this, theoretically, in my mind, would be a great matchup for the Azumarill, Feraligatr does threaten the Azumarill. Look how low this Azumarill is getting.
Yeah, Azumarill, this Hydro Cannon will put the Azumarill into the red here, but again, EJB is going to save his Protect Shield, trying to leverage the shields for the Dusclops, but in comes an immediate swap in for Exone. Cradily comes in only to be met with this super effective damage from this Ice Beam.
And very important by 23 EJB to save this Azumarill, because there will be debuffs coming in with these Rock Tombs from Exone. So having that opportunity to swap out and clear the debuffs could be important.
Yeah.
EJB not shielding here.
Yeah. Rock Tomb number 1 comes in here, and the Dusclops already has that Ice Punch loaded. This will do super effective damage to the Cradily, but because of that attack debuff by this Cradily, it's going to do less and less damage. In comes another Rock Tomb from that Cradily. This is going to even further decrease the attack of the Dusclops.
I believe EJB needs to start building up a lot of energy, preparing to swap out. And maybe the Feraligatr is coming in for Zone as well. And oh, there's an Ice Punch. This is not what EJB wanted to throw into the Feraligatr.
Will the Shadow Feraligatr survive an Ice Punch to get some more Shadow Claws?
It's double debuffed.
Double debuffed. Perfectly great position to be in. Hydro Cannon comes in, and it's caught by EJB.
Incredible catch, and he stores the shield as well for his Dusclops. Can EJB make magic happen in this matchup when everything looked so bleak? There's a Cradily in the back. There's a Cloudsire in the back for Sony as well. But this Dusclops is putting on so much pressure right now.
Yes, Dusclops goes for that Ice Punch. Ice Punch would have done a ton of damage to the Cradily, but it's Protect Shielded. Again, this is going to be a charge attack tie, and Cradily wins this. This puts the Dusclops in a range where potentially the Ice Punch will not KO.
I believe 2 Ice Punches will knock out this Cradily. And the Dusclops will outpace the Cradily to the next charge attack. What EJB needs to make sure of is that there is no catch on the Sonic side. Can he make sure that the Dusclops lands an Ice Punch onto the Cradily? And there's a catch on the EJB. Oh, and he gets it barely. Sonic was at the Stone Edge, but no. 23 EJB. Such a bleak situation, and he turns it around.
What a turnaround game by 23 EJB there, leveraging everything onto that Dusclops to pull that game from Exone's hands.
And you saw EJB shake his head during that middle game. He thought this matchup was so tough to overcome, but saving that Azumarill, getting that catch on the Hydro Cannon, that is what made the difference for EJB in this game.
Yeah, I think it was a catch that I was anticipating as well. When it was happening, I was like,
of course you were, weren't you?
I mean, I play sometimes.
And you do well,
But this is a great position. Like, if you're in such a bad matchup in the starting, and then you try to come back into the game, it puts you in such a confident place. It's like, that's probably the worst case scenario for me. And I made sure that I won. So this puts the EJB in such a great position, but Zone in a position where he needs to sit down and try to rethink what could he have done better. Is there something that he can do now that helps him get back into the game? But I think Feraligatr lead would go a long way for Exone. Based on the Pokemon that EJ played, I think Feraligatr can do a lot of, how do you call it, roulettes with it.
I think if Zone leads the Feraligatr and EJB leads the Morpeko, he's lost the game already. So risking that Feraligatr lead, I don't think is worth it for Zone. But that's what will be interesting to see, how these players read their opponents. Because if Zone does not believe a Morpeko will come out, then why not risk it for Alligator lead or the Talonflame?
It could, yeah, for Alligator lead, our Talon, exactly. It's winners round 3, right? So even if you lose this game, you still have the opportunity to go to the losers bracket and try to come back in. For Ixone, it's at this point go big or go home, isn't it? So let's see what he does. What can he change? Another thing from EJB side, if you were EJB, what would you do? Would you run the same thing again, or would you try to make changes?
I think the Dusclops is always coming from EJB because it's, well, the Malamar and the Umbreon are problematic Pokemon for that Dusclops. It can put in work against everything else. But also, I think the Cradley should always be coming from EJB. It's so safe, it can basically safe swap against everything that except for that Malamar.
But isn't that the same for the side of Zone? Because his Cradily is also kind of free against the whole of EJB's team. Yeah, of course, it's going to take super effective damage from the Dusclops, but then again, once you start getting the Rock Tomb debuffs, then you're in a great position.
That is true. So we'll expect to see some Cradley from both sides, but we see Morpeko and the Feraligatr. This is so good for 23 EJB.
This is amazing lead for 23 EJB. Immediate safe swap into the Cradily here by Ixone. Let's see what EJB does. He goes for that Psychic Fang debuff to potentially put this Cradily in a manageable range for the next Pokemon that comes in. Psychic Fang number 1 goes in. Let's see, will EJB stay in and go for that Dark?
No, EJB decides to swap out. You see the form change from the Morpeko, but he decides to go into his Dusclops. This did some damage to the Cradily, so maybe it can put the Cradily into double Ice Punch range.
Yeah, it potentially does indeed, but Rock Tomb number 2 coming in before the Dusclops can even get to that first Ice Punch. This will debuff the Dusclops attack even further, potentially putting a position for Ixone to maybe flip this matchup.
And this is the tough part for 23 EJB. If 2 Ice Punches are not enough, then he's in a very peculiar position. But here comes the Feraligatr, and the Dusclops will throw an attack to try to stall out the switch timer to get that Morpeko back in against the Feraligatr.
This is another thing that we need to understand as well. The switch clocks were misaligned because 23 EJB decided to stay in with the Morpeko, but now he will have to deal with this Feraligatr with that energy lead. Both these Pokemon get to their charge attacks at the same time, the heavy hitting charge attacks. So having that energy lead goes a long way for this Feraligatr.
But Morpeko can boost up, and you see the Thunder Shocks are doing so much damage to the Feraligatr, and Sone decides to let his Feraligatr go. He does not want to protect it anymore because this Morpeko could get a lot of momentum.
Yeah, Morpeko is already having a lot of momentum. Immediately going for that Psychic. Oh, Ixone, potential miscount there. He shields up this Psychic Fangs from the Morpeko.
Massive shield, but as a ground type, Clodsire knows that it can always no-shield the electric type attacks coming in from the Morpeko. So this will be no-shielded by Ixone because it could not be a dark type Aura Wheel.
Yeah. No shield again, second Psychic Fang going in, does a ton of damage. Yes, it is super effective, but the first Psychic Fang did debuff the defense of Clodsire. Again, and Stone Edge coming in. Will 23 EJB pull up this protection and give us a Morpeko shows? He said, no, I've given you enough. I'm going to go into my next Pokemon to try and win this game.
And 23 EJB, he saw all the Pokemon from his zone. He saw the Cradley and the Clodsire, and he realized Morpeko has nothing to do here anymore. It got rid of the Feraligatr. And now the Azumarill threatens the Cradley with an Ice Beam. A shield comes up from Sone.
Ice Beam comes in. This would have been enough to knock out the Cradily here, but at this point, what do you do? He goes for a Rock Slide here.
Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb comes in, and I don't think there's any incentive for EJB to shield, and he shields up that Rock Tomb.
And the Cradley will win this, the charge attack tie. And this is very well played by Zone. And now this could be slightly uncomfortable for EJB in the back.
It's it's going to be very uncomfortable for EJB in the back. Ice Beam comes in here. This will most definitely knock out the Credilli. It's all going to be up for that Clodsire. Clodsire, it does have that energy lead. It can try to get a lot of energy and put itself in a range where one more Poison Sting is all it needs. Stone Edge #1 comes in to knock out the Azumarill. It needs one more Stone Edge to knock out the Dusclops. Dusclops get to the Ice Punch.
Incredible play by Zone here. Can the Dusclops get to the Ice Punch? No, it cannot. And Zone takes this game #2.
Wow, that was a Clodsire show. We all thought Morpeko was the one that was giving us a show, but it was not. It was the blast from the past. Clodsire coming in, showing why it's such a good Pokemon. 1-1. Exone brings that game from the clutches of Morpeko with that Feraligatr.
If there's been one Pokemon that's been a constant this entire season, it's been Clodsire. It started out with Clodsire Feraligatr back in Dortmund in September, and then it carried on and still is putting on a show here in Bologna.
It was like Clodsire at the start, and then a little bit of Diggersby, and then back to Clodsire
Back to Clodsire.
You're running Stone Edge as well. This makes that matchup against the Lapras so much better because you now have a charge attack that does super effective damage against the Lapras. And of course, Sludge Bomb is preferred against the Azumarill, but then again, we were all hoping for less Azumarills.
And I gotta say, Azumarill did put in a lot of work for EJB there. It was the win condition, but it could not prevent him from losing this time.
Yeah.
So let's see what how the players are adjusting. Zone was kind of punished by going for the Feraligatr lead against that Morpeko, but it turned out to win him the game still. So will Zone keep to his Feraligatr lead?
I think it all came down to how Zone effectively managed the switch clock misalignment. Because of the ability to do 2 Rock Tombs, tank energy from the Dusclops, his switch clock was up, so the Feraligatr goes in, gets that Shadow Claw advantage, gives him the shield advantage against the Morpeko that completely flipped the game on its head. He did end up shielding the Psychic Fang from the Morpeko, but then again, I think he managed that switch clock misalignment really, really well.
And it's going to be a very interesting game to see what these trainers are locking in. If Zone is changing it up, if EJB is changing it up, the Morpeko, it really got a lot of momentum, but when faced against a Clodsire, it couldn't really put it low enough.
No, Morpeko was nowhere to be found against that Clodsire. But another thing that I would like to point out is that as Zone, you're not really inclined to change up because that was your worst matchup. And both these trainers have locked in 1-1. Let's see who comes out of top in the lead. It's gonna be an Umbreon against the Dusclops.
And this is the worst thing you can see as EJB, but here comes the Cradley safe switch. And how does Zone decide to play this? He stays in to throw a Dark Pulse, softening this Cradley up.
Yeah, Dark Pulse coming in, and at this point you can safely bring in the Clodsire if you want as Exone, softening up, and he goes for the Clodsire. Of course, this is not going to be a great position to be in as 23 EJB. Will he go for the Rock Tomb again this time? Yes, goes for the Rock Tomb, making sure the Clodsire does less and less damage as the match goes on.
And this is a Rock Tomb, will debuff the Clodsire, but it still does so little damage. The Grass Nuts will start coming in to start to threaten the Clodsire a little bit more at least.
Yep, Clodsire is into the yellow already, but at this point the Clodsire can farm up so much energy. Goes for this Earthquake. Earthquake is still not enough to knock out the Credilli, but this puts the Clodsire in such a good position where it can farm up even more energy to go into the next matchup.
I think the Cradley needed to shield up this attack, but now 23 EJB is threatening a shield on Zone's side, because if Zone doesn't shield this, maybe the Cradley can flip the switch.
Yeah, Credilli can potentially flip the switch, but not before it can pull up the protection. 23 EJB does exactly that, pulling up that protection, trying to protect this Credilli for the endgame or try to flip switch. I don't think it's possible to flip switch if Exone also goes for the protection there.
But here comes another debuff. Who will get the farm down first? Will it be the Clodsire or will it be the Cradley? This damage from the Umbreon could prove pivotal in this game. Oh, and he barely doesn't get there.
Oh, that is going to be so costly because whatever Pokemon that comes in is going to be met with this Earthquake. Of course, it's debuffed, but this puts that Umbreon back on that Dusclops. That's a nightmare of a matchup if you're the Dusclops.
And this is not what EJB wanted to see, because when he inevitably comes in with his Azumarill, there is a Cradley waiting in the back, and 23 EJB, he's not giving up yet. He knows that this Azumarill can threaten some damage on this Cradley.
it can definitely threaten some damage onto the Credilli. If Ice Punch, Ice Beam comes in, it's going to do super effective damage to the Credilli, putting it into the yellow. But then again, these Grass Knots from a Credilli hit so hard. But Azumarill is Azumarill for a reason. It can easily tank through that Grass Knots.
And 23 EJB needs to strip Zone away from his shields and then throw an Ice Punch with this Dusclops into the Cradley. And here, EJB realizes the Cradley will outpace. I'm not throwing the Ice Beam on charge attack priority.
Yeah, but it's again going to be a race between two really bulky Pokemon here towards the end game. Azumarill gets to this Ice Beam. This Ice Beam will be enough to knock out the Credilli, but at this point, Zone pulls up a Protect Shield. This gives EJ a win condition. Can he try to quickly swap into his Dusclops for the move? And that's exactly what he does.
And this Azumarill is still not in psychic range. If 23 EJB can put the Umbreon low enough so that a Play Rough can potentially knock it out, then maybe there's hope for EJB in this game after all.
Yeah, Ice Punch comes in, but I don't think this Ice Punch still puts that Umbreon in a range where a Play Rough will knock out. Zone is trying to get as much energy as possible onto the Umbreon. He almost builds up to 2 Dark Pulses, goes for the first Dark Pulse. Will this be enough to knock out the Dusclops?
I think the Dusclops barely hangs on here, and maybe it does. It will get to potentially another Ice Punch.
He needs to go for the move. No! He gets to another Ice Punch here. This is going to put that Umbreon in a very, very difficult position towards the end game.
How low does EJB need to put this Umbreon? That is the question. And he did. Oh, curious play. Can the Azumarill outpace the Umbreon to a charge attack? EJB needs to get to a Play Rough. How far away is 6
and he's far away.
And he's there. He's there. He goes for Dark Pulse. Is this enough to knock out the Azumarill in this position?
Dark Pulse comes in from the Umbreon, knocking the Azumarill out, and one more Snarl away from knocking the Dusclops out. Zone gets that bad lead, goes at the backseat, and completely flips that matchup 2-1, going on to the next round.
Incredible play by Zone in this situation. He realized he needed to swap up his line, bring that Umbreon, and it won him that game against an Azumarill and also the Dusclops.
Again, maybe you were right that Azumarill no longer is going to be part of the meta because it just lost to an Umbreon. Great, it's the reading of Zone was perfect. Like, imagine having seen Azumarill in 2 games and then bringing the Umbreon as a lead in game number 3. That's a very bold play. Dusclops, of course, we were fawning over how good it is into the meta, but against that Umbreon, I mean,
yep.
You can't do much.
There's not a lot you can do. And that is what Zone realized, that EJB was always going to bring that Dusclops.
Yeah.
So, and the Morpeko was so risky because the Clodsire and the Cradley was most likely coming every game for Zone. So EJB could not play that Morpeko as safely.
Yeah.
And that is what Zone used to flip that game too.
Yeah, I think game number 1 was EJB coming from a bad lead, right? So he did not have the lead he wanted. The swap-in was also not that great. We thought it was over, but he leveraged that catch here onto the Azumarill, completely neutralizing all that energy from that Feraligatr, and then securing the win with Dusclops in the end game. And in game number 2, it was all about the Clodsire. So, of course, this is game number 1 as well, where you see Exone tries to make that catch, but EJB patiently waiting for it and securing the win with that Ice Punch onto the Credilli. It was such a close game. Game 2 was all about the Clodsire. This could have been something that potentially lost Exone the game, shielding up the Psychic Fangs, but then he realized, all right, I don't need the shield anymore.
The fortunate play for Zone in this matchup was getting that shield with the Rock Tomb bait and then landing the Grass Knot on charge attack priority. If EJB had over-farmed a little bit so it could maybe outpace the Clodsire in game 2, maybe EJB could have won that. But Zone, he used all his resources to come back and turn it around. He lost game 1, but then he came back to win game 2 and 3.
Game 2 for me was just as brilliant as well. The switch, you thought it was done.
I thought it was done.
When he saw the Morpeko, he's like, it's
done.
Over.
It's done. Over. Morpeko into Feraligatr. I thought, no, it's no way.
But he really made a perfect play of trying to understand that my switch clock is misaligned. If I get the energy lead on the Feraligatr, I can win. But he's not the only one who does perfect plays. There are so many trainers who have done that throughout the tournament. Let's take a quick look at one of the other ones.
Hello trainers, welcome back to another episode of Perfect Play, where we review and learn from some of the best plays made in the championship circuit. This time we're diving into the 2025 Europe International Championship, the largest Pokémon GO tournament to date with 400 registered competitors. Patoman swept his way through the winner's side of the bracket to face off against his rival Zizwalos on Championship Sunday. Zizwalos is on the loser side of the bracket, so Zizwalos needs to win 2 best-of-5 against Patoman in the grand finals, where Patoman needs to win only 1 best-of-5. It seemed like Patoman had the upper hand until Zizwalos flipped the script with a dominant 3-0 sweep in the first set. Patoman needs to step up and bring his A-game. Both competitors bring the heat in the first game of the bracket reset. In the final moments, Patoman relies on Drapion's fast-charging Aqua Tail to take out Zizwalos' Pokémon. But just when victory seems within reach, Zizwalos makes an incredible catch, absorbing the Aqua Tail with his Azumarill. Suddenly, Patoman's win conditions are slipping away. All Zizwalos needs to do is wear down the Galarian and Corsola and make sure he gets one last fast attack in on his Primeape to get to a final charge stack and close out the game. Patoman realized this. He can't knock out the Diggersby with the Galarian Corsola, but not using a charge stack means he can't Poison Sting it down with the Drapion either, as Drapion can only take one more quick attack of damage. It seems impossible, unless he perfectly undercharges Power Gem, leaving just enough HP for a single resist Poison Sting to take out Diggersby and come out with an Aqua Tail. The undercharge in Pokemon GO is a very niche technique. Swiping all the bubbles to power up a charge stack will deal the full potential damage of it, but sometimes you'll see that experienced trainers let a few balls through. The less balls you hit, the less damage a charge stack will deal. Leaving some health remaining on the opposing Pokemon may allow you to gather more energy on your own Pokemon, but it can also backfire if you allow the opponent to get to another charge attack. Patoman's estimation of Power Gem's damage on Diggersby is beyond incredible. Knowing the exact damage a fully charged stack would deal, he lets 3 bubbles through. Zizwalos can't even do anything about it because the Diggersby already had a charge stack locked in as well. The undercharge is perfect. Drapion takes one quick attack, lands the Poison Sting to knock out the Diggersby, and comes out with just enough energy to fire off an Aqua Tail before Primeape can reach the Rage Fist, securing Patoman the win in an absolutely intense battle. This type of gameplay and skill from Patoman doesn't come overnight. It's the result of experience in the GO Battle League and competing in the Championship Series. Do you want to become the very best, like EYC champion Patoman? Check out Pokemon.com/play to start your journey.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here for more battles in Bologna, the special championship here. My name is Martijn and I'm joined here by Farid. Farid, you're looking sharp today. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling a little bit sharp, but maybe not as sharp as some of these players, because we are already seeing some incredible Pokemon GO gameplay here at the Bologna Special Championship. This is our last event in Europe of the season. I'm almost wishing I could be playing.
Do you now? You're already pretty high on the leaderboard, so I think you're good on championship points, but championship points are important for some of these players still. Palasha is trying to retain her Traveler Award currently. She's, I believe, in spot 6 and about 100 points above spot 8, which is basically the threshold to be above for the Traveler Award.
And I think the best way to do that is to bring something that no one was preparing for. Look at that. In her team, it is Shadow Mightyena.
I'm not sure if Noitan Matsal is going to be prepared for that. He needs a lot of championship points to qualify for the World Championships, but opposed of him is the Queen of PvP. And she brought the spice here in Bologna with that Shadow Blastoise. We saw its accent in Portland do so well with Blastoise, but this is the Shadow variant, which has a little bit different matchups. And then that Mightyena, we've seen that in Europe 2 weeks ago from Slash as well on the broadcast. Sucker Punch is one of the best fast attacks in the game currently, and Mightyena has a lot of attack to back it up.
So let's think about that dark and poison coverage that Shadow Mightyena is able to offer. It gets same type attack bonus on its dark attacks, so Sucker Punch will be doing a ton of damage, and then Poison Fang, it guarantees a defense drop, so Shadow Mightyena could be really oppressive here.
It has super effective Poison Fang for exactly that Azumarill. Azumarill would still be able to defeat Mightyena when both Pokemon have the same amount of shields, but it will be a very close match. If you look at the other Pokemon though, Claydol and Jellicent, they do not want to see any of that Mightyena, so it's going to be a real challenge. And Noiten Matsal didn't have the greatest performances yet this season, so he's really looking to try and take down Paula in this matchup here.
And he is a very good player. He's got a standard meta team, maybe a little bit of spice there in that Jellicent, which does a great job of walling the energy of Pokemon like Blastoise and Lapras. But how is he going to account for something like Shadow Mightyena? Martin, is there anything that you would lean into on his team? Can you see him using?
I think that the Cradily does have a lot of play into the team of Palasha. It has great matchups into Talonflame. It can take it out in one charge stack with the double super effective Rock Tomb. You have the Shadow Blastoise that really doesn't like any grass type attacks on it, and Azumarill also takes super effective damage from that. So I think there's a lot of play for that, but of course you have to be careful of Clodsire and Tinkaton, which have great matchups in it. We have our players ready. Winners round 3, Group B. It's Paula on the left, Noitamatsu on the right, and it's going to be the Tinkaton from Palasha into the Corviknight from Noitamatsu.
That is a great lead for Noitamatsu. The Corviknight walls all of the energy from that Tinkaton. Palasha does one Fairy Wind and then goes into that Mightyena. The Sucker Punch is going through, immediately responded to by Shadow Drapion.
This is an interesting matchup. Like I said earlier, Sucker Punch is one of the best fast attacks in the game, but it is resisted by this Drapion. And Mightyena does not have a lot of bulk to back it up. That Aqua Tail is not the strongest charge attack in the game, but it does so much, even from Shadow Drapion on the Mightyena. And in comes a Crunch. Resisted would still do a lot of damage. Noitamatsu is not taking any chance to lose switch advantage here.
Now, both of these Pokemon, they are shadows. That means they do 20% extra damage compared to their regular variants, but they also take 20% more damage. So a Crunch would have done a huge amount of damage to Shadow Drapion. It makes complete sense why it's been shielded.
Going for another Crunch here. It looks like Mightyena actually hangs in quite well here. Do you put your last protection up as Noitamatsu? Yes, he does. He wants to keep that alignment. He cannot afford to have the Cradily aligned to the Tinkaton, but in the back, switch advantage might actually be very important because we see a Azumarill from Palasha and Noitamatsu has the Cradily.
Yeah, really nice from Palasha to get that Mightyena shield advantage against the Shadow Drapion, so it puts in a ton of pressure already. Tinkaton coming in to sponge a lot of this damage. Noitamatsu is throwing Aqua Tails, and Palasha's going for a full farm down.
This Aqua Tail is going to put the Tinkaton into the yellow. You will not be able to get to another one because the next Fairy Wind from this Tinkaton is likely going to knock out. Barely goes down with that third Aqua Tail there, swapping into the Azumarill, answered by the Cradily, and this is a very fast swap from Noitamatsu, allowing him to outpace this Azumarill to a charge attack. This is incredible for Noitamatsu on the right, and Palasha is in a really tough spot here.
I think that this is a really strong team read from Noitamatsu. He's absolutely got the alignment he wants. He did give away shield advantage to retain that, but Cradily, generally speaking, is very strong against the Azumarill, and you would also expect that Corviknight to be able to close things off.
Ice Beam super effective is going to put this Cradily not in the red yet, but very close to. You're going to need another charge stack though, but Azumarill without shields is very prone to this grass up, and this super effective attack is going to deal a lot of damage.
So Azumarill, it's so bulky, it will be able to hold on to this Grass Knot. It will be able to reach an Ice Beam to take out that Cradily. How much damage can it put into the Corviknight that's in the back? Can it lower it enough that Tinkaton has a chance? That's the question Paulash is asking.
Corviknight does not have a lot of believers in the PvP community, but it's going to have to pull through for Noitamatsu here. If it can take out this Azumarill, doesn't fire off his charge stack and allows this Corviknight to get hit by a neutral Ice Beam here that might give the Tinkaton some play, but Tinkaton only has resisted damage for this Corviknight, so I think Noitamatsu might still be in a decent spot here.
These bubbles are starting to add up. It does do a decent amount of damage, and now Paulasha comes in, throws that Bulldoze, but it's exactly on charge attack priority. Here comes the Iron Head from Corviknight.
This is only neutral damage as Tinkaton's also a Steel type. Can you get the defense drop here, as it is a 50% chance, and then get to a player. I think that is the only win condition Paulasha had, but Noitamatsu is so close to a second Iron Head here.
Corviknight doing its absolute best to close this out. Another bulldoze comes through. This won't be enough to knock down the Corviknight, even though it has got a defense drop. Noitamatsu is really hoping Corviknight can close out this game.
And he was really hoping that was not a player up there. Another defense drop, but it's not going to be enough. Corviknight has a charge deck loaded. Noitamatsu is going to take game number 1 against Paulasha.
Look at that giant steel-flying Raven in the sky, taking out both Tinkaton and Azumarill, the double fairies that Paulasha brought. With that Mightyena in the middle, not enough to win game number 1. Noitamatsu, he has the advantage now.
That is a big 1-0 up for Noitamatsu. He told me he was very afraid of that Mightyena, and we even saw that Drapion is not that sufficient of an answer, because it basically lost the scenario where both Mightyena and Drapion used one Protect Shield. Mightyena only dealing resisted fast attack and charge attack damage still is so oppressive in that matchup that it got so close there. Paulasha feels really good here in Italy, so because she won her first championship here. Let's see if she can come back in this match.
So it looks that Noitamatsu, he really adjusted for that Shadow Mightyena. He made sure that none of his Pokemon were particularly weak to it, and he managed to catch it exactly where he wanted to. If you're Paulasha now, do you lean again into that Shadow Mightyena? Do you try and second guess your opponent, or do you go, okay, it didn't work game 1, let me bench it for game number 2?
I wonder if how familiar Paulasha is with the Shadow Mightyena. If she knew that it would defeat the Drapion with that head start in energy, and in that case, if she even didn't know, then now you might even feel more secure with the Mightyena, knowing that even its worst matchups are not that bad. I think Shadow Mightyena kind of has to come here.
Perhaps one way of using the Shadow Mightyena is putting it in the lead, really trying with 2 shield advantage to give you that dominance in the lead, and if you don't like the matchup you see, you can then pivot out. That might be an opportunity for Paulasha.
I'm not sure if we're going to see the Jellicent from Noitamatsu here. It does some great matchups into the Jellicent, the Tinkaton, the Shadow Blastoise, and the Azumarill, and even the Clodsire. But the Mightyena pressure is real. It's going to be really tough. If that Jellicent is aligned to the Shadow Mightyena, the match is probably over.
We've seen in the previous game, EJ had his Dusclops against an Umbreon. You don't want a Jellicent against a Mightyena, but there we go. Noitamatsu calls it a gain. It's Shadow Mightyena into Shadow Drapion.
He finds the alignment he needs, because look in the back, there is that Jellicent. Noitamatsu is very happy with this match here. We're going to see if Paula might try to catch a charge deck later. Letting this first Aqua Tail through, we already softened the Mightyena so much. At some point, this Jellicent might not fear it anymore, because it's very fragile. Even Hex at some point will add up on it.
That is right, and now Crunch is coming through. Will it be shielded? Let's see how much damage if it isn't. No, protecting that Shadow Drapion, recognizing that you want to keep alignment as much as possible, particularly when you do have a Pokemon like Corviknight in the back. Here comes that next Aqua Tail.
Noitamatsu is playing very secure here, making sure that Paulasha doesn't catch the Aqua Tail, but Paulasha is preserving that Mightyena just a little bit and going for the charge deck purity tie, but Mightyena with that huge attack set wins that.
Look at this Crunch, it is resisted. How much damage will it do?
It knocks out!
More than enough! Drapion goes down, and now Noitamatsu has an opportunity to think, where do I want my alignment? Corviknight comes in, and it's going to full Sand Attack this Shadow Mightyena down.
This is the only time I've seen Sand Attack from Corviknight do damage, swapping Jellicent into Azumarill. In comes the Tinkaton, but I can tell you from experience, I played against this Jellicent in Utrecht as a Tinkaton. This is a pretty good match for Jellicent, because the same type of attack bonus attacks in the Hex as the fast attack and Shadow Ball's the charge attack are so much more efficient than Fairy Wind and Play Rough.
And Paulasha will recognize the strength of Jellicent from Noitamatsu's team, playing that ABB line. Shadow Mightyena in the lead, Azumarill and Tinkaton in the back. The Shadow Mightyena's gone down, which means Jellicent has full freedom to put in a ton of work, and look at the amount of damage it's putting in onto this Tinkaton already.
It is so healthy. I think as Paulasha, you have to put up your last Protect Shield here. You need to land a Play Rough to put it in Play Rough range for your own Azumarill. But then there's still the Corviknight in the back, because Noitamatsu had so much energy on it. He's looking in a pretty good spot here. Player is going to land, but Noitamatsu still has time to farm up more energy on this Jellicent. It's not even into the red yet.
And it makes complete sense that Noitamatsu is using the shields on the Jellicent, because once this Tinkaton goes down, the Azumarill is forced to throw bubbles into the Jellicent. Resisted bubbles will take ages to take the Jellicent down. You almost guarantee that you will land a Shadow Ball onto the Azumarill, and then you can start to come in with that Corviknight.
Jellicent is putting in so so much work here in Bologna. Shadow Mightyena could not find the alignment for Palasha, and Noita Matsa is making the best use of it.
Jellicent showing everyone just how strong it can be into meta teams, but also this is a Pokemon that is primarily targeting Blastoise and Lapras. This is an Azumarill Tinkaton that it's also taking on as well. These are great matchups. Noita Madsal absolutely dominating this game so far.
It's looking like Palasha is trying to build up as much energy as possible, trying to bubble down the Jellicent to fire off 2 Ice Beam into the Corviknight. But Corviknight is quite bulky. It has that energy already, and it's looking like it will hang on easily to 2 Ice Beam here. Charge Attack Priority tie. Corviknight wins that.
Look at this from Noita Madsal. Corviknight showing that perhaps it might not have been the strongest Pokemon throughout this season, but maybe today and tomorrow could be the perfect opportunity. Noita Madsal winning 2 games to 0 against Palasha, and he progresses to the next round.
He moves on to winners round 4 in Group B, where Ampolini, an Italian local, will be waiting for him, taking down the queen of P-Feet, Palasha. No easy feat. He was afraid of the Shadow Mightyena, but I think Palasha was just as afraid of that Jellicent. Jellicent not aligned to the Mightyena. It put in so much work into that team of Palasha.
I think that was really, really strongly played by Noita Madsal, but also really nice to see from our perspective. When you have 2 unique opportunities, the Shadow Mightyena on one side and the Jellicent on the other side, you might think, okay, well, Palasha has the advantage. Her spicier pick beats that Jellicent so strongly, and Noita Madsal with some beautiful team reads, and he takes it all the way.
Drapion was on Shadow Mightyena in both games, and I think it was really necessary. But even Shadow Drapion, resisting all that Sucker Punch damage, still lost the 1 shield scenario to the Mightyena, which is crazy to me.
Even though the Shadow Mightyena went down, even though Palasha lost, that looks like a pick that could have a lot of potential. So if you have a Shadow Mightyena, I think it might be worth giving it a go.
It really targets some Pokemon like Shadow Malamar and Lapras. Those were not on the team from Noita Madsal, but there was a Ghost-type Pokemon. So Dark-type just really making that resurrection here, especially because of Malamar being so good. And you have Poison Fang as coverage. In this game number 1, Noita Madsal making the perfect read, having his Corviknight on the Tinkaton, the Drapion on the Mightyena, and the Cradley on the Azumarill.
I think it was really well utilized. That Corviknight came in both of those games. It doesn't have the strongest matchup against Talonflame, but perhaps Noita Madsal recognized my team is so comfortable against Talonflame that Palasha might not be likely to bring it, and that puts Corviknight in a great position to actually be one of the more flexible picks in that line of 3.
What is your opinion on Corviknight? I know one of our co-casters, Homeslice Henry, is not a fan. He calls Corviknight a fraud. I think it's actually a really flexible Pokemon, only really fearing Unova and Stunfisk in this current meta and Fire-type Pokemon.
I think Corviknight's one of those Pokemon that obviously benefits from its incredible defensive profile. It has 11 resistances as a steel and flying type Pokemon.
Do you know them out the top of your head?
Every single resistance.
Every single one of them.
I want you to write them in chat, but it has some double resistances as well, and that can be really important, particularly when you're compressed into a line of 3. To be able to come in and resist both of those Tinkaton attacks was really, really important. And I know you're a big fan of Steel Flying type Pokemon. Martine brought Skarmory to the World Championships last year in Honolulu, Hawaii. But Corviknight actually has a much different way of playing because it has access to Iron Head, Sky Attack, as well as Sand Attack, that ground type attack, which is a little bit more flexible because it allows you to dip in and out a little bit more quickly.
I think you also brought Skarmory to, was it Louisville?
It was a Shadow Skarmory.
Or Shadow Skarmory,
Objectively cooler, remember?
Even cooler, yeah. Making your favorite Pokemon even more favorite, right?
It was a homage to you, my friend.
Was it?
You know? When you perform like that in the World Championships, you can do nothing but take inspiration from it. And Noita Madsal has taken inspiration perhaps from Skarmory, bringing that Corviknight, but can he go all the way here at the Bologna Special Championships?
Corviknight is a great Pokemon. What did we think that was going to be good in Bologna? We made some predictions on Pokemon you might see here. As you can see, sorry, it is the caster fantasy picks that we have first. We have the players that we thought were going to be really good here. And I went with some Italian players. One of them we already saw on the stream here. We have Scafo. We didn't see him yet, but we did see Leonardo. And the last person that we have here is Kaleo. That is Colin's brother, and he's fighting for that Worlds qualification.
And he actually is a player that has come so far this season. He's obviously a Dutch player. You know him well. I think you actually played him at the last event. How did that go?
I did. I lost to him. I tried to predict him a little bit in a way I probably shouldn't have. I just wanted to try out the Shadow Dusknoir, but his Typhlosion was way too strong. He even took out my Blastoise with it. It's just such a strong Pokemon with Incinerate and Thunder Punch right now.
I really wonder if he's brought that Shadow Typhlosion again, or has he, as I think many players have, lent into that Blastoise pick that Axon has inspired so many with off the back of his victory at Portland. You can see my picks here. We've got Kazim33. This is a player that has won a regional championship this season in Dortmund. Paulasha, who we just saw on stage, but don't write her off. She might be in the losers bracket, but she is no stranger to a strong losers bracket run. And then also Strange Top. He is a player that continues to impress and perform, and he will be looking for a medal this weekend.
On Abi's side, we have a player who actually won a medal in Utrecht, Zephy Mastix, and Borja, who won a medal in Sevilla. So some hard hitters there as well. Aspashetto, known to be a great name in grassroots, a good friend of Leonard, a little bit in that same scene in the conversion of grassroots formats to play Pokemon, and just trying to make a name there for himself as well.
And we have some incredible players also getting ready on stage. Players that are both in fantasy picks, but also I think in a lot of your picks at home, you are supporting for so many players because there are so many different teams that we are seeing, so many different Pokemon, and these players are leaning into everything possible to try and win the Bologna Special Championships this weekend.
One of them is actually a very fresh champion. He won the Utrecht Special Championship, nickname On Your Left, and in fact that is the second championship he won this season. It was a back-to-back actually that he competed in. Can he get the back-to-back-to-back?
Yeah, because he didn't play in Sevilla, so although HK Assassin won that event, from Nickname's perspective, he says, well, you know, I wasn't there. Maybe if I was, who knows? I could be going for 4 right now.
Guess we'll never know.
We will never know. But what team has he brought? That is something that I think a lot of players here this weekend will be very interested in. And he also has that Corviknight. But interestingly, he's also gone for a fire, a water, and a grass type pick.
3 elemental typings there, and he brought plushies of Typhlosion and Swampert. Superior is an interesting choice. Personally not my favorite at the moment because of all the jump love that are around, but he does have Corviknight and Typhlosion to cover that. And we see Shadow Malamar. It is time.
I really like that Shadow Malamar pick. I am sometimes a little bit apprehensive when I see fire, water, and grass type coverage on a team. There's a part of me that goes, is this player really just going for alignment? But perhaps when you've got an option like Shadow Malamar that can win lead with 2 shields to its name, then perhaps that can be a strategy that works. On the other hand, we've also got Furret here. We've got the Blastoise that we've spoken about, and one of my favorite Pokemon, Shadow Lapras.
Why is that one of your favorite Pokemon?
I think that it has such massive damage output from the Psywave and Sparkling Aria combination. I personally have been running it with Skull Bash. Here we've got the Ice Beam variant. This will give it a much better matchup into opposing Jumpluff, but also into that Superior that we saw on the side of Nickname.
It might be not much needed when you also have a Claydol. Claydol doesn't do super well into grass type either, so you want that extra coverage on that Shadow Lapras. Secret is no stranger to the scene as well, has competed in quite a few tournaments and reached top 10 at 2024 Liu. At that time he played a Frostlass, and Frostlass was quite good in that meta currently. We haven't seen it as much right now, and I think fire types might have a lot to do with that, but also Tinkaton.
Yeah, Tinkaton has been a huge impact onto the meta this season, coming in with that Fairy Steel typing. That has a huge number of resistances as well. It's a Pokemon that allows you to be a lot more safe against the very familiar Azumarill Shadow Drapion core. Nickname hasn't lent into that, but he has locked in his team, as has Sycris. Let's get straight into game number 1.
We have from Nickname the Shadow Typhlosion into the Blastoise from Secret. This is a decent matchup for Blastoise, but with 2 protections up, Typhlosion could win it. Looks like Nickname doesn't want to utilize his Typhlosion here though. He's swapping into the Corviknight immediately. And Secret at this point, he's looking like, I hope the third Pokemon isn't as strong into Jumpluff.
Yeah, Corviknight's taking neutral from those rollouts, neutral from these Hydro Cannons, but remember that Iron Head would be resisted against the water typing of Blastoise. Sycris, on the other hand, has said, you know what, I'm going to go into Furret, which runs Sucker Punch, Dark type attack, neutral, and even though its charged attacks are resisted surrounded by this steel flying type Corviknight, perhaps you can just sucker punch the whole way through.
Corviknight again is looking so good into a team here. If you look at the team of Secrets, there's nothing really that hard punishes it. The Ferret only has resisted charge attacks on it, but it's like one of his better answers on his team for it.
Yeah, perhaps if you throw one Swift here just to get that Corviknight into a range where you can sucker punch down, then Typhlosion's Incinerates will come through, but you will be able to potentially get a shield back off that Typhlosion.
It cannot get to another charge attack here, but like you mentioned, Typhlosion is going to farm a lot of energy here. The problem is this Ferret will get to 2 Swift here, and I fear that Nickname has to take one unless you go 2 Protect Shields down. Looks like he's already made his mind up, hoping that there will be no Jump Love in the back.
Yeah, and look, this is one of the issues with Incinerate. You cannot take down this Ferret without taking another 2 Sucker Punches, maybe even 3 Sucker Punches might hit that Typhlosion. So here it comes, look at that damage, and then the Blastoise comes in just before the rollout hits. Nickname manages to get that Thunder Punch off. This will do a decent amount of damage.
Chris gave up switch advantage here. This allows Nickname to swap in, but I think he wanted to keep the energy for the Jump Love in the back. There's no Ice Beam on this Blastoise. He can only go for a Skull Bash, and it barely gets there.
Just gets that Skull Bash. This will do a lot of damage. It won't threaten a knockout from the Superior. It will put it into the yellow. And look at that Jump Love in the back for Secrets. This will be able to sponge so much of that Superior energy.
The problem also with Incinerate is even if Typhlosion has to knock out 2 low health Pokemon, they will still be able to get 2 fast attacks in before the Incinerate would land. You have super effective Area Ace for this Jump Love, but it tickles. It doesn't do that much to Jump Love.
What a different game this could have been if the Shadow Typhlosion had managed to incinerate down that Ferret. Instead, it's the Superior that is trying to do all of the work for Nickname. He's such an experienced player. He draws the shield off Secrets. Can he hold on for long enough to put enough damage in? Here comes the Aerial Ace on charge attack priority.
That's probably I think, not the timing you want to throw this on. You're still going to knock out this Jump Love. I honestly do think that you have enough health on your Ferret to get 2 Sucker Punch in, which might almost be enough to take out the Typhlosion. And I believe that the Typhlosion is either at a Thunder Punch or needs one more Incinerate. Here it comes.
Players are starting to lean in. They're trying to get close. Here comes the charge attack from Secrets to take out the Typhlosion. Nickname wondering, is there a chance? Can I reach one more attack on my Superior to take out this Jump Love? It's 5 Vine Whips away, but the Shadow Jump Love is already at that Aerial Ace. It's coming in.
The big cotton balls coming in with the Area Ace, not the strongest charge attack, but it's going to take out Superior, and it has to bow down as one of the, in my opinion, inferior grass-type Pokemon currently versus Jump Love.
What a close game there. Nickname, he felt like he didn't have the alignment he wanted in the lead, he didn't have the alignment he wanted in the back, but that Corviknight Ferret matchup in the middle, that's where things got a little bit spicy. Secrets giving up a shield to maintain alignment, managed to get it back, because that was what was most important to him.
I think the problem for Nickname mostly was he wanted to set up the Typhlosion for an energy or a shield advantage. He managed to do so with the Corviknight. Corviknight is such a free Pokemon into the team of Secrets. He can take on pretty much everything. But because Secrets managed to get so much energy on the fast-pacing Ferret, Typhlosion actually didn't have an easy farm down there, and that put him in trouble using his Protect Shields in the right position. Maybe if he used 2 Protect Shields, he had more play, but Blastoise was going to be tough to get down either way.
You mentioned something really interesting when that game started. The Shadow Typhlosion into Blastoise matchup is a curious one, let's say, because Shadow Typhlosion has access to Thunder Punch, which puts in a massive amount of pressure and damage onto Blastoise. I suppose you don't want to give so many turns trying to throw Incinerates to reach the Thunder Punch, and Nickname probably thought, well, maybe I can let go of the middle matchup, farm down with the Typhlosion, and then I basically have 3 Thunder Punches to throw. Is an option instead, perhaps, that you stay in with that Typhlosion, throw the Thunder Punch first, and then go into a Corviknight. That could be something that Nickname considers, because if he plays that matchup again, it did look pretty comfortable for Secrets overall.
And Corviknight is the perfect Pokemon to set up the Typhlosion, but perhaps Nickname is going to lean into a little bit more bulkier options. I don't know if you want to bring the Superior when your opponent has shown the Jump Love, because that is like one of the few Pokemon it really doesn't want to see on the team of Secrets. So Nickname, the previous champion from Utrecht, has to make an adaptation here. This could be the 2nd upset in a row, because earlier we saw Palasha lose a 2-time champion, and now Nickname a 2-time champion. Secrets is 1-0 up.
Do you know what I think we might see here?
Tell me.
I think that Nickname will recognize that his Typhlosion was really suppressed by Sycris's Blastoise, and he will lean out of Typhlosion and potentially into Shadow Malamar. Sycris, he is a very good player as well, and will potentially call that. So I might expect to see a Tinkaton on the side of Sycris and Shadow Malamar on the side of Nickname. Here we go, we're into game number 1, Blastoise, and there it is, that Shadow Malamar.
I know this matchup as the regular Malamar, but Shadow Malamar is going to have taking more damage from the Hydro Cannon and the rollout, but dealing more damage with Psywave. I reckon that as long as shields are in play, this is a very fine matchup for the Malamar. In comes the first Hydro. This is going to put the Malamar, I believe, near the red.
No shielding a Shadow Malamar, something I've never heard of before, but Nickname recognizes that he will get to reach a foul play. This will put a lot of pressure onto this Blastoise. Sycris may be wondering, do I need to protect this Blastoise for a Typhlosion? No, I'm going to let that damage hit.
Swapping into the third right away, preserving the energy, however, and I love this play from Nickname. Perhaps he already was thinking, okay, I see Blastoise, it cores well with the Tinkaton, I might need to preserve my Corviknight for that, and that's exactly what he did here, because he's aligning the Superior to the third and keeping the Corviknight in the back. In the back from Seekers, we see that Tinkaton.
So if you're Sycris there, why have you brought in this Furret? And the reason is you want to draw out that Corviknight, you want the Corviknight out of the way so that Tinkaton can sweep the endgame. Nickname, he doesn't panic throw a superpower from Malamar onto this Furret. He immediately comes in with the Superior. Frenzy Plant puts a ton of pressure onto this Furret, and Corviknight is still available in the back. This is why Nickname is a champion. Can he win this game number 2? He needs to if he wants to stay on the winner's side of the bracket.
Furret barely hangs on, gets the Sucker Punch down, just barely hanging on by a little HP. You have a superpower stored, but the Corviknight resists the charge stack. So what do you bring in here? Can you take it out with a one Psywave before Furret can get a charge stack off, or do you take it? Oh no, he doesn't get the Psywave to knock out the Furret, and now has to put a Protect Shield to preserve all this energy.
Nickname was begging to get that Psywave in to take the Furret out before the Swift. He's instead had to give up a shield. He doesn't throw a superpower onto this Tinkaton. Instead, he comes straight in with the Corviknight to sponge all of this resisted damage.
This is looking very good for Nickname right now. Corviknight indeed sponges all this damage as it is resisted, and then Blastoise is already quite low health. Sand attack is super effective, doesn't really add up that much, but enough to put this Tinkaton into range of 2 Iron Head at some point.
So Nickname, again, he hasn't panic thrown his energy. He's kept it on the Malamar. Now the Blastoise is coming in. It reaches a Hydro Cannon. This is the most damaging attack Sycris currently has available against this Corviknight. That's why that shield goes up.
Can Nickname do this actually? Because that Blastoise space is so fast. Only 3 rollouts for the next Hydro Cannon. Nickname is counting, throwing in right before. Is the Switch Lock up after this? If not, then Blastoise will reach another Hydro Cannon, which might be crucial.
Sycris will recognize that the switch is maybe there. Malamar's going to come in and try and throw its energy. There it is! Superpower comes in. It's going to take down this Blastoise. Really well played by Nickname there.
The timer just coming up there, and it comes through for Nickname. The Malamar gets farmed out by the Tinkaton, but again, these damages all resist on the Corviknight. It's going to get to an Iron Head. Sycris not even going to try, and Nickname is going to tie up the score against Sycris to 1-1.
Superbly played by our double title-winning champion, Nickname.
Triple, actually. I made a mistake, but he also won Bremen in 2022.
That's true. This is his second title this season, but he has won a gold medal in the past before. So this could be his 4th gold medal, his 3rd this season, but he needs to get through every single round before then. He's 1-1 here against that Sycris's Blastoise team, and that was a really well-played game by Nickname, even though he had that unfortunate situation of giving up a shield against the Furret that he didn't really want to give up.
It was just a great team read, in my opinion. He read that Sycris tried to bait out the Corviknight with that Furret, kept the Corviknight in the back, and instead aligned Superior that has that hard-hitting Frenzy Plant and wins a lot of neutral matchups, such as that Furret. And in that case, the Corviknight just came through. Even though he let it, the Superior go, went for shield advantage instead, didn't have the alignment in the end as the Blastoise came in onto the Corviknight. He was just being so flexible with that timer.
And for those of you watching from home, this is an example of team reading. Nickname sees a Furret come in, and many players, maybe including myself, would have thought, well, a Corviknight resists both your Swift and your Trailblaze, so why don't I come in with that? But no, Nickname recognized. Why are you coming in with this Furret? Are you looking to draw out the Corviknight? I can use my Superior here, a neutral matchup, the one that Superior can win, but Corviknight has to be aligned onto a Tinkaton if I want to take this game.
Farid, I think that's way too much thoughts to have in that half a second you switch. I honestly think you already have this thought the moment you see the lead. Blastoise or Water in general just course so well with Tinkaton that Nickname might be like, okay, if I see this lead, before locking in Steam, if I see this lead, it might be this in the back, so I have to be aware of that. And that's probably what he already had thinking before the battle, and that's why he switched so fast with the Superior into that Furret.
Now the question is, does Nickname stick with that Shadow Malamar, or does he go back into the Shadow Typhlosion and try and catch Sickris off? Corviknight, we've seen it's done so well in the previous match. It's done well there for Nickname. I assume we'll see Corviknight again. Yes, we do. Corviknight lead for Nickname. It's up against that Furret.
A great lead, but with shields up, Furret can actually hang in quite well here. As Sucker Punch, one of the best fast attacks in the game, even without the same type attack bonus from Furret, it will do well. But this attack does not do well. This is double resisted. However, it does boost your attack stat, and that means that the next Sucker Punch will do more damage. It looks like Secret is just looking to play out this matchup here.
Yeah, you give up quite a lot of energy throwing that Trailblaze, but you make up for it with the increased damage output from these Sucker Punches. Look at this Corviknight, it's already in the yellow. From basically fast attacks alone, the Trailblaze did little to nothing. One Iron Head lands, and Corviknight's already now at another one, going up towards a third.
I was like, when are they throwing the charge attacks here? You want to get your damage off. Now you have 2 Swift. I think you want to keep the energy as Secret. Farid, I think this really sets up the plan for Nickname, because if we look in the back, we see Typhlosion. And Typhlosion with a shield up, unless it's aligned to Claydol, it otherwise will have a field day. And we don't see the Protect Shield from Nickname. Even though resisted, the Swift knocks out.
Well, this is now very interesting because Sickris has the alignment he wants. He doesn't have shield advantage, but he could put Blastoise onto Typhlosion, jump up onto Superior. The difficulty is, we've mentioned that Shadow Typhlosion versus Blastoise, it's a curious matchup. Shadow Typhlosion has a ton of opportunity to flip it. Shield advantage will be crucial in doing so.
It's very fragile though. Rollout will do a lot, but look at these Swift. They're attack boosted from the Trailblaze into the Corviknight. It looked like a curious play because Trailblaze is double resisted, but it's putting in so much work. Furret is almost taking out 2 Pokemon here. You come in with a Frenzy Blade, but in comes Typhlosion!
Typhlosion comes in. Now let's remember that that Shadow Jump Up, it is very spammy. It might be the case that even once this Blastoise has gone down, can Shadow Jump Up help take out the Shadow Typhlosion? Sickris, he's contemplating, do I shield this Thunder Punch? Oh, he doesn't. It's a ton of damage. Look at that.
I think at this point, you can use 2 Protect Shields and get the 4 Incinerate down. Oh my goodness, I thought, is that Incinerate going to knock out once his damage lands? That is crucial, because if it knocks out,
it might.
Then you lose the charge attack, and he does, it knocks out!
Sickris maybe could have gone for a Hydro Cannon a couple of moves earlier, but instead he tried to double them up back to back. Here comes a Blast Burn. This is going to knock out!
It does so much damage, heavy damage from this Typhlosion on a Jump Love. And Nickname, the Utrecht Special Event Champion, is going to take this game against Sickris. He moves on to winners round 4 in Group C.
What a call from Nickname. That Shadow Typhlosion putting in a massive amount of pressure, a massive amount of damage, and Sickris, he might look back and think, could I have played that Blastoise matchup slightly differently? If I could have maybe got a little bit more value out of the Blastoise against the Typhlosion, I could have potentially protected the Jump Up. Nickname says it's far too late to consider that now. I'm on my way to the next round on the winner's side of the bracket.
In game 1, Typhlosion just didn't work that well. And I think it was just all alignment what we saw there. And Furret just putting in so much work. But when Furret was on the Corviknight just got that energy advantage. It allowed Nickname to soak the energy from Furret elsewhere. And then it was Typhlosion time. Typhlosion was gonna have a great time against Blastoise and the Jump Love.
It's really interesting when you think about Corviknight in isolation. A lot of players say its neutral matchups aren't brilliant. Maybe Corviknight's not as strong as you would like for it to be. But its resistance profile, the fact that it didn't need to shield against that Furret, yes, it lost the matchup, but it set up that Shadow Typhlosion so well. And did you see how Nickname came in with the Superior? He recognized Furret has a ton of energy. I'm going to take all of that energy on Superior. I don't need the Superior. What I want is to sweep with Shadow Typhlosion, and that he did.
A sweep? What is a sweep? Can you explain?
He took out the broom and he pushed out that Jumpluff and Blastoise. They left the battlefield. Nickname took the game. And look, these players, they know each other well. It's all smiles when you're getting ready for these matchups, but you do lock in during these games. Sycris, who took that first game with the alignment that he needed, and we mentioned that this was maybe a feature of running a grass, a fire, or water on one team.
There's also no Dragon-type Pokemon to incorporate these elemental typings. There's a lot of Fairy-type Pokemon right now with Azumarill and Tinkaton, so these grass, fire, and water cores together, they might actually work a little bit well together, but it could form a little bit of a triangle where alignment is very important. And in this game too, again, the Typhlosion play was just so on point. It is, sometimes we call Pokemon a sweeper Pokemon, or it has great sweeping potential. It takes out the broom and just cleans up everything with a shield advantage.
And Shadow Typhlosion is such an exciting Pokemon as well, because we would typically call it quite fragile, a squishy Pokemon, because it doesn't have a massive stat product. It's nowhere near as bulky as some of the mainstays in Pokemon Go PvP like your Azumarill, but the damage output, that's what Nickname was leveraging against, and that Thunder Punch on that Blastoise, wow, I think that took Sycris by surprise.
Dude, I know, it took me by surprise in Utrecht as well. When Kilio swapped in Typhlosion, he safe switched the Typhlosion against me, and I went in, whoop, there goes Blastoise, roll out Hydro Cannon, easy. And no, I let a Thunder Punch through, he just incinerates me down.
It was crazy amounts of damage. Now, I actually remember watching that game. You were on stream at the tables, and I saw a peculiar Pokemon from you, Martijn. I don't know if you ever got a chance to broadcast it on the public stream. Can you tell us what it was? What did you bring to Utrecht?
It was a Dragon Flying type Pokemon.
Dragon Flying type Pokemon.
Yeah.
And you like legendary dragons as well, don't you?
Yeah, what's it called again? It's, Rayquaza. Yeah, it's just Rayquaza.
It was a Rayquaza. And how many times did you bring it in Utrecht? How many times did it hit the field for you?
I brought it once.
You brought it once? Okay, well, how did that game go?
I won.
Oh, really?
It has a 100% win rate.
It has a 100% win rate. Well, you heard it here first. Rayquaza, maybe that should be next on your build list. But for now, let's get back to the action here at the Bologna Special Championship. We've got Zephy Mastix up against Davide 1510.
These trainers currently also have a 100% win rate in Bologna. However, one of these has to win and one of them has to lose. We are still in Group C on the other side of the match that we just saw. Zephy Mastix recently coming off that top 4 in Utrecht. Davide has a couple performances to his name and he usually brings some more interesting Pokemon. This time it looks like he went with full hard meta, and Zephy Mastix, I believe that is pretty much the same team from Utrecht. I recognize... did he bring the Charge Bug?
It's difficult with Zephy Mastix because I cannot remember the last event in which he did not have that shiny Gastrodon.
Gastrodon's always there.
Pick. He will never let this Pokemon go, but he has been curating his teams around that Gastrodon, and Dusclops was a Pokemon that he has brought before. We've seen it earlier in this tournament already, that Shadow Punch, Ice Punch. It has really interesting pacing, where it's very easy for opponents to lose track of how much energy you're generating from Hex and which attack is coming through. The Ice-type damage, which can be double super effective against Jumpluff, or Shadow Punch, which is less impactful but so spammy.
I just double-checked. This is exactly the same team from Utrecht. Zephy Mastix has faith in his Pokemon. Again, some interesting Pokemon, the Gastrodon, Talonflame core, and Dusclops can match up really well in some teams. Malamar is actually quite playable, and then Gladeon and Jumpluff is a core you tackle. You also have Ice Punch for Clodsire. Lapras, however, you need an extremely high defense and low attack, low HP Dusclops. So the Psywave from Lapras is the damage is halved. It goes from 2 damage per Psywave to 1 damage. And in that case, Dusclops can win when 2 shields for both Pokemon are in play. Yeah. Otherwise, the matchup is honestly quite pathetic for Dusclops. It gets shredded by Lapras.
Well, the thing is with Dusclops, it's one of those Pokemon that has a massive defense stat. Huge amounts of defense, but very little HP. And so if your Psywaves are doing more every second, you are taking so much more against that low HP stat, and the Psywaves shred through, exactly as you say. So Zephy Mastix, how has he, what Dusclops has he chosen to build? That is a question that I've actually had conversations about with many players. They say to me, Farid, what Dusclops should I be going for here? Because should I do more damage with my Hex, or do I want to make sure I take less damage from Lapras Psywave? I think the latter, in my mind, definitely the most important.
Well, why would you go for Shadow then?
Shadow is an option. Shadow is an option because you want that extra spam damage from those Shadow punches. You think to yourself, look, if I'm going to throw something anyway, I want to get in as much damage as possible. Because
it's really fast.
Well, let's remember, it's interesting with a 3-turn attack. Every time you throw a charged attack, particularly with a 3-turn attack user, if you're against a Cradley, you are giving them 1 free bullet seed. And every single spam Shadow punch you're doing, that Cradley gets closer to a Rock Tomb. And Rock Tomb is way more valuable to a Cradley than any damage output from that Dusclops. So Shadow Dusclops users say, look, if I'm giving you that attack anyway, I may as well do as much damage as possible. I see the vision.
Shadow Dusclops can actually win the 2-shield scenario against Malamar, despite foul play being super effective. But Dusclops bulky enough. And there we have that shiny Dusclops. It is into the Malamar, but like I said, Shadow wins this. Dusclops does, the regular does not.
But Zephymastics will have played this matchup so many times. So let's all lock our eyes on this screen. Let's see, how does Zephymastics play the Dusclops versus Malamar matchup? I think a lot of us will have much to learn from this.
I don't think he even minds. He has the Ferd in the back, which you cannot really swap in here. Otherwise, you may get hit by a superpower. But the Ferd in the back looks so good into the double water in the back, as Ferd has access to super effective Trailblaze.
Now look at this, Zephymastics looking at his opponent. He wants to make sure he is in his opponent's head as he plays out this lead scenario. Is he going to let this Dusclops go? Is his plan to just whittle down the Malamar and farm it down with Furret later?
Dude, it's so bulky. Look at that. And look at how low you get this Malamar. Malamar even has to fire off the foul play. Otherwise, you get to know, but the catch on the Lapras. That is a great play from David. And keeping all that energy on the Malamar, that could be very efficient on the backline of Zephymastics. Coming with the Furret to have the Trailblaze ready for this Lapras.
And Zephymastics saying, hey, it could be worse. I could have thrown an Ice Punch. At least Shadow Punch is neutral stab damage. It puts that Lapras in a range where 1 Trailblaze might be enough. Davide, he's going into this Lapras because he's playing a double water backline. He's trying to bait out the Furret. He's hoping for Blastoise to have a free run in the endgame.
And Furret runs even faster through this Lapras now, boosting up its attack. Are you going to shield up this Furret? After that, can Lapras get to that sparkling area? Barely does. Lapras is a very bulky Pokemon.
Now this is one of the advantages of running the regular Lapras. It's able to reach more attacks. Each one does slightly less, but perhaps getting off the sparkling area is more important.
But this is tough because Malamar already has a charge stack. If David comes in with the Malamar, he would be able to get 2 shields probably immediately, but in comes Blastoise. Interesting play coming in with the Trailblaze. You have to use a Protect Shield here, I think, because this is boosted and super effective on the Blastoise. You don't have a lot of fast attack pressure though, and now even your Malamar would get Sucker Punch down.
Davide, he's cooking something here because coming in with that Blastoise, it's a little bit interesting because you're not able to fully farm down, so you're forced to throw this first Hydro Cannon out. Zephymastics is going, look how much damage my Furret has done into Davide's team already, and now here is my signature shiny Gastrodon, and hopefully Zephymastics will be saying, oh my goodness.
Dude, I thought that was a skill match for a second.
That was exactly what Zephymastics was hoping for, recognizing when an attack would be coming through, catches the Hydro Cannon, and now Gastrodon has a much better platform to succeed in this endgame.
Hydro Cannon coming through. I think it does about the same damage as a superpower slash foul play from the Malamar, which remember still hasn't an attack loaded, but I think at this point Zephymastics just going to spam some Body Slam. The Blastoise already is very low at this point. Body Slam not the most efficient charge stack currently, but would still do a much damage. You're going to try and get the charge stack priority tie on the swap, but the Must-Have comes through. Now you have to use a Protect Shield here, but I believe that Gastrodon... Oh, he lets it go though!
This is so close now. Did that Mudslap take out the Malamar? He didn't take it out. The Gastrodon is getting Psywave down. Davide 15-10. He takes game number 1.
What a surprising ending we had there. Gastrodon would win Charge Stack Priority there against the Blastoise. So I would think if you use a Protect Shield there, you come out with the energy on Gastrodon. But I think that Zephymastics was just too... or maybe underestimated the Malamar.
I think there, Zephymastics thought to himself, if you throw a superpower, my Mudslap might take you down, and then I have a free run to throw an attack into the Blastoise. So he didn't want to shield up a foul play just in case the Mudslap then didn't take down the Malamar and the Malamar could reach another attack. Unfortunately for Zephymastics, Mudslap didn't take out the Malamar. Davide laughing at the utility, the flexibility of this Malamar taking out Superpower Psywave, enough for the Gastrodon.
This just shows the importance of turn durations. Because even though that Malamar was lower HP for a bit than that Gastrodon, Psywave as a 1-turn fast attack lands faster than the 3-turn fast attack from Gastrodon. So basically, with Psywave, an attack lands every half second. Mudslap lands every 1.5 seconds. So if 2 Psywave land before a Mud Slap, you don't even take the Mud Slap damage. And that is what happened there, basically. The Malamar was just attacking still, while the Gastrodon needed to land the Mud Slap to knock it out, but the Mud Slap didn't land. It landed too late.
It's crazy. We talk about turn-based games, and you'll often hear us talking about 1 turn attacks, 2 turn attacks. But in practice, Pokemon Go, it's not a turn-based game in that sense. This is live, this is real action, it is time-based, and we're counting turns, but all it actually means is that every half second, a Psywave is coming through, and these players have to have so much mentality at their fingertips to be able to count both their own attacks, both their opponent's attacks, reading everything at the same time. Davide, he's 1 game up, and Zephy will need to pull everything out of the bag if he wants to flip this match.
Can Zephymastrix pull out another medal of a championship, or is Davide going to stop him? We have the Chargeback into the Claydol. This is a pretty good lead for Davide. Now keep in mind, Chargeback does have access to super effective X-Scissor, but Claydol dodges is electric, going into the third immediately, and is answered by the Malamar.
A little bit of a slow swap into that Malamar there. You saw Claydol, it threw 2 Mud Slaps instead of 1, so it took a little bit extra Sucker Punch damage, but more importantly for Zephymastrix, it gives him a quicker access to that Trailblaze against this Malamar.
I think at this point, do you attempt to try and Sucker Punch down entirely, going for the superpower here? Does Zephymastrix want to try and call it, or do you go for the switch advantage, putting out the Protect Shield immediately there? He wants his Dusclops on the Claydol, going for the Swift right away. I like this play, because if he did another Sucker Punch, Malamar would get to a superpower, which would put the third really low. And at that point, Davide might just take the shield advantage, which would be very tough.
Yeah, I really like that play from Zephymastrix, recognizing that I don't want to give up another shield against this Malamar, so let's make sure I get 1 back first, and now I can go for that full Sucker Punch down. And what can Davide come in with?
With the Lapras!
Some of this energy. This is a boosted Trailblaze coming in now.
Davide doesn't really have great answers to the third. The Malamar was the best he had, and now Lapras has to shield this up. You can switch out though as Zephymastrix, as Davide also gave a switch advantage here. Looks like Zephymastrix just going to let us go, and the reason why is probably because Zephymastrix doesn't want to misalign the switch clock. If this Sparkling Area knocks out, it will, then Zephymastrix can switch out anytime out of this Chargeback as he wants to.
Zephymastrix is in such a good position in this game. Super effective Volt Switch is going through against this Lapras. And let's remember, even if that Claydol comes back in, super effective X-Scissor is available. Zephymastrix manages to flip switch with that Furret, and now a Discharge is available. This will take down Lapras.
I believe there were 2 Mud Slap on that Claydol, as the switch into Malamar wasn't exactly the fastest. So that means that this Chargeback should be able to get to an X-Scissor before the first Rock Tomb, and in that case, the bulky Dusclops can close out this game as it can take the energy. Oh, trying to make a catch attempt, fails to. Can Malamar get to a charge? No, it doesn't! And now this Chargeback
really like the effort. It was a great effort from Davide to try and catch that X-Scissor. It had to be, that was his only win condition, I think, was to maybe try and take some of the energy onto the Malamar. Instead, Chargebug gets a ton of energy, and Zephymastrix, instead of throwing the next X-Scissor, has chosen to go into the Dusclops and close out the game with this very, very bulky Ghost-type Pokemon.
He just wants to give this shiny Pokemon some screen time.
And I think it deserves it.
It does, it does. In comes super effective.
Also best buddied.
It's best buddy. It's his best buddy.
Zephymastrix knows that friendship is the most important thing, and that's why you and I are up here behind the desk, Martin.
Marcus was talking about having no friends. Well, Zephymastrix has Dusclops, and he takes it, he uses it to tie up the score here. Dusclops going through for Zephymastrix, tying up the score.
Zephymastrix, he now needs 1 more win to take it forward into those winners finals. Davide says, I am here to stop you. Malamar, Blastoise, Lapras, Claydol, so many flexible options for Davide, but Zephymastrix Furret, that seems to be the standout at the moment, and this is a Pokemon that received Sucker Punch at the beginning of the season, and many viewers, they questioned, is Furret going to be good? Is it going to have the presence that a Sucker Punch user has the potential to have? And Zephymastrix is proving that maybe the answer is yes.
One of the few Pokemon that can really stop Furret is Tinkaton, but there's no Tinkaton on the team of Davide. In fact, there's no Fairy-type Pokemon at all, so Malamar is the best answer to the Furret, but they pace equally fast to their charge stack, so that means that if Furret has an energy advantage, he will always outpace the Malamar, and Zephymastrix really used that to his advantage in his second game, because he swapped the Furret into his bad lead, and then Davide came in with the Malamar, but it was behind energy. The Furret is just so crucial for Zephymastrix here.
I agree, and I fully expect to see that Furret again. I wouldn't be surprised if Zephymastrix leans into many of the Pokemon we saw in that Game 2 team, Furret doesn't have anything that it needs to really be worried about. As you say, with energy advantage against Malamar, it's strong, but also Malamar wants to land a superpower, and that is a bit of a bait decision that Davide has to call, but we do see that Dusclops one final time. It's against the Shadow Jumpluff. This is why Ice Punch is so useful. If it lands, it will do a ton of damage to the grass flying type Shadow Jumpluff.
We see the same line from Zephymaxix as in game number 1. This is the first time Jumpluff comes out from David, and this is exactly where Zephymaxix wants it, because Ice Punch will do a lot of damage. Do we see another catch attempt here from David? He does try to catch on the Lapras, fails to. In comes the Furret. And this is kind of iffy when you're behind energy on the Furret, because Sparkling Area is a very efficient charge stack, and Lapras will outpace to 2 charge stacks before Furret gets to 1, meaning it will win the scenario where no shields are used.
Now, I never say I'm 100% sure of anything, but I am pretty confident that Zephymaxix will shield this Furret to ensure alignment. And that is because he knows he has a Gastrodon in the back. He saw that Shadow Jumpluff in the lead. He absolutely cannot afford to give away alignment in this game.
What if you think it is the Malamar in the back and your opponent wants to do that anyway? You are right here, though. You definitely don't want Gastrodon on Jumpluff. I feel like there could have been a mind game there, but Jumpluff's energy is just good everywhere. Can you get the Suck Punch down? Can Lapras get there? Lapras, oh, it goes down with the Sparkling Area, just barely.
Heartbreak for Davide. The Lapras doesn't make that last Sparkling Area. The Shadow Jumpluff comes in. It's going to have to sponge quite a lot of energy from this Furret, but Zephymaxix, remember, he was near loaded, if not 100 energy on that Dusclops, so he is in a comfortable position here. He will eventually get that shield back that he gave up to maintain alignment.
But not just yet. Looks like David is putting it all on Malamar, but you cannot get the Fairy Wind down here. Swapping into the Malamar right now to get South down, and coming in the Gastrodon immediately. Zephymaxix knows, okay, the Jumpluff was there, my Gastrodon goes here.
Gastrodon, you know, you've got 1 shield available. I don't know if you actually need to shield this. Remember that Dusclops has so much energy and never actually took any damage. So, sorry, the Dusclops...
It's at half HP.
It's around half HP, yes. But it's definitely not in a range where it's going to be farmed down anytime soon.
You need the foul play.
Body Slam, it's going to get shielded up by Davide, and Malamar is trying to do its absolute best with the shield advantage to take out this Gastrodon. Jumpluff also has a decent amount of energy as well. Zephymaxix, all 3 Pokemon still available to him.
Do you hang on to this foul play? No, Gastrodon doesn't. Not as bulky as you might think it is sometimes, but there are already 2 Shadow Punches loaded here, and like you said, Jumpluff has energy. This is going to be a very close end game, and one of these players may need a catch attempt here, going for another Shadow Punch. It's 1x of another one already.
I think it might already be another Shadow Punch. This is just how quick Shadow Punch is to reach, and once this Malamar goes down, Jumpluff has very little health. No, you're right. 1 more Hex to the next Shadow Punch. Look at the Hexes coming through against the Malamar as well.
But does Jumpluff have an air race here? I believe it farmed up a little bit on the Furret to the point it's either at an air race or one of in it comes, and it does have it, and he makes the catch! What an incredible prediction by Zephymaxix. Now you have a little bit of time to farm up more energy on Dusclops, but there's not a lot of time, because I believe that Jumpluff is 3 Fairy Winds off another one. Going for it immediately. Is Malamar close to a foul play?
This could be really tight. Zephymaxix making all the reads so far. Can he Hex down this Malamar before Malamar reaches a move? It looks like he will. He's already had another attack. Zephymaxix, his best buddy, Shiny Dusclops, closing this game 3 out.
This Ghost type punching the Dark type out of the game. Zephymaxix winning this match 2-1. Wow, what a game there. Even though, I must say, Zephymaxix won that alignment pretty hard, David made it so close there.
I loved the going in and out, the throwing damage, trying to see if you can throw your opponent off. Zephymaxix was unwavering, immediately recognized that there was going to be the combo play with that Jumpluff, took the energy superbly, and that Furret Dusclops core for Zephymaxix took him all the way through these winners semifinals. He will now go through to the winners finals of his group.
You'd think that his team is quite soft against that Malamar, but he just knows really well how to deal with it. Malamar could even win against Charger Bug when 2 shields are in play. Yes, Bug type is double super effective, but as long as you have shields to protect you from bug attacks, the Malamar actually does quite well there. But with that experience that he got from Utrecht and in practice tournaments, Zephymaxix, he makes his way, and he's on his way to another medal as he is in the winners final now of Group C.
Yeah, Malamar is, It's a very interesting Pokemon. There are very, very few Psychic Dark Pokemon in Pokemon at all. Right?
Almost none.
I can't even think of one off the top of my head. But yeah, oh, there we go, yeah. So the Malamar family, that Dark typing, it resists Ghost, it resists Dark. But actually, the Psychic typing almost gave it a weakness there. It allowed the Hex and the Shadow Punch to be neutral. It allows the Sucker Punch to be neutral. And Zephyr lent into that and managed to close things out with those quite bulky Pokemon. It was really, really well played by him.
And Dusclop's Shadow Punch was caught on another bulky Pokemon, Lapras. It has been a staple throughout this meta. It was a great gameplay by Davido that won in Game 1, but in Game 2, the reads from Zephyr and his Charge Bug were just a little bit too powerful. Furret just seemed so unstoppable, taking out half the team from Davido there, having the Claydol and the Lapras just kind of hanging into the Furret. And in Game 3, what a masterful play with that Dusclops. I loved that end game there. All that energy, and he was very careful of Davido not catching that Ice Punch on the Lapras.
Yeah, really meticulously played, you could say, by Zephyr. And for many players that are going to be going up against Zephyr, his team is really tricky to deal with. He doesn't have Azumarill or Shadow Drapion or Shadow Jumpluff or Claydol or Lapras or Blastoise or so many of the really popular picks. He's lent into an anti-meta team, one that suits his playstyle around that Gastrodon, and he's really showing that he could take it into day 2 and maybe even go all the way.
He paired all that spice or off-meta picks with such precise gameplay, that simultaneous swap. That's what he needed. That's what he needed, because otherwise you have Gastrodon on Jumpluff. What are you going to do then? You lose.
Yeah, and that's how we knew that he was going to lean into that switch advantage. He shielded up that Furret. The amount of work that Furret put in is really, really impressive for Zephyr, and I think a lot of players maybe disrespect Furret, and sometimes it's justified. Sometimes you think, look, I'll take out the Furret and I won't really think about it. But there are other times where it's the alignment that's most important, and Furret can really do a great job of getting that.
The only real hard counter to Furret in this current meta, well, there's Prime as well, but it's less common now.
Pangor!
Nowhere to be found. Tinkaton. Tinkaton resists all the fast attacks and charge attacks unless someone runs Dig. But otherwise, Tinkaton's just so dominant in that match. And because of the surge of Tinkaton, Furret has been going a little bit down in usage. But for teams without Tinkaton, Furret usually is just so flexible.
Yeah, the Dark, Normal, and Grass-type coverage from that Furret in Sucker Punch, Swift, and Trailblaze entirely resisted by the Fairy Steel typing of Tinkaton. And Tinkaton does a great job of doing that and having that effect on so many Pokemon. It is able to wall off quite a lot. That's why it's so popular. That's why if you don't have a Tinkaton yet, make sure to hatch it as quick as you can whilst it's still in the egg rotation. Trade it with a friend to get maximum bulk for the Great League format, and then you can bring it to a regional or a special championship like we are in Bologna here this weekend.
There are other ways to deal with the Furret though. We saw earlier Noiten Matsov versus Palasha with the Drapion resisting dark fast attacks from the Mightyena, and that's something you can also do, because ironically Furret deals dark type fast attack damage, but it doesn't want to deal with other dark type Pokemon. If you have a dark type Pokemon yourself, that's always also a way to deal with Furret. Maybe not Malamar, because then Sucker Punch is neutral, but think of Drapion, Galarian Moltres. Those kind of dark-type Pokemon can also help to shut down Furret.
Yeah, Galarian Moltres, a dark flying type. It actually shares the typing with another of my favorite Pokemon. That is that Bombardier. You saw the shiny Bombardier. I was
afraid you were going to say
on my prediction graphic. But Bombardier, if you don't have a Bombardier already, there's actually a Go Fest coming up, and Bombardier will be available there. So let's take a look at some of the Pokemon that are available in Go Fest. You can see that Bombardier on the left, June the 8th, and from 10 a.m. we've got something a little special for you.
I will be there.
You will be there?
I will be there in New Jersey catching Pokemon. Hawlucha will also be spawning there, and I would really like that Pokemon. It is one of the very few with Flying Press, one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game.
And if you are not going to be there, you can still tune in. We've got a special broadcast for the very first time, hosted by some of our colleagues in North America, Speediest Chief 2 and Gabby Snyder. They will be playing Go Fest so that you can watch and immerse yourself in everything that goes on in Jersey City.
And Bombardier usually doesn't spawn in the wild, so GoFest really has some of those interesting spawns. And yeah, this is just a great opportunity for PvP players to get those specific Pokemon that you want with a low attack and high defense and HP.
And the really nice thing is we've said that we're coming towards the end of the Play Pokemon season, definitely our last event here in Europe. So we can use this summer as an opportunity to go out, go and play the game, go and meet people from across the world. Go Fests are an amazing opportunity for that. We played last year in Madrid, do you remember? Going around the parks. And that was a good time.
I did so many Necrozma raids.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
So many.
Constantly raiding, beautiful park, lots of sun. Hopefully Jersey City has the same to offer, so make sure to get a ticket if you don't have one already. Otherwise, tune into that broadcast.
And yeah, otherwise, in other continents, we have currently a Go Fest going in Japan, and the week after New Jersey, we're going to have one in Paris in France, so plenty of action.
And if PvP is your jam, all of these Go Fests are giving you the opportunity to catch the crowned forms of Zacian and Zamazenta.
Are they good?
For Master League, they are superb. Is it Zacian?
Zacian.
Zacian.
Zacian and Zamazenta.
Zacian.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I played against one yesterday in Master League. I didn't even get close.
I know, I watched.
Yeah,
I just want to say
it was a masterful display from Fairy Steel type in the Master League, not the Fairy Steel types that you see on your screen. It's Asprashelto with that Tinkaton in the Great League. And these players, they're not worrying about Go Fest at the moment. They're worrying about the Bologna Special Championships. It's Asprashelto against Fed EVDP10.
That's him. He's from Argentina. I met him in Milan. He lived in Italy for a while, and looks like he's back here now. And see if he can take a medal as well here. Let's see if we see any interesting picks here. I see again a superior from Asprashelto. No jump bluff there, but we see the jump bluff on the other team from Vedev there.
And so many players are leaning into Tinkaton, but Superior is probably a pick that I hadn't expected to see quite this much. Asprashelto, again, when I see fire, water, grass, I question, do you have something flexible to avoid being stuck in unfortunate alignments? And there is the Shadow Malamar for that exact reason.
Shadow Malamar is going to be an absolute staple here in Bologna. Regular already was good, but the damage output from Shadow is going to be even better. And I think one of the matchups where Superpower is going to be even more terrifying is Drapion, because Drapion resists Psywave. They still add up, kind of, even though resisted. But Superpower will pretty much almost knock you out in one go.
Yeah, I think Shadow Malamar is a really strong option. If I were against this team, I would be bringing it every day and twice on Saturdays. Lucky for Asprashelto, this could be his chance. Shadow Malamar, showcase, please. I've got my fingers crossed. I know you do at home as well.
It's going to be a challenge for both players here. On the right, Vedev is used to playing against Latam players, so how do you adapt to the European meta and European players? While on the left, someone who's played in many grassroots formats with restricted formats. So he has a lot of knowledge about the diversity of many Pokemon, especially the ones we may not see as much here. Of course, these are mostly meta Pokemon, but maybe Asprashelto knows a thing or two that we might not. I think that Claydol here from Asprashelto looks incredibly good into the team from Vedev.
I wouldn't be surprised if Vedev leans into that Shadow Jump Bluff, maybe that Shadow Drapion as well, because as we've said, Shadow Malamar puts a lot of pressure onto the team. Remember, the Psywaves do extra damage to a Diggersby than a regular Malamar ordinarily does, and that can be hugely impactful for that matchup as well.
So I'm curious to see what both players are going to bring here. I think, how do you tackle the Diggersby otherwise as Asprashelto? You have the superior, but Diggersby actually can really hold his own here. And we saw in North America that Lapras actually is sometimes a little bit iffy into Diggersby once you get the attack drop there.
And that Lapras from Asprashelto does have Ice Beam, so maybe double Psywave. Lapras, Malamar. The Lapras can cover the Jump Bluff and the Shadow Drapion, and Malamar can basically cover the rest. So I wouldn't be surprised if Vedev leads into the Blastoise as a more neutral option into both of those Pokemon.
Both players were locked in, but looks like they have to re-queue real quick again as they, well, they knew what they were going to play. I think we're going to see some Corviknight action from Vedev on the right side, which is kind of scary when there's a Talonflame on the opposing team. But does Talonflame look very playable into Vedev's team? It's like there's triple water on the team from Vedev. Wait, triple? I see only two. I kind of consider Drapion as some water type with that fast Aqua Tail.
Yeah, definitely triple water type coverage. That Aqua Tail we've seen so much, not just this season, the season before. Will we see it next season? Who knows? But for now, let's look at Tinkaton into Corviknight. A superb read from Vedev.
What a goal! Corviknight again into the Tinkaton, swapping into the Shadow Malamar. It looks like FedEv is staying in for a little bit. He doesn't want to swap in that Drapion just yet, even though that is a slightly more favorable just because you resist the Psy Wave, but you really don't want to take any superpower damage. Look at this foul play. That does so much damage from Shadow Malamar.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage, and also if you are able to shield up this attack, you could Psy Wave that Corviknight into another foul play range. So Aspercelto very pleased that he's able to get some value out of the Malamar already. The thing is, he's given up a shield, and now a Shadow Drapion has come in. This can put a ton of pressure onto the Shadow Malamar.
Going for the superpower. FedEv had a shield advantage, now uses that protect shield to even the shields and protect the Drapion from that attack. A Crunch will definitely knock out the Shadow Malamar, which now has his defense dropped as well. And then you have some energy to go into the Tinkaton as well. But it looks like Aspercelto thinking he stalled the clock so much that he can swap out now, perhaps.
He does get so close, and he tries to make that catch onto Tinkaton coming in. Fairy Steel typing, it means that Crunch would be resisted. So FedEv goes for the Aqua Tail instead, which Shadow Drapion is happy to throw because it reaches them so quickly.
Because the Corviknight stayed in for a while, Aspercelto was able to delay the switch lock by about 30 seconds, and now being able to soak all this damage on Tinkaton is really nice, because it's not going to be very useful to Corviknight. Corviknight can still come in now. Now you still have to throw your resisted energy here. Is Aspercelto going to try to preserve this Tinkaton, or is he fine with it here, letting the Corviknight get a lot of energy? But Corviknight's getting low already.
Yeah, defensively, Corviknight is so good, but offensively, these sand attacks perhaps aren't doing as much as FedEv would like. He's going for that full farm down, but he now will need to shield a Play Rough if he wants to get value. He chooses not to. He says, do you know what? I think I can farm this down and get better value from something else, and I don't hate that play, because that is almost exactly what Blastoise is great at doing.
I think FedEv knows it's going to be the Claydol in the back, and you want to keep your shields on the Blastoise for that, but now there's going to be two foul play coming out from the Shadow Malamar, which are basically going to knock out, so you need to use the protect shields. You cannot roll out down this Malamar here.
But you sure can try, and FedEv is getting as close as he can. He gets one rollout through for free as that foul play throws, but I don't think he's going to be able to roll the whole way down before another foul play comes. He's going to throw a Hydro Cannon now.
This is such a difficult scenario for FedEv, because even though he could have farmed up more energy here, he kind of needs to maintain a balance between energy and HP, because Mud Slaps also add up. But can you even roll out down the Tinkaton here?
You can roll out down the Tinkaton, I think, before it reaches an attack, but you cannot afford to let your attack get caught on that Tinkaton. That would be really, really punishing for FedEv. I wouldn't be surprised if you come in with a Shadow Drapion now. One crunch from a Shadow Drapion here, and then you are in a great position, but the catch is available. Here comes the Tinkaton. It comes slightly too early. FedEv recognizes that his win condition is available by farming down the Tinkaton, reaching the crunch, and a massive amount of damage is about to land.
Claydol, a Drapion answer? I don't think so, mate. As he jumps through this Claydol, FedEv takes game number 1.
That is superbly recognized. In terms of win conditions, FedEv calculating on the go, what do I need to do? My Blastoise will put the Claydol into the range where Drapion can take it down. The only way I can lose at that point is for an attack to be caught on the Tinkaton. Not gonna let that happen. Aspercelto goes down, FedEv goes to game number 1.
I feel like that was kind of a tough matchup to begin with Aspercelto. I was like, what is he cooking? As he tried to preserve that Malamar and then switch out. He danced around with the switch clock because FedEv was staying a little bit long in that lead matchup. But FedEv, yeah, the way he preserved his Drapion and used it in the end to fastly pace to another charge stack, he made sure that both his Blastoise and Drapion were in a position to take out the last Pokemon. That was going to be pretty obviously the Claydol. I think FedEv recognized pretty easily there. Claydol's is coming out. I need to take care of that.
Now, Shadow Malamar, it didn't perhaps do as much damage as Aspercelto may have liked, and to be honest, I'm not sure if I really like Shadow Malamar as a safe swap. Malamar, the regular variant, I absolutely agree with. Safe swap, lead as a closer, it can do it all. But in my mind, I think Shadow Malamar actually operates best in the lead, because you have the opportunity to superpower and dip, rather than what we saw there. The Drapion comes in, you throw the superpower and you're stuck. That's a little bit more uncomfortable.
Did Out of Pocket teach you that?
Out of Pocket teaches me many things, and honestly, if you want to learn, then he is a great player to watch. He is one of the top Malamar users, and he didn't get an opportunity to use Shadow Malamar. This is the first event that Shadow Malamar is eligible, and we want to see it do well. This might be the only event that it has the opportunity to shine. Can Asprocielto be one of those pioneers here this weekend?
So far, Shadow Malamar is having a tough time here. Fedev, he played in a couple tournaments before, but hasn't had the results yet that he wanted. He even used an Oinkoloin in Buenos Aires this season. And that was in Latam. Now he's playing in Europe, playing against an entirely different competition. Maybe he just does better here. Both players are locked in. Here we go for game number 2.
Game number 2, kicking off. It's the Tinkaton into the Shadow Drapion. This is a strong lead for Asprocielto. Many people think, oh, Shadow Drapion can hold its own, but Tinkaton really is dominant. The Blastoise safe swap comes through. The nice thing about Blastoise safe swap into a Tinkaton is that you reach Hydro Cannon just before they reach a Play Rough.
Correct. But what I also love about this, when there's a Tinkaton lead, there shouldn't be a superior in the back. Because if Asprocielto would have that composition, he would be annihilated by a Corviknight lead. Both Pokemon don't stand a chance against Corviknight. So this is a very safe Pokemon to switch into a Tinkaton lead there. You outpace, like you said, with the Blastoise winning the 0 Protect Shoot scenario. If Hydrokin would knock out, I think you actually barely hang on here.
It's interesting that Asprocielto has chosen to stay in with the Tinkaton here. It's not getting the same amount of value against the Blastoise as it would have against the Shadow Drapion, but Asprocielto thinks, well, hold on a minute. If I can maintain alignment, then maybe I can put a Claydol on it. Fedev goes, actually, I don't want to let that happen. I think Blastoise has a lot more play available in this game.
And you definitely get your Protect Shoot back. If you look at how much energy this Blastoise has, it needs to live 4 Psywave here to get to another Hydrocan. And if it can, looks like Asprocielto is putting his Protect Shoots on the Claydol, knowing the backline. In comes the Drapion. But now this Malamar has the opportunity to get to that superpower. I have no idea how much damage it's going to do, but I really want to see it.
It takes it into the deep yellow. It will do a ton of damage if it lands. Fedev doesn't want to risk that. Now comes the Claydol. Claydol with 2 shield advantage beats pretty much everything in the game. Asprocielto probably won't want to take damage, even though he knows this is likely to be an Aqua Tail. He's thinking, do I want to let it through? Yes, I will, because I'm confident it's not a crunch.
What a call by Asprocielto. This is kind of a tough dilemma with Claydol. You resist a lot of fast attack damage, but you take super effective damage from almost everything. So yes, you had that 2 Protect Shield advantage. Now you only have 1 left. And honestly, if he thought it was a crunch, maybe he could have gone down even 2 of them.
Yeah, that's the drawback of its psychic typing. Not often the best offensively and often not defensively either. But Claydol, it is so dominant because of Mud Slap and Rock Tomb. And you can see there, the rollout into Hydro Cannon means Claydol gets the Mud Slap through. That will take down Blastoise alone. And now you are able to debuff the Corviknight if you want to. Actually, Asprocielto has chosen to go into the Malamar. And this isn't something that I perhaps would have gone into myself because you're allowing a full farm down. Fedev maybe thinking, do I have a chance now?
Did Asprocielto swap out there with a Rock Tomb? Because if not, this is looking quite good for Fedev. I think maybe the superpower would have done a little bit more damage, but perhaps Asprocielto wants more Psywave damage. Do you have the Rock Tomb? He does not. He is so far off. Skytex coming through, which does cost a little bit more energy than the Iron Head, but I think you still have enough energy as the Corviknight to get to another charge attack here.
Now remember that Sand Attack does 1 damage to a Claydol. Fedev has to reach another attack. He reaches the Iron Head. It's going to land against this Claydol. He has flipped this game on its head, and he is going to take down Claydol with Corviknight and win these winners semi-finals.
Fedev takes it for Latam here as he moves on to the group finals here. What an incredible performance, and probably his best so far even in his championship series career even.
I really think Asprocielto will look back and wonder, why didn't I go for a Rock Tomb against the Corviknight before going into the Malamar? Because the Malamar was in a range where it could be Sand Attack down. Perhaps that is the drawback of using a Shadow Malamar.
Here's the thing, if you do that, if you go for the Rock Tomb, you allow the Corviknight to get a lot of energy. And if you then swap in your Malamar, it might just get knocked out by a charge attack, even though debuffed from that Corviknight, right? Shadow Malamar, it's quite fragile, so I think even a Sky Attack at that point would have already knocked out.
We're getting to the point where this might just be the Corviknight show.
I like
so
it.
many matches, Corviknight has been so dominant, not just defensively like many have been expecting, but you saw it there closing out the game, sand attacking down that very squishy Shadow Malamar and taking out the Claydol, Sky attack into Ironhead, and Fedev will proceed to the winners finals of his group.
Corviknight is just trying to beat the allegations of being a fraud. It's not. It's not. It won a championship 2 weeks ago.
At what point do we have to start questioning whether Shadow Malamar is the fraud?
Perhaps very soon, because it's going down here. That's one. Well, Aspashel's still on the loose side of the bracket, so he still obviously has an opportunity to get back in there for day 2. But yeah, Shadow Malamar has been, I don't know, pretty iffy so far. It takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, Fedev is now in a position where he's already earning some championship points. He's about to earn a whole lot more, an opportunity to proceed into day 2. He's not just here for the free shirt, although I need to remember to pick one up myself, because those new Play Pokemon shirts, they are quite nice. And I've noticed every player has recognized that we need to get one as well.
They have a picture on the side now, right? I don't have that on mine.
I don't have one either.
Oh.
So
or maybe you need to compete more.
We might need to compete more. I've been competing too much on the North American circuit. These European shirts, they are beautiful.
Yeah, well, there will be another North American competition, though, because we have the North American International Championship in 2 weeks. So anyone missing championship points from here in Bologna, still wanting to qualify, can still compete there. I know you are going, Arceus Aurelius is going as well, so there's going to be still a lot on the line for the World Championships, not just to qualify, also for the Travel Awards.
Yeah, and I know the majority of you in chat, you're mostly here just to see this man's face. Will we see your face in NAIC, Martin?
I will be behind the desk.
You will be behind the desk.
I'll be watching.
You will be casting and supporting the European contingent?
Chat, I want to hear, do you think Farid can get more than 2 wins against the North Americans? Do you think that? The North Americans are all going to say no. There's no way you can do that.
I think they listen. I'm good friends with many of the North Americans, and
you think they're going to let you win?
I think a couple of them might just be like, look, you know, he's travelled a long way to get here. At least give him a chance. We're going to have a brand new meta there, so I think everything is to play for at the North American International Championships. Some of these players here at the Bologna Special Championships will be competing there as well. So many championship points on offer at International Championships, but make sure to get them in your home regionals too.
And that will be right on this channel as well. But for now, we're still in Bologna. We had some winners round 4 just now. Some players moving on to the winners finals, and the winner of that will be moving on to day 2 to play tomorrow. The players that have lost so far will be playing on the loser side of the bracket. And if you're curious where we exactly are, where your favorite players are, type !bracket in the chat. I'm looking at chat right now, seeing if you type it, and then you can just see where we are right now.
And we have seen so many winners already. We saw Fedev, we saw Zephy Mastix before that. We saw Nickname, the champion from the Utrecht Special Championships. If you missed any of that event, then make sure to lock your eyes on the screen, because we've got a showing of just how superbly he played at that event.
I'm Nickname 29585, and I just won Utrecht Special Championships.
Nickname is your Utrecht champion! Maximilian P with a crucial miscount, and Nickname, he can't even believe it, throws the Rock Tomb into the Ice and Water type and wins the big final.
My strategy in for day 2 was basically to prepare for my next opponent, and also like I was watching all of the other battles and how other people were playing, so basically trying to learn their playstyle and figured out how can I beat it. The match that definitely stood out for me was the grand finals, of course, against Maxi. Maxi is a phenomenal battler, and after getting 3-0'd basically by him, and after bracket reset, I wasn't feeling too well about it. But I somehow managed to still beat him, and I'm shocked I managed to do that. I used team based on Shadow Typhlosion as a main damage dealer and like main offensive power. And this team is made by my good friend Kaifie. He's very good at team building, and he spends a lot of time on that. So I decided to give it a try at this tournament, and it worked out really well. Shadow Typhlosion is definitely something that people have to fear. And this makes them more predictable, because I know they have to respect Typhlosion. My favorite Pokemon in my team, I think, has to be Corviknight, surprisingly enough, because Corviknight was core breaking a lot of teams, and also it was very good at dealing with Pokemon that were quite strong into my team. So basically Core of Unite helping me beat some tough matchups. Playing Pokemon Go definitely helped me gain more confidence in basically in everything I'm doing because of the hard work and practice I put into these tournaments. I prepare a lot for these tournaments, so I'm really happy that it's paying off, and it's something that definitely showed me that everything is possible by hard work. Winning this tournament definitely makes me, I would say, excited about the Worlds, and it makes me really want to practice even more to become even better player than I currently am, just to perform at Worlds as best as I possibly can.
Here comes out of pocket, both switches are firing, he's gonna get the KO!
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win.
Let the games begin indeed, but we are already underway into this tournament where we've watched so many exciting games from Count Xevious, and joining me is my colleague Marcus.
Oh, are you calling me Marcus now? Well, this could be the start of something great. I want to just highlight some of those incredible matches. Fedeved played incredible in that game. Zephy Mastix turned around incredibly tough situation. I just want to say the battles we've had so far, really impressive.
I think the highlight for me was against a Fedeved matchup against Aspercelto was letting go of that Corviknight with so much energy, understanding that it's done its job. I don't need this anymore.
Incredible realization, I gotta say, hands down to these players. I also just want to note that if you are wondering how your favorite trainers are doing in this tournament, in Twitch chat, you can type !bracket and see how everyone is doing. We obviously have some winners finals coming up. Colin 6 against C. Leonardo 77. In the Group B, we have Ampolini against Sir Koges, which we saw early on stream. Sir Koges still not has dropped a single game in this tournament.
He's the one who was running the Shadow Dust Clubs, wasn't he?
I believe he was.
Yeah, it's a great pick to have, the Shadow Dust Clubs. There are so many trainers that are vying for that spot, trying to be crowned the next special championship champion. And Colin is here to defend his title. So he's the final boss for a reason. Already in, let's say, he just needs one more win to go to day 2.
And this is the winners finals, people. If there's one game you need to watch this one. It's Colin 6, the final boss of Europe, and he is facing off against C. Leonardo 77, an incredible trainer we've already seen on stream.
Two incredible trainers, and just to point out that Colin 6 is running a team that was piloted very successfully by its Accent. It's exactly the same team here, and as you know, you told us earlier as well that it's one of the most solid teams you can build into this meta.
I think it is, and as you see, Blastoise, Rollout, Hydro Cannon, Skull Bash. Blastoise has the opportunity to run Ice Beam instead of Skull Bash for a better Jump Left matchup, but Colin, as its accent did, decided to go with Lapras with the Ice Beam instead of the Skull Bash. We've seen both of those Water-type Pokemon run Skull Bash, and here, Colin did not want that overlapping type coverage between those two because it would have made the Pokemon similar. Now they're different.
Yeah, Lapras now has a little bit more coverage into Pokemon like Cradily, for example. Ice Beam does super effective damage, and you can potentially flip some matchups. But on the side of C. Leonardo, we see the Talonflame running that Flame Charge. This puts him in a very good position against Pokemon like Diggersby, Pokemon like Tinkaton, and Jumpluff as well. You could ramp up your energy and go, and the flies that come after is going to do so much work. Another Pokemon that I would like to point out as well is that Cradily. A lot of the people have reverted back to, let's say, Jumpluff as being the core grass type, but him bringing Jumpluff and Cradily means double water strats are even more difficult to execute.
I think the Flame Charge on that Talonflame is really what separates this Pokemon compared to the Brave Bird. Because, as you mentioned, the Diggersby matchup, the Flame Charge is so important for that Diggersby matchup because you can make sure that you always win. Because Talonflame with Brave Bird needs to land one of those Brave Birds to take out the Digger Speed, but Flamecharge Talonflame can ramp it up, hit it with a fly, and always consistently beat that Digger Speed.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how C. Leonardo can use that Talonflame to try and beat Colin 6's team. Of course, the Talonflame is not like, it doesn't have any counters. You would never want to be a Talonflame into the Blastoise because it has access to that roller that does super effective damage just by the fast attacks. It doesn't even have to get to the Hydro Cannon.
I'm not even sure C. Leonardo is going to risk that Talonflame into the Blastoise from Colin 6, but let's take a look what they've decided to do. We see Blastoise into Blastoise.
Oh, it's a Blastoise with the glasses. That's the best Blastoise you can have here. It's a mirror matchup. It's going to come down to which of these trainers win Charge Attack tie. And Charge Attack ties are decided by the
highest attack of the Pokemon. So we take a look, and this C. Leonardo that has the higher attack Blastoise, letting it fire off the Skull Bash first. And Colin 6 decides to shield up.
Yeah, pulling up that Protect Shield, protecting his Blastoise from the damage, but unfortunately for Colin 6, the Skull Bash of his own Blastoise is going to go up into a Blastoise that's already raised the defense. But C. Leonardo is going to push that advantage, the advantage that he has, because he knows his Blastoise is the one that's going to throw that Skull Bash first, and that is a dominant position to be in.
I think C. Leonardo knows that this is looking great for him. What does Colin do in response? Will he shield? He shields the second Skull Bash as well. He's investing into his Blastoise.
It's going to be a very good investment because this Skull Bash is still going to do a lot of work against C. Leonardo's Blastoise. Does he pull up another Protect Shield? No, he does not. Wow, the defense boosted Blastoise still hangs on. We'll get to that Hydro Cannon, but then again, this Hydro Cannon is not going to be enough to take out Colin's Blastoise, but it goes for another Skull Bash.
Double boosted Blastoise were not taken out by this Skull Bash. Colin's Blastoise is surviving as well, and now Colin's at 100 energy. He's maxed out.
And he has back-to-back Hydro Cannons to unleash into whatever Pokemon that comes in. First Hydro Cannon into C. Leonardo's Blastoise. Yes, he's at a shield disadvantage, but this Credilli is going to make a great job at it. Malamar swapped in immediately, but at this point, you come in with a Tinkaton. This is a nightmare of a matchup for this Malamar.
But you can land the superpowers and pull something back. But C. Leonardo, he now has this Tinkaton in a great position. And can it deal with the Malamar? Oh, Colin 6 with a back-to-back superpower. This is going to chunk that Tinkaton.
Yeah, back-to-back superpowers, but this is going to be a great position to be in as C. Leonardo. But then again, we see Colin 6 has that Tinkaton at the back. It's going to resist everything from that Credilli. So a lot of the game is riding on, can C. Leonardo's Tinkaton get that defense fall on to the Tinkaton of Colin 6?
Colin decided to get rid of his defense buffs to save this energy for his Blastoise. What does C. Leonardo do? He lets his Tinkaton go. He wants to farm down on the Cradley.
Yeah, Tinkaton goes down, but the switch clock is already up for Colin 6, but not. He stays in with the Blastoise, goes for this Hydro Cannon. This is going to do neutral damage against the Credilli.
C. Leonardo needs to shield, and he puts it up last second. And now he can start debuffing this Tinkaton. Will this Cradley pull it back through all the tough hurdles that it still has to overcome?
Everything from this Credilli is going to be resisted, but the pacing, because it had that energy lead, it's going to be able to debuff that Tinkaton's attack twice already before the Tinkaton can get to the player that does a sizable amount of damage on to this Credilli.
And now you see the Tinkaton is almost half HP. That means the Cradley needs to land at least 2 more charge attacks. Can it hang on?
Player comes in, doesn't do a lot of damage to that Credilli, but this is all going to come down to, will Colin be able to save this move and safely go into the Blastoise? Going for the Grass Knot here, heads up play, because I think Grass Knot does more damage than that Rock Tomb.
You're correct, it's slightly more damage. And Colin, he needs to clear this debuff, and he also needs, this Cradley to lose charge attack priority. He needs his Tinkaton to win, and the Tinkaton comes to the player off. Will this knock out the Cradley? This is a not debuffed Tinkaton, and the player ref comes through and it knocks out the Cradilli.
Tinkaton comes in and then takes Credilli out of the picture. It looked very dire for Colin, especially losing that charge attack tied towards the early game, but Colin made sure that his Blastoise went through C. Leonardo's Blastoise. That shield advantage was completely neutralized by all that energy Colin could build on that Blastoise.
The difference in this matchup was C. Leonardo let that Skull Bash through, meaning that Colin 6 shielded up a Skull Bash. So since C. Leonardo let the Skull Bash through, he was in range of getting taken out by a Hydro Cannon. And the resisted Hydro Cannon from the Blastoise is not what you do want to throw into Water type, but Colin found a way through when C. Leonardo let that shield go.
I was really surprised that C. Leonardo let that Skull Bash through. What I would have liked to understand, as well as the thinking process behind it, because look at it this way. If the Blastoise shields up that Skull Bash, every Pokemon here, I don't think the Blastoise was at a range, especially after the triple defense buff, for the Jumpluff to knock it out with Acrobatics. It was going to get a Hydro Cannon onto the Malamar. It would do great damage against Diggersby, great damage against Tinkaton, and also amazing against Lapras. So no shielding that could have been the moment that completely switched the momentum onto Colin 6's side.
I completely agree with you. I think C. Leonardo, him making that decision, not shielding his Blastoise, was what gave Colin enough momentum, because he could farm up so much energy on his own Blastoise, through a Hydro Cannon to take out C. Leonardo's Blastoise. And yeah, it was a tough situation. It could have swung either way, but Colin, even though he was in such a tough position, he managed to find a way around it.
It's momentum swings, right? So it was completely to a favor towards C. Leonardo at the start of the game, especially because of Charge Attack tie. And then Colin comes in and he's like, well, now that you didn't shield it, I'm gonna take advantage and I'm not gonna give you any respite. That Blastoise got off charge attacks onto the Blastoise, onto the Cardilli, and also onto C. Leonardo's Tinkaton. It just did so much work.
Incredible work by all of these trainers, and I'm very interested to see how they adjust, because C. Leonardo, this game, he cannot lose it if he wants to stay in the winners bracket. This is Colin's opportunity to knock C. Leonardo down.
But then again, it's going to be decided by this game. Both these trainers have locked in their Pokemon. It's going to be Tinkaton against Jumpluff. This is a great lead for Tinkaton, but then again, we know that Jumpluff can still do a ton of damage against this Tinkaton.
C. Leonardo knows that he can outpace to 2 acrobatics against this Tinkaton, and it tanks 1 play rough. In every zero shield scenario, C. Leonardo can always land 2 acrobatics into this Tinkaton, and you see it chunks.
Yeah, that's great insights there. But what a catch by C. Leonardo onto his own Tinkaton. That was unprecedented. This is gonna get rid of so much of energy from Colin's Tinkaton and take resisted damage as well. But the Colin Tinkaton does get to this Bulldoze. It's all about that defense drop now. Does Colin get it?
And it does not get it. There's a 50% chance, and Colin managed to sneak around it this time. Can C. Leonardo build up enough energy to threaten this Tinkaton or whatever Pokemon are in the back?
Another Bulldoze comes in. C. Leonardo thinking that the energy would be more efficient on this Tinkaton. He gets a ton of energy here, but let's be honest, Tinkaton will not be able to knock out Colin's Tinkaton by this move.
And I think, oh, here comes the Blastoise, and C. Leonardo gets to a play rough. This is exactly what he needed his Tinkaton to do, to get out this parting play rough and make this Blastoise manageable for his own Blastoise in the back.
At this point, would it be even more efficient to go for the Hydro Cannon here and not let the Skull Bash come through? But no, Colin goes for this huge Hydro Cannon bait here. If this is called by C. Leonardo, no, it's not called. Pulls up a Protect Shield. This puts Colin in a very dominant position.
But can C. Leonardo knock out with a Hydro Cannon now? He goes up, max out his energy, goes for the Skull Bash. This will buff Blastoise defense, and Colin puts up a shield because he knows that this is a heavy lift for the Lapras in the back.
This is going to be very, very interesting to see how it ends up. The Blastoise of Colin goes for the Skull Bash. It's going to do a ton of work against the Blastoise, puts it in a range where some Psy Waves and Sparkling Areas will be enough to knock it out. But at this point, C. Leonardo says, okay, I'm not really going to wait for the good timing. I just need to get my charge attack into the Tinkaton and get it out of the way, and that's exactly what happens here. It's going to be an interesting endgame.
Can Colin find a way around this buffed Blastoise, or is C. Leonardo the one with his back against the wall? Here comes the Lapras, and this is a buffed Blastoise. Can the Lapras take it out?
It is a buff Blastoise indeed, but then again, this Lapras getting this energy lead is going to be so critical towards the end game, because let's remember, the Lapras is running that Ice Beam, which will do double super effective damage against a Jumpluff in the end game. First charge attack coming in from the Blastoise, it's going to be a Hydro Pump bait, and Hydro Cannon bait, and Colin unfortunately falls for it.
And there's, just barely does not get off that final Hydro Cannon. That is detrimental for C. Leonardo. Can he now outpace the Lapras to an Acrobatics? Oh, and
Probably
he barely doesn't get there. Oh, and he needed that catch, and now Colin 6 knows he can throw an Ice Beam into this Jumpluff, and Colin 6 is winning this Winners Finals.
Ice Beam, double super effective damage into the Jumpluff will knock it out, and also knocks C. Leonardo into the losers bracket, propelling Colin into day number 2, commanding 2-0 win there by Colin 6, showing us once again why he is the final boss.
He is the reigning champion of Bologna, and it does not want anyone to take that title away from him. Incredible display by Colin to make sure he goes on to day 2 trying to defend his championship.
That was perfect Blastoise play there. Every time he managed the energy on it, and even in both games, he made sure that the Blastoise was not knocked out. He made sure he had residual energy on the Blastoise to do a ton of work towards the backline of C. Leonardo. That's how you play Blastoise, people.
Impeccable in my eyes, and unfortunate for C. Leonardo that his Blastoise fainted with an charge attack. What happened there was Psywave is a 1-turn move, and that means those attacks that have 1-turn duration, they take priority over charge attack. So even though C. Leonardo was pressing his charge attack, the fast attack from Lapras registered first. We've seen some Incinerates, 5 turns, that would not register, but the 1 turn, that does.
I think damage registration is something that we also have to learn as we go. Game number 1, again, it was a Blastoise show, but this is what happened here. Colin made the call that the debuffed Play Rough would not be enough to knock out the Credilli, so he saved that Play Rough, swapped into his own Pokemon to clear that debuff, comes back in with the Tinkaton to get that Play Rough in. At this game, game number 2 was a great heads-up catch by C. Leonardo, getting that Play Rough onto the Tinkaton, but I feel staying in this matchup for an extended period of time kind of pulled the game away from the side of C. Leonardo onto Colin 6.
Colin knew he had the Lapras in the back to take out the Jumpluff if it got to that situation. Getting rid of the shields and then landing the Ice Beam into that Jumpluff won Colin this game.
I mean, it was brilliant to watch here. I think if it's Accent won a regional with this team, I think Colin can definitely do so as well.
And I was curious because the Shadow Malamar is so strong into that team, was my opinion of it, because the Blastoise takes more damage from the Psywaves than from the regular Malamar. Lapras can take more damage from the Psywaves than from the regular Malamar. Same with Diggersby. So that's 3 of Colin and Accent's Pokemon that is severely worse against the Shadow Malamar than the regular Malamar, but maybe they've been lucky and avoided the Shadow Malamar so far.
I mean, Shadow Malamar will do a lot of work as well. Just even against matchups like Tinkaton, for example, the superpower from a Shadow Malamar does a lot. Yeah, it hits hard. It puts you in a position because you're always going to outpace the Tinkaton. You can definitely do the strategy of, superpower and dip into neutral Pokemon like a Azumarill and try to tank in the energy.
Exactly, because substantial damage from Tinkaton into Malamar, it needs to build up to that Play Rough, and Malamar outpaces Tinkaton, throws in that superpower. Even though Tinkaton is a Fairy type, it's also a part Steel type, so it takes neutral damage from the Fighting type, superpower.
Yeah, we have another winners final here. Ampolini going up against Serkogas. We saw Serkogas. He's not the one who's running the Shadow Dust Club, sadly. His judgment.
Correct. This is Maxi's team. That's what it was.
Yeah, and Ampolini here is going for that Shadow Feraligatr. It's a Pokemon that we saw doing a lot of work towards the start of the season in Lille, and it's making a comeback here as well. Just looking at Serkogas' team, a Feraligatr safe swap or a Feraligatr with a shield advantage is gonna do so much work.
And Serkogas will need his Lapras and his Dropion to control Ampolini's Shadow Feraligatr, because that Feraligatr, it puts on so much pressure. It's one of my favorite Pokemon to run. I ran it a lot a couple of months ago at EYC, and Feraligatr really, really threatens a lot of Pokemon.
I like the team composition here. I kind of find it, I approach team building in a different way. I look at it as like attack damage carries, and then you have support Pokemon, and then you have your defensive Pokemon that can help you set your attack damage carry. And that's how we saw Ampolini's team. With that Diggersby, it's going to do a ton of work here as well. Looking at this matchup, Talonflame, again, not running the double flying type move is going to make Diggersby struggle a lot more against this Talonflame. Claydol, again, is going to have not so great matchup against a Diggersby, but then Ice Beam still does do super effective damage. Diggersby has a lot of play, I think. In my opinion, has a lot of neutral play into this team.
I disagree. I think Diggersby is a risky Pokemon to bring because it's not great against the Azumarill or Lapras, the water types. The Malamar threatens it with superpower. Talonflame has a consistent matchup with Flame Charge, and also the Claydol has Ice Beam. So it's just the Dropion that's a really good matchup for Diggersby. So even though we've seen a lot of Diggersby in this tournament, it hasn't been brought into a lot of games.
Actually, you're absolutely right.
Oh,
I think.
Stop it.
Yeah, that's 1 point for our friendship. So, of course, I understand from your perspective as well. But also, Malamar does seem like a good Pokemon to run if you're Ampolini. It's gonna have a ton of neutral play. Of course, we have to see if it's going to be that Malamar with that high attack stat that can do great work against the Azumarill as well in the two-shield scenario. Jumpluff looks good, but then again, whenever there's a Talonflame, you're always going to be afraid as a Jumpluff.
I think what you're saying about the attack stat on the Malamar is incredibly important because there's a break point, as I like to call it, on the Claydol. If the Malamar has enough attack, the Psywaves do 1 more damage to that Claydol, going from 1 damage to 2 damage, and that's a 50% damage increase. And that matchup, all of a sudden, is so much better for that Malamar.
Yeah, I think if you're running a not so high attack-weighted Malamar, let's call it so, then the one-shield scenario becomes so close because the Claydol barely survives with a few HP to get off that next Rock Tomb. So I think it makes a lot of sense to have a high attack Malamar if you're planning to play in the championship circuit.
I think you're absolutely correct, and we will see what these trainers decide to lock in. I believe Serkoges will rely a lot on his Dropion, because that is a very safe Pokemon into Ampolini's team. He will need to bring the Lapras to neutralize it, the Tinkaton to sponge the energy, or Diggersby to threaten it with super effective damage.
It's another Italian derby that we're going to have here. Both these trainers are from Italy, and both these trainers have locked in their teams. It's going to be the Feraligatr lead into the Dropion. Both these Pokemon pays to their charge attacks at the same time.
And the Dropion has an opportunity to throw the Aqua Tail bait. If Ampolini does shield an Aqua Tail bait, then Serkoges can win this matchup. But if not, Feraligatr will win the charge attack tie, as we see here.
Yeah, we can see the Dropion had gone for that Crunch. Crunch will do a ton of damage against Feraligatr, but Ampolini says, I'm not going to take any chances. I'm winning charge attack tie. I'm going to push my advantage as much as possible here. No defense fall on the Crunch, and this is going to be a charge attack tie again.
Ooh, and we see a catch on the Aqua Tail. Very impressive play by Ampolini, but he was hoping to catch a Crunch, and now Serkoges can start farming up on the Dropion, which he did previously as well.
Oh, this is going to be a great position to be in. What looked like a dominant matchup for Ampolini is completely swapped onto the side of Serkoges. Diggersby coming in, going for the Scorching Sand, and I think if the Scorching Sand gets that attack fall, then this matchup could be closer than what we expect.
But the Diggersby, oh, there's the attack fall, but the Diggersby has already taken an Aqua Tail. Maybe the Lapras can hang on through another Scorching Sands and win out this Diggersby. That is what Serkoges has to hope for.
Will this be enough to knock out the Diggersby after that attack fall? No, it's not enough. Diggersby will get to that Scorching Sand. This Scorching Sand will put Lapras deep into the red, and that could potentially mean a trampoline to jump on for that Feraligatr.
But can the Lapras farm down the Diggersby before the next attack? Yes, it can. And Serkoges is not that far away from the Skull Bash, which will heavily threaten that Feraligatr.
Let's see which Pokemon comes in for Ampolini. Will it be the Malamar? Yes, it is. He's potentially going for that Psywave down. Look at that damage. I don't think Serkoges gets to a back-to-back move here.
I think the Lapras is going down as well, but Sir Kogas has kept his Azumarill in the back. And that Azumarill will sponge all the energy from the Malamar, and he needs to bring it in right here.
Yeah, this is a one-shield scenario as well that considerably...
Oh, it goes into the Drapion! Maybe he's smarter than I am. He throws the energy into the Malamar immediately.
Yeah, this puts the Feraligatr in a great position where it can come in now and try to get some energy lead. But no, goes for this superpower. This superpower will knock out the Drapion, and Feraligatr will have a huge uphill climb once it sees that Azumarill coming in. Feraligatr comes in, Azumarill comes in. This looks dire for Ampolini.
Incredible recognition by Sir Kogas, because getting that Malamar low, he knows that the Feraligatr cannot quickly deal with that Azumarill. And if Sir Kogas can land 2 attacks, stripping away 1 shield, and then taking the Feraligatr low with this Azumarill, then he can win this game.
It's still going to be really close. Azumarill still has to get to 2 charge attacks before the Feraligatr gets to 2 as well on its side. First charge attack comes in. It's going to be an Ice Beam bait, but Ampolini is forced to shield this charge attack from Azumarill.
I think Sir Kogas knows. He just needs to land an Ice Beam, but this Feraligatr is putting in so much work for Ampolini still. This game is not over.
Yeah, Feraligatr needs 4 Shadow Claws to get to the next Hydro Cannon. How much does Azumarill need? 1, 2 bubbles. It's there, and goes for a catch. But what a great patience. Will he get to a move? No, he does not. That was so close as well on the side of Malamar.
And the Malamar almost made a move, but Azumarill managed to get the farm down, and this Play-Rough will win Sir Kogas game number 1.
Play-Rough comes in, knocks out the Feraligatr. Game 1 goes to Sir Kogas. That was, to show patience there at that moment is just very, very difficult to have, because Feraligatr was just 1 away. All it took was that a slight hesitation, like half a second, half-turn miss, and the Hydro Cannon goes.
And this is world-class play from Sir Kogas. He realized what he needed to do to win, and he executed perfectly. Sir Kogas still undefeated in the entire tournament. This is the winners' finals. What does Ampolini need to do to take even 1 game away from Sir Kogas?
I think Sir Kogas has made no mistakes so far, especially coming in with that double water. The Diggersby did help a little bit for Ampolini by getting that defense fall on attack fall onto the Lapras, but unfortunately Lapras is such a bulky Pokemon that it was not enough to overcome it, and the farm down, the Psy Wave down of the Lapras onto the Diggersby just completely switched the game into the side of Sir Kogas.
Even this late in the season, we see Shadow Drapion and Azumarill still reigning supreme on some of these teams. When you have a trainer as skilled as Sir Kogas piloting this bulky Azumarill with a spammy Drapion, it's so hard to handle.
You know what was my favorite part of Stockholm?
Tell me.
It's when you predicted that Azumarill wouldn't win, and then you took a nice shower. It really helped all the other casters, I've heard, because we could finally sit next to Marcus.
Wow, you're funny.
Thank you.
At least you're trying to be. Let's see what these trainers are thinking. Or let's guess at least. What would you do if you were Ampolini? You're down a game against Sir Kogas and he's undefeated. What do you do? You need to adjust something, don't you?
Yeah,
Diggersby did not do a lot for you.
I mean, looking at the damage that the Malamar was doing for Ampolini, I would assume it was is an attack-weighted Malamar. So I would like to lead it to see what happens, because the backline was the Azumarill, but if the Malamar is in the lead, it's going to do a great job. And it was a Malamar lead for Ampolini, and this is a great position to be in because Superpower does a ton of damage. Psy Waves are also resisted by the Dark typing and the Psychic typing of the Malamar.
This Psy Waves from the Lapras are not doing anything at all. And, oh, but Sir Kogas lets a foul play through. This was a great bait from Ampolini.
Yeah, great bait by Ampolini, but it's not a great bait if it's being called like a book. Sir Kogas calls it and then goes for this heavy-hitting Skull Bash here. Skull Bash will do a ton of work against the Malamar, but this is still not going to be enough to put the Malamar into the red.
And Malamar still has this in its flappy hands because this superpower will knock out the Lapras. How is Sir Kogas deciding to play this? He's letting his Lapras go.
Lapras will go down, but the Malamar is very close to another superpower. At this point, you could potentially save the energy, but no, Ampolini says, I'm going to push my advantage. Yes, I know the attack is dropped on the superpower, but I'm still going to do some damage onto the Drapion before I swap into my next Pokemon.
Even though this is looking bleak for Surkoges, his Drapion, the energy from the Drapion, still will put in some work here. He needs to make sure that he can threaten the backline Pokemon with some of this Drapion energy. And here comes an Aqua Tail into the Tinkaton.
Aqua Tail comes in, but what Malamar has done is put this Drapion very close to knockout range if the Bulldoze lands here. Of course, it's not going to completely knock out the Drapion, but then again, it will want the Drapion to pull up shields. Aqua Tail number 2 comes in.
I think Surkoges needs to store some energy on this Drapion and go into his Azumarill eventually to try to handle this Tinkaton and the Feraligatr. He needs to shield this charge attack, and he does.
He does indeed. Charge attacks comes in, but then again, look at that. So many Aqua Tails. I think this is the 3rd Aqua Tail that the Drapion is throwing onto the Tinkaton, putting it into the red. Let's see if Ampolini wants to shield at all.
I believe we see a high defense Tinkaton in this situation. But Surkoges needs to shield this as well because he needs to do it. Oh,
lets it go.
There's a Feraligatr in the back for Ampolini. And up shields this Feraligatr. There's not a lot that can beat it. And Surkoges, he doesn't have a lot of fast damage to hit this Feraligatr.
Yeah, fast attacks of Bubble are not doing anything. This Feraligatr is going to chomp down that Azumarill, forcing it into submission and potentially get that 1-1 result for Ampolini. Hydro Cannon number 2 comes in. Surkoges does not have too many shields to hide behind.
And he knows that this is looking tough for him, but he goes for the Hail Mary player of play. But Ampolini knows he can shield whatever. If it's an Ice Beam bait, does not matter. As long as he keeps this Feraligatr healthy, he can go on to win this game.
Here comes Feraligatr. Look at that Shadow Claws. The animation is already so intimidating. It's 2 giant jaws clamping down on you and getting all your win conditions out of the way. Hydro Cannon being shielded by this Azumarill, but Azumarill is never going to outpace this Feraligatr before it gets to another move.
I think the Feraligatr can even Shadow Claw down this Azumarill. This will be the first game that Surkoges loses in this battle, and Ampolini has pulled a game back.
Ampolini and his Feraligatr pulling up a great show, tying this match 1-1. This is the winner's final. Both these competitors are trying to compete and secure their winner's side of the bracket position for day number 2. Ampolini going into that Malamar completely switched the start of the game. Yes, Surkoges did call the initial superpower bait, but going for that heavy-hitting Skull Bash could have potentially set him back a little bit.
But how? I wonder what goes through Surkoges' mind, because he has a Drapion and a Azumarill in the back, and he sees a Malamar in the front. This is, in my opinion, a situation where we have 2 Malamar answers in the back, but he decides to stay in with his Lapras. And that made the Tinkaton so hard to deal with in the back, and also the Feraligatr, obviously, which Lapras can hang in against.
I think what you explained to us just about now is what we typically call it as an ABB scenario, where your lead Pokemon is where your backline Pokemon is going to be very strong against the Pokemon in that we see in the lead as well, so you can switch out and try to bait out the counters. So it's something that we always see in this play, but these 2 trainers, of course, they know what is going on, and it's an amazing lead for Surkoges. A nightmare scenario for Ampolini. This is Talonflame in the skies, only to be met with a Feraligatr going into the Lapras, but it's a bit late, I'd assume.
I think this is looking okay for Surkoges still, because this Lapras takes only resisted damage from the energy of this Feraligatr. And there is no more water types on Ampolini's side. If Surkoges can neutralize this Feraligatr, you saw how good it was for Ampolini in game number 2.
At this point, it's going to be critical to preserve the switch advantage for Surkoges. Hydro Cannon number 2 comes in, already puts his Lapras into the red, goes for the Sparkling Area. Sparkling Area, of course, is going to be resisted, but we know that Feraligatr is not the bulkiest of Pokemon.
I think Surkoges is still looking great here, because if he can reach the Sparkling Area, the Feraligatr has to shield, and that will put Surkoges up 2 shields. He can come in with the Azumarill, sponge all the energy from the Feraligatr. I think Ampolini will need to swap out his Feraligatr with energy here. Oh, but it's so tough for him.
Yeah, it's still 2 shields for Serkogas to hide behind. It's a huge uphill climb for Ampolini, but we have seen his Feraligatr overcome the odds in the last game. Let's see if it has enough in its tank to try, and that's step number 1. Catch the resisted Ice Beam on to the Tinkerton. Now it will all come down to how much work this Tinkerton can do against the Talonflame, which comes in here.
But the Talonflame does not fear any of the energy from the Tinkerton. It does not need to shield a Bulldoze, a Play Rough, or anything that this Tinkerton can throw.
It's going to be Boost City with these flame charges. Bulldoze number 1 comes in, gets a defense fall. This makes it a little bit more interesting. Bulldoze number 2 comes in as well, but Talonflame has no incentive of shielding here.
And even with the debuff, Serkogas knows this is not a player rough, it does not threaten the knockout. If he can just boost up on this Talonflame, come out with a lot of energy, how is Ampolini going to deal with this Talonflame? Throw the energy immediately, take out the potential for Alligator that's coming in.
It's gonna be... Let's see what happens here. In comes the Malamar. Flame Charge goes into it immediately, and whatever move comes in next is going to do so much more damage because the Talonflame has boosted its own attack. Feraligatr comes in between the Incinerate to claim the first shield for Talonflame.
But this Talonflame has 2 shields, and it can just farm down the Feraligatr. It did with the boosted Flame Charges. And here comes the Booster Fly, and this Talonflame is going to win this game for Serkogas.
Talonflame started this game in the sky, still in the sky, taking out 3 Pokemon by itself. What an amazing read by Serkogas, understanding that Ampolini might want to play the Tinkerton to counteract his double waters, which is the Lapras and the Azumarill at the back, and getting that Talon onto the Tinkerton, completely neutralizing any play Ampolini would have in the future.
Incredible display by both of these trainers, but Serkogas, he benched his best Pokemon so far in the Shadow Drapion at the perfect moment, bringing in that Talonflame instead.
Talonflame is the bird to be reckoned with. The king of the skies in this meta is definitely Talonflame. It was Altaria for the longest time, then it became Noctowl, but now it's Talonflame.
I really love that Talonflame pick from Serkogas, and bringing it out in just the perfect moment is what sealed this game for him, because the Tinkerton, that could be a really problematic Pokemon for Drapion, for Azumarill, for Malamar,
for Lapras?
For Lapras as well, but for Talonflame.
There's no problem.
There's no problem with the Tinkerton.
It's just 2 shield advantage. Like, I think Ampolini really had to fight for it, because if you're in such a bad matchup, there's nothing you can do. You will have to fight for the switch.
I agree, and I think it was a very tough situation because you kind of needed that Feraligatr to threaten the Talonflame, but then if you're swapping your Malamar into Azumarill, you get taken out with a Play Roughs, and then all of a sudden it's such a tough situation, and Serkogas just had Ampolini's number right there from the beginning. But this is game 1, and this was just an incredible play from both of these trainers.
Yeah, game 1, Ampolini went for that crunch catch, but Serkogas decided to go for that Aqua Tail to try and play the 2-2 shield scenario against a Feraligatr, but this Azumarill had, I think game 1 also was a 2-shielded Azumarill, 2 shields at the back, and that was enough to seal that game for...
But this was so close. The Azumarill barely bubbling down before the foul play coming in, and then managing to knock out the Feraligatr. And here, in this game number 2, Ampolini, no, this is game number 3, it seems like. Ampolini got a catch?
Yeah, game 3.
On the, this is game 3, and eventually, Talonflame was what sealed it up for Serkogas.
Talonflame, man, what a great Pokemon to have. It's one of those Pokemon that can apply a ton of bench pressure on people who are running Tinkerton and Jumpluff, which are very common Pokemon to see. And then it's just, both these Pokemon, they do not want to face against Tinkerton.
But do you know what puts on a lot of pressure? Shadow Typhlosion. And I believe the next game we have coming up is Nickname against Sephi Mastex. And Nickname is still, even now, this many weeks after Utrecht, he's still running that Shadow Typhlosion, and it swept him his previous game.
I think he made a small modifications to his team, which is bringing in that Swampert and the Serperior as well. It's 2 great Pokemon to have to try and counteract, let's say, people bringing in Blastoises. Like, Serperior has such a good matchup against the Blastoise that you're not as afraid as a Jumpluff because Serperior brings in bulk, but also has Frenzy Plant. That does a ton of damage. And for coverage, has Aerial Ace as well.
I think also the Swampert is a very interesting play because the regular Swampert can hang on on the Mud Slaps from a Claydol and fire back with super effective Hydro Cannons. And the Rock Tombs are resisted by that Swampert. So Claydol and Blastoise, I assume that you're correct, and those are the two picks that Nickname has targeted with the changes to his team.
Yeah, and it's also going to be a better Typhlosion matchup as well in a way, because you're part ground type, so you're ground and water, so you're gonna take less damage from that Incinerates as well.
And also the Thunder Punches, but we also have Zephymastix in that matchup, well, so let's not forget him. He has a very unique and cool team. It's not running any of the regular Pokemon that we're seeing in this meta. He's not running the Claydol, not the Drapion, not Azumarill, no Tinkaton, no Malamar, no Blastoise, Lapras, none of it. He has brought, well, I love that Talonflame, but all of his other picks are pretty unique to his team.
Yeah, one of the things that we need to notice here is other than Gastrodon, all these Pokemon are not going to appreciate a Blast Burn from that Shadow Typhlosion. So Nickname will have to try and set up that Typhlosion for an energy lead and also try to get it away from that Gastrodon. Another Pokemon that we talked about since the start of the stream is that Shadow Malamar. We see it on the side of Nickname. This is going to do a ton of work against Zephymastix, but we saw earlier as well the Dusclops did so much work against the Malamar. I think it's just going to do better against the Shadow Malamar.
Oh, but if it can hang on through a foul play, that will be the difference maker. And the Corviknight still remains. Nickname said it was his most important Pokemon for Utrecht, and it still remains on this team. Typhlosion still here, Azumarill still here, Malamar adjusted to the Shadow variant. And we see Swampert running that its most recent charge attack addition in Sludge.
Yeah, Sludge was a huge update to Swampert. Earlier it had access to Sludge Bomb, I would assume.
Sludge Wave.
Sludge Wave. That takes so much more time to get to Sludge, is now gets in 5 mud shots.
Exactly, and it's a very efficient charge attack. Here we see the Talonflame still running that Brave Bird on Zephymastix's side. He believes in that Brave is the bird, and it gives you a better matchup into, for example, Azumarill, where some Talonflames managed to win the zero shield scenario against some Azumarills, even though it's a water type.
Yeah, it all comes down to how your Azumarill is trained as well. So, again, you have to come to these events to try and get that right Azumarill. They're not spawning right now, so the only way to get it is if you have caught it and try to trade in a good one. Of course, both these trainers, with Zephymastix running a very spicy team here, we've seen him play that for trying to get that switch advantage to ensure that his Pokemon, like the Gastrodon or Dusclops, can have a positive matchup at the backline as well. Both these trainers, I mean, they're top trainers, but they're both locked in. It's going to be a Malamar lead up against the Dusclops. We're going to see how much a foul play does really quickly.
And here we see, let's have a look, because there is a Ferret on Zephymastix's team, and he'll be very happy to see it's not lined up against that Malamar. But can the Dusclops threaten this Malamar with his Shadow Punches?
Shadow Punch #1 comes in. Of course, it's gonna be neutral because of the part Psychic type of the Malamar. That is a ton of damage, a lot more damage than I thought it would do. Foul Play comes in. Zephymastix opting not to shield this. This will do a lot of damage against the Dusclops.
He knows this Pokemon so well. It's not threatened by one Foul Play. And here comes another Shadow Punch. Malamar needs to shield if it wants to hang on.
At this point, maybe it's worth a shield and...
Oh, it doesn't knock out!
It doesn't knock out, it hangs on, gets to the foul play here. This will be enough to knock out the Dusclops, but this also means the backline Pokemon of Zephymastix can get that energy lead that they need. Let's see which Pokemon he brings in. Will it be the Charger Bug? Yes, it is. Oh man, this is gonna be a Swampert coming into this matchup, isn't it?
I think it's a Typhlosion, because then the Incinerates start doing so much. And I believe, oh, this is very interesting to see how Zephymastix plays this, because now the Typhlosion will outpace the Ferret to Thunder Punches.
Yeah, this is great position to be in because Swampert is still going to have a positive matchup against the Charger Bug at the back. So now this Ferret will be forced to go shields down against his Talonflame. Goes for the back-to-back Swift here. Swift #1 comes in from this Ferret. Will this be Protect Shielded?
I think Nickname has to Protect Shield this, and he needs to threaten the shield away from the Ferret, but the Ferret, maybe it can fast attack down the Typhlosion. I think Nickname needs to go into his Swampert here.
It's one more Incinerate for a move, but no. The Swampert comes in immediately. This will be met with the Trailblaze. Trailblaze does double super effective damage against the Swampert, and Nickname is forced to pull up the Protect Shield.
How does Zephymastix want to play this? He needs to put this Swampert into the range of Charjabug. Oh, but here comes the Swampert. This Swampert needs to deal with this Charjabug and rather quickly.
Yeah, it needs to deal with the Charjabug. Not only does the Swampert have to be able to tank 2 X's, it should also come in with enough energy to outpace that Fur to the charge attack. Let's see what happens in the end game. Swampert already very deep into the yellow here. The Charjabug gets to the X-Scissors, goes for the charge attack tie. Swampert wins it. This is going to be so close.
Very tough for Zephymastix here because he needs to take out the Swampert and the Typhlosion with his Ferret. And he's getting very close. Oh, and there comes a swap. But, oh, the Typhlosion barely hangs on. And that is what Zephymastix needed to win. But Nickname, trusting in his Typhlosion, and it reaches the parting Thunder Punch.
Thunder Punch is reached by the Typhlosion. 1 HP and a Dream. That was as close as it can get. Nickname understanding, yes, I know how I've trained my Typhlosion. I know that it will survive those sucker punches from the Fur. It came all the way down to the wire. A very thin wire if you take a deep look at the Talonflame's HP.
I think Zephymastix's choice to bring in the Charjabug into that Malamar made this game a little bit harder for him. If he brings in the Ferret, then Ferret will outpace the Typhlosion. So it will threaten the shield from a Typhlosion first before the Typhlosion threatened the shields from Ferret. And so I think coming in with the Ferret could have been the play for Zephymastix.
Yeah, 1-0 to Nickname. Talonflame was played just perfectly. I think one of the things that we saw there as well is the heads-up play of coming in with the Talonflame and with the Typhlosion instead of the Swampert. Swampert did have a positive matchup against the Charjabug, but the X-Scissors would have added up. I think that was a potential prediction of the Pokemon that could be at the back, which turned out to be a Ferret.
And I think you're very correct in your analysis here, because the Charjabug would outpace the Swampert to 2 attacks and possibly take out the Swampert before Swampert could threaten a knockout on the Charjabug, because Charjabug is not threatened for a knockout from 1 Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, especially from a non-Shadow Swampert as well. So let's see how these trainers try to edit how they approach the game. Definitely Zephymastix will have to make some changes, because it started out in a very neutral way, but then it quickly escalated to a point where his Pokemon did not do enough to win that matchup.
I think Zephymastix should continue to trust the Ferret, because the Ferret looks so safe for him against Typhlosion, Swampert, Azumarill. You know what? It doesn't have the greatest matchup either.
I think one of the Pokemon that Nickname should definitely continue using is that Shadow Malamar. It put a lot of work. Got that Dusclops, which is a huge neutral Pokemon, out of the way, but Malamar is going to be met with this Charjabug. Charjabug can do double super effective damage with those X-Scissors, but Malamar is so quick to its charge attacks that it will outpace this Charjabug before the first X-Scissor gets thrown.
And Malamar also has a way higher higher attack stat than the Charjabug, and it threatens a lot of damage on this Charjabug, and it will always win that charge attack priority. I think Malamar, if it shields this X-Scissor,
can it?
Possibly it can win the 2-shield scenario.
Could it potentially Sidewave down here? I don't think so. The Charjabug will get to move, but in comes a Dusclops save swap here, and this is not great for Zephymastix, because this energy, we know from earlier, is not enough to knock out the Malamar, and the Malamar will get to 2 charge attacks. Shadow Punch connects, Malamar gets to that first foul play. This will put that Dusclops deep into the red, if unshielded.
I think Zephymastix is going to double shield these Dusclops here. There's not a lot of Pokemon that can handle this Dusclops on Nickname's side, and he is going to invest in this Dusclops, is my guess.
Dusclops? Oh, no, he does not. That was a very bad guess, Marcus.
I'm sorry. I will be quiet from now on.
Swampert comes in to tank all this energy from the Dusclops. As you said, if it was a Shadow Dusclops, it would have done a lot more damage here. But this is 2 non-Shadow Pokemon going at each other. Swampert can potentially completely mud-shot down this Dusclops. Shadow Punch number 2 comes in.
And this, Zephyrmastix needs to make a hard prediction that there is a Superior in the back, and he doesn't. He goes into Charge Bug. That was his only win condition. The Gastrodon in the back cannot deal with a Superior in the end game.
There's going to be a slight delay towards the end game because the switch clock for Nickname is still not up yet. I think Nickname knows what Pokemon it is, Zephyrmastix knows what Pokemon it is, and it is not going to be pretty when the switch clock is up and in comes that Superior.
And they're both laughing at this situation. Sadly, Zephyrmastix in pity. Nickname, he finds it funny because Zephyrmastix was expecting the Typhlosion, and he doesn't even swipe any bubbles. Zephyrmastix realizes that this game is already over. Nickname throws a Frenzy Plant for good measure, but this is Nickname, and he is unstoppable here in Bologna too!
Yeah, unstoppable force in not just Bologna, he's been unstoppable in so many regionals, and it only makes it fair that he goes to day number 2 unbeaten. And to be honest, I can't wait. I can't wait for the showdown between the immovable force and a mountain.
And I wonder what mountain it will be that can stop the unstoppable force.
Yes.
That is Nickname. Immovable object meeting unstoppable force. What will come out on top? Because Nickname seems unstoppable at this point.
It will all come down to Colin, isn't it? It's gonna come down to their matchup, and I'm super excited to see that in day 2. But this one is about Nickname. He understood the modifications, the changes that his opponent would potentially bring, and then he bought that Superior into game number 2, completely neutralized any play that Gastrodon would have.
Yeah, the Gastrodon was unusable against the Superior because the grass typing deals double super effective damage to that Gastrodon, and there's not a lot of grass type damage in this meta, so Gastrodon has been a neutrally strong pick for Zephyrmastix, but not against the Superior.
Yeah, I think that was the modification he made from going away from, I mean, even Jumpluff is not the best match. It's not a great matchup at all for Gastrodon because the Mud Slaps. I know I know the Gastrodon is throwing at the Mud Slaps, but I've never noticed it reach the Jumpluff.
And that is the problem because Gastrodon relies heavily on that ground type damage, and Jumpluff doesn't care about it. But here we see the Superior resisting the ground type damage and hitting back with that Frenzy Plant. It's just not a chance for Gastrodon to do anything at all.
Wow, Nickname is looking unstoppable. Game number 1, it was about the Malamar, Shadow Malamar show. Knowing and understanding the Shadow Malamar can tank 2 Shadow Punches from the Dusclops to get to 2 foul plays to knock it out, securing the switch just at the start of the game, and this Talonflame coming in, Typhlosion coming in, hanging on by a sliver of an HP to knock the Furret out of the game.
It was such a close game, and then Zephyrmastix adjusted to counter that Typhlosion, but Nickname made his own adjustment and bringing that Superior. Nickname only has dropped a single game so far this tournament, and he did not want to drop any more this time. And Zephyrmastix puts up his hand, he surrenders because he saw and realized that Nickname got the better of him in that situation.
Wow. Wow, just wow.
Just wow?
Yeah, just wow. I'm lost for words. As a caster, that's a bad thing.
It doesn't sound like you're lost for words because they keep flowing out of your mouth.
I'm quite talkative. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
You're still not my friend, Marcus.
Well, I'm trying.
So, I mean, we saw a lot of the Pokemon that we really wanted to see come to the forefront. We saw the Dusclops, which was predicted by Martin. We saw the Shadow Malamar, which is kind of, I think, predicted by Farid.
Correct.
We saw, when Stunfisk predicted by me, didn't do a great job. But we saw the Blastoise that did a great job, and for Alligator.
And also, Zephyrmastix was bringing the Furret that I believed in. And I think the Furret was the potential win condition for Zephyrmastix in that game number 1, but barely that Typhlosion managed to hang on.
It was sliver of an HP. I think game 2 I would have really pushed for leading something strong against Malamar and then having Furret as a potential safe swap, because we've seen so many times Furret comes in and then can flip that Malamar matchup in the 2-to-1 shield scenario, just boosting up on the first Trailblaze and then trying to secure the switch. in a game where your opponent is playing like really a polarizing Pokemon, like the Typhlosion, for example, when you have like a hard answer like Gastrodon, fighting for that switch advantage could go a long way in helping you win the game.
I agree, but I'm not sure exactly what Zephymastix could run to deter that Malamar lead, because even the Charger Bug with his Volt Switch, that's an electric type attack, does not hit the Malamar very hard. It needs to build up to that X-Scissor, and Malamar wins charge attack priority and can shield the X-Scissors, not taking a lot of damage from the Charge Bug if shields are up.
Yeah, and especially because it's a Shadow Malamar, so the Psywave damage is also steadily adding up. We saw in game number 1 where we had the Malamar onto the Charger Bug. It did so much work before swapping out and then coming back in, doing more damage, going back again, and then doing even more damage after.
And that is the question. How do you deal with this Shadow Malamar? And I am aware that it was problematic for Zephymastix, and I think that Shadow Malamar from Nickname will keep to give other players problems as well during day number 2, which Nickname is qualified for.
Day number 2 indeed, and it's something like this, right? So you said that is a question, but I thought to be or not to be is a question, but I guess we don't do that anymore. What are you looking forward to? I think there's so many more trainers, so many more matchups that we're going to see. Have you seen all the Pokemon that you wanted to see? Is there any specific Pokemon that you think is kind of niche, but you have not seen it yet?
There are a lot of Pokemon that I want to see, but what I want to see even more is if there could be a quiz on the floor, and I believe Farid has a quiz ready for you.
Thank you, Marcus and Arby. And now, as you know, we're at the Bologna Special Championships, but what you might not have known is that Bologna is the culinary capital of Italy. And so we thought we'd honor that by doing a little bit of a quiz about Pokemon that represent food. So I've gathered 2 trainers here with me. On my right, we've got Bug Catcher Snorrick, and dressed perfectly, by the way, might I add. And to my left, forgot their costume, but we have Tube Girl Stone Collection. And these 2 players, they're actually going to be up against each other very soon in their losers round 3. So to warm them up, we've gathered them in. And now, both of you, I'm going to ask you 5 questions. It's going to be a best of 5, right? I'm going to ask you a food type, and you are going to try and tell me one Pokemon that represents that food type. Are you ready? Okay, easy one to start with. And let us know in chat if you know the answers as well. First one, ice cream. Vanillux? Say it again.
Vanillux?
Vanillux, that is perfect. We've got the whole Vanillux family. They had a community day recently, the ice cream Pokemon. So we'll go 1. What we'll say is, when you've got an answer, just like put your hand in straight away, and I'll give you the microphone, okay? So 1 up. Question 2, an apple. Applin. Applin is correct. It's got a huge family as well, lots of evolution opportunities, but Applin, you can find those apples in the Pokemon Go map right now. Make sure to click on them for Pokemon catches or other items. 1-1. Okay, question 3. A Pokemon that represents an egg.
Executor.
Executor, that's exactly correct. There's actually quite a few options. Did you have another one in mind? No. Well, you also had...
Yeah, Vullaby.
Yeah, well, Vullaby, yeah, that's an egg. The Chansey family as well. So a couple of options there, but 2-1. All right, can you pull it back? Question 4. Tea.
Fatality? Oh, that's the German name, I think. Oh.
Describe it, and I'll tell you if you're correct.
So it's a teacup, which has the colors purple and blue, and it has some yellow ice.
That's right. So in the English name, Sinistea and Poltegeist. Do you know their matcha equivalents?
No.
No. You've also got Poltergeist and Sinistcha as well. So those are the T Pokemon. That takes us to 2-2. Now, this next Pokemon is not yet in Pokemon Go, so I'll be very impressed if either of you get this. And I would like you to tell me a whipped cream Pokemon.
I know it. It's Pokusan.
In English?
Oh, it's not the English name. Oh.
Describe it.
So it looks like the normal form looks like like strawberry cream one. It has red eyes and it sits. I don't know if it's in a cup, but it has like a whipped cream tip. Oh no, I don't know the English.
I mean, that's right. So in English, it's alchemy, evolves from milkery. It also has a Gigantamax. Do you have any idea what food the Gigantamax form of alchemy represents?
I don't know. I don't play the mine series.
That's okay. You stick to bugs. It's a giant cake. So Stone Collection, it looks like you win this round 3-2. Does that give you a little bit of motivation going into your round 3 against bug catcher Snorek?
Yes.
That's exactly what we were looking for. That's all we have for this floor segment. Best of luck to both of you in your next round. But for now, let's get back to the action with the casters.
Man, talking about food has gotten me a tiny bit hungry. But also a fun fact is, did you know Bologna, where we're at right now, is the culinary capital of Italy?
Yeah, Farid just told me.
Ah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
I'm gonna repeat it again.
Once more?
Bologna is the culinary capital of Italy.
For real?
Yeah.
And I am sure that I've noticed already because the food here has been amazing so far, and I'm really enjoying myself here in Bologna.
It's also the Tower City.
The Tower City?
Yeah, City of Towers.
Dude, you know so much.
I don't. I just Googled it.
Well, that's one way to learn, and I'm sure that the trainers we have ready on stage have learned a lot about Pokemon throughout their journey as well. So let's see if they are ready to play their Pokemon game in Pokemon GO PvP.
I think the next two trainers, of course, and we're at a position in the tournament where all the trainers are unbeaten, and a lot of the trainers that we're going to show are unbeaten, and all these trainers are also very well-known trainers. We have on our screen PvP David 07 on the left, and on the right we have FedeVedeP 10. We saw how good FedeVedeP played that Corviknight matchup. We saw him understanding it, showing a brilliant understanding of the game and trying to secure his win condition. He's going to go up against another titan of the game, which is PvP David.
PvP David is on my caster fantasy draft.
Caster fantasy draft.
Exactly. Just shuffle it around. And I believe that PvP David is one of the best trainers that we have here in Europe. But FedeVedeP has traveled from the LATAM region and tried to knock PvP David out of the winner's bracket.
Yeah. Do you see some similarities in PvP David's team? Do you know the team?
It seems pretty familiar, and I believe his teammate Colin6 is running the exact same team, which is our spin-off of It's Axon's team from Portland.
Yep. We see all the conventional moves here. Of course, the only thing that stands out of place is that what we've seen clearly in the whole meta, when people were just running Lapras, we saw it running Skull Bash, but the Lapras here is running Ice Beam because, as you said earlier, the Blastoise is the one that supplements that Skull Bash damage here to ramp up its defense.
I think that is a great way to realize that, okay, I want the Ice Beam on the Lapras, where else can I get my neutral Water-type Pokemon? It's in the Blastoise. And we see the Blastoise and here we have the turntables with the Blastoise on FedeVedeP's side is running the Ice Beam, while the Lapras is running the Skull Bash. Very interesting switcheroo from these two trainers.
Yeah, the turned have tabled indeed. Corviknight also coming in here with Sand Attack, Sky Attack, and Iron Head. I think it's a Pokemon that we are seeing a lot more now because earlier we saw in Portland it did not performed really well in day number 1, and there was only one Corviknight in the top 3 as well. So it's slowly creeping up in usage.
And I wonder, both of these trainers are running that Diggersby, but will it see any play? I think the Diggersby from FedeVedeP's side is looking worse than PvP David's, because David has the Corviknight is a target for that Diggersby with the Fire Punch.
Yeah, Fire Punch will do a ton of work against Corviknight, but of course, the fast attacks of the Diggersby is not going to do it's not going to do a lot of damage. But the Pokemon that I really want to see leverage on the side of FedeVedeP is that Blastoise. The matchup that it needs to avoid is PvP David's on Blastoise, because PvP David's Blastoise is running that Skull Bash.
That is correct. The Ice Beam on the FedeVedeP side on his Blastoise, that could be detrimental lining up against PvP David's Blastoise. But I think FedeVedeP, if he relies on his Dropion, the Dropion can do so much here if it avoids the Tinkaton. Even against the Diggersby, it's not entirely hopeless, even though that's, you kind of want to avoid that as well.
I mean, Fede has gone for this double flyer, double water team. Of course, Drapion also has access to the Aqua Tail to give some extra help for the water types. But then again, Pokemon like even with this matchup, Diggersby is still going to do a ton of work, but also Jumpluff on the side of PvP David can do a lot of work against, let's say, most of the core that Fede can bring.
I think the Jumpluff would be too risky for PvP David to run because of that Ice Beam on the Blastoise and also that Corviknight. But let's have a look at what these trainers have in store for us.
Yeah, both these trainers have locked in their teams. It's going to be a Corviknight going up against that Diggersby. Diggersby, of course, is going to take a ton of neutral damage by this Corviknight, but having access to that Fire Punch to do super effective damage against the Steel type of Corviknight is going to go a long way here.
This is not what Fede wanted to see because he is soft in the lead against this Diggersby with this Corviknight and also in the back with his Drapion. But I don't think Fede has the opportunity to swap out here. He needs to stay in with his Corviknight.
Sky Attack comes in. Corviknight, as you said, is staying in. First Sky Attack not shielded by the Diggersby. At this point, maybe PvP David can make that call of what to potentially expect in the backline. Fire Punch number 2 being let go by PvP David.
And it's going to take another Fire Punch to take out this Corviknight. And Fede will reach the Sky Attack, but no! He lets the Diggersby get to the Fire Punch. He shakes his head. This was not how we wanted this game to go to start.
Diggersby gets to the Fire Punch, only to be met with a Protect Shield from Fede and it's a simultaneous swap into the Blastoise, but PvP David's Blastoise, as we talked about before, is wanting that Skull Bash, and it's going to do so much work in this matchup.
And PvP David knows that he can safely no-shield this Hydro Cannon because it's resisted by the Blastoise and build up his defenses with this Skull Bash. The momentum swing here is incredible for PvP David.
Skull Bash number 1 lands, and it's already putting that Blastoise so deep into the red here. And in comes another Hydro Cannon. This PvP David recognizes maybe his Blastoise can do a ton of work at the back, and he's leveraging the shield advantage he built up from that starting matchup to get it.
Ooh, but he loses the charge attack priority. Fede at least has that going for him, that his Blastoise will win charge attack priority, but it doesn't do a lot. The Blastoise is so heavily buffed now.
Yeah, Blastoise is so heavily buffed, but also it has a lot of energy stored as well. Hydro Cannon knocks out Fede's Blastoise, but this Blastoise still needs a lot to be taken out of. Sand attacks will not add up over time because of the fact that the Blastoise is already buffed. In comes a Drapion, only to be met with another Hydro Cannon. This Blastoise is not stopping throwing these charge attacks.
I think PvP David knows that he's in such a great position. He can even swap in the Diggersby, and this is going to take Fede so much to get rid of this Diggersby as well. It needs at least 2 Aqua Tails.
Aqua Tail number 1 comes from Fede's side. This is not going to be enough to knock out the Diggersby. It's not even putting it in a range where it can be Poison Sting down. Fire Punch comes in. This will definitely knock out the Drapion if unshielded, and Fede goes for that shield.
And here we see Fede. He's throwing the Aqua Tail, trying to threaten the Diggersby to shield, but no. PvP David knows that he can rely on his backline Pokemon to win this game. He doesn't need the Diggersby anymore. He's put in the work that he needed to do.
At this point, if you were PvP David, you would not want to show your Malamar, but he says, I don't mind. I'm going to show you my Malamar, and I'm going to secure my matchup with this Malamar. Crunch comes in. PvP David knows this Crunch is not enough to knock out his Malamar, comfortably no shielding it, and this will...
Oh, and here we see Corviknight coming in. It has a charge attack ready, but PvP David knows just if he can take out this Corviknight, he goes on to win the game. Because here we see the foul play, and this would probably be enough to knock out this Corviknight. And then the Malamar can side wave down the Drapion, and PvP David is taking game number 1.
Game number 1 goes to PvP David. Very, very securely done. That Blastoise swap in from Fede got completely punished by PvP David's own Blastoise. Those Skull Bashes, I mean, Blastoise, as you were talking to me earlier, has such efficient ways of using its charge attacks that is just impossible. Once it gets that Skull Bash buff, it's just impossible to stop.
Boom, boom, boom. There's a Hydro Cannon. There's a Hydro Cannon. Oh, Skull Bash, and then another Hydro Cannon. Blastoise. It does not stop. Once it gets rolling, it just keeps on rolling, and it's so hard to stop. I think FedeVDP needs to adjust his team a little bit.
Yeah, I think bringing the Blastoise for FedeVDP the approach needs to change, because knowing that his Blastoise loses against, let's say, PvP David's own Blastoise, and his Lapras also loses against PvP David's own Blastoise is going to be so costly for FedeVDP.
But I still think FedeVDP needs to bring his own Lapras, because it has the Skull Bash, and that makes PvP David's Lapras impossible to play. The Diggersby would be punished, and even though obviously the Blastoise is not a great matchup, the Malamar either, I think you kind of needed to control the top 4 Pokemon, and then you can use your Dropion to control the Blastoise and the Malamar. So I expect Dropion and Lapras from FedeVDP, and I think his Blastoise with Ice Beam is too risky.
You have to try and make changes if you are FedeVDP as well, because matchup-wise, looking at PvP David's team going up against FedeVDP's team, I think PvP David's team has a huge advantage here when you directly look at the matchups, because a lot of the Pokemon that you expect the other one to be, the Blastoise to beat or be neutral at, is just completely flipped on top of his head because of that Ice Beam on the Blastoise.
But let's see how these players decide to approach this game. We see Jumpluff into Tinkaton. This is another great lead for PvP David.
Great lead indeed, but as we said earlier, going for the save swap Corviknight here, this could help FedeVDP set up an energy lead on the Jumpluff towards the late game. First Fire Punch comes in from the Diggersby, going to do super effective damage on to the Corviknight.
I think FedeVDP wanted to get rid of this Diggersby, because then maybe he can leverage his Dropion in the back. There's a Tinkaton, there is a Blastoise. Well, how is FedeVDP deciding to play this matchup out?
Corviknight is hanging on. These quick attacks are slowly adding up. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but these Fire Punches is where it's at. Fire Punch number 2 coming in from the Diggersby, but this is also not going to be enough to knock out the Corviknight. You need another Fire Punch to knock the Corviknight out of the sky. Sky attack number 2 coming in.
At least FedeVDP gets to double Sky attack before he needs to spend a shield this time. It's looking slightly better for him than in game number 1, but looking at PvP David, how does he want to go about this game? Because FedeVDP, it's going to take a lot to farm down this Diggersby, and FedeVDP does not have that much fast move damage on this team.
Yeah, no fast, very limited fast move damage as well, especially if the Poison Stings are going to be resisted by the Diggersby. Let's see what he does here. Will he go? Oh wow, PvP David saying, all right, I'm just gonna throw a Fire Punch. I'm gonna put this Dropion as low as possible, or try to whittle it down so that I can deal with it towards the end game. But that might be costly, because now the Dropion can farm up so much more energy.
Oh, what a catch! This is an Aqua Tail of the Blastoise. This is not what FedeVDP wanted, but incredible recognition by PvP David.
Yeah. Aqua Tail goes into the Blastoise. That's some energy wasted. All that farming onto the Dropion goes to a waste here. Crunch number 1 coming in. At this point, PvP David I thought he might go for the protection, but he says, no, the first crunch doesn't knock me out, so I'm gonna no shield this. Let's see what he does. Oh, tries to catch the Hydro Cannon on the side of FedeVDP, but unfortunately, PvP David showing some patience here and goes for the Hydro Cannon bait.
And this is a great recognition by PvP David that FedeVDP needs to preserve the health points on this Jumpluff. But now he throws a Hydro Cannon. Can FedeVDP maybe try to get a farm down on this Blastoise?
Oh, he calls the Hydro Cannon, and then this is going to be a huge farm down, but in comes his move from this Jumpluff. Of course, PvP David is in a commanding position because he has a great matchup, but also has that 2 shield advantage.
And very interesting to see how PvP David decides to play this. This player up threatens a knockout, almost a knockout on this Jumpluff.
It's going to be pretty close on the Jumpluff. Player up coming in from the Tinkaton, swinging that big hammer, not enough to knock out the Jumpluff, but Jumpluff does get to that acrobatics, forcing PvP David to pull up a protection. But let's not forget that Dropion at the back does have a ton of energy. 2 Aqua Tails is what is needed. Aqua Tail number 1 coming in. It's back to back already.
And this Dropion, can it fight back. Can it do it for Fedivede? It's possible. The one Aqua Tail comes in, and there's a bulldoze. I think Fedivede wanted to throw this charge attack on charge attack priority, but no. PvP David is coming in, and here comes the Diggersby. How far away is it from a Fire Punch? It is there already.
It's there already, and this would force PvP David to pull up the protection. Fedevede's Aqua Tail is gonna be shielded, and this is not looking good. Diggersby gets to that Fire Punch to knock out the Drapion. Can the Jumpluff effectively farm down the Diggersby to have energy to threaten that Tinkerton and also the Blastoise at the back? I don't think so. This is going to be a quick attack down, 1 and 2, and that's it. PvP David goes to day number 2.
It looked incredible for PvP David throughout this entire matchup. He was yawning before the game and is yawning after. This was an incredible display of power from PvP David. He is the wonder boy from Europe, and who can take him down? I'm not sure, because this was an incredible display.
So far, we have had 3 amazing trainers going into day number 2. It was Colin 6 first, Nickname next, and then PvP David after. It's gonna be a stacked day number 2.
And don't forget Sir Kogas as well. All of these 4 trainers who are ready for day number 2 have played incredible games so far. I'm so impressed.
Oh yeah. I think everybody is impressed. It's the pinnacle of the meta, as you call it. We all started so long ago, but now is when people have understood what is needed, where the meta is, and what they can bring to completely dominate. And
exactly, it's so interesting to see as well. PvP David bringing that Diggersby. We both talked about it, that we have seen a lot of Diggersby on teams, but not it being brought a lot into the games. But Diggersby for PvP David put in so much work into this game.
Yeah, Diggersby was the star of this game, even though there were 2 water types. A Corviknight, a Jumpluff. Of course, these are Pokemon that can still take super effective damage from the Diggersby. So it did a lot of work for PvP David. But then again, in the end, he made some great calls there. We knew the Drapion would want to throw the energy. Once it gets to 100, he knew that, predicted it, and gets that energy completely wasted onto the Blastoise. That was... It was a perfect play.
I wonder if Fedivede believed so much in his Drapion that he thought he could win the entire game off of it, because it certainly looked like it. But that Aqua Tail catch from PvP David neutralized a lot of the energy from the Drapion that goes everywhere if you don't have a great place to sponge it, and he managed to find that.
Yeah, it's all about tracking your energy, right? So the Drapion was in the game for a long time. It started out, and then it got a lot of energy from all those poison sinks. It added up, but PvP David understood that I need to keep track of this energy. I need to know when it gets to 100, that's when I will make the swap. That's when I will ruin all the energy and all the potential advantage that Fedivede built up. That, for me, is a perfect play.
I agree with you, and imagine PvP David, Fedivede throwing a crunch into that Blastoise. Then it threatens a knockout on the next crunch. Instead, PvP David managed to catch the Aqua Tail, a resisted attack, and so Fedivede would have to throw 3 attacks into the Blastoise to take it out, and that completely swung that matchup.
PvP David was on point to master all the skills. There are so many skills that you can learn throughout the championship tournaments, to watching them, but also through this tiny segment where we talk about perfect plays.
Hey trainers, welcome back to another episode of Perfect Play, where we break down the strategies and big plays from the top trainers of competitive Pokémon GO. Today, we're diving deep into a masterclass performance by none other than Colin 6, one of Europe's finest and multiple-time champion who's kicking off the 2025 season with a bang. Our focus is the decisive Game 3 between Colin 6 and Howie at the 2025 Dortmund Regional Championships. Midway through this high-stakes battle, Colin makes a pivotal decision. He chooses to conserve all his shields for his Feraligatr. His Ariados in the back has virtually no play against Howie's Talonflame. Colin knows he must avoid this unfavorable matchup at all costs. As the battle progresses, Feraligatr takes on Howie's bulky Azumarill, and in comes Malamar wielding the dangerous Psywave fast attack. This is where Colin needs to think fast. Feraligatr lacks the bulk to withstand multiple Psywaves, and he must knock out Malamar immediately. However, doing so would leave Feraligatr with very low HP and no energy, almost defenseless against the awaiting Talonflame. The odds are stacking against him. But this is where Colin's expertise comes into play. Recognizing the mechanics, he executes a sequence that can only be described as sheer brilliance. Colin's deep understanding of game mechanics and lightning-fast reflexes comes in handy here. He attacks 4 times with the Shadow Claw from Feraligatr, then catches the damage from the second Incinerate on the Clodsire. Clodsire faints, but Feraligatr avoided the damage and it's still on the field. Switching back, he squeezes in 1 more Shadow Claw and unleashes Hydro Cannon just in time. It's like Feraligatr just avoided 2 Incinerates! To better understand this perfect play, let's view the battle as a timeline. In Pokémon GO PvP, each turn lasts half a second. Shadow Claw is a 2-turn, 1 second, fast attack, while Incinerate is a 5-turn, 2.5 seconds, fast attack. The damage of a fast attack is applied at the end of these durations. Do you see where I'm going with this? Here's the math. 4 Shadow Claws take 8 turns, and 2 Incinerates take 10 turns. This timing gap allows Colin to switch to Clodsire just before the Incinerate damage lands, effectively absorbing it on the Clodsire instead of the Feraligatr. Moreover, since 1 Shadow Claw is 2 turns and 1 Incinerate is 5 turns, Feraligatr can sneak in a Shadow Claw and then launch Hydro Cannon before Talonflame's next Incinerate hits. Feraligatr literally said, "I'm not done with you just yet, Talonflame." This play allowed Feraligatr to avoid 2 Incinerates of damage and get to the charge that Colin 6 needed to win this game. With this play, he showed not just quick reflexes, but also his deep understanding of the game's underlying mechanics. Turn durations, fast attack timing, energy gains, and switch mechanics. Let's take a look at this one more time. 4 Shadow Claws. Catches the second Incinerate on Clodsire. Swaps back in Feraligatr to reach the Hydro Cannon. Wins the game. Incredible. The decision making of Colin 6 under pressure is a neat display of high-level competitive play. He assessed the situation, calculated the exact timing needed, and executed flawlessly, all in real time. Wow. This was a very high-level play from Colin 6 that required fast thinking and decision making that even the best amongst us could learn from. Do you think you have what it takes to become a Pokémon GO master? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
Short turn duration, long turn duration. Martijn actually told me before this cast that he wasn't going to wear a tie because it would take too many turns. So don't worry, I've got you guys sorted. Welcome back to the Bologna Special Championships. I'm Tomahawk UK, this is Inadequance, and we have some incredible matches all day still to come.
Yeah, thank you for your great introduction. I just want to make you look good for once instead of all your silver medals.
I know. Well, Martijn actually lends me his pins at every event.
It looks good on you, actually.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe you should run a Shadow Dialga next time.
That's true. I need to pick a new dragon for tomorrow, don't we?
We do, actually. All right, well, our next matches are actually not going to be on the winner's side of the bracket. We are moving for a little bit to the loser's side of the bracket. Those players have lost once already, so they have basically only 1 life left. You can lose only once in double elimination, and if you lose twice, you are out. So the pressure's high here.
It is, but there is still a lot of opportunity. Sometimes it takes that 1 loss to really motivate you. You've had some incredible losers runs in the past. I think your Utrecht special title was from off the back of an incredible losers bracket run, isn't that right?
Yeah, I think I lost my first match of the day, felt bad, decided not to lose anymore. Let's take a look at these players, because one of these has to not lose as well. We have Ampolini from Italy versus Noitan Matsal. We saw him earlier today play against Paulasha, and in the loser's side of the bracket, they actually played again, and he managed to defeat her twice in this tournament.
Our Shadow Mightyana's gone!
He aligned his Drapion on Shadow Mightyana every single game.
He's a genius.
That's just how we do it.
He's a genius.
If you're weak to something, just put your best counter to it.
This is how we do it. But we've got Ampolini now next up for Mantal and Diggersby, Jumpluff. These are all very familiar Pokemon, very meta Pokemon. So this is probably a team that you've had a lot of practice against.
Can you tell me, Farid, why is this Jumpluff not Shadow, actually? Because the majority of the Jumpluff we've seen are the Shadow variant.
Now, there are 2 reasons that you might not have a Shadow Jumpluff. One of them is because you simply don't have one that you like to use, right? And so you go, hey, look, it's a Community Day Pokemon, and my regular one is better. But the other reason is that regular Jumpluff takes 1 less damage from Malamar's Psywave. And in a meta where Malamar is very popular, that could be really, really valuable. That extra bulk can put you in situations where you can tank so many more attacks.
Is this a team where you would use that non-Shadow Jumpluff? I think you take Ice Beam better from the Claydol, but Mud Slap is triple resisted anyway, so I don't think you really fear it there. You also fainted 2 Ice Beam from Azumarill regardless, so I feel like the placement of the regular Jump Bluff here is very niche.
And there's also a very easy Bullet Seed breakpoint against a regular Jump Bluff, which if Cradily reaches, which most should be okay to reach, then you can actually just take down the regular with 2 Rock Tombs, but the regular Jump Bluff can't easily take out the Cradily either, so that's often not a great matchup for the regular Jump Bluff.
That is good to know. You learn a lot here about those break and bulk points, and for the record, for those not aware what the breakpoint means, it means you reach that one extra damage per fast attack once your Pokemon has sufficient attack for that. And same for bulk point, of course, but then for defense. One of these trainers is locked in, the other one's still thinking it through a little bit, and we have a lock-in on both sides here.
Now, Ampolini's Jump Bluff, it doesn't have a Grass-type attack. That means Noit and Madsal could run Water in the lead, Water in the back. There we go, it's Azumarill into Tinkaton, and Jellicent is in the back line there for Noit and Madsal.
I expect to switch it from Noit and Madsal because it's too better answered to Tinkaton. In comes the Malamar answering the Jellicent, but Jellicent does not have a terrible matchup here, especially with that Hex advantage. I believe if you are fast or if the Malamar is not fast enough, the Jellicent will be able to get to 2 Surf here, and then Jellicent will win the 0 shield scenario.
Now let's remember, a couple of seasons ago, Surf was adjusted. It takes a little bit more time to reach it, but it does a lot more damage. You can see that 1 Surf landing, and Malamar's already in the yellow, but Jellicent's there in the red after 1 foul play.
And look, Jellicent is about to knock out this Malamar unless Ampolini is going to use a Protect Shield to keep switch advantage. No, he's not shielding. That means the plan of Noit and Madsal here is unfolding perfectly. He can align the Corviknight now on the Tinkaton, but I think Ampolini is fine with that. It's Shadow Feraligatr in the back.
Potentially, but Noit and Madsal, he really did want that Corviknight onto that Tinkaton. The question he now has to ask himself is, how do I take down this Feraligatr? It might be the case I sponge as much energy as possible into the Azumarill and then hope to land an attack and Sand Attack down?
Feraligatr is one of the strongest Pokemon in the current meta, but it has to do a lot of work here for Ampolini, taking out both Azumarill and Corviknight. The good thing is, and this is what Feraligatr likes a lot, there's not much fast attack pressure, as the fast attacks being used by Noit and Madsal here is Bubble, Resisted, and Sand Attack from Corviknight. Not the same type of attack bonus and not doing a lot of damage.
You saw reaching for the Ice Beam there as a bait attack. You expect the Feraligatr to shield, you do get the shield, and now from this point, the Azumarill may as well go for double Play Rough, because 2 Play Roughs will be 6 then 5 anyway. So can Feraligatr take out the Azumarill beforehand is the question, and will Noit and Madsal invest into this Azumarill?
This Hydro Cannon is resisted, but hits really hard. It might knock out the Azumarill, but it might also barely hang on. Let's see if it hangs on. It doesn't hang on! The energy is lost, and now it's all in the hands of Corviknight. It's up a shield, but Feraligatr already had some energy, and this Hydro Cannon will add up so much. As Noit and Madsal, you really don't want this Hydro Cannon to land, but Ampolini is pushing and pushing because the Tinkaton in the back is not going to do a lot into this Corviknight. It's all in the hands of Gator.
And Iron Head is resisted into the water typing of Shadow Feraligatr, but Shadow Feraligatr, it's so squishy, it would be knocked out, so that's why this shield goes up. You get a lot more pressure with these Hydro Cannons that are ramping up. You might be able to reach 2 before another Iron Head is reached by this Corviknight.
I think that Corviknight will slightly outpace here. Noit and Madsal considering where to use Protect Shield. This makes sense because all the energy from Tinkaton is resisted. Can you get to the Iron Head, or does Feraligatr get there? Feraligatr gets there to the Hydro Cannon. This is crucial.
Now, do you just go for this full farm down and see if 2 Iron Heads are enough versus the Tinkaton? Tinkaton's extremely bulky. You firstly have to Sand Attack down in the process. It's not going to happen. Tinkaton comes straight in and reaches a Bulldoze.
Bulldoze, not a very strong charge attack. Single resisted on this flying type. That's also a steel type Pokemon. It's actually going to knock out Corviknight. Ampolini takes game number 1.
And now you start to see some of the weaknesses that come with this Corviknight. We've seen that it can be so defensively strong, and offensively in the right situations, it can put a lot of pressure on as well. But Sand Attack, it doesn't do a ton of damage. He wasn't able to fast attack down that Shadow Feraligatr where many other Pokemon might have been able to.
But is that the flaw of Corviknight, or is this just the strength of Feraligatr? Because I feel like Feraligatr with that energy advantage can take on pretty much everything that's not a Razor Leaf user.
That is true, but I suppose Corviknight and Sand Attack paired together, it's non-stab. Stab means same type attack bonus. It means you do a little bit extra damage because you share a typing with the attack itself. Corviknight doesn't have that, and that means that Sand Attack often does very little damage into most of its targets. For Alligator, reaching, it was 3, 4 Hydro Cannons coming through. There's really not much you can do when that happens.
It did so much work. Corviknight needed Sand Attack to do a little bit more damage. It does charge energy quite fast. Neutenmatzel shaking his head. How am I going to deal with this for Alligator? I feel like this first game really gives you a taste of how your opponent plays. Neutenmatzel went for switch advantage and Apollini really went for the for Alligator pressure. How are both players going to adapt in this battle?
Listen, if I'm honest, I felt there that Neutenmatzel disrespected the Shadow for Alligator with that team.
Yeah.
You play water lead, water back with a Corviknight, you don't actually give yourself an easy way to take down this Shadow Claw Hydro Cannon Shadow for Alligator, and he will need to make an adjustment. So that Shadow Drapion, for example, that Cradily, these need to be options that Neutenmatzel needs to consider, otherwise Apollini will come through again.
I do like the idea of the Jellicent safe switch. This is something Doombug used in North America as well, to bait out a Drapion, and then with an energy lead, you win the zero shoot scenario. Both players are locked in. We see from Apollini the Malamar into the Azumarill from Neutenmatzel. This is a great lead for Neutenmatzel.
Neutenmatzel with the lead that he really needed, but he doesn't, as you can see, have a response to the Feraligatr. So the Feraligatr safe swap comes in, and Neutenmatzel is, in a way, stuck. You just have to come in and try and reach play roughs, but if these are shielded by the Feraligatr, how are you taking it down?
This is definitely scary. However, you resist. This is probably the Pokemon that can take all the damage from Feraligatr the most in this meta. Player is going to do a lot. I'm not surprised to see the shoot from Apollini here, because Feraligatr is just such a valuable Pokemon for him into the team of Neutenmatzel.
For many players, when you use a safe swap and your opponent doesn't swap out immediately, you start to think, can I get more value out of this? They clearly don't have a hard response. As we're seeing here, Corviknight coming in, Sand Attack is doing little to nothing, and Hydro Cannon comfortably outpaces the Sky Attack.
This does so much damage. The second Hydro Cannon is coming up. Neutenmatzel probably has to shield this to make use of that Corviknight, or he would have to put shields on Claydol, but Claydol doesn't want to see this Feraligatr either.
If Feraligatr is able to flip switch, that could be huge for Apollini, but instead he's opted to go back into the Malamar, an aggressive swap. He's not going to shield it. I think he's going to basically say, I don't see a ton of play for the Malamar. I want to sweep with Feraligatr later. I don't want to have to shield it against a Corviknight in the process.
The counting of these trainers is impeccable. Corviknight with the charge sec one turn before the charge sec of the Malamar, and then the Malamar with charge sec 2 turns before that Corviknight could get there. That is great timing. You still have your Malamar now, and even though the charge sects are resisted on Azumarill, no, he's coming in with that Claydol!
I was wondering, when he was pausing to come in, I was thinking, why wouldn't you want to come in with the Azumarill quickly? And what he's chosen to do instead is lock this Azumarill in. That is not a play that we often see, and will it pay off for Neutenmatzel? What he doesn't know, and that what we can see, is that Apollini has that Tinkaton in the back. Fairy and Steel typing. The Steel means it resists both the Ice Beam and the Play Rough from this Azumarill.
And this is actually where you wanted the Claydol. I think the idea was to get some Mudslap damage in, perhaps then catch a move on Azumarill, or just get that extra fast attack damage in so Azumarill can finally bubble down. But that didn't end up anyway, because the clock was stalled so much.
Apollini charging to the max, throwing this Bulldoze into this Azumarill. I think Neutenmatzel recognizes that he's not in the most comfortable position. Can Claydol get him out of this sticky spot? A Bulldoze bait coming through now. Will you shield it? No, you won't.
That makes sense, because there's still Feraligatr on the side of Apollini. It is going to be Claydol against the Roll 3 Pokemon on the side still. Defense drop from that Bulldoze. Now the player will be very threatening. Do you use a Protect Shield here then?
Tell you what, you're getting to the point where if you could reach multiple attacks, maybe your opponent might make a mistake, and Neutenmatzel has to just do what he can. Here comes the Feraligatr. A Rock Tomb comes in. The problem is 2 Shadow Claws might be enough to take out the Claydol if this goes shielded.
I think Feraligatr is in a really good spot. No, letting the Feraligatr go. It hangs on even. Gets another Shadow Claw in. That might be crucial. You still have a little bit of Tinkaton, a little bit of Malamar. Where do you use a Protect Shield, or just go to the side wave down? And Apollini, he takes down Neutenmatzel. He moves on to day 2.
A superb play from Apollini with that Shadow Feraligatr. And I think it's fair to say that Feraligatr is not going anywhere anytime soon. When you have that pressure, Shadow Claw and Hydro Cannon, your opponent has to respect it. And Apollini has just shown us all what happens if you don't.
This is something that I notice about many teams, and also how they are being played out. Feraligatr just puts on so much pressure on Claydol. Claydol, with its current moveset, is just so versatile. Mudslap and Rock Tomb, arguably some of the best attacks in the game. But Feraligatr doesn't have any of that. Shadow Claw super effective, Hydro Cannon hits so hard, especially from the Shadow Feraligatr. You don't want your Claydol near there, and Noit and Matzel taking that risk didn't really pay off, but I also think it might have something to do with the fact he locked in his Azumarill into that Malamar, which then was answered by the Tinkaton. Because if you have your Claydol on that Tinkaton, you could perhaps Mudslap down entirely and come up with a lot of energy.
Yeah, Ampellini utilizing Shadow Feraligatr in a way that reminds us of when Shadow Feraligatr was really at its prime. And in this meta, it can be a little bit tricky to team build because there are so many viable options, so many Pokemon that these players are trying to navigate against. We saw Jellicent. You're only bringing Jellicent into a tournament when Lapras is popular, particularly when Blastoise is popular. Shadow Feraligatr is not the matchup that Jellicent really wants to see, but Noit and Matzel was in a situation where he's like, well, none of my Pokemon really want to see that Shadow Feraligatr.
Shadow Feraligatr has been so good throughout the entire Play Pokemon season. Since Baltimore, basically, in September, Feraligatr had that Shadow Claw and it just became so good in all of these tournaments. And we're now at the last European Championship of the season. Feraligatr is still here, putting its stamp on the tournament.
And perhaps Noit and Matzel was thinking to himself, Ampellini used Shadow Feraligatr to such superb effect in Game 1, he will be expecting me to pivot into a Pokemon like Shadow Drapion or even Cradily in Game 2, and so I would expect to see a Malamar. That's why we saw that Azumarill, even Claydol is resisting those sideways. He did bind the Malamar, but he just didn't do quite enough to account for the Shadow Feraligatr that was also on the line of 3 of Ampellini.
I must also say, this was a non-Shadow Malamar, right? We've seen quite some Shadow Malamar, but they haven't been very successful. I've been talking to some competitors. It just doesn't really make up for the bulk. Like, the damage output isn't worth that less bulk on the Shadow Malamar. What is your opinion on it?
Because I feel that you're going to need to shield Shadow Malamar most of the time anyway, if I were to run Shadow Malamar, I would probably run Max Attack Shadow Malamar. And you know that I am a player that is very happy to just run a Pokemon with a full attack stat. If I'm thinking I'm using you aggressively, I'm using you offensively, I'm going to shield you anyway, just try and put out as much damage
America,
as possible.
take notes for NAIC.
So if you see a Shadow Malamar on my team in NAIC, it probably will have Max Attack.
I'm curious to see if you will actually bring it there. That was in the losers finals in this tournament, and we're gonna go straight into the next losers finals. We have on the left, we saw him earlier today, C. Leonardo, and he's up against another Italian player on the right, Alfie. And we see again that Corviknight.
And here, instead of a Shadow Swampert, we're actually seeing that regular Swampert, which has a much more different profile to the Shadow because its matchup against Azumarill is not quite as strong in the zero shield scenario. 2 Sludge just aren't quite enough, but you do have bulk to be able to hold on to so many more attacks. So let's see how that works out for Alfie.
I think one of the reasons to have that the non-Shadow Swampert over Shadow is for the Jump Love matchup, because if you can land 2 Sludge, they will actually knock out. Now, the only problem is that Swampert is not exactly bulky. So if you take an Acrobatics, the Jump Love will be like, well, that's cool. I'll just Fairy Winds down.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Acrobatics from Shadow Jump Love is just so strong against almost all of the meta. And that is why we are seeing this rise in Corviknight, a Steel-type Pokemon that also is resisting the Fairy Winds and putting out a ton of pressure whilst beating the other popular Steel type in the meta, which is Tinkaton.
And there we see that Tinkaton from C. Leonardo. I asked him in the interview earlier, how did he consider Tinkaton in his team building or to play against? Because he has a lot of Pokemon that deal resisted damage into it, like Cradily, Azumarill, Jumpluff, and Blastoise rollouts isn't super favorable into Tinkaton at times either. He only really has Talonflame to account for it, but because of the moveset of Tinkaton being a little bit average at times with Player of M Bulldoze, Tinkaton's actually quite manageable pick, especially from what we've seen of North America, right? With out of pocket, with the Malamar lead, Jumpluff in the back, throw Superpower, going Jumpluff. Well, what do you do?
Yes, and one Pokemon that I feel like hasn't been spoken about enough is that Flame Charge Talonflame, with such strong matchups both into Corviknight and into Shadow Jumpluff. But the problem is, as you've said, water coverage is so prominent. Even that Shadow Drapion, we effectively regard it often as a water type coverage with that Aqua Tail, and so many players are put off from using that Talonflame. For me here, if I'm seeing a Corviknight and a Shadow Jumpluff, I am definitely thinking to myself, could Flame Charge Talon have an opportunity?
I personally think that Brave Birds might still be the way. Just for that zero shield scenario, like if Azumarill doesn't want to use any shields, Talonflame can actually knock it out with 2 Brave Birds, winning that scenario. Flame Charge can't do this. I believe that when 2 shields are in play for both Pokemon, the straight fly can still make it really close, perhaps win against some Azumarill, but I don't know.
Actually quite interesting. If you build a Talonflame with a slightly high attack, high defense, and drop your HP, you reach a bubble bulk point, and your fly reaches a break point that you could win the 2-shield scenario against a rank 1 Azumarill. But I don't know if Azumarill's ever shielding twice against a Talonflame is the question.
With all this knowledge for it, I would think you'd win a tournament. We're going to go into this round here. We have C. Leonardo on the left with the Blastoise into the Shadow Drapion from Alfie.
And Blastoise, it's a little bit slow to its first attack, as I will be to my response to Martin's comment, but Shadow Drapion in the meantime, Poison Sting into Crunch puts on so much pressure against almost everything in this meta. First one coming through, it's going to land.
The Crunch is going to do a lot of damage. No shielding the first one makes sense. There's a 30% chance that this will drop the defense. Not this time though, and going for the Hydro Cannon right here. Otherwise, this Drapion will get to another Crunch, and you don't want to be the first one to shield generally.
Now, we've seen lots of teams that run double water in the back. This is actually a double grass in the back from C. Leonardo. And I'm very interested to see how Alfie responds when he sees his Swampert doesn't really have anywhere to go.
Yeah, Swampert's gonna have a tough time in the back here. Blastoise still hanging on. C. Leonardo put up his first Protect Shield, going for the Hydro Cannon. Not exactly an optimal time because the Poison Sting snuck through, but you don't want this drive to get to another charge deck. So in that regard, it really worked out well for him.
I mean,
what do you bring in now?
You've got a ton of value out of this Blastoise, right?
He gets to another Hydro Cannon even. Oh.
You do get to another Hydro Cannon. He actually banks the Hydro Cannon, goes aggressively into the Cradley. I like this from Alfie. He goes, okay, yes, you're a grass type. I'm going to put some damage into you first before I go into my Furrow. I don't need to panic swap. He's actually looking like he's staying in.
It's neutral though. Tried to catch an attack there, which didn't really matter anyway because C. Leonardo is fine throwing a Rock Tomb in this match here. This is going to drop the attack of the Furrow and make it even more difficult to knock out the Cradley. Now here's the thing. C. Leonardo has seen all the cards, all the Pokemon from Alfie, so he kind of already knows how to play this out.
If Alfie had swapped immediately after Swampert had thrown an attack, he would have reached a Trailblaze before this second Rock Tomb. And maybe that's something that he's thinking he wishes he had done, because now 2 Rock Tombs means you're double debuffed. The first Trailblaze will at least bring one of those attack debuffs back, but then you still have a lot of energy that you could throw into the jump level to the Blastoise.
That did nothing! Swapping into the jump level right now, keeping some of that energy for the Swampert later potentially, and now this attack is buffed back a little bit, but it's not going to be enough.
It's still single debuffed.
It's not going to threaten a lot.
Not a lot of damage at all, and now Alfie's realizing, where is my Swampert going?
Well, it's going to go into the jump left right here, but I think that Alfie tried to catch a potential area ace maybe that could have threatened the first, but he's going to be met by this Acrobatics and is going to wipe Swampert off the field.
Oh, sweet baby Swampert. Furret has everything on its shoulders now, but let's remember, its debuff has now been cleared. It will be doing normal damage from its Sucker Punches and its Swifts. Will it be enough? Let's remember, Leonardo has a Hydro Cannon banked on that Blastoise.
I think he was... Oh yeah, no, you're right. He did have it, and he was also 1 Bullet Seed off another attack on the Cradley. See, Leonardo has energy all over the place here. He's going to try and close out with the jump left, though. Alfie's not even going to try and get the charge stack pretty tight, knowing that the Blastoise had a charge stack, and C. Leonardo takes game number 1.
Superb energy management from C. Leonardo. In comes the Aerial Ace, down goes the Furret. 1 game to C. Leonardo. He needs 1 more win, and he will progress to day 2 here at the Bologna Special Championships.
C. Leonardo, a local player, an Italian, and he is one of the Italian players that was so successful in the grassroots formats, but now has pretty much entirely converted to the play Pokemon circuit, and it's really has been paying off as his achievements have been becoming better and better ever since he started competing.
And do you know what I really like about the way that he constructed that line? He recognized that Talonflame has tons of potential, as we said, into Shadow Jumpluff and Corviknight, and felt Alfie might lean into a water-type Pokemon in response to that. So what shall I do? I'm going to play double grass, and boy did it work out.
I think even Blastoise is pretty fine into Swampert. I know against Shadow Swampert, a Hydro Cannon plus rollouts, the more shields are being played, Blastoise wins that matchup. But
at least the Swampert resists the rollout. There is some play for both. It's more neutral at
The
least.
Hydro Cannon does so much. It's one of the most efficient charge attacks. Swampert would know.
Yeah, Swampert also doesn't resist Hydro Cannon like Blastoise does. So Swampert is forced into the non-stab Sludge attack, which is still a good attack, but Blastoise getting to run its favored Hydro Cannon into almost all of Alfie's team is a really nice option for C. Leonardo.
Let's see how these players are going to adapt. Alfie, this is already his best achievement to date in the Play Pokemon circuit, as he had played at EYC and Stuttgart before in this championship series season. But he's never reached it to the winners or losers final. So this is his first time there. Let's see if he can make that into a day 2. He has to overcome C. Leonardo by 2 games at this point, though.
What adjustments do you make here? If you're Alfie and you're back against the wall, you're worried about the Talonflame, I still think you lean into that Shadow Drapion Swampert.
I think Drapion's very solid, very safe. I think maybe even Corviknight, if you're not expecting the Talonflame, because Talonflame is difficult to play in that double water line. We're going to find out right now. We have the Blastoise. It's met with the Swampert.
2 water-type starters. This is a matchup that everyone wants to see. How does a regular Blastoise against a regular Swampert play out? Alfie, first to fire. Sludge coming through. Blastoise happy to take it.
I think 2 Sludge will not be enough to knock out the Blastoise, but the Mud Shots will add up over time, whereas the rollout don't really. But this Hydro Cannon is gonna chunk on the Swampert. Honestly though, even though this seems to be a fine matchup for the Blastoise, I think C. Leonardo does not want to meet the Swampert here at all, because he has double grass again in the back.
And Alfie reaches that second Sludge just before Blastoise reaches the Hydro Cannon. But let's remember now, Blastoise is on its fast cycles for Hydro Cannon, so the next Hydro Cannon after this, Blastoise is going to reach very, very quickly. The question is, can you make a catch? Leonardo recognized that the jump bluff came in. He went for another rollout, and now for the hard-hitting Skull Bash.
That was so patient by C. Leonardo, going for that Skull Bash there. Now, the annoying thing about this is, you kind of don't want to stay in here, but you also don't want to lose that defense buff here. Going into the Cradley, we see the Drapion in the back. I think Alfie might be in an okay spot here. This Acrobatic is going to do a lot of damage, but also gives Cradley the opportunity to build up energy.
Yeah, I really like the position for C. Leonardo because he's still got that Hydro Cannon banked onto the Blastoise. Let's remember that Alfie still has energy on the Swampert as well. Really nicely timed from Leonardo to prevent the attack coming through with the Rock Tomb now being shielded.
And it drops the attack once more. Alfie put up his first Protect Shoot there to preserve this jump bluff and make sure to make use of it in case it is again that double grass in the back. I think Alfie might have a little bit of a feeling there. Taking out the Cradley here. How do you take out this jump bluff though? Because you don't have a lot of fast attack pressure and Blast is already quite low.
I think that maybe a shield on that Cradley could have been useful for Leonardo because now you're in a position where you're going to have to shield this Blastoise to get the energy off. He's actually going to let this go. Do you think Blastoise can hang on?
I think barely not actually. Area is coming through. It actually hangs on by 1 HP and catching the move. Sorry, the charge attack on the Swampert.
Really nice catch from Alfie, but actually he's decided I want the value from this. I want to keep the energy that I've got on the Swampert because I think it's going to be more useful later, and he's exactly right.
He knows. He just knows. Okay, C. Leonardo, not very creative right now. His team worked so well already. He's going to do it again, and this double grass in the bag. Like, if you don't need to make an adaptation, why would you change the successful team? Go for another Sludge here, and C. Leonardo needs so much energy because 1 Acrobatics is not going to take out Drapion in 1 attack. You need 2 charge stacks from full health.
It is interesting that Alfie switched out of the jump bluff that would have been able to tank the Hydro Cannon to catch on a Swampert that he was going to shield anyway. Yeah. So I don't know if that's necessarily the outcome he wanted, but I think he's managed to do a decent amount of damage with his Swampert onto this Shadow Jump Bluff, and he still has that Shadow Drapion and some energy on his Shadow Jump Bluff in the back.
You need so much here. I think this might be a little bit too much for the Jump Bluff to handle. Going for the Aerial Ace, perhaps, maybe expecting a catch. Do 2 Aerial Ace knock out here? Or does the... I think the Drapion also has a crunch now, right?
I think he might try and throw... No, he recognizes he can't. He was maybe going to go for the Aerial Ace into an Acrobatics, recognizing that 1 attack alone wouldn't be enough. Alfie paces far too quickly with that Shadow Drapion. It looks like his catch on the Swampert, at least he recognized that it still had value, and that's what's most important. It might not have played out optimally, but he then went and chased the win condition.
I wonder what went through Alfie's mind there as he made that catch. Maybe he was like, wait, I got this attack, but maybe Swampert has more value. If there is that jump bluff in the back, do I want to keep the Swampert?
Are you telling me it was a BM catch?
What's a BM?
I
don't know anything.
He's just going to show off to his opponent that, hey, I know when you're going to throw. Yeah, sure, I'm going to shield it, but I just want you to know that you didn't mean to throw it when I caught it.
Perhaps. Just a little bit of a flex play there. And it could have also been a flexible play to just farm down with the jump left or gather energy on the jump left afterwards and hit an acrobatics if you expect the opposing jump left as well. So a lot of options there for Alfie, and he chose one that worked well for him. This is his best performance so far, and he wants to take it even further.
The really exciting thing about this season, this meta, is that so many players that haven't yet seen success in the Play Pokemon circuit are rising up. They are performing. We've had massive names being knocked out by new players, and this is something that I think is motivating so many Pokemon Go players to come and compete at these regionals and special championships and go and progress their Pokemon Go career.
A lot of these players have gotten their experience from the Go Battle League. Even though the Show 6 Bring 3 format might not be exactly the same sport, the Go Battle League provides you with that experience of matchups and how much damage some attacks take. So in that case, Alfie really does well there.
And Go Battle League is something that you and I obviously play a lot, Martijn. Now, I've just looked at your phone here. What elo are you currently at in the Go Battle League?
3800.
3800.
Yeah.
So why does the number say 1651?
Wait, I think you may be looking at your own phone.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, Martijn, eventually you will hit ace, and these players, they already feel like aces because they are in the losers finals. They are on the precipice of making day number 2. They need one more win here.
Well, maybe they're aces to you because you try to defeat everyone who's hitting legend, but to me, they are legends, and both players are about to lock in here. We're gonna see this Italian clash unfold. Deciding game number 3, Alfie versus C. Leonardo. We're going to have the Azumarill Mirror.
Azumarill Mirror, Maxi 1 million P says this is his favorite matchup in the game, and these players will both now need to have a think. They've got a little bit of time to have a think. How do I want to adjust for the end game? They will know what the attack stats on their own Azumarill are. So they might have an idea as to who would win charge attack priority, and they might already have a game plan as to how they want to see out the mid game.
I wonder what both players are thinking. It looks like C. Leonardo is trying to keep that energy, bait out the Corviknight here with his Cradley. Although Blastoise is more of a neutral pick, I actually would have preferred perhaps to see that Blastoise come in just because it has a much more neutral play into the team of Alfie. However, you can also get a lot of debuff here. Maybe that's the plan of C. Leonardo, to then get a big farm down on this debuff Corviknight.
Yeah, it sounds like Leonardo would have preferred to use his Cradley, and that's what he's done. Rock Tomb is debuffing this Corviknight, and Sand Attack is not doing a lot of damage at all to this Cradley, which is crazy. The grass rock-type Pokemon up against the Steel Flyer, and look at the health difference of these two Pokemon now.
Bullet Seed's just not adding up here, Farid. You need like 10 more minutes to farm this down.
This is going to be a slow game overall. We've gone for a lot of bulky options, safer options, so to speak, but there is a Shadow Drapion in the back. And so the question for Alfie is, can he leverage the shields that he still has to really get maximum damage output in the end game?
I'm curious what C. Leonardo is thinking with this shield he just used, taking the switch advantage here, but is that really going to be useful? Because Shadow Drapion just looks so flexible. However, because C. Leonardo had 1 Bullet Seed advantage, it will actually outpace this Drapion to a Rock Tomb, which will debuff it. It looks like Alfie is valuing the Drapion here. Do keep in mind, there's still an attack load on the Azumarill. It looks like, I love this play from C. Leonardo. You kind of don't want to swap your Azumarill in there, but because your Drapion is debuffed, you kind of have to.
I wonder if you stay in for a little bit longer to get as much Poison Sting damage as possible. Alfie goes, I want to get the play rough off before you reach a Skull Bash. So I completely understand this play. And now Blastoise gets the Skull Bash. It will do a lot of neutral damage and increase its defense by 1 stage.
This makes it even tougher for the Azumarill to knock out this Blastoise. It can easily take the bubble and the play rough damage after that defense increase, and it allows Blastoise to roll out even more energy.
Here comes the next play rough. Remember, the Blastoise has a defense 1 stage increase, so it should be able to hold on to this play rough and reach another attack. It's 1 rollout away. It's going over, really reducing the amount of farm that Shadow Drapion could get back onto the Blastoise if it comes in.
Blastoise cannot bank both a Skull Bash and a Hydro Cannon, so it's unlikely he's able to get to another charge attack. Knowing this, swaps into the Azumarill immediately and unleashes the energy that Azumarill had loaded. Alfie knowing that This is looking pretty dire. He needs to make a good call, and this is one of them, calling the Ice Beam. Azumarill still so healthy.
This is looking really good for Leonardo, using his bulky Pokemon to tank all of this energy from the Shadow Drapion. He's got all of his Pokemon still available to him, and they just have a massive stat product between them. That is putting so much pressure onto the Shadow Drapion, but Alfie is fighting back.
Fighting back, it is with the crunch here. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Gonna do resisted damage though, but the poisonings are going to add up quickly. You have to use your last Protect Shield. There's not much left for Alfie here, but can you get the knockout on the Cradily and the Blastoise in the back as well? There's still a Protect Shield.
You can't switch out, at least, so Alfie does get the benefit of some fast attack pressure. If it can land a crunch into this Cradily, it could threaten a knockout. Leonardo recognizes that. Will we see a catch potentially coming through at some point?
He needs to. Attempting to catch fails to, however. Drapion is such a good spot because this is one of the flaws of Cradily. It hardly has any fast attack pressure.
And look at the amount of energy on Alfie's side. Leonardo recognizes that this could be it. Alfie is trying to lean into his second attack. He gets the crunch. He's going to take out this Cradily. He's going to progress to day number 2.
Andiamo, Alfie. Let's go, Drapion. He makes it to day 2 for the first time in his play Pokemon career, taking out a Titan like C. Leonardo. What a tremendous match.
Superbly played. You thought for so long that Leonardo had the bulk, he had the energy management, he had the alignments he was looking for. And Shadow Drapion, we said early into that game, if you can leverage the shields, if you can get the damage output, Shadow Drapion can sweep. Alfie makes his first ever day 2 here at the Bologna Special Championships.
I don't think we'll ever get rid of Drapion, to be honest. It is just so good.
You don't think so? Even next season?
It only has one weakness, ground.
Yeah.
That is too little.
Poison and Dark, what a superb typing. I would love to see more Poison and Dark type Pokemon, but when Shadow Drapion is the competition, it's very, very difficult.
It is very tough. It's just so much coverage. Also with Aquatil pacing so quickly. Not just Aquatil, Crunch was enough there, as we saw into that Cradily. Just going so fast for those crunches, and that's one of the things I also dislike about Cradily, because Bullet Seeds just doesn't do a lot of damage except into a Swampert.
Yes, and Shadow Drapion, it's been a Pokemon that we've seen so much of over the course of this last year, and I'm sure, as you say, we'll see so much more of it to come. But there are so many Pokemon that all of these players want to be leaning into, and I think that a lot of players will try and work out ways to suppress the strength of the most popular picks in the meta. We've seen, for example, the rise in Corviknight. We see on our screen Blastoise is rising to try and take on the Lapras, the Azumarill with that Skull Bash, and Blastoise obviously with really strong matchups into Talonflame as well.
And you mentioned Corviknight. Corviknight again makes to day 2. That's a lot of Corviknight doing so well here in Bologna.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. When you look at previous tournament usage, we've seen Tinkaton being really, really high. And you mentioned as well, Shadow Drapion. Corviknight is a Steel-type Pokemon. It resists those Poison Stings. Poison Sting can put in a ton of damage, especially if you get a Crunch debuff. You saw that Shadow Drapion Poison Stinging down the Azumarill and setting Alfie up for success. Here it is, that final knockout Crunch into Cradily. Alfie, as we say, his first ever day number 2.
I see a great comment here from Tim G in the chat, calling that Ice Beam was so crucial, because if you looked at the HP of the Drapion in the end game, that may have been the extra damage that a player would have done.
It really is, and I suppose Leonardo has to take that away and think to himself, what could I have done differently? You're not going to have an opportunity to do that here in Bologna. This was the loser side of the bracket, but all of these tournaments, every single game you play, both the ones you win and the one you lose, are learning opportunities. And I think a lot of these players know that this isn't the end. World Championships in Anaheim is the goal for so many of those players here. That could be everything to them.
And if not, it's a good experience to take into the next season, the 2026 season. If you are curious on where we are in the bracket right now, use !bracket. We're currently going through some of the losers finals. Next up will be losers finals D, and that's where we're going to have some more Pekko action.
Ooh. See, Morpeko is a Pokemon that was introduced to us at the World Championships last year. It has Aura Wheel, it has that ability to form change and change the type of that Aura Wheel, but it hasn't really seen the dominance in play Pokemon that many people thought it might have had. I think there is the potential for Morpeko to sweep some teams here this weekend. I would love to see it happen. I think Morpeko is objectively cool, and that's reason enough for me.
I think Morpeko might be one of the best sweepers that we have in the game. So I've been telling this to a lot of people. I think there's two types of people to approach Morpeko.
Okay.
One type is going to run double grounds, right? They don't want any of that Morpeko nonsense, and ground types are so good into Morpeko.
Yes.
And then the other one's like, well, they're not going to play it anyway. I'll just lead Malamar and have Lepers in the back, and surely I won't run into it. Well, if you do run into it, Farid, it's probably... Have you met Jover? Because he's there then. It's
yeah, no, I have met Jover in person many, many times against Morpeko this season. Honestly, I've been trying to run Shadow Malamar, and Morpeko's just like, you know, it's a Pokemon that says it's hangry, not after it's played against me, that's for sure. Like,
Arrow Wheel is one of the best attacks in the game. It might be the best charge attack in the game. It's basically a wild charge, but instead of dropping your defense 2 stages, it buffs your attack even.
It's crazy. That is like crazy power. And Morpeko's obviously, it's a squishy Pokemon. It doesn't have a high stat product, so it doesn't want to take a lot of attacks. But if you don't have a Pokemon that can resist electric type damage or dark type damage, Morpeko can run through you. And honestly, I mean it when I say run through you.
As long as bug and fighting types are not as prominent, there's always kind of a place for Morpeko. And here we see 2 familiar names. We saw Fedev earlier on the stream, a player from Argentina living in Italy, often competing here in Bologna. And on the right side, we have the 2023 Bochum Regional Champion 23 EJB.
Now, Fedev does have 1 electric resist on his team.
1? His own Morpeko.
The Diggersby.
Yeah.
But there are 3 Pokemon weak to electric. Jumpluff has an interesting matchup against Morpeko. It generally can win because Acrobatics hits so hard. And Shadow Drapion can have some comfort because it can outpace with the Aqua Tail. But Fedev will definitely be wary of the potential that Morpeko has to sweep this team. And EJ on the other side needs to think, how do I utilize Morpeko in a way where I can get the most value? I do not want it up against Diggersby.
Okay, I want to ask you this, and chat, also have your guess. Is Fedev the kind of person to respect Morpeko a lot and run all his counters into it? Or is he like, well, if I lead into it, so be it. We'll see how it goes.
I feel like you're at this stage of the tournament. You have to find the right balance between respect and disrespect. I do think that there are some times that you have to make a call and you think to yourself, I really don't think my opponent will play X Pokemon, and so this is the one time to play ABA to it. And Fedev, it is a gamble. Maybe game number 1 is the opportunity to do that, but this is everything for him because the losers finals for both of these players, the winner will go through to day number 2. They both desperately want to be there.
I think the Pokemon that might be very prevalent again in this matchup is going to be that Drapion. With its quick pacing and because Morpeko is so fragile, it can take on pretty much anything there. And I feel like the Shadow Marowak is going to be pretty hard to run for EJB, so it's kind of hard to counter that Drapion. Shadow Marowak doesn't really have great matchups into Jumpluff. The Lapras is playable, but I wouldn't want it. Here we go, we have Jumpluff, and there's that Morpeko!
So Morpeko, it is going to resist flying type damage, but it takes super effective from Fairy Wind, and those Fairy Winds alone can put it in a range where Acrobatics can threaten a knockout. EJB, he's going to overfarm ever so slightly before throwing this first Aura Wheel. It will do a ton of damage if it lands.
Looks like Fedev went with the 3 Pokemon that can deal with Morpeko. Facing it here, still taking a lot of damage, and now the Aura Wheel is a dark-type charge attack, meaning that Drapion can take it a little bit well. Now, I must say, though, you really don't want to take that damage there. There's the Aerial Ace bait. EJB shields it. In comes the Drapion. Honestly, if you go for an Aura Wheel here, it will still do so much damage. It's going for the Psychic Fangs bait. If this goes unshielded, it's kind of... Oh my, that is a painful
shield. Big shield for EJ. Psychic Fangs, it's resisted because Dark double resists Psychic. So even though the poison weakness is there, it's neutral basically now because you've managed to reduce the defense of the Shadow Drapion. Then coming in with the Azumarill, you can now go straight Ice Beam here.
I think you can go for Ice Beam and bubble down the Drapion entirely. No defense drop from this crunch. Very fortunate for EJP, but he's likely going to tank at least 1 crunch here. I don't think that this Drapion will even hang on to the next Ice Beam, so perhaps you can preserve a good amount of health on this Azumarill by negating the next attack. But maybe you just want to build up, and it looks like Fedev going for the Octo, perhaps stalling the clock to get out, but the problem is...
like this.
But an Ice Beam would do so much damage on the Jumpluff, you can't take it there.
It will, but you put it in a position where you start to really put pressure onto the onto the Azumarill, and Azumarill's now throwing this Ice Beam into the Jumpluff very early.
But look at what's in the back. It's a Diggersby, so I feel like you have to come back in with Drapion here to get rid of this Azumarill. Maybe that is the play that FedEv is looking for here. The energy from Drapion will be extremely valuable, and keep in mind, oh no, coming in with the Diggersby to take the energy here.
It's a curious play, but I think that this is the real benefit of Morpeko. You are so worried about Morpeko that you are forgetting about the other Pokemon on the team. They're not even a concern to you right now because you're trying to work out how you suppress the Morpeko energy.
I'm gonna take that one up. I think this is actually a really smart play. If FedEv was predicting the Cradley in the back, he knows he has to keep that Drapion for it, because now he still has that Pokemon. The timer is almost up, not yet for EJB, but FedEv is staying in.
Do you shield this?
I think you have to.
You might have to, but you try and call a Rock Tomb. Grass Knot lands. It does a ton of damage to the Diggersby. Everything now on the back of Shadow Drapion for FedEv. EJ in a really strong position. All three Pokemon still available. The crunch is going to come through. EJ is going to let this land. I don't think that this will be enough to knock out.
He knows this is not enough. Crunch will barely not knock out this Cradley, and after this charge stack right here, the timer will be up. It looks like FedEv knows that the game is over. He's conceding by letting this Rock Tomb go. EJB taking game number 1 in this losers finals.
I really liked how aggressive EJ is with that Morpeko, going in and forcing the opponent to make a decision first, because once Aura Wheel has one stage boosted your attack, even though the typing changes to Dark, it would still do a ton of damage to a Shadow Drapion. We remember earlier today we saw a Shadow Drapion up against a Shadow Mightyena. You're resisting all of its attacks, but you still have to shield because you don't have the stat product to be able to hold on.
Exactly. It's 1-0 for 23 EJB now, and how is FedEv going to adapt her? He went kind of as strong as possible as he could to Morpeko, yet he wasn't able to hang on with it. I feel like he got it in his worst matchup, and it feels weird to me to say that the worst matchup against Morpeko was the Jumpluff.
The thing I would say, whilst he is playing relatively strong into Morpeko, he's got it almost the wrong way around in my mind, because you're allowing Morpeko to throw its electric attack into the lead, and that is great for EJ. Whereas if you lead a Diggersby there, Morpeko cannot throw that electric attack.
But do you feel like that could be predictable? Let's say if you lead Diggersby into Cradley, yes, maybe that could be a better possibility, because it's hard to bring the Shadow Marowak. If you safe switch the Drapion into a Cradley, you would outpace the first charge stack and then maybe open up a little bit more for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tricky because there is that balance in terms of your mind when you're trying to read your opponent. Do you want to do something that your opponent might feel is predictable, or are you simply trying to avoid meeting EJ's brother, Jover?
Jover is definitely, we've seen Jover a couple times. EJ was winking to him in the crowd there. He's feeling confident with the Morpeko. And I've talked about this with him as well. The Morpeko Go score can be really interesting. There's just one Pokemon that core really doesn't like, and that's Shadow Drapion. Guess what? Shadow Drapion is almost everywhere, so it's kind of tough to pilot that core often.
There is an irony that so many cores would be really good, but for Shadow Drapion.
Yep.
And Shadow Drapion is everywhere. So FedEv probably leaning into Shadow Drapion again. He's locked in for game number 2. Oh, we're underway. It's Shadow Kanto Marowak up against Shadow Drapion.
That's a bold call from EJB. I guess that's why he was winking at the crowd. In comes the Jumpluff, in comes the Morpeko. This is not exactly an answer to the Jumpluff. If we look at the team from EJB, he went really inefficient or weak to a Jumpluff lead.
EJ, exactly the right amount of disrespect to the Shadow Jumpluff, because you saw how you were able to punish it in game number 1. You called that your opponent isn't going to lead it in game number 2, and now Morpeko is beginning its party.
Morpeko likes to use those shields, and EJB wants to protect it, shielding up an aerial ace there. You get to the charge security tie on this Psychic Fangs. If this gets shielded and FedEv had pressed the acrobatics, I believe EJB can then get the entire Thunder Shock down, and neither of the Pokemon of FedEv want to take any Aura Wheel. There's no Diggersby to take any Aura Wheel.
I'll tell you what, even if FedEv reaches another aerial ace, it won't be enough to knock out this Morpeko.
But at least it will be lower, it will be more manageable, right? Take a look at this. You can't use another shield. Yeah, you won't be, you need the shield,
but you're going to get a boosted Aura Wheel into whatever comes in.
But now you still have the shield, so that's great, right? I think if Fedev went for the acrobatics earlier, the game was probably over at that point. Now you can still use a Protect Shield and get a farm down. You have super effective for Aqua Tail for the Shadow Marowak.
So do you, if you're EJ, just throw the Psychic Fangs?
He goes for it, man. He goes for it.
Let it land.
There's no way. 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 Oh!
A really strong call from Fedev there. One Aura Wheel, that many times boosted, would have taken out that Shadow Drapion. In comes the Corviknight, and EJ is going to meet it with an Azumarill that should be able to sponge a lot of the damage, but Corviknight can actually win this Zero Shield scenario.
It can, but Azumarill's really going to put a dent in the Steel Flying type here to the point where Shadow Marowak really doesn't struggle with it anymore. And the other problem is, even though you have that energy stored on the Drapion to perhaps stall the clock here and throw your energy later, it's resistant on Azumarill, so you don't want to throw it there either.
Yeah, maybe you let this Corviknight go and try and farm down the Azumarill. The problem is both of these bulky Pokemon, the matchup takes so long that by the time that they are down, the time is up, and that Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to come straight back in, and Fedev's Shadow Drapion really doesn't want to see it.
We haven't seen Shadow Marowak in a while, but one thing that it really does better, in my opinion, is exactly that Shadow Marowak, the Shadow Drapion matchup, just because you get to the Bone Club faster than Clay will get to a charge stack into it. And look at that, it's already at a Bone Club. Aqua Tail super effective coming through, but it will not do more than about 50 to 45%.
EJ immediately swapping in. He's been so quick with the swaps. That has been instrumental in the way that he has played this match. And that Shadow Kanto Marowak reaching the Bone Club, a ton of damage about to land.
Bone Club is going to wipe Drapion off the field. In comes Corviknight. Mudslap it's not immune to it here. It's single resistant. And Marowak takes down Corviknight. EJB moves on to day 2.
Meet your maker, he says. Morpeko taking 23 EJ over B straight into day number 2. What an insane display of that electric dark type Pokemon. He is thrilled because he lost so early in this day number 1. He has been to so many events this season trying to remind the world that he is a player of such high caliber, and now this weekend he has an opportunity to show it once more.
And he is so close to potentially qualifying for the World Championships. I believe he qualified for the World Championships every single season, so that would make EJB a very unique player in the circuit, and he's doing it with Morpeko. Morpeko, more wins.
Yeah, it's how it works, and I'm really excited, not just to see a Morpeko make day number 2, but also I'm very happy for EJ. I know how hard he has been working. He's got, you know, a big family that he's trying to balance, and to be able to compete at a high level when you have these other responsibilities, it's really impressive, really nice to see.
He had been struggling a little bit, and even to the point where he was like, well, maybe I should just play the video game, see if I have more success there. He actually did compete in the video game last season.
Yeah, he did, and he probably, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go and compete more in all of the formats as well, because there is so much opportunity to cross over into the other games, but Pokémon GO, that's where his heart lies. And he's managed to balance that time, and hopefully his family will be at home watching, very proud of him.
He's not wasting any potential here. He had all the line calls here with that Marowak into the Drapion. I thought Drapion would make an excellent save switch, but again, I think Fedev just thought, I think that's too predictable, because there's a lot of mind games that come with this game.
Yeah, and he really, when you play a Morpeko, you do have to be very accurate with your energy management and your timing. We've seen many players try and use Morpeko, and you can't afford to be potentially wasteful with that energy or that damage, but EJ showing everyone just how it's done.
I'd love to see more Morpeko action today. It's just not a Pokemon you see a lot. Pokemon with a low stat distribution, and in that case it means in the Great League they just get knocked out a little bit quickly. They usually have a higher attack or just very low CP. You don't see them a lot, and I like to see it work. It's unique.
Would you use Morpeko?
I considered it for Utrecht. I considered it. Now, I must say, Morpeko and Rayquaza, not the bulkiest core.
No.
My issue was Cradily.
Okay.
My team got a little bit too weak there, because if the most common core, in my opinion, or from my experience in the Go Battle League with Morpeko, and that's kind of where I drew my experience from, or my ideas, is Morpeko and Talonflame core. and that doesn't do well into Cradley. And then you add like a water type with it, you add the Rayquaza with it, of course, and it just becomes a little bit too weak into Cradley, and I couldn't really figure it out, so that's why I skipped out on it into other options.
Yeah, but EJ there, he was leaning into Morpeko and Azumarill and Shadow Kanto Marowak, so he was accepting he's going to be, I'm slightly weak to grass, but I really back myself and back my plays, and I would love to know how he constructed this team and how he feels that he's going through to day number 2. So why don't we ask him?
Thank you, Farid and Martin. I am Hanzivius. I'm joined by the winner of this round, 23 EJ, a trainer we all know, but it took him so long this season to make it into Top Cut. It was Dortmund the last time you made Top Cut, yes?
It was Dortmund, yes.
How are you feeling?
I can't tell you how much this feels to me, how much this means to me. I was going into Bologna, I was like, yeah, I have nothing to lose, nothing to win, but I really want a Top Cut one more time this season. I'm so washed. Like the entire season was bad, and I'm happy I could finally show up again and make it into day 2.
I mean, considering you made 2 Top Cuts in a season, I would not think that you are any lower in skill than anybody else, but I would just like, you know, Farid wants to know, the world wants to know. Your team is quite a bit different from what we expect from the meta. What was your thought process behind team building? Why Morpeko?
I can't tell you why. Yesterday I had a complete different team, and we were sitting at dinner yesterday with Pascal with EU, and he was like, yeah, he had a Morpeko team build and he thinks it's really good, but he just can't pilot it like he wants to. I was like, Morpeko sounds fun, so I swapped out Drapion for Morpeko, and then I think it was your fellow caster Martin who said Morpeko and Dusclops core pretty well, and I was like, okay, so I'll drop Malamar for Dusclops, and it seems to be working out.
Dusclops brings that huge bulk that can help, you know, circumvent the lack of bulk in Morpeko. That's a great way to approach team building. You just went for the #1 factor, which is let me have some fun with Morpeko.
Exactly.
And then I'm going to try to see how to make this team into a winning team.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just went all in my favor as well. In game 2, I knew it was Drapion in the lead, so I whisked it all and put my friend Shadow Kwak in the lead. And yeah, I mean, it could not have gone better.
It was an amazing read, game number 2. Getting that Kanto Marowak on to the Drapion, it just worked out brilliantly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk you can take if you're 1 game up, right? Yeah. Like it's win or go home, and he has to try it all, and Drapion was his best mon to bring. So I thought it was...
Is that how you always approach a best of 3s? When you win game number 1, do you take a bigger risk game number 2, or would you like to play it safe?
So I usually like to try to scout what my opponent is doing in game 1, and once I have a plan what he's doing, I can adjust to that. But I usually go into game 1 with already a team assigned before the battle even starts. So
you're already Top Cut. You're going into day 2.
Yes.
What are you going to do today? Are you going to sit down and watch all the games?
I'm definitely going to have something to eat now because I'm pretty hungry. I'm starving, but I'm gonna watch all the games. I'm gonna watch the Champions League finals today with my friends. I'm a big football guy, so I just enjoy the time with my loved ones around.
Me too. I'm also going to be watching it as well. But before you go, I know you just talked about your friends and family. Do you have a few shout-outs to give?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say one thing. Take that, Joshua James Kelly, and yeah, thank you to my team, Wasted Potential. Thanks to all my friends in the venue and at home and that support me, and thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much for your insight. Thank you so much for being here and doing this interview as well. That is all we have from here. Going back to Martin and Farid.
A nice shout out to his friends. You may know him as WP Gengineer. Not competing here this time, but we know him from the circuit as well. And I must also say, EJB is saying he's washed, but those were some of the cleanest play I've seen.
It really was, and Martin was telling me that he hasn't washed in days, but EJB watching the Champions League.
We're live on the broadcast, Farid. You don't see that.
It's actually Inter Milan in the final for the Champions League, so here in Bologna, there's going to be a ton of support and atmosphere. We've got a ton of support and atmosphere inside the venue as well. EJ, I'm really pleased to see him make day 2, and I know so many supporters at home, so many supporters here are really happy for him as well.
It's great to see all the fans, family and friends come together. I'm still thinking of something to get you back, by the way. That'll come for later. We're still on the loser side of the bracket. We're going to get the losers finals of Group C soon. That'll be Sephimas again, another familiar name we've seen earlier. against XXL Cactus from Czech Republic. We've seen him in the Championship Series before
We have
as
seen,
well.
He's made top cuts as well before, so this is a player that Zephymastics will be familiar with. He's not perhaps as prominent as Zephymastics has been. Zephymastics is a player who has reached grand finals, he's had medals in the past as well, and he wants to keep working. So he has, as we know, his signature Gastrodon pick, and XXL Cactus has a Shadow Jumpluff, and that is immediately the thing that my eyes are drawn to.
I think for Zephymastics as well, the first thing you do when you look at a team, if you have a Gastrodon, do they have Jumpluff? It's like your decision tree, right? Do they have Jumpluff? Yes. No Gastrodon. No? Use Gastrodon.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but Zephymastics, he puts his Pokemon in a position, he compiles his, the composition of his team, really puts pressure onto a Shadow Jumpluff. You've got that Clodsire, you've got that Talonflame, and so Cactus needs to think to himself, how afraid am I of the Gastrodon? Do I have to rely on Jumpluff, or could I lean into a Pokemon like Lapras or Shadow Feraligatr to take it down instead?
There is kind of an issue that XXL Cactus is facing because he has 2 ground-type weaknesses on his team. Now, a Diggersby may be more manageable for Drapion, but Gastrodon and Tinkaton don't do that well there. Luckily, you have plenty of other options, of course, in the Jumpluff, but also Lapras, Diggersby would do quite fine in there. If we take a look again at the team of Zephymastics, we see all these off-meta picks, and also, again, the Dusclops.
One of the things I really like about Zephy is he looks so composed. All the time, he looks like nothing is phasing him. He's very relaxed. And I think that that approach to your gameplay already starts the mind games with your opponent. When you look like you have no care in the world because you are just that confident with your team and with your Pokemon, whereas Cactus is there, perhaps with a little bit more pressure on his shoulders.
Perhaps. I'm pretty sure that XXL Cactus is very much due to a top cut again. The last one was in Stuttgart in December, so it's been a while again, but he is here on the brink of the losers finals. The winner of this match makes to day 2. We have Zephymastics with the trusted third into the Shadow Feraligatr of XXL Cactus. It's a great lead for Zephymastics.
Yeah, this is really nice because Furret double resists the Ghost-type Shadow Claw, so XXL Cactus gets out of there straight away and goes into the Shadow Drapion. The Dark-type resists the Sucker Punch, but because you started a little bit late, the Swift will come through first for Zephymastics.
This is kind of awkward for Zephymastics. Of course, you have the charge back for the Feraligatr as well, but you can't really bring in Talonflame because this Drapion has access to Aqua Tail, and 2 of them will knock out the Talonflame. So bringing in the Charge Bug here, but Drapion's getting ready to be really annoying here.
And the difficulty is, as soon as you give up shields to preserve alignment, you're then in a position where Shadow Feraligatr could really sweep that backline. We've mentioned it before. There goes the shield. Cactus has got some advantage because shields are now in his favor. He's going to probably let this Shadow Drapion go down.
Zephymastics shaking his head, recognizing that the second Volt Switch would not be enough to knock out this Drapion, so he has to expend some energy. But you cannot really come in with the Feraligatr here, I feel like, unless you're fine taking all the Volt Switch there with no incomes the Jumpluff. Zephymastics knows now that Switch advantage is really nice, but the Feraligatr with an shield up makes for an incredible sweeper.
Now, if Zephymastics throws his next attack as soon as he reaches it, I wouldn't be surprised if Cactus goes straight into the Feraligatr.
Yeah.
He's actually not going to give that opportunity because he will throw in Aerial Ace first, but Cactus now needs to think, how do I best leverage my shield advantage? That is the only way he is going to be able to win this game.
We're about to find out. We see the switch. Oh my god! I feel like Zephymastics even swapped before XXL Cactus, going with the immediate reply to this Feraligatr, because if the Feraligatr had too much energy, it would take on the Ferret.
I currently have my hand over my mouth at how genius that was from Zephy. He comes in with the Talonflame, knows that Cactus is going to be clicking on his Feraligatr and is already pressing the Furret. And Cactus's eyes when that Furret comes in just recognize the caliber of player he is up against. Zephymastics now reaching another Swift, taking that shield from the Shadow Feraligatr.
And that pace is so important for the Furret. I feel like all the Germans watching from home are like, wow, that play was wunderbar. He's able to get to another Swift here potentially because you can take another, but no, he's letting it go actually.
Yeah, I think that this makes a lot of sense, forcing the Feraligatr to throw a ton of its energy, a huge amount of value that Zephymastics has managed to get out of this Furret. And now the Talonflame comes in, but the problem is it's not going to reach another attack.
Because so Talonflame can win Charge Security, but only if you have a high attack Talonflame. And oh man, here we see an interesting play there because the Feraligatr didn't have a charge deck yet. This Acrobat is going to do a lot of damage, but if Zephymask is able to get to fly, he would have this game. Let's see if Talonflame can hang on.
You need to be able to get one more Incinerate if you're Zephymastics in. You need to be able to tank this attack. He's going to reach it. The fly is not there. It's the Aerial Ace.
The area is being reached by Jumpluff, and it's actually going to take out this Talonflame. Zephymask losing the first game. XL Cactus making the Feraligatr work so well, just like we've seen before.
My heart is pounding.
Farid, I think that if you shield the Ferret there, you are fine.
I agree, because you make it so difficult for the Feraligatr to take you down.
I don't know, actually, because in hindsight, the Jumpluff would likely retain all his energy and get to the Acrobats and the Air-Ace. That might be enough.
I think what this is just showing is that Shadow Jumpluff is really strong. The acrobatics damage there and the pacing to Aerial Ace put Cactus in such a good position, and Zephymastics with all the tricks in the toolbox was not enough to overcome the potency of that Shadow Jumpluff and that Shadow Feraligatr together.
We're talking a lot about those two Pokemon, but let's not forget the most reliable safe switch in the meta. Shadow Drapion. It was so good, it threw Zephymastics entirely off, and it was a pretty good strategy by XL Cactus as well, because let's say your Shadow Drapion is answered by Gastrodon, you can basically wall it entirely afterwards with the Jumpluff and just gather energy there for whatever comes back in, because if it is Talonflame, we saw how much that Acrobatics did.
That was really, really impressive. I have to say, I had my heart in my mouth. I thought that Cactus had opened the door for Zephymastics to win. And Zephymastics was reaching there for the double fly, one to try and take out the Jumpluff, one to try and take out the Feraligatr. But there is a reason that Cactus is up on that stage, and I'm behind the desk because he knew exactly what he was doing. Acrobatics into Aerial Ace, enough to take out that Talonflame, put himself into a lead in these losers finals for Group C.
I can confirm, chat, that he's behind the desk here. Shadow Jumpluff is so good with that acrobatics. It's one of the most efficient charge decks in the game. Something that makes Marto Gallo really happy. One of the multiple regional champion in this season already, showing that this Pokemon can really work in the right hands.
Now, you mentioned earlier, Shadow Drapion, one of the best safe swaps in the game. Zephymastics actually has one of the best Pokemon to be able to suppress that. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gastrodon come now, either in the lead to stop a Shadow Drapion being able to be swapped into it, or in the back so that it can counter swap a Shadow Drapion. It's the Pokemon that Zephymastics says himself, I know best. Will he bring it to get him out of this tight spot?
We're about to find out. We're going into the next game. We have the Gastrodon from Zephymastics. It's met by the Jumpluff. This is a tremendous lead for XL Cactus.
XXL Cactus says, I know what your signature Pokemon is, but the Jumpluff has done so much for me in game number 1. Let's see what it can do in game number 2. Swift isn't going to be reached before the Aerial Ace, so Cactus can now pivot out if he wants to.
I think Zephymastics is really trying to predict some calls here, but not making the calls exactly that he wants. XL Cactus, on the other hand, coming in with that Drapion and can comfortably just take this matchup. You can even farm up some more energy here before the next Swift, as the Sucker Punch are resisted and don't deal a lot of damage.
It's been a hot minute since we've seen the chip and dip strategy used as effectively as this. You put the Furret exactly into a range where a Crunch can threaten a knockout. It doesn't go shielded. Zephymastics' Furret goes down, and Gastrodon now gets a nice little bit of farm, but where is the energy going if the Jumpluff comes back in?
It's probably going to the Jumpluff with a Body Slam, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. We see the Dusclops in the back, which is a very neutral Pokemon, going for that energy advantage. The clock is not up yet, so you get an entire Hex down here. That's 2 Hex advantage, but Shadow Claw damage adds up a lot from Feraligatr. Let's see how much Dusclops can do here.
Now, this shiny Best Buddy Dusclops, we've seen it perform really, really well for Zephymastics before, but the Shadow Claws, they're already doing a lot of damage, and every single time you're throwing an attack, more Shadow Claws are coming through, and that can put a lot of pressure onto Zephymastics.
Yeah, like especially because you get to so many, you give away some of those turns by timing it in that way. Like 3 Hex, 9 turns versus 10 Shadow Claws. So it's basically 10 turns from 5 Shadow Claws. So it's 1 turn you give away. A lot of mathematics here. And you can see, like you said, this Dusclops now getting into the yellow. But this Feraligatr is getting pretty low too. It will get to 2 more Hydro here though.
Yeah, Zephymastics wants to make the most out of this Dusclops, ideally taking out the Feraligatr, maybe with a snipe on the Gastrodon and banking an Ice Punch, but honestly that still makes it a little bit tricky. So he's going to go for a Shadow Punch instead and still has the Ice Punch.
Let's go.
The Jumpluff.
Lets the Feraligatr go entirely and now puts it all on the Jumpluff. That's interesting here indeed. Can you get to 2 attacks here? I think that this jump bluff is on the 4 Fairy Wind cycle to the area, so it will outpace. But
it's a bait. That's a good bait from Zephymastix.
I don't know, you need to be there in 1 hex there as Zephymastix, and it's far off still. You need to catch, and no, Exocactus is not allowing that. How much can Gastrodon do here for ETH?
Well, if this Aerial Ace is enough to take out this Dusclops, then Gastrodon is going to be in a really tricky spot. All I can say is, jump bluff enjoyers, arise.
Yeah, Marto's in chat, I know. Going for the Earth Power here. This is triple resisted. I think Jover is in the crowd. We are seeing him right here. And even swiping up there, like faking the bubbles. Not doing a lot of damage there.
He recognizes that XXL Cactus has played superbly, read the lines to perfection, positioned his Pokemon exactly the way that they need to be to get the most out of this. And he wins these losers finals and proceeds to day number 2.
After 6 months, XXL Cactus is finally in day 2 once more. What a tremendous performance by the player from Czech Republic. And yeah, just a play with the jump bluff. It is known to be one of the better Pokemon in the current meta. And I feel like Zephymastix just really didn't want to bring the Pokemon to counter it. He didn't look at the decision tree that I described. Do you see jump bluff? Yes. Don't bring Gastro? No. Bring Gastro. But there was jump bluff. And I feel like Clodsire could have been so valuable here for us.
I agree. You had that opportunity to have ground defensive typing, but also a way to hit back into that jump bluff. You knew that jump bluff had done so much against you in game number 1. Zephymastix perhaps thinking to himself, if I were to play this game again, what would I do differently? And I think Clodsire would make a lot of sense.
Clodsire, it's not exactly a core breaker to jump bluff and Shadow Drapion, but one thing that I tried at the Europe International Championship is if you have Clodsire in a position where you can get shields down and the opponent has a Drapion in the back, then Clodsire actually becomes quite good there, because an Earthquake will basically remove the floor under that Drapion and it just falls into it, it's gone.
It is true. Shadow Drapion does not want to take attacks. That's why, generally speaking, players use it in high shield scenarios when they can protect it as best as possible. But Shadow Jump Bluff, I think that was the story of this match. And XXL Cactus, he'll be so pleased with himself. He's done for the day. He can put his feet up and just start thinking and preparing for tomorrow.
Do you think he's a Marto Galda viewer, like also supporting Jump Bluff this much?
I think so.
Yeah, would make sense. I mean, acrobatics, it's like so efficient. It's like a Psy Strike from Mewtwo, but a little bit more energy with the same amount, the same amount of multiplication in damage. Right? So makes it one of the most efficient Pokemon in the game. As you can see here, taking out a Talonflame. That's a Fire-type Pokemon, chat.
I think we need to buff Fire. I think we need to do something to try and suppress this Jump Bluff, because it is causing havoc here in Bologna. We are at the Bologna Special Championships. If you are just joining us, we have seen so many players already progress to day number 2, but we still have so many matches still to come. We are in the losers side of the bracket because these players, they are not out.
And we've played the first 4 groups on stream now. Some of the winners rounds, some of the losers rounds. The next rounds will be played on the winners side of the bracket again in the next 4 groups, and then we'll have another losers side of the bracket. So there's a lot of action to still go through. And if you want to see for yourself who actually made it to day 2 already from groups A to D, use !bracket in the chat and you can find out.
Yeah, well, a lot of big names, players that have so much on the line. We've got players that want to qualify for Worlds. Remember, we get 50 spots here in Europe, not including those that get the direct qualification by winning an event or coming into top placements at the World Championships last year or an International Championship this year. But then we also have the travel stipend and the travel award above that as well. So everything's on the line for these players.
Everything is on the line, and it's good that you mentioned the travel award there, because some of those players will be traveling to the NAIC for this. That will be in 2 weeks, the biggest tournament in North America.
We will be there.
We will be there. Make sure to watch.
Yeah,
and
tune in.
That will all lead up to the World Championships. But let's get some hype up for the North America International Championship. We'll be right back with some exciting battles.
We're back. That was some great vibes, Pokemon trainers. And you saw me and Abby, we're just here having a good time. And I hope you are as well, right there, wherever you are watching this.
Yeah, we just saw a great game as well. And to be honest, what I feel is some of the tracks that we listen to in these videos are just really good bangers. I would love to have them on my phone or something.
I would like that too, but maybe you can just like clip the Twitch VOD or maybe on YouTube and then get it on your phone and just keep listening to it and, you know, vibe throughout your day.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I'm going to try to take you up on that.
Yeah, I think you should. Anyway, what we just saw, the losers finals, everything was on the line for those trainers, and you can see how much it means to players to do well. You can see it on EJ's face, and you could see it on Cactus as well, how much it means to make it to that day 2. And here are 2 more trainers getting ready to advance to day 2.
Yeah, we have now switched back into the winner's side of things, and this is going to be the winner's final. We're going to, of group number E. We have on the left Philback going up against Wolfpack. Philback, an interesting fact about him was his last regional was Bologna last season, so he's now back again. And on the other side, we have Wolfpack. Last time I met him in Sevilla, where he finished 5th as well.
Wolfpack, a renowned trainer here in the Play Pokemon circuit, and he has a lot of results to his name. But Philbeck, on the other hand, not that many results in the Play Pokemon scene, but I know Philbeck has been the #1 player on the Go Battle League leaderboard several times. Oh, and there's a Mandibuzz.
That is such a cute plushie. You know, I really like it when trainers really bring up the plushies as well, because it just gives another dimension to everything. It's like, oh yeah, I'm playing these Pokemon, but I really like this one.
I don't see any Mandibuzz here though.
Oh yeah, there's, but you know, it's like plushie doesn't necessarily mean it's good in the game right now. So, but look at this team sheet here. We have the Gastrodon, of course. It's a Pokemon that has very dominant matchup, and it's done a lot of work throughout the course of the meta, especially by being a solid answer, like a very oppressive answer to the Feraligatr and stuff, and also against a Drapion. But right now, it looks a bit unidirectional, especially when there is so much jump lofts on the screen.
And I think the Blastoise, as we've seen, after its Axon 1 in Portland, then Blastoise has all of a sudden picked up with a lot of traction here in Bologna. We see the regular Dusclops, non-Shadow Dusclops, the Shadow Malamar. I think all of these Pokemon are super interesting, and I'll be very interested to see how Wolfpack pilots these Pokemon.
Yeah, and on the other side, we see that Ferd. The Ferd has been that cute little nuisance that everybody had to deal with in this meta. It's Trailblaze giving it an attack boost, and then the Swift coming in so fast after 5 Sucker Punches constantly adds up. It's a Pokemon that, if you leverage correctly, can get you the switch advantage even in bad matchups. Following up Ferd is another Pokemon that can be a great Pokemon to close out games. That's that Talonflame with Fly and Flame Charge.
You know, during the World Championships at Hawaii last year, I claimed to be the best Flame Charge Talonflame player in the world.
How did that go?
Well, I finished top 16.
Oh.
So there was only one Flame Charge Talonflame that outperformed me. That was Lurgan Rocket. But here we have another trainer who I believe can challenge for that title, and that is Philbeck. He's undeniably a great trainer. But let's see if he can pull out the Talonflame and put my claim to shame.
Yeah, but there's also in these 2 teams, we see that Pokemon Shadow Malamar, both these trainers bringing it in there. So it's going to be really important to see who leverages this Pokemon's abilities the best. Both these trainers have exactly one solid answer to the Shadow Malamar, and that's the Tinkaton. Will they be able to avoid that one Pokemon that can completely neutralize that Shadow Malamar?
But I think it's, even though, as we've discussed before, even Tinkaton is not safe from that superpower. The superpower hits it incredibly hard, and I'm looking at Philbeck's Ferret here because it's just the Tinkaton that has a safe matchup. And here we go into game number 1.
Game number 1, both these trainers have locked in, and it's gonna be the Talonflame against Tinkaton. A nightmare for Wolfpack. Let's see what he does. Will he pivot into his own Malamar? And that's exactly what he does here.
How would you play this as Talonflame? I prefer to stay in Flame Charge and just farm it down the Malamar entirely in the 2 shields. Spend 1 shield for Talonflame, maybe spend 2, and come out with tons of energy.
Yeah, foul play number 1 comes in immediately, shielded by Philback, but Philback not taking Marcus's advice, going for that fly here, and this fly will be immediately shielded by full Wolfpack. This puts him in a position where whatever Pokemon comes in, it's gonna be at a disadvantage because Wolfpack's Malamar has now a lot of energy.
And here we see Philback, he's throwing the foul play immediately. Will this knock out the opposing Shadow Malamar from Wolfpack? Wolfpack decides to spend a shield.
Wolfpack spends a shield, but this puts his Malamar in a position where he can go for the back-to-back superpower. But no, he goes for that foul play. Foul play will put this Malamar into the yellow and potentially at a range where a superpower can knock out. Philback makes that call.
Philback will want to keep alignment in this matchup. And here we see the Tinkaton comes back in, Wolfpack. He decides to leverage that switch timer that's misaligned, and Philback throws a superpower into this Tinkaton.
Superpower now comes in, and this is gonna do a ton of damage, already putting a bulky Pokemon like Tinkaton into the red. But this is exactly what Wolfpack wants. He wants this Tinkaton to be as low as possible so that the Talonflame does not get that energy start.
And also, there is a Furret in the back for Philback, and Furret, as long as it avoids this Tinkaton, it can do so much into Wolfpack's team.
Yep, Tinkaton comes in with this player off, but this is a great position to be in. We know that the Malamar had some energy left, and that energy can come in crucial here. But will Wolfpack come in with the Malamar, or is this going to be a Blastoise rollout down?
Oh, and he comes in with a Malamar. How does Philback decide to play this? Will he protect his Talonflame? I believe he will let this go and bank it all on the Furret. Great play by Philback.
It's going to be all about the Furret here, but not before this Malamar gets to a superpower. He saves the superpower and goes into the Blastoise, and it's a party hat Blastoise. Let's see if this Blastoise is here to party, or is it going to be met with that Furret's Trailblaze.
And this is super effective damage from the Furret. It will not threaten a knockout, but it does heavy damage into that Blastoise. And here we see Blastoise building up to the Hydro Cannon. Oh no, the timing was a little bit off for Wolfpack. But this is good, so good for Philback now, because now he didn't need to spend a shield on his Furret against his Blastoise. And now that boosted Furret will threaten a knockout on the Malamar with some sucker punches.
Yep. Furret is gonna be able to take out the Malamar. Of course, we are talking about how good this Pokemon is, and I think Wolfpack tried to make it as best as possible, but you cannot escape from fast attack damage. One after another, sucker punch after sucker punch, and that Malamar is off the field.
And very cool play by Philback to stay in with a Talonflame, threaten a shield from the Malamar, then mirroring with his own Malamar. But Philback knew he needed to keep switch advantage, because when he has that Talonflame into that Tinkaton and there's a potential Blastoise on the other side, you cannot risk losing shield advantage in such a scenario.
Considering the situation that Wolfpack was in at the lead, I think he played amazingly well to come back into the game, and Philback as well maintained his composure to ensure that no matter what dancing around Wolfpack does, he understands his win con and saves that shield for that Furret to completely sweep at the back.
And I think the strategy from Philback was really smart, because he led with that Talonflame, his Tinkaton counter that can threaten basically anything on Wolfpack's team aside from that Blastoise. And then he had the Malamar safe swap to maybe lure out that Tinkaton, do some damage, and then build up some energy on the Talonflame, farming down the Tinkaton potentially for the Furret, then potentially win the backline. So I think Philback was trying to fish out the Tinkaton if he didn't see it in the lead.
Yeah, I think once you see Wolfpack's line, right? So if that Tinkaton is out of the way, there are no Pokemon that can deal with a shield up Furret. Yes, you have neutral play, whatnot, but if the Furret is shields up, it's going to sucker punch most of these Pokemon down. Or even potentially one-shot Pokemon like Gastrodon, or do super effective damage against Blastoise and Dusclops. It's just gonna take so much damage from the sucker punches, it's not even gonna be a fair game at that point.
With how safe Furret is for Philback, I don't think Wolfpack can bring that Dusclops. It doesn't even have any great matchups into Philback, so I think the Dusclops will remain on the bench for Wolfpack. But let's see what these trainers have in store for us. Do you think Philback is switching it up?
I think he has to. He had such a dominant game. What he started out in the lead with the Talonflame, and then he he did everything he could. So now he has to try to switch it up to maybe throw Wolfpack or try to predict Wolfpack's game. Let's see what these two trainers have done. And it's going to be a Tinkaton mirror. Both these fairy Pokemon are going to be swinging their hammers at each other. Let's see which one of the swings land first.
I think this is exactly what Philbeck wants to see. He wants to keep the Tinkaton away from his Ferret. And was this a charge attack priority?
No, it was not a charge attack priority, but unfortunately for Wolfpack, he gets that defense fall from the Bulldoze. This Tinkaton now will take a lot more damage from the following Bulldozes. Let's see if he is lucky as well. No, unfortunately, does not get the Bulldoze debuff.
And the Bulldoze debuff is incredibly important in this mirror matchup. If you never get the Bulldoze debuff, 3 Bulldozers might not threaten a knockout.
Yeah, but this is a good indication as well. He got another opportunity. Ooh. Now the debuffs are evened out because Wolfpack's Tinkaton 1 charge attack tie. Both these trainers are going to be taking the same amount of damage from here on out.
And you can see, oh, and he swaps in the Ferret against the Tinkaton. This is such a brave play by Philbeck, but he's in total control here because the Ferret outpaces the Tinkaton to a Swift rather than to a Play Rough.
Swift comes in, this should knock out the Tinkaton, but this will put Malamar in a position where it can completely dominate this Ferret. Let's see how these two trainers play it out. Ferret gets to that Swift here. Swift will do a ton of damage against the Malamar. At this point, you really need to try and secure this Malamar towards the late game.
Very curious to see Wolfpack shielding up a Swift, but he knows that he needs to get this Ferret out of the way for his Blastoise to potentially win an end game.
Yeah, we'll see how Blastoise can do. Gets that foul play bait here, and this is again a charge. No, it was not a charge attack tie. I think Philbeck waited a bit too long, potentially wanting to get even more energy to shielding that Ferret. So that is a great position to be in.
Excellent play by Philbeck, because now we got an entire Sucker Punch for free because Wolfpack threw on alignment, which means now Philbeck would be able to outpace the Malamar. So Wolfpack lets his Malamar go and puts it all on the Blastoise.
Yeah, Blastoise has a huge uphill to climb here. Can it actually roll out down the Ferret? Philbeck, understanding that the Blastoise has a shield, goes for that bait on the Swift as well. Man, this looks like he's completely in the driver's seat.
And Wolfpack needs to throw the Hydro Cannon unless the Ferret is going to that Trailblaze, and it gets there, and this is going to do detrimental damage to that Blastoise.
In comes the Trailblaze, and this is super effective. Puts that Blastoise into the yellow here, and now into the red. Skull Bash coming in, but this is too little, too late for this Blastoise. There's not a lot of HP to hide behind. Philbeck is just a few fast attack and 1 charge attack away from going into day 2.
And Philbeck dominating here in the winners finals in Bologna. And he did not even lose a single Pokemon in this game. Philbeck has come to claim the throne here in Group E.
3 Pokeball flex from the side of Philbeck, dominating gameplay. Game 1 was all about the Talonflame, but Game 2 was the Ferret show. So much energy, and it shows that he knew exactly what he was doing, in the sense that he went for that Swift bait, which either forced Will to throw the move or get to another Trailblaze to put it in a range where 1 player up would be enough.
Philbeck realized how valuable that Blastoise was for Wolfpack in the end game, because when Blastoise was his final Pokemon, if it gets too low, then he loses the game. So the Swift bait was very clever, getting to that Trailblaze, trusting in his Ferret.
We see in these matchups that the change to rollout, reducing its damage, had a huge impact on these games. In Game 1, it was just another 1 HP on the Ferret. Game 2, not enough. Gets to the Trailblaze on, again, a 1 HP, completely changing how the game went. Let's see, game number 1. Of course, we all know Wolfpack, he's just a very nice trainer to be around. He's just very kind and very humble, and I hope that he still makes a run in the losers bracket.
I'm confident he can. He's now in losers finals, so he's not out of the tournament yet. The way these tournaments work is that when you've lost once, you go into a second bracket that we call the losers bracket. So Wolfpack is not knocked out of the tournament yet, while Philbeck, undefeated, is in the winners bracket. And tomorrow he will face off against other people who are undefeated too.
Yeah, that is going to be great to watch. We have so many trainers. I think it shows, right? So he's been practicing. He's just not been to a lot of regionals. Coming back again after exactly 1 season from Bologna last season. It's just great. Now he's in the top cut, and this is going to be a huge boost for him, and I hope to see more of him actually in the next season as well.
I hope so too. You can see he's a very skilled trainer, and for him, I can't remember his placement in Bologna last year, but I suspect that this finish already, maybe I've surpassed that, because now getting into the top 16 in day 2, that is really a serious accomplishment.
Yeah, and again, you do get access to not only the champions points, but also for those booster packs as well. And I know there are a lot of people who collect these booster packs, and for you to have them, it's just great. The feeling of opening a pack, even though I've not gotten into it, but I've opened a few packs, and it's just exhilarating to pull a card that's just out of the world.
Opening Pokemon packs, it really takes me back to my younger years, because
I thought you're young.
Yeah, well, of course I'm young. What do you mean? But I remember the feeling that when my grandma gave me my first ever Pokemon cards, the feeling that I had, we were in our cabin, I opened up the package, and I still remember the first card that looked at me was a Seeking. Ooh. And that was the first ever Pokemon card that I owned myself. And that feeling of opening packs, I still get that feeling of nostalgia that takes me back.
It's a brilliant feeling, and of course, it's also, you have these cards and you meet up with your friends and you talk about it, you try to play the game, and also you try to exchange and trade all these things. Another place to do all of this is also for Pokemon Go as well, is during, let's say, the organized events or side events, and also in community events as well.
And I really enjoy my local community. Where I'm from, we have some really enthusiastic people who sets up local tournaments and meetups and raid hours and organizes all of these things so that I can go and hang out with people that I met through Pokemon, and also people that help me to take down the legendary Pokemon in raids or Dynamax raids, because sadly I cannot do it on my own.
Yeah, absolutely. But community is all about it, and people do organize a lot of these local tournaments as well. Let's take a look at how you can find them and also participate as well.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
So, trainers, scan this QR code. You are just one scan away from meeting your newest, bestest of friendsest. And I think that when you scan this QR code, you will find all the events that is happening near you, and go take a look at all the Pokemon events that are blossoming in your field.
Yeah, that's a great way to approach the newest, bestest friends, because it was a big tongue twister, and I'm really proud of you that you could get this done.
Thank you.
Also, scan the codes, go to the location, meet trainers. There's not just going to be locals, there also might be trainers who are very accomplished at the game, where you can learn from them, battle them as well, and improve your gameplay. You can go, there's a lot of tiny intricacies and tiny mechanics that you can learn practice after practice after practice. It just doesn't happen overnight. Nickname, for example, he almost let go and he almost retired last season, but then he went back to the community, back to his roots. He played again and again and again, and look at him now, 2 regional championships,
maybe a third.
Maybe a third. He's in day 2.
And I believe that Nickname travels with a lot of his friends to most of these tournaments. For example, Snorek, Bugcatcher Snorek that we saw in the live segment previously, usually travels with Nickname to these events. And I believe that a strong community can help you reignite or just ignite your passion for the game.
Talk about ignition. One of the trainers that ignited their Pokemon Go career this season was Withered. It's who we will be seeing next. He won place number 5 in Stockholm, and on the other side it's Uden who finished 4th in Stockholm. Ooh. So it's gonna be the battle between the 4th and 5th place finishers. Withered on the left with that Shadow Feraligatr to bring a ton of damage against Auden. Auden, of course, is running that Credilli which has a decent matchup, but one of the problems that Credilli has is the fact that it is slow to those heavy-hitting charge attacks.
But I really like the Cradley from EU Uden here because it hits the Feraligatr. It can win some shield scenarios against the Dropion. It's really good into the Blastoise and the Diggersby, and it's fine against the Jumpluff as well because it can hit it with those Rock Tombs. It's just the Tinkaton that you really need to be wary of.
What I really want to see here from the side of Uden is a play that's tried and tested and a play that's always done across time is use the Malamar in the lead. If it's a Tinkaton, go up to a superpower, throw the superpower and swap to the Diggersby. Just looking at Withered's team, Diggersby is kind of not too bad there. It can tank a lot of energy, and the fast attacks from the Feraligatr don't add up. Fast attacks from the Blastoise don't add up. You can hit Jumpluff for super effective damage, Dropion for super effective damage. The Diggersby mirror is not too bad. So I think it's a great play to have if you're Uden.
How do you even threaten the Diggersby immediately if you're Withered? It's not that easy. Even if you're a Feraligatr, throwing that Hydro Cannon, if you let a Scorching Sands through on the opposing side, then the Diggersby can farm down entirely with only quick attacks.
Yeah. And it's the advantage of Diggersby's typing of being that part normal. One of the biggest thing about Feraligatr is that it has a heavy hitting charge attack plus a heavy hitting fast attack, but the fast attack is completely neutralized by the Diggersby. On the other side, we also see the Talonflame running your favorite move.
I love it.
Which is Fly and Flame Charge. I think you started loving it the moment you won a regional with a Talonflame. Did you run Flame Charge Fly?
Of course I did. It's the best moveset for a Talonflame. What other moveset is there to run on a Talonflame?
I don't even know the other moveset. I just
neither.
forgot about it because you've been yapping all day about that Flame.
You've been liking it too, don't lie to me. And we see a Azumarill Shadow Dropion, a great core it's become a staple throughout this season.
And one of the things is that there are grassroots tournaments as well that we take part in, and both Withered and Uden play for the same team.
No, do they?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I think they're not pair partners, but they also play in the same tournament. So it's gonna be really funny to watch as well. They both know their teams probably, and they both have practice, but these two trainers have at this point locked in their Pokemon. We're just waiting for the game to start. Let's see where it goes, and it's gonna be a Diggersby into a Drapion. Great lead for Uden.
And this matchup is very curious, but as we see that Feraligatr safe swap immediately, how does Uden decide to handle this? Oh, he chips it down with quick attacks, but now he wants to tank all the energy on his Azumarill.
At this point, what Uden will have to play for is to get that shield advantage, because these flare-ups from the Azumarill is going to do a ton of damage against the Feraligatr, but Feraligatr, however, will have to fight for the switch. We also know that the Diggersby has a ton of energy, so you cannot go 2 shield down as Withered.
But as Uden, how would you want to play this? Because, you know, Withered will most likely start shielding up his Feraligatr, and now this is starting to become slightly suspicious for this Azumarill.
Yeah, it is looking more than slightly suspicious for this Azumarill, because Withered now has a ton of energy. How will Uden navigate this? Because for the Diggersby, before it gets to Scorching Sands, the Feraligatr will get to 2 Hydro Cannons.
I think Uden realized that he gave up switch advantage when he decided to stay in with his Diggersby for that long. But maybe he's fine with that. He doesn't even put up a shield against the Feraligatr. This does a lot to that Diggersby.
A ton of damage indeed, but no! Ooh, a small miscount by Uden there, getting to the Hydro Cannon on charge attack. Unfortunately for Diggersby, it does not have enough attack for it to win this fixture, but in comes the Scorching Sand. If unshielded, will definitely knock the Feraligatr out, but Uden going for the undercharge, trying to get that energy lead there.
Oh, it does barely not knock out, so Diggersby can get even more energy here, but it's going to be met with a Blastoise. This is a Scorching Sand coming in from Uden, and this will do some meaningful damage to the Blastoise.
It's going to do quite a bit of meaningful damage to the Blastoise, and the rollout from Blastoise is not going to do a lot of work against the Diggersby, as you can see, but Blastoise will outpace the Diggersby for this Hydro Cannon. If unshielded, it's gonna knock it out. Let's see how Uden plays. He goes for the no shield. He's gonna leverage his Drapion for the win here, and immediately Withered says, okay, you have a Drapion, I'm gonna swap into mine.
I think this was looking pretty good for Withered if he would have stayed in with his Blastoise, because the Blastoise would have outpaced the Drapion to a potential crunch. But here we see Uden now has the upper hand against Withered's Drapion. So who will win Charge Attack priority? That is Withered's.
Yeah, Withered's Drapion does win Charge Attack priority here. This Aqua Tail will put Uden's Drapion into the yellow, but then again, it was a Charge Attack tie, but Withered also has another Aqua Tail stored, but this makes it really tricky for EU Uden.
I think Withered knows. Oh, he hangs on barely, and as long as he gets off this Aqua Tail, oh, Uden says, well played, and he is going to let this Aqua Tail go, and this Drapion is so low now that the Blastoise can simply roll out it down.
And what started out as a hugely advantageous matchup for Uden, but opting to stay in a little bit more on that Diggersby, letting that Hydro Cannon through, taking so much damage without taking a Protect Shield away from the Feraligatr, completely put the game in the favor of Withered. Azumarill, it's a Pokemon that doesn't let you lose, but in this case, it completely let down Uden.
And how does Uden want to handle that Feraligatr? You could see it caused him so many problems in that game one. Maybe he would maybe he should have stayed in with it. You know what? That's a tough situation, because if you stay in too long with that Diggersby, then the switch timer will be too misaligned. Maybe you can realign the Drapion against some of its better targets. I'm not sure.
Would it not have been favorable? He took the damage, the Hydro Cannon damage under the Diggersby. It would only be fair for the Diggersby to get that Scorching Sands off, to put the Feraligatr either at shield disadvantage against the Azumarill, forcing to go into a no-shield scenario towards the late game, because the Azumarill will get to a player off no matter what happens there.
I agree. I think that keeping the Diggersby in and getting rid of some shields would have really helped his backline Pokemon. But then you're susceptible to getting hit by Hydro Cannons from the Blastoise, which obviously does hurt.
And also, energy on the Diggersby is not that great, because in the endgame scenario, looking at the Pokemon Withered has, almost all his Pokemon win Charge Attack tie against the Diggersby. So if all he has to do is save some energy, and towards the endgame, all that Scorching... You had a Scorching Sand. It's useless, because all the other Pokemon are just going to win Charge Attack ties, so it's completely neutralized.
I think Uden needs to protect this Diggersby better, and utilize it better and get shields down so the Azumarill can land its Play Roughs or its Ice Beams, because Azumarill seems very safe into Wither. He doesn't have a Grass type nor an Electric type.
Yeah, I mean, it's great gameplay on the side of Withered here. He's 14 years of age.
Incredible.
If he's so good now, he's already... This is a second tournament, and he's in the winners final as well. It's going to be a Blastoise into a Drapion. Of course, this is a very good matchup for the Blastoise, but Drapion gets to those charge attacks really quickly and can put a lot of pressure onto this Blastoise.
I'm very interested to see how these players play out this game, because even though the Drapion generally has a losing matchup here, it can bully the Blastoise a little bit, because the crunches and poisons things, they add up.
And look at that, Blastoise already into the yellow here. Goes to try to catch a move, but this is a great position. The Credilli got two bullet seeds. That puts it in a place where it gets to the Rock Slide against a Drapion, and this could potentially flip the match into the favor of Credilli.
Because this is now debuffed Drapion, and the Rock Tomb will be a 2-hit knockout, while the crunch from the Drapion will not threaten a double knockout or a knockout from on the Cradily.
Credilli is now 3 bullet seeds away. But he gets that defense fall here. Unfortunate. This would put EU Uden's Credilli in a range where the crunch can knock out.
Will it knock out though? Maybe the Cradily can hang on, and it doesn't. Sadly for Uden, it goes down. And what is his plan now? Does he come out? Does he come in with a Diggersby? The energy on the Diggersby could be very valuable here.
He needs to come in with the Diggersby, because the Blastoise did leave with 2 Hydro Cannons. So at this point, Diggersby is a huge liability in the team, because 2 Hydro Cannons will knock it out. It needs to get energy here. These quick attacks are coming in quick and fast, but Withered says, all right, I'm not going to let you take the energy lead. I'm going to come in with the Blastoise and go straight for the Hydro Cannon, only to be shielded by Uden.
And this is a double Hydro Cannon, and he takes it on his Drapion. What is Uden's plan here? He needs to leverage his Pokemon best to have a shot at winning this endgame, and the Drapion is so low now.
Drapion is so low indeed, but it will get to this charge attack before the Blastoise. Going for the Aqua Tail here. This will be enough to knock out the Blastoise, but for Withered, there's still 2 more Pokemon come to play, and it's gonna be the Feraligatr and the Drapion. His own Drapion is very, very low, but this Drapion can still potentially Poison Sting down Udin's Drapion.
I think coming in with the Drapion would be a good player, but you see the Feraligatr also making its appearance, and it's to shield up this crunch from Udin, and now is the Diggersby in Hydro Cannon range. It's getting very close.
Doesn't matter that it's in Hydro Cannon range or not, it does have the Scorching Sands here. It will come down to potentially Scorching Sand debuffing and Switch Clock not being up for Withered. Going for the Fire Punch bait here, this is going to be crucial. Does Withered call it? Because at this range, the Scorching Sand is not enough to debuff, but he goes for the call, unfortunately, gets baited by Udin.
Oh, and he gets to the Scorching Sands. Will this be enough to knock out the Feraligatr? Because Udin does not want to take a Hydro Cannon. It's going to be so close.
Scorching Sand comes in, not even close to taking out the Feraligatr. Feraligatr gets to that Hydro Cannon. This is going to do super effective damage onto the Diggersby. Diggersby is still a very bulky Pokemon here. It hangs on with 1 HP, but not enough HP to get a win for Withered. 2-1 going into day 2. Amazing gameplay by Withered.
Withered, he is not threatened by anyone in this field. He has not dropped a single game so far in this tournament, and he remains undefeated in rounds and in games, and you can see him enjoying himself there on stage, celebrating with the ones that he is close to.
Oh, that is another cute plushie there. I was just talking to Withered and Udin backstage as well, just before they got into the game. They were just having a friendly banter. It's like, hey, don't see my team sheet, don't see my team sheet. I don't want you to know what my Pokemon is. Even though these two are friends, they're still trying to get that edge, keeping their teams away from each other as long as possible.
I'm sure that they were pretty well aware of what Pokemon the other were bringing. As close as they are, playing on the same team in Grassroots, these trainers probably have been preparing for this tournament together.
Withered did a great job in understanding what his win cons were. Of course, Udin unfortunately had that bad lead in every game, but in game 1, no, he had a very positive lead, but then he stayed in a bit too long, just a teeny tiny bit too long for the Feraligatr to come in and completely neutralize that Azumarill.
I was very impressed by the Feraligatr gameplay by Withered here, even against a Malamar, a Drapion, and a grass type of Cradley. The Withered took the risk that Cradley would not be in the front or would not be on the Feraligatr, and he managed to get that alignment.
Yeah, and this is game number 2 where Udin played for his win condition, goes for the Fire Punch bait, does get the bait, but of course Diggersby is such a bulky Pokemon that its Scorching Sands was not enough to knock out the Feraligatr. Feraligatr getting to the Hydro Cannon, and this was enough to seal the deal for Withered, giving him a chance again. Not a chance, giving him the lead into day 2.
And this is Withered's first day 2 finish on the winner's side of the bracket, and I'm sure that he must be very proud of his accomplishments so far. Just a couple of months ago, he was in Stockholm. He performed a perfect play against the EUIC champion Pokémon. So you can see his prowess already, how strong of a trainer he is even at that young age.
Yeah, it's the next generation coming in. We saw in Lille was Boom coming in for his first ever tournament, and I think he obliterated the competition. He just went, that was one of the fastest run into day 2 that I've seen.
There was one trainer who I believe could have got the better of Boom in that tournament. That was Lurgan Rocket with a Shadow Magnezone, but he didn't manage to align it correctly. And now you see the young trainers, they are using their skills to make a progression deep into these tournaments. And you see Withered, he was playing against Udin in Stockholm as well. They matched up in that tournament. I believe that Udin was the one to win in Stockholm, but now Withered got his win in a grudge match against Udin.
But it's not over yet, you know. Udin still has the opportunity to go from the losers bracket and still try to get that redemption game against Withered. You know, there's so many Pokemon that we need. One of the Pokemon that we really wanted to touch up on was Bombardier. It's a Pokemon that has Sucker Punch, Rock Tomb, and Fly. With that moveset, it can cover a duo great work against the meta right now, but unfortunately, it is not available in the wild. But you know where you can catch it in the wild?
Tell me.
It's going to be at the Go Fest. We have a quick show of what's going to be available in the Go Fest. This is Go Fest in Jersey City.
And you see the Golett, there's a Pikachu, and the Skiddo. I don't have a lot of Skiddos. That Pokemon has been eluding me. I got one in a trade from a local, but in Go Fest Jersey City, you can catch those Skiddos. And also Holucha, which is usually a regional Pokemon specific to the Mexico region.
Yeah, and Skittle, I do have a lot of Skiddos, so I can potentially trade, but you need to get into my good books first before that happens. And it's also, the last Pokemon that I want to touch upon is the Bombardier. It also has a shiny form that makes it completely look silver, and it's just a gorgeous shiny Pokemon.
I believe that Farid showed me the shiny Bombardier by putting it on his caster prediction. And I've been facing some Bombardiers when I've been playing some grassroots and practice tournaments, and I think it's a very annoying Pokemon to face. It's got such high attack that the Sucker Punches start adding up quickly.
And it's like, it has such high attack, and you also have another Pokemon in the meta, or at least in the GBL, where it's a blind format to kind of bait out its counter. So a team that was popularized was something like a Claydol with a Galarian Moltres Safe Swap and Bombardier at the back. It's just so oppressive that if you don't know what you're going up against, it's an auto loss, because Bombardier at the back line is just impossible to deal with.
And if Bombardier gets to that Rock Tomb and debuffs the opposing Pokemon, all of a sudden it doesn't take as much damage anymore. And Bombardier, being a little bit of a frail Pokemon, really makes great use of that debuffed attack on the opposing Pokemon.
And there's very limited amount of Pokemon that you can swap into Galarian Moltres in the meta, or at least in the teams that we see daily in GBL. You might want to use a Pokemon that's strong, but you're never 2 times strong against the dark flying types.
It's just the Tinkaton that would be a great matchup.
That's why it's a Claydol lead.
But if you get it on the Claydol lead, well, that's not. I'm just not gonna. That's not good.
All right, that's the first time I've seen Marcus lost for words, but that's good. It's always nice to see that. But also there are so many other trainers, so many matches for us to see here. And the next match is going to be, let's say, an event champion, a regional champion, Kazim, going up against an Italian player with Bombarune. Kazim, I think he won the Dortmund Regional Championship. It was his first regional win in so long, and he came in and he took it by storm.
I believe that Bombarune has not played on the Pokémon Championship Series before.
Oh wow!
So this is but he's very proficient on grassroots scene. But
I think he's also a streamer, isn't it?
Is he a streamer?
Is Bombarune a streamer, or was it Bomberlane?
Dude, you have got me dead to rights. I have no idea.
All right, okay. But it's great to see new trainers coming to the scene. We saw a lot of new trainers coming to the scene towards the early end of the season. Boom was a new trainer coming in. Withered is another new trainer. We saw Borja coming in as well. He did great in Sevilla. So many new trainers. It's always wonderful to see a lot of these skill trainers coming in. And also some trainers who've taken a long break from the game come in and do well.
And I gotta say, it got me thinking, if Bombarune has his first ever play Pokemon tournament today, and he's made winners finals, how crazy is that? He must be incredibly good.
You know, some trainers just need the opportunity or take the time. You know, the stars don't always align, but of course, these opportunities help you get there. We see Kazim 33 on the left, and on the right, it's Bombarune. Kazim 33 running the traditional Tinkaton, Jumpluff, Diggersby, and Shadow Drapion, but he bringing that Feraligatr. The non-Shadow Feraligatr is the one that kind of throws a twist in the tail here.
And it's a very similar team to what we saw with Withered, but with, as you mentioned, that non-Shadow Feraligatr. And I think that this team is looking very strong. The double water and also the Drapion with the water type coverage is going to scare away that Talonflame. This is Kazim. He has already won a regional this season. He hasn't played since EYC see, and where he finished 5th. And this is going to be an incredible challenge for his opponent.
Yeah, and on the other hand, it's going to be Azumarill. Fert, just looking at the team of Kazim, is a great Pokemon to have. All it needs to do is get away from that Tinkaton, and it can build a ton of energy and do a ton of damage against whatever comes in. Yes, the Shadow Jumpluff has a positive matchup, but all Fert has to do is call one Acrobatics, and it can flip that matchup in the 2-to-1 shield scenario and come out with so much energy, and that energy can go everywhere.
I am also really intrigued by this Jellicent, because Jellicent we saw earlier today on stream and it was incredible. I believe that was the community choice that showed us the Jellicent, and Jellicent can wall off the energy on Feraligatr and Blastoise. It's not hit super effectively by anything other than the Shadow Dropion's crunch. So, but also the Feraligatr can hit it with its Shadow Claws. Maybe the Jellicent is better saved in the back.
I think Jellicent, if you look at this team, the only thing that is a bit different from the team that its accent piloted was that instead of the Lapras, it's that Feraligatr taking that position.
On Kazim's side.
Yeah, on Kazim's side. And on the right, what another Pokemon that I really want to touch up on is the Claydol. Claydol can do a lot of work into Kazim's team if given a shield advantage. Even Pokemon like Feraligatr cannot run away from the fact that it's going to do a lot. The Mud Slaps are going to slowly add up while constantly Rock Tombs coming in for the debuff. Blastoise, yes, it does super effective damage with its charge attack, but the rollouts are resisted by the Claydol.
And the Claydol is mostly scared of that Feraligatr, like you mentioned, because the Shadow Claws are super effective on the Psychic type Claydol, and also, obviously, the Hydro Cannons hit it so hard. But so, it will be curious to see what these trainers have decided to lock in for this game number 1.
Game number 1, both these trainers have locked in their Pokemon. It's gonna be a Drapion for Kazim into an Azumarill. This is a neutral lead, and it will depend on if the Drapion gets that crunch debuff.
I think this is great for the Drapion when shields are up. Azumarill generally wins if it can land that play rough, but Drapion will want to throw some energy. No, it wants to save the energy, and Bomberune throws a play rough into this Feraligatr.
This is a great position to be in if you are Kazim, because there is so much energy on that Drapion, and looking at the backline of Bomberune, there is nothing there that he wants to take that energy off the Drapion here. Kazim's Feraligatr gets to the Hydro Cannon, and this will do a ton of damage if it's unshielded.
But this is a regular Feraligatr, non-shadow, so it will not threaten a knockout. And Bomberune is throwing a crunch to knock this Feraligatr out of the field.
Crunch comes in, and this will be enough to knock the Feraligatr out here, but there is also a considerable amount of HP on the Drapion, but Kazim says, all right, I did farm up all this energy, but I'm going to just completely dump one Aqua Tail onto this Drapion, get it off the field so that I don't have to worry about it late game.
And Bomberune will hope that it's not a Blastoise in the back, and it isn't. So will he come in with the Azumarill here? And he does. Tank and the Fairy and Water type Azumarill resist all the energy from Drapion, making it so inefficient.
Yeah, charge attacks from the Drapion is not going to be effective against the Azumarill. This puts the Azumarill in a place where all it needs to do is go for these Ice Beams here. Ice Beams will do a lot of work, and Kazim cannot swap out because he does not want to take the double super effective Ice Beam onto his own Jumpluff. He's in a position where he's forced to stay in this matchup.
But Kazim also threatens a knockout on the Azumarill with this crunch. Will Bomberune shield? No! He goes for... Oh, the Azumarill barely hangs on. And here comes the Talonflame. Kazim shakes his head. He don't think this is good for him.
This is not the position where you want to be as Kazim, because the backline Pokemon, Jumpluff, it does not like this Talonflame at all. Drapion does get to the 2 charge attacks. At this point, Bomberune, if he makes up a heads-up read, he does not pull up a protection, but he does. This means that Jumpluff has a teeny tiny amount of play here. Ooh, great mechanics there. Does one poison thing and then swaps out.
And then Bomberune, he has the Brave Bird on the Talonflame. Will Kazim shield? Is this a Fly? No, he doesn't shield. A Fly comes through, but it does so much damage to the Jumpluff. It doesn't even reach an Acrobatics, and this Talonflame is winning this game for Bomberune.
Bomberune leveraging Talonflame, completely neutralizing that Jumpluff. Jumpluff came in and it went before we could blink.
And well, I'm blinking, but even still, the Dropion disappeared for our eyes. And incredible gameplay by Kareem still, making the most out of that situation, trying to get to that final Aqua Tail. But the Talonflame, it's heavy hitting Incinerates, burned down the Dropion and the jump bluff from Kazim's side.
I think Kazim, it was really heads-up play from the side of Bombarune that he was one Poison Sting away from getting onto the Aqua Tail of the Dropion in that matchup against Feraligatr. This forced Kazim to not risk trying to throw an extra Poison Sting and get rid of that Aqua Tail energy. Because that meant that, you know, you don't leverage a charge attack tie. You're like, I need my opponent to throw the energy. And that kind of, again, re-leveled the playing field against the Azumarill, which forced the shield and then gave 2 shields to Talon. 2 shields on the Talonflame, unless if it's not Blastoise, it's gonna completely wreck this, wreck Kazim's team.
But do you think the Blastoise would be too risky? Oh yeah, probably because of the Jellicent. Because if the Blastoise comes and it gets aligned on the Jellicent, then that is a terrible situation for Kazim because the Blastoise cannot threaten Jellicent with its energy.
Jellicent is such a huge bench pressure, like you pointed out at this just right now. It resists the Hydro Cannon, resists the Skull Bash. Rollouts do add up, but considering the damage debuff that it received, it's not going to do a ton of work against Jellicent. Jellicent is a Pokemon that is really, really threatening the Blastoise, but Kazim has to make a decision here. What Pokemon does he bring? I think Drapion did so much work. If it wasn't for that heads-up play by Bombarune, it would have done too much and overcome Bombarune as well.
I'm noticing that Kazim, he's going as strong as he possibly can into that Jellicent. The Drapion can hit it for super effective damage. The Feraligatr can hit it for super effective damage with those Shadow Claws. And also the Jump Bluff with heavy hitting acrobatics generally also win out against the Water and Ghost type Jellicent.
Yeah, it's going to be how these two trainers adapt. Talon at the back did a lot of work for Bombarune. Let's see how he tries to leverage his Pokemon in the early game as well. Both these trainers will have to lock in their teams pretty soon here because we can't wait to see them play.
I'm very curious to see if any one of them is changing something up. We see the Talonflame in the front into a Dropion, and we see double water for Kazim in the back.
Double water for Kazim in the back, and oh wow, hard swapping into a Feraligatr. This is a great position for Bombarune because he wants the Talonflame with a little bit of energy. But now Azumarill swapped in a bit late, but so this gives Feraligatr a ton of energy.
But will the Feraligatr be able to flip this scenario against the Azumarill? It will need to spend some shields, if I'm not mistaken.
It absolutely has to spend some shields, and this is where the Shadow Feraligatr's advantage comes in. The Hydro Cannons do more damage, the Shadow Claws do more damage, but now the Azumarill is in a position where, yes, of course, it doesn't have to pull up a Protect Shield, but these playoffs, they will do a lot of work against this Feraligatr.
But I'm not sure if this play rep will threaten a knockout on the Feraligatr. It's not so that Kazim will have to shield, but this Azumarill is now in a dangerous farm down range for the Shadow Dropion and Kazim side. Oh, but Kazim decides to shield.
Pulls up a Protect Shield. This Azumarill is only 2 away from another player off. He goes for the timing there, and no, Kazim predicts it, knowing that Bombarune would want to get that player off and trying to force him to shield here. But this is a great position to be in. If you are Bombarune, you can potentially throw one Incinerate and go for the charge attack, but no, coming in with the Dropion here.
He wants to get a head start on his Dropion. He's probably prepared to shield this Hydro Cannon and then threaten Kazim's Pokemon with energy on his Shadow Dropion. There's no Azumarill on Kazim's side, so nowhere to sponge that energy efficiently. Ooh. Oh, Bombarune making a miscount probably. He did not expect the Feraligatr to be at this amount of energy. He cannot shield here.
Yeah, that is unfortunate indeed. This Dropion is now so deep into the red, it's going to be almost impossible for it to do a meaningful amount of damage on the side of Kazim. Kazim's Dropion, we know, has a lot of energy. He force pivoted into that Feraligatr, and then in comes the Talonflame, only to be met by one of its hardest counters in the Blastoise. Rollout's doing double super effective damage. He goes for the big, heavy-hitting Brave Bird to try. Oh no, it's going to be a no-shield on the side of Kazim.
No shield from Kazim. How does the Blastoise take this? Not well, but the Dropion in the back. Oh, but it gets to a parting fly. Does Kazim let the Blastoise go? He does.
Yeah, at this point, Blastoise has done its job. He made the Talonflame completely energy dry and almost got it out of the field. Bombarune's Drapion now has not enough HP to try to get to 3 Aqua Tails here. Aqua Tail number 1 coming in. I think it will be a no shield by Kazim. At this point, Kazim needs to identify that his win con is not throwing a charge attack.
He will Poison Sting that. Oh no, he goes for the Aqua Tail. And I believe Kazim is laughing at himself. He knows he doesn't need this this Aqua Tail to potentially win. But Bombarune, can he get to another Aqua Tail? Maybe, but Kazim has a shield. I don't think the next Aqua Tail will threaten a knockout. Kazim telling his friends to chill out.
Yeah, he tells his friends to chill out, but will it get to another Aqua Tail? No, it does not. Enough Poison Sting damage to knock out Bombarune. 1-1 for Kazim. Kazim made a great read bringing the Drapion in, but not only bringing the Drapion in, he force-swapped this Feraligatr, knowing full well that he had 2 better answers for that Talonflame in the back to not waste that Drapion on that Talonflame.
I believe that Bombarune was in a position to do quite well, but the second that he let the Feraligatr get to that Hydro Cannon that he couldn't shield, then it was so tough for him after that.
It was a huge uphill climb for Bombarune. It's all these small things that add up, right? It was just 2 turns. It's 1 second of decision making that can completely flip how a game goes.
And that made his Drapion drop so low that the Drapion could no longer handle both the opposing Drapion nor the Blastoise. And you saw the Talonflame still putting in a lot of work with its energy. That's the upside of running the Brave Bird, because it hits so hard against the stuff that resists fire.
Yeah. I think, you know, it's really great to see how it's game sense in the end, right? So Kazim, most of the time, if you have a Drapion into a Talonflame, it's not a bad matchup because your Aqua Tail do a ton of damage. But understanding that towards the mid, after he got some energy lead, he's like, I have 2 better answers for this Talonflame. I'm just going to swap out.
And if you're having Drapion problems, I feel bad for you, son. But I've got 99 problems, but a Drapion isn't one.
Yeah. Well, let's see if Bombarune decides to make some changes here. Looking at what Kazim has been running, he's going for the double water strategy. And honestly, I would really like to see if Bombarune wants to go that Ferret route, because if he does have that Ferret in the backline or Ferret against a Feraligatr where the Shadow Claws are not doing enough damage, it could potentially catapult it to completely flip the game for the side of Bombarune.
But do you think it's time to bring the Jellicent now?
Ooh, I mean, look at it this way. He ran Feraligatr and Drapion in both games.
It would be risky, right?
It would be very risky to bring in the Jellicent. And honestly, if it was me, I would have potentially gone for a Hail Mary play and bought the Claydol.
Oh, yeah, you've been singing Claydol's song this entire day.
It's just so good Pokemon, man. It's just, the Mud Slaps are so good, the Rock Tomb is so good, and has coverage with Ice Beam. What's not to like?
Well, if the Feraligatr is always coming for Kazim, I think the Claydol might be a little bit too risky for Bombarune here.
That's why you lead it, man.
Oh, I think that would be detrimental for Bombarune, because here you see the Feraligatr in the front, and that is unfortunate for Bombarune that he's not having his Ferret lined up against the Feraligatr.
Yeah, Feraligatr is going to do a lot of work against his Azumarill, but of course, this Feraligatr is a non-Shadow variant, so the Hydro Cannons are not going to add up. Hydro Cannon number 1 comes in from the Feraligatr.
I think the Hydro Cannons will add up with the Shadow Claws, but the Feraligatrs... Oh, and we see a catch on the play rough from Kazim, and now this lets Bombarune realign his Pokemon in the way he would prefer.
Yeah, and exactly align his Pokemon in the way that he would prefer, because Ferret would not have had a great day against the Tinkaton, but now he has that went into this Diggersby. In comes the Scorching Sand. If this is debuff, I think one more Sucker Punch and Ferret will immediately set that debuff back.
And this is a Trailblaze, and now, as Ferret was not debuffed, this will boost Ferret's attack stat.
Exactly, and at this point, I think the Diggersby is at a range where potentially Ferret can go for, going for the charge attack tie here to make sure that this Diggersby is out of the playing field. Let's see which Pokemon Kazim brings in. Does he bring in that Feraligatr, or will he go into his own Tinkaton to absorb the energy from the Ferret?
Bringing in the Tinkaton is a great choice here. I believe the Tinkaton possibly can farm all the way down, but Bombarune will want to get this Tinkaton as low as possible, but there's still a Feraligatr in the back for Kazim. How do you deal with that?
Feraligatr with some energy as well, and both these trainers have 2 shields left, but in comes his Azumarill. Azumarill is not going to be in the field for long. It's going to be met with this play-off. This is not going to be enough to knock out, but then again, all the energy from the Azumarill side is resisted by the Tinkaton.
I suspect Kasim suspecting there is a Talonflame in the back, and I don't think he will be swapping out his Tinkaton here.
Yeah, in comes a player of not very effective damage, but in comes this Feraligatr. It can set up a mean farm down here. Oh man, it goes for the first Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon will be enough to knock out the Azumarill if unshielded, as saving another Hydro Cannon so as that Ferd cannot set up any shenanigans.
But how does Bomberune decide to play this? Coming in with the Dropion or the Ferd? Because the Ferd lacks the damage output to deal with the Tinkaton, but it's going to take a Hydro Cannon if it comes in here. The Dropion comes in, and it is able to take a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, it will be able to take a Hydro Cannon, but this Hydro Cannon will put it in a range where even a Bulldoze will be enough to knock it out, so he has to pull up a Protect Shield. This game could come to a point where it's all going to be about that catch. Second Hydro Cannon reached by the Feraligatr, and Bomberune going for that Aqua Tail bait.
And here we see Bomberune still shielding up his Dropion. And what does Kasim do? Will he shield this Feraligatr or bank it all on the Tinkaton? Oh, he shields an Aqua Tail.
Aqua Tail number 1 comes in, and he swaps in to his Tinkaton here. This is, I would assume, is a great position, kind of swapping the match in the favor of Bomberune a little bit, pulling up his second Protect Shield. This is very interesting gameplay on the side of Kasim.
Oh, and he gets the catch! Does Kasim realize he does? And the Tinkaton will have spent a lot of energy trying to get to this Ferret. Incredible, there's a defense debuff.
Defense fall, and that puts Kasim in a very dominant position because he can now completely Fairy Wind down. Goes for this Bulldoze. Bulldoze will do super effective damage, but not enough to knock out the Drapion. Can the Drapion have enough energy to get to the Aqua Tail?
I don't think so. There's another Bulldoze coming in here from the Tinkaton, and this will end the Drapion and seal Kasim's day 2 run here in Bologna.
Day 2 with a 2-1 win for Kasim. That Tinkaton put in a lot of work, but not to mention the Feraligatr completely dominating that game. Incredible, incredible gameplay from Kasim.
I think Kasim is showing how to play dynamic and fantastic, and I'm truly inspired to see this trainer. His season is out of this world. He's won a regional championship, top 5 at EUIC, and now he's on winner's side here in Bologna.
I think Kasim is also one of the trainers who are very close, who's very high up in the EU leaderboards as well. So I would like to see what happens once everything is decided, where he's going to be standing as well. It's just, he's done so well this season. His progress has been just astronomical.
He has been a very high performing GBL player, a Go Battle League player for such a long time, but struggled to manifest those performances into the Play Pokemon Championship. But here you see, he's overcome that hurdle. Ever since his win in Dortmund, he has been almost unstoppable in the Play Pokemon circuit.
Kasim has been on a roll in the Play Pokemon circuit, and this is the game where Bomberune pulled out a masterclass with his Talonflame, completely neutralizing this jump off. But afterwards, I think Kasim said, all right, you're gonna bring your Talonflame, I'm not gonna give you the opportunity to. So he went both the games 3 semi-strong against the Talonflame to make sure it's completely benched, and in game number 3, went for the Feraligatr lead, expecting the Talonflame lead, but gets Azumarill as a lead, and that completely energy on the Feraligatr just went through Bomberune's team there.
The Tinkaton bring in game 3 from Kasim was really clever, because that way he tried to scare away the Talonflame after that game 2. He believed he had scared it away. What he did with the Feraligatr was bank a Moon and then swap in the Diggersby. In case there was a Talonflame, possibly Talonflame comes in with the Diggersby, and then the Tinkaton would be freed up in the back. But imagine, Jellicent actually could have made showing here in game.
It could have made a huge impact, but all it had to do was get on the Tinkaton. That's also difficult because it was Feraligatr and Drapion, so you just needed to hit the sweet spot in calling that lineup as well.
And that is, if you get it wrong, that could be so unfortunate that it could end you the game. So I believe Bomberune made the correct choice. He played it a little bit safer, but in the end, when he didn't get the alignment that he needed, then that Tinkaton really put a wrench in this machine.
I mean, it was also really close at the end as well. We saw the bulldoze catch on to the Ferd. If the Ferd did not have a defense drop, it could have potentially got to the Swift and knock out the Tinkaton, and all that energy would have completely gone to waste. And then the Drapion had 3 Poison Stings, so it was 2 away from a crunch. That would have potentially knocked out the Feraligatr as well. So it was really close, came all the way down to the wire, and that defense fall completely changed what I think could have been a different outcome to the game.
So you're saying that game ended on a 50-50, but here we have 2 other trainers. This is Scafo99, a local player against Freaka. And here we see, last time Scafo played in a
Gdansk?
I'm not sure if it's the last time he played, but last time he top cut this season was in Gdansk, where he finished 3rd.
Yeah, and Freaka, on the other hand, his previous tournament was Sevilla, where he did come 13th place. Freaka, we know him from the previous season. He's been a trainer that's out and about. He's done great for himself, had a great run in EUIC a while ago, so he's now trying to get back into the picture as well. Scafo is running that Feraligatr instead of Blastoise with the team that we have been seeing so much, but on the other hand, it's Freaka going for that Corviknight. Corviknight has been a Pokemon that's been showing up a lot more, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be met with so many Pokemon that's going to do well against a Corviknight with like types of Diggersby. If it was a Lapras, it would have been a positive matchup, but instead of Lapras, we see Scafo99 running the Feraligatr, which has a better matchup against the Corviknight.
And I also think what Corviknight needed to become a good Pokemon was Malamar, because Malamar's ability to hit Pokemon quite hard and then soften opposing Pokemon up for Corviknight to neutralize them. I think those two work so well together that I think Freaka might have an upper hand here. As you've been saying, you like when players lead that Shadow Malamar. And I believe leading Shadow Malamar here and having that Corviknight in the back, that could be a winning recipe for Freaka.
Yeah, it's not just Corviknight. You could have the Azumarill as well in the back and then try to soak up the energy. Of course, the worst case scenario, you get met with a Lapras, but then again, the Lapras goes for a Skull Bash. You get to the player of before you do the initial amount of damage, and then you can set up the Malamar for such a huge farm down, because Psywaves from the Lapras doesn't do a lot of that. It doesn't do, I mean, it does some damage, but then again, not enough.
That's exactly. Malamar as a Dark and Psychic type triple resists the Sideways from Lapras, so that is an incredibly good matchup for that Malamar. And I think if Scafo dares to bring that Lapras, he's taking a massive risk, because if he aligns it to the Malamar, that Malamar can easily get out of hand.
Malamar is such a good Pokemon, especially the Shadow variant, because of the extra damage. Also, we're towards the tail end of day number 1, and there have been so many trainers who have played, and if you as viewers want to keep track of your favorite trainers or trainers that you're rooting for, all you have to do is go on Twitch and type in #bracket to see what's been happening so far today.
This exclamation mark bracket.
Exclamation mark.
And I just want to say, this is the last winners finals of today, people. If you're having the kettle on, or if you're putting your kids to bed, or whatever you're doing, now is the time to take that break. Bring the kids, bring the kettle into the living room, in front of the TV. Get this up on the big screen, because this is Freaka against Scafo99.
Freaka against Scafo99, both tremendous trainers here. Let's see what they have both locked in. It's a Malamar lead, as we called, into the Lapras. This is terrible for Scafo.
This is perfect for Freaka. This is exactly what he wanted to see. But Scafo deciding to stay in with his Lapras.
Yeah, he potentially wanting to try to go for the charge attack tie here, but no, Freaka understanding that the damage from the sparkling area will be less damage if he doesn't throw the superpower first, and that's exactly what he does here. Coming in, goes for this foul play bait. Does Scafo call this? He looks like he wants to call it. Does he call it? Yes, he does!
And this is a foul play, and maybe a double foul play will take out the Lapras here. An incredible counting by Freaka, throwing exactly on charge attack priority.
Yeah, and this will be enough to knock out the Lapras, but not only knock out the Lapras, but it puts the Malamar with a tiny bit of energy lead, which means that it will get to another charge attack type before any of Scafo's Pokemon can get to a charge attack.
But this Feraligatr is looking so strong for Scafo. How is Freaka going to deal with this Pokemon? He swaps in his Corviknight immediately.
Yeah, Corviknight comes in, and I think at this point, the only duty Corviknight has is to neutralize all this energy. Just soak up all the Hydro Cannon and hopefully get to at least one charge attack to get that Feraligatr off the field, or put that Feraligatr in, or make that Feraligatr use a shield.
But Freaka decides to no-shield this Corviknight. He believes he can hang on. I think it does, but now it's so low. Freaka gets to the Sky Attack, but it will be farmed down by the Feraligatr. I don't think this Sky Attack threatens a knockout, but Scuffle 99 double shields his Feraligatr here.
Double shields his Feraligatr, but this is going to be a great place to be if you're Freaka. You have 2 shields, and you have one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the game for giving those 2 shields. It's going to be the Tinkaton coming in, and a player of will be able to knock out the Blastoise. Let's see, Feraligatr, and let's see if Scafo tries to optimize it. Will he go for that catch on the Drapion?
I think Freaka, he wants to take this Feraligatr out with this double shield his Tinkaton, but no, he doesn't necessarily need to, because here he has 2 Bulldozers, and if he can take out this Drapion before he can get to any energy, oh, and the Bulldoze doesn't do enough. No, it won't.
Bulldoze number 1 connects, but then again, you don't have to shield these Aqua Tails as the Tinkaton. You are only worried about that Hydro Cannon from that Feraligatr at the backline. Tinkaton gets to back-to-back Bulldozes here. Bulldoze number 2 goes in. This could be a great setup. All Freaka has to do, throw the Bulldoze, go to the Malamar, and Psy-Wave this Pokemon down.
Oh, you're correct. That's very close. Oh, and he gets a catch! Incredible play by Freaka. He has Scafo's number, and now this Tinkaton is looking so good for Freaka. Both of these trainers. Oh, and Freaka decides to just get rid of that Drapion. Feraligatr gets 1 Shadow Claw, but can it outpace the Tinkaton? No, we cannot. Freaka with a player up, taking this game number 1.
Game 1 going to Freaka. Absolutely perfect gameplay there. Understanding that the Drapion has to get to 2 Aqua Tails to threaten that Protect Shield, but Freaka knows his Malamar will be able to Psy-Wave that Drapion down if it doesn't throw any energy.
Infallible play by Freaka. When he got that great lead with Shadow Malamar into the Lapras, he knew that his Malamar has probably such high attack that he can win the Shadow Lapras, Lapras matchup. Straight foul play in the 1 shield. And that is just incredible recognition by Freaka.
He used exactly what we told could be how we can potentially play out the Malamar, get that shield advantage or get that switch advantage, and then use the 2 bulky Pokemon to completely soak in energy. Yes, Feraligatr has a great matchup against Corviknight, but Feraligatr is kind of forced to pull up those Protect Shields to stay in that matchup, to take that advantage, to get that energy lead. But once those Protect Shields are out of the way, Tinkaton just goes ham.
It does, and as we discussed, it was the Malamar lead with Corviknight in the back that really sealed this for Freaka, because the Shadow Malamar, it put in so much work against Scafo. I believe also Scafo has a high attack Feraligatr, so it's very curious to see what Pokemon will win the charge attack priority between Malamar and that Feraligatr, because they're pretty close.
Oh yeah, that is true as well. We will see what happens. I think it's not just Feraligatr. I think it's also Gliscopod and Feraligatr as well.
There's a lot of Pokemon in that attack range, but here we see the Azumarill from Freaka against the Feraligatr. The momentum this Feraligatr can build up has shown to be very valuable for earlier matchups.
Yeah, it's going to be very valuable, but then again, we see the Malamar. We also see the Tinkaton at the back as well for Scafo. Tinkaton is the Pokemon that Malamar does not want to see. So how this lead matchup goes off is going to be very crucial on how Freaka can try to win this game. Scafo, on the other hand, needs to make sure that his Feraligatr does quite well and stays hale and hearty through these Azumarill's playoffs.
I agree with you. Keeping this Feraligatr healthy will be so important here for Scafo. And here comes a player up. Will he put up a shield? No, he doesn't. He knows that this Feraligatr can hang on through a play rough.
Yeah, because it's not a Shadow Feraligatr. Azumarill gets to another move, and Freaka going for this Ice Beam here, forcing Scafo to shield, of course, but Scafo not recognizing that it's a potential Ice Beam bait and gets that shield up. So Feraligatr now has so much energy to leverage in the future matchups.
Freaka cannot shield here because he would just have to shield another Hydro Cannon on his Azumarill if he were to get any more leverage out of it. So he lets it go, and Will he come in with a Malamar?
I think it makes sense. It's going to have to be a Malamar Sidewave down because Tinkaton would take way too much damage here. Malamar comes in. Will it be able to get the Sidewave down before the Feraligatr gets to 2 Hydro Cannon? No, it doesn't. Feraligatr already at a back-to-back Hydro Cannon here. Malamar pulls up a Protect Shield, and this is going to be very costly. Shield number 2 for Malamar.
Oh, he lets it go. This is very brave play by Frika, but this Malamar takes it, I wouldn't say fairly well, but it's already deep into the red. I think this is looking so good for Scaffo because now we can come in with a Fairy type against this Malamar. Oh, and I don't even think Malamar can reach 2 superpowers here.
Yeah.
This is looking so good for Scaffo.
First superpower comes in, and at this point, Frika will be forced to swap into his own Tinkaton, only to be met with that Diggersby. Diggersby is one of the Pokemon that you definitely don't want to see as the Tinkaton. Of course, Play Rough will do a lot of damage. Quick Attack is not doing enough damage against the Tinkaton, but those Scorching Sands, they will do super effective damage.
And look at the tanky Diggersby here. It withstands those Play Roughs like it's nothing. And Diggersby threatening that super effective damage on Tinkaton. It does over 50% and gets the attack debuff. This was so detrimental for Frika. Can he find a way out of this situation?
Yeah, I think that debuff put Frika out of the frying pan into the fire of this Diggersby. Diggersby coming with this Fire Punch. This will put the Tinkaton deep into the red, and a few more Quick Attacks is all that's needed to seal the deal here. Malamar comes in, one more Quick Attack, and Diggersby has done it. Such a dominant way to secure this game 2 for Scaffo. 1-1, and it's all going to go down to the wire. 1 win is what separates these 2 trainers from going to the winner's side in day 2.
And Frika, he saw the writing on the wall and decided not to spend his final shield there. Sadly, he cannot bring it into the next game. There will be 2 Protect Shields still for both players in this game number 3. How do you adjust if you're Frika? You won game 1, then you lost game 2. How do you adjust now? You know the Feraligatr is coming.
It's just so risky, right? You know the Feraligatr is coming. You need to play the Credilli, but then again, Feraligatr is well known to be a Pokemon that can dance around with energy, and having that Ice Beam, it's going to be very risky. For Scaffo, for example, I don't think he really has to change. He can still lead the Feraligatr. The only Pokemon that he would be afraid to be matched up against would be that Malamar, because Malamar will get to the charge attack at the same time, but then again, it can shield potentially and then try to do a lot more damage over time.
I think if I'm Frika, I would be brave and lead the Cradley, because the only terrible matchup for Cradley here is that Tinkaton. And I think, even though that's a bad matchup, Cradley with the debuffs can put in some work and maybe keep it away from the Malamar in the back and then put it all on the Malamar in the end.
Yeah, it's a way that you can play Malamar as well. Another thing that Frika can potentially do is try to lead that Tinkaton to see if he can get that shield advantage for the Malamar towards the end game to try and win it as well. But the ball is in Scaffo's court right now, because I think with that Feraligatr, he has such a huge advantage.
And will he use that Feraligatr as a lead or as a safe switch? But what we know for sure is that that Feraligatr is definitely coming from Scaffo.
Yep, Feraligatr is definitely coming, and unfortunately, it is not the Feraligatr that comes in. It is going to be the Diggersby on the side of Frika and Tinkaton on the side of Scaffo. Swap into a Feraligatr and then met with this Credilli. Of course, the Credilli will get to these moves a little bit later, but then again, let's see what... Oh, what?
No shield on the Ice Beam. This will do a heavy damage on this Cradley. Can the Feraligatr now flip this matchup?
I think at this point, Feraligatr can flip this matchup, goes for the Rock Tomb here. This will debuff Feraligator's attack, but look at it this way. Frika is not fighting for the switch because he does have the Corviknight at the back, which also has a very positive matchup against that Tinkaton.
And so Frika, what he wants to do is just to get rid of this Feraligatr as soon as possible, and then he is gambling on being able to handle the Tinkaton in the back, which he very well might be.
He will be able to handle the Tinkaton either with the Corviknight or with the Diggersby, letting go the Feraligatr. It survives with 1 HP, and that gives another bullet seed for this Credilli. Let's see which Pokemon comes in. The Tinkaton comes in. Oh, gets that Fairy Wind down, but this is a great position to be in because Frika did align his switch back now. Diggersby comes in, and this is perfect position to be in if you are Frika.
Well, at the same time, the Diggersby in the back for Scaffo is looking very good into the Corviknight. So this game is not over because Scaffo's Diggersby can still win this for Scaffo. But Frika here getting his own Diggersby on the opposing Diggersby. And this is what Frika wants.
Yeah, and this could potentially put a debuff on to the Diggersby. Scorching Sand comes in, it has a chance to drop your attack, it does not. Frika staying in with his Diggersby because he knows all he has to do is drop Scaffo's Diggersby to a range where he can potentially sand attack down, because Corviknight will have a good matchup on the back whatever happens.
And Frika shaking his head. He did not want that attack debuff because he needs to get rid of this Diggersby as soon as possible. And that is the situation for him. And look at the Scorching Sands now not doing a lot. And he gets the debuff in return. Heavy, heavy, very impactful for Frika here.
Yeah, Frika's Diggersby gets that debuff as well, so these Scorching Sands are not going to do as much damage as they're supposed to do, which is, oh, another debuff for Scaffo. He looks like he's getting the business end of everything. He's just getting what he wants on the Diggersby. Scorching Sand number 4 coming in to the Diggersby again. This is a Diggersby mirror, so it's going to be a lot of Diggersbys that we are saying.
But I'm not sure if Scaffo is realizing how valuable his Diggersby actually is. Now Frika could come in, sand attack down the Scaffo's Diggersby, and if he just keeps a shield for the Fire Punch, then there's nothing that Tinkaton can do to this Corviknight. Excellent line composition by Frika, knowing that Scaffo will expect a Malamar and then bring the Tinkaton and then hard countering the Tinkaton front and back.
Yeah, Bulldoze gets a defense fall. So many things are going in favor of Scaffo here. He got 2 Scorching Sands debuff and also 2 Bulldoze debuffs as well. This is a nightmare scenario to be in if you're Frika. In comes this Ironhead. Ironhead would have knocked out the Tinkaton. It's all going to come down to can Frika effectively sand attack down this Tinkaton.
I think Frika will go for the sand attack down. No, and if he does, I think Frika should no-shield this attack and then keep that Ironhead for the Diggersby in the back. If he can just get rid of this Tinkaton. Can he in time?
I think he can. Tinkaton goes down, Diggersby will come in, but Corviknight does have a Protect Shield to hide behind. Ironhead is reached here. Ironhead will knock out the Diggersby. This will take Frika into day number 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
And this was today's final winner's finals. It came down to game 3, and Frika piloted Corviknight and Diggersby and Cradley to win this game number 3. Incredible display.
We were just talking about he has to bring the Cradley because of the fact that Feraligatr was doing so much work there, going for the Rock Tomb, letting that Ice Beam go as well. At this point, Scaffo had the opportunity to try and secure the switch, but going ABA strong against the Tinkaton made it impossible for Scaffo to come back into the game, even though everything played out in his favor. 2 Scorching Sand debuffs, 2 Bulldoze debuffs. I mean, Bulldoze is a 50-50 coin flip, and he got it 100% of the time.
But even though you get all the coin flips in your favor, there are still a tough hill to climb, and that was Frika in this moment. He used the pressure of Shadow Malamar to not bring Shadow Malamar, because then he knew, okay, there will be a Tinkaton here.
Yeah.
And he used that knowledge to beat the Tinkaton with Diggersby in the front and Corviknight in the back.
Yeah. I think he just went really strong to Tinkaton, and only Pokemon that he wanted to neutralize was that Feraligatr, and he got it absolutely on point there, getting that Cradily aligned on to that Feraligatr. Game 1 was all about Malamar. Of course, he went for the charge attack tie towards the early game, making sure that he doesn't expend a shield and getting the Lapras out of the way, and that kind of catapulted his Malamar to be in a position where it can do a lot of damage over time.
And this was a very good comeback from Scaffo for game 2. This is still game 1. Incredible catch by Frika and making sure that his Tinkaton would be able to win out this game number 1. But in game 2, Scaffo, this is game 3. This is game 3 where Scaffo realized that Frika had got the better of him with his excellent and brilliant line composition and going hard, strong both front and back against the Tinkaton.
Yeah, that was very good heads-up play from Frika, understanding what his opponent wants to do, modifying his approach to the game, going for that lead matchup, which is strong against Tinkaton, and also having a backline Pokemon like Corviknight, which is also strong against Tinkaton, to seal the deal. Maybe Scaffo made the wrong prediction, expecting another Pokemon to be at the back, and that completely changed the outcome of the game for Scaffo.
And that is what is so impressive with this play, because and with this game and these players as well, because you're not just playing the game, you're also playing your opponent, and that is an individual that could make entirely different decisions than what you expect them to do. But Frika, he figured out his best game plan for game number 3, and he executed perfectly.
Yeah, it's how you want to play the game, right? So you need to play your game. So that means you're forcing your opponents to try to make them not play what they want to do, and you have to bring them to play the game you want to play. And that's exactly what happened there. Going for that one shield advantage, one shield, let's say, making sure the alignment works out, and it didn't matter that the Tinkaton had 2 fairy wins for Frika, because the switch was no problem whatsoever.
That is correct. And throughout this day, Abhi, I feel like we have been getting closer to becoming friends. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like
You're probably wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's something going on here, and maybe we could become friends, at least in Pokemon, and then maybe we can trade with benefits like these trainers that we are going to show you right now have done.
Pokemon Go has many different avenues to acquire the best Pokemon for PvP, but one stands above the rest to be very effective at increasing your PvP roster: trading. Trading is by far the best game feature to leverage. It allows you to collect Pokemon from events that you might have missed, reroll stats of specific Pokemon, get exclusive attacks that can no longer be obtained outside of Elite TMs, and even get legendary Pokemon into the Great League like Lugia and Tapu Fini. The best times to trade are during events such as Community Day or Raid Hours, as they allow you to easily meet up with other players and can sometimes provide bonuses to the amount of special trades you can do. This is the time to ask around for Pokemon you need on your roster, especially if they are out of season like Trevenant, which only appears during Halloween events. Another great place to trade is at Play Pokemon tournaments. Trainers there are just like you and likely have key Pokemon you've been looking for, or regional Pokemon such as Tropius and Hawlucha. Now, trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for future trades, as other trainers might need them from you. Here's a list of some of the top Pokemon used in the Great League for Play Pokemon tournaments. While this meta is ever evolving, it's important to add these Pokemon to your roster, as they are consistently performing at the highest level in both Go Battle League and Play Pokemon. The friendship gifting system can also help you lower the costs of trades. For example, someone that you are good friends with will cost you 20,000 Stardust for a new Pokedex entry, while someone you are ultra friends with will only cost 1,600 Stardust. This is fantastic for trainers that can trade with their local community, as you can easily work towards higher friendship levels, while also preparing you for potential costs of trades when you go to special events. The stats of Pokemon traded are also randomized, giving you a chance at better stats for that Pokemon. You can do this by either trading with lucky friends for a chance at better stats, or trading with someone new to have a higher chance at low stats. The lower your friendship, the lower the floor for stats of the traded Pokemon. Pokemon with maximum stats, otherwise known as 100% or Hundo Pokemon, are used and preferred in the Master League. Lower stats, attack in particular, can be useful on Pokemon who don't reach their highest level in a given league, like Lantern in the Great League. So be sure to always leverage the trading feature in Pokemon Go. It's a great way to meet new friends and build your Pokemon Go PvP roster. See ya!
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win.
Welcome back, trainers. We are heading into the loser final battles here in Bologna. What a time we've had so far.
It's been a long day. We've had a lot of battles. We've seen so many incredible players, but also some players that I don't think many of us had seen in the Play Pokemon circuit before, but everyone has been at the top of their game, and you need to be when you're at this stage of the tournament, desperate to get into day 2. And as we said, we're on the loser side now, so it's all or nothing.
And the next trainers are people we actually do know. We've seen them before, Wolfpack and Stone Collection, 2 veterans in the circuit. I'm curious to see what they have.
Yeah, Stone Collection, he mentioned to me earlier that he was one of the higher seeds in his group, but he lost quite early on. So he has gone through all of the losers brackets so far today, and he has one more challenge if he wants to put his name into that day 2 cohort.
And here we see 2 Shadow Malamar. It's Squid Game timing here in Bologna for Reed.
And it's going to be important because Malamar has been a tale of 2 stories, right? It's almost like the Shadow Malamar that everyone was expecting to see and was very excited actually hasn't quite had the dominance that you might have thought it would have had. But can Wolfpack change our minds on that?
Well, he does have the Tinkaton to try and wall it, but we saw earlier with Scafo, he tried to predict a Malamar on the line of Freaka, and that didn't go well because Freaka brought the Diggersby and the Corviknight instead. In that case, where does Tinkaton go? Nowhere.
Yeah, that is true. And so now we've got a tricky situation for Wolfpack because Corviknight is probably going to cause his team a lot of problems. We also have that Shadow Kanto Marowak. We saw 23 EJB earlier today putting his name in day number 2 using a Shadow Kanto Marowak. It still is relevant, perhaps not as popular as it was earlier in the season, but I still think it's a very strong choice for players.
I'm actually very surprised we see so many of these because we've seen a lot of jump love in the circuit currently, and that's is not exactly where Merrick wants to be, but Clado has pretty neutral play into it with that Ice Beam.
I think we've mentioned already that Shadow Drapian's obviously such a strong safe swap in this meta, and Tinkaton as well has had a lot of play, so maybe Shadow Kanto Marowak primarily targeting those 2 Pokemon. One of them is on the side of Wolfpack. You see that Fairy Steel Tinkaton there, but the players are ready to get into this first game. Tinkaton on the side of Stone Collection up against Malamar, Shadow Malamar for Wolfpack.
This is what we talked about. Malamar's not going to have a great time here into Tinkaton, and it looks like Wolfpack is just staying in for a little bit. He has a jump love in the back, which doesn't really want to see the Tinkaton either, so probably going to hit it with that Jip and Dip.
Yeah, I like this strategy from Malamar, throwing a superpower just before a play rough can be thrown from the Tinkaton, and it does a ton of damage into a bulky Pokemon to try and sponge the damage. It's met with an Azumarill, but actually, Dusclops is very comfortable in this matchup.
Dusclops, the Shadow Punch are not going to do a lot of damage, but as you say, it is a very neutral matchup. This allows Wolfpack to regain some momentum, and with that energy advantage, you might be able to regain switch advantage here, because if we look at the backline, that Corviknight's kind of in a tough position. In fact, the Jump Love has to face 2 Steel types in the back from Stone Collection.
I mean, it's the nice thing when you're watching in a mid-game matchup that features bulky Pokemon like this is you have time to look at the backlines, and we as viewers, we can see that Corviknight and Jumpluff are the 2 Pokemon in the back, but these players in the moment, they don't know what their opponent has. They are hoping that they can try and leverage some benefit from this mid-game to put them in as good a position as possible for the late game.
Are 2 Shadow Punch going to knock out here? I don't think they do, actually.
With Hex, maybe?
One more Hex. Is this going to knock out?
No.
No?
No, because he's shielded.
What do I get if you're wrong?
Well, I'm pretty sure he has shielded. You're not looking at the screen.
I was talking about the Shadow Punch, though. But
okay,
yeah,
well, the Shadow
Punch
Punch
didn't fire it off yet, so it doesn't matter. Okay, building up to a lot of energy here, has multiple Shadow Punch. Look like Stone Collection is just letting that go. Going for a farm down, but on what exactly? Because both Corviknight and the Tinkaton don't really have a lot of fast attack pressure.
I think this is quite nice for Wolfpack. He's now able to see the Corviknight, throw some energy into it, and probably have a think, how do I want to maneuver around it for the end game?
I think so too. I mean, oh, Malamar comes in right away, but that Tinkaton still has so much energy. In comes a play rough. Do you shield this as Wolfpack? This will definitely secure a knockout, and he's actually letting it go!
Goodbye, Shadow Malamar. And I guess, look, a regular Malamar isn't going to want to attack that attack either, but you're just not getting value out of this Pokemon at the moment, and that has to be something that Wolfpack needs to consider going into game number 2. But right now, he's trying to hold on. In this game number 1, he reaches an Acrobatics on that Shadow Jump Off, throws on charge attack priority with the Tinkaton Play Rough.
That's probably not where you want to throw, because perhaps this Jump Love otherwise could have farmed up more energy. I'm not going to lie though, Fareed, this is looking really difficult for Jump Love. If Marta Gold is in chat, please look away, because that Corviknight is going to really wreck that. Jumpluff.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about ABA strategies, and some players think, okay, I can run Malamar with Jumpluff in the back, even if I'm against a Tinkerton team. You do make a catch, though, and these are the things that might help the scenario. The problem is, Jumpluff isn't the Pokemon that you probably want to retain onto in this game because it's throwing attacks into 2 steel types.
Especially with a shield disadvantage. So I feel like the energy from the Duscles would have been super valuable. Stone Collection just letting the Tinkerton go, putting it all in the, well, I was going to say hands, but it has wings of the Corviknight.
Yeah, this Corviknight comes in. It's going to be able to sponge all of this flying type damage, but let's remember, Acrobatics is still a really strong attack. It will still put a dent into the Corviknight. Corviknight, it has a shield, it has an attack almost ready to go, and I think Stone Collection's in a really commanding position now.
Building up the 2 charge stacks and then going for the back-to-back here, putting up the last shield, but Corviknight's going to get that knockout with the second Iron Head here in this game.
Now, let's remember, Iron Head, it's a legacy attack on Corviknight. If you're building a Corviknight, you will need an Elite TM if you want to run it with Iron Head. Payback is the other option. It's not something that we've really seen in the Play Pokemon circuit so far because Iron Head is a little bit quicker, and it lands and takes down that Shadow Jumpluff.
That was a very well-played game, also very well-aligned. Tinkerton really didn't really have, the Jumpluff didn't really have a lot of places to go there with the Tinkerton and the Corviknight from Stone Collection. Players just really countering the Tinkerton hard.
Okay, so Wolfpack led the Shadow Malamar, and that's something that you and I have chatted a little bit about before, that you can, you know, they say degen through with 2 shields.
It's the best. It's the best.
What are your real targets here against Stone Collection? Like, yes, you got a good matchup against Cradily, and other than that, you're not really seeing a ton of value from your Shadow Malamar, and it quite clearly didn't have the bulk to be able to deal with the Azumarill, Tinkerton, Corviknight line that Stone Collection ran. So I wouldn't be surprised if Wolfpack leans out of Malamar for game number 2.
I think that makes sense. It's not degen enough because the Sidewaves, they don't do as much damage as, for example, a Mud Slap from a similar Pokemon with that same kind of attack, right?
And maybe the strategy, if you want to be degen, you have to go full degen, and Shadow Malamar maybe doesn't quite hit that benchmark.
Is that why you ran Shadow Bastiodon in the past?
Honestly, Shadow Bastiodon, I came 9th in Worlds with Shadow Bastiodon. That thing was good. I missed that.
Chad, what is your opinion on that? I know Bastiodon's not exactly everyone's favorite Pokemon. For it, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big fan of Bastiodon.
I mean, there was one player I really wanted to face because he was running a Wigglytuff, and I would have loved to be against him.
Was it out of pocket?
He just managed to dodge me and make his way to 2nd place instead. But that's neither here nor there. We are up against Malamar again for Wolfpack. He really is pushing the agenda on this Shadow Malamar into the Tinkerton lead again. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that superpower just before the play rep one more time.
Going with a similar strategy here, but a different backline. This time, we do see the Dusclops again for Wolfpack, but we also see the Blastoise instead of that Shadow Jumpluff, which is going to have a better time into the backline if you can bait out the Cradily with this. But no, this time Stone Collection goes for the player first.
Yeah, the Dusclops comes in again, ever so slightly slower than last time. He stayed in a little bit, trying to actually make the catch. Stone Collection says, I don't mind, I want to do the damage. This time, I'm going to put the Corviknight in, because I think you've made an adjustment, and I'm going to call it by keeping my Cradily in the back.
Even if it would be the Jumpluff in the back, Cradily would still be super fine there. So as long as Cradily is not on the Tinkerton, because if we look at the line of Wolfpack, Cradily is pretty much fine everywhere. Its worst matchups are the Malamar, the Tinkerton, and the Dusclops. You already see 2 out of 3 here. There's no way the 3rd is also on this team.
Yeah, Dusknoir, it gets to spam so many attacks. Stone Collection maximizing his energy, now throwing this harder hitting Sky attack. It has same type attack bonus. It will do a decent chunk of damage. Not quite enough to take out the Dusclops, but you should be able to sand attack this down.
Do you have to put in a shield though? Shadow Punch is not the strongest attack, but you might get hacks down. So it looks like Stone Collection not taking any chance. Now Wolfpack swapping into that Blastoise right away and answered by the Cradily. Now, Blastoise does have a shield advantage, but it doesn't have Ice Beam in this case.
Do you know what? I don't think Corviknight needed to shield there, but I understand why Stone Collection wants to preserve as much health as possible. No, hold on a minute. This isn't just a big man Blastoise. This is a party Blastoise!
Wait, it has a party hat? It's someone's birthday!
I think that this is time to shine for Wolfpack. It's landed one Hydro Cannon. It's trying to reach another. Shields up that Rock Tomb. That does mean its attack is going to get dropped, but these Hydro Cannons are now pacing quickly.
Another Grass Knot on Charge Attack Purity. The Cradily will hang on here, but let's see. Yeah, Stone Collection not putting up a Protect Shield just yet, putting the rest of it on either a little bit of that Corviknight or on the Tinkerton. But health is running out though.
Yeah, this Grass Knot is not going to land because the Party Blastoise gets shielded. Wolfpack wants to put as much resource as possible. He's already so close to another Hydro Cannon back-to-back. He's going to throw it now into this Cradley. It will knock out if it lands.
He has 2 Hydro Cannons, so Stone Collection is letting this go. Blastoise with the party hat is still partying here. And let's see what comes in, because I think even a Tinkaton might almost be in Hydro Cannon range as well.
Well, maybe this is an opportunity for Shadow Malamar to actually take advantage, because once this Tinkaton goes down, that Malamar will take energy from that Corviknight. And it could put in a lot of work. So Stone Collection has to shield this, has to get more value from this Tinkaton. But Blastoise almost at another attack and going into the Corviknight. They simul swap.
The simul swap into the Sky Attack on the Shadow Malamar. Shadow Malamar is more fragile. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to get the knockout or the Sand Attack down. It's definitely going to be a Sand Attack down. Can it get there? No, it goes down with the foul play.
Doesn't throw the attack. The Blastoise has everything on its shoulders now. The Corviknight showing just how powerful it is. There is an attack banked on this Blastoise, but the Corviknight is already reaching a Sky Attack. It throws it.
It doesn't go for the Hydro Cannon. Sky Attack's coming through. This might barely knock out the Blastoise. Blastoise is not hanging on here. Sky Attack knocks out. In comes Dusclops, which doesn't have enough health. Sand Attack down by the Corviknight, and Stone Collection takes game number 2.
Corviknight, the party pooper. Wolfpack goes down. Stone Collection wins 2 games to 0, and he progresses to day 2. He's going to be so pleased getting through this entire losers bracket on day number 1 here at the Bologna Special Championships.
Another Corviknight going into day 2. How about that? Who's
crazy.
really the fraud?
Honestly, Corviknight has performed so well this weekend. Players have timed it perfectly, anticipating all of the Tinkaton that are coming in, and we've seen that alignment hit so many times on the field.
I don't know if it was you or the battles, Freed, but that was sweaty.
Those were really close battles. Stone Collection performed really well. And it's always nice to see players that you know can perform well, play at their best. And he will want to take that momentum forward into day number 2. We've already got a lot of big names there. Unfortunately, that's the end of the road for Wolfpack. If he wants to continue this season, he needs to consider playing at NAIC. Otherwise, Worlds at Anaheim is the stage for everyone. It's the one that everyone's very excited to be at.
Stone Collection has reached that silver medal before. And with this step into day 2, perhaps there's hope on this tournament dreams to that gold medal that you're also still lacking.
I am still looking for that gold medal.
When are you getting one?
Listen,
Shadow Basti.
Shadow Basti. If we could buff Shadow Basti back, but no, I'll be playing at NAIC. Stone Collection actually mentioned to me earlier he will be attending as well. Yeah, he really wants to go for it, both to test your skills, but also maybe to push into those travel awards spots. And North American International Championships is going to be the real standout from this season, because it's also going to be the first opportunity to test out a lot of the new Pokemon from next season's meta.
It'll be super curious to see how the North Americans will adapt to the meta here, and if Stone Collection or yourself can make an impact there as well on the North American meta. So yeah, I'm super excited to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be a very different impact to what we've been very used to, but truthfully, when we look at this meta right now, already we're still seeing shifts. We thought when Pocket won with his team and Axon made an adjustment and then went and won Portland, that perhaps the winning team was set. The meta, as some people say, maybe it was solved. Actually, we're already seeing Corviknight suddenly rising against that and providing a different angle on the Might and Mastery season.
But the Might and Mastery season, this will be the last tournament in it before we head into a new one. In Bologna, we're still going through on that loose side of the bracket here. And our next matchup will be a very exciting one as well. We're going to see EU Ouden once more against Borja. He got to 3rd place in Sevilla, so that's another person winning a medal quite recently.
Yeah, these are players that perhaps hadn't had as much prominence in the play Pokemon scene as they would have liked in the past, but now they are starting to get into those positions where you're learning their names, you're learning that they're picking up the odd medal here and there, but they want to take that forward and perform as well as they can. So this weekend here in Bologna, that's an opportunity for those players.
I see in chat Artemis Dragon saying, yeah, buff Bastiodon, give it a psychic fast move. I'm not sure if it learns Psywave, but how cool would that be? That's a great suggestion.
I don't necessarily know if that would be cool per se, but I do love my Shadow Bulky Steel type Pokemon. So if you can think of any Shadow Bulky Steel type Pokemon that I can use at NAIC, you know, give me a word. Let's have a call, because I'd be more than happy to bring it.
Right. Let's take a look at this matchup that we have in front of here right now. EU Auden versus Borja. We see the Shadow Malamar once more, and on Borja's side it is the non-Shadow Malamar, but it's a Malamar he's very proud of, and I think it might be because it's a Malamar with an exceptionally high attack, so it will do more Psywave damage to multiple Pokemon.
I do like high attack Pokemon, and I do think that Shadow Malamar with high attack is probably the way to go if you're using a Shadow Malamar. If you want bulk, just go for the regular Malamar anyway. And let's see if Uden can leverage this Shadow Malamar. I really like the Flame Charge Talonflame. It has so much potential if you can get it into the right place. The difficulty that I think we've noticed this weekend is that there's a lot of water coverage on most teams.
It's very tough to play Talonflame into teams with 2 water types and a Drapion. Drapion pacing really fast with that Aqua Tail. I heard Marcus and Abi being very divided on the Talonflame moveset. Either Abi preferring Brave Bird, Marcus preferring Flame Charge. What's your opinion on this?
Generally, if it's between Abi and Marcus, you side with Marcus.
Yeah,
okay? Because, yeah, Marcus, he is a regional champion, usually knows what he's doing, unless he's behind the desk. But Flame Charge on Talonflame has been so strong for so many Pokemon, and I think that, for so many players, and I think that it has a real opportunity, particularly into a team like this. You've got the Diggersby, you've got the Jumpluff, and even Lapras. If it's slightly slow going into a Talonflame, Talonflame will have the advantage.
Talonflame is a Pokemon that's very flexible. Not against Feraligatr though. Chad, let us know who you think is going to win this match here. Again, EU Auden versus Borja. 2 medal winners this season already. Veterans in the circuit. And yeah, I'm kind of hoping to see someone make that Shadow Malamar work. It's not been very successful today yet.
Yeah, and EU Auden, he's also actually going to NAIC.
Also going?
He was at EUIC. He unfortunately didn't get to play. I think he forgot his phone password or something. But Uden is a player that really wants to succeed, and he works so hard to do so. And it would be nice to see if he can have some success this weekend.
Well, we're about to find out. EU Auden on the left with the Azumarill lead into the Malamar from Borja. This is a tremendous lead for EU Auden. Let's see if Borja stays in to build up energy or swap out. Looks like he is staying in for a little bit. And this is the thing, if you are the Azumarill, you're like, when are they going to try and catch the charge tech on their backline Pokemon?
It is a game of chicken almost. The Malamar putting in so much pressure with the Psywaves alone. I'm really liking that Uden recognizes I can save that energy and come in with Cradley, and I will throw on maybe charge attack priority. It might have just been after the Sparkling Aria, so this Sparkling Aria will land at full power, and now the Cradley is there available to throw the Rock Tomb.
Looks like it was not charge attack priority, but the Rock Tomb comes in immediately. And also do note, this is a Lapras without Ice Beam, so it can't deal super effective damage back into the Cradley.
Yeah, and now, Lapras and Cradley, they're actually so close in attack stat that some Lapras can actually overtake a Cradley in charge attack priority. Generally speaking, though, most players will go for bulk on both sides. So this next Sparkling Aria is going to land, but it's not going to be enough to take out the Cradley. Rock Tomb now coming through. Borja's going to let this go.
Borja not going for the switch advantage. Fine with the Malamar being aligned to the Azumarill, or perhaps has different plans. Perhaps just keep going to farm down with the Feraligatr. That is ferocious. Where do you come in now as EU Auden? Because this is kind of awkward. I feel like even though this is a Shadow Malamar, this is like basically having regular Malamar into Shadow Feraligatr now.
Yeah, and generally speaking, that is advantageous to the Feraligatr, and it already has an energy head start as well. So I think Uden's got a lot to come back from. You saw him there. He was leading. He was trying to get into the Azumarill. He didn't quite make it. The foul play now coming through from the Malamar and Borja's side.
And this stalls the clock by another 10 seconds. Now Auden is able to swap out, going for the Ice Beam bait. That's an ice cold bait. Does Borja call it? Oh, he does barely protect this Ice Beam. That wouldn't have knocked out. It would have done a lot of damage. And going straight for the Ice Beam here, actually. Not even building up to the play rough.
Yeah, he's not gone for the play rough. He's just thinking, I can get this low, and if I need to, I can, well, I was going to say farm it down later, but Psywave actually does 1 damage to an opposing Malamar, so you really do need to just bubble it down instead.
I think so too. And you need that energy for the opposing Feraligatr as well, which still had that energy. And look at that. The foul play just does nothing, right? So Azumarill has a lot of momentum here, going for the superpower. I believe the clock might be up after this, and if the timer's not up for EU Auden, it's possible we might get Shadow Claw down after this. No, I think that Azumarill's a little bit too healthy. Can you get Shadow Claw down before Azumarill gets to a charge stick? I don't think so.
I can barely see the damage from this regular Feraligatr Shadow Claws, but it does reach a Hydro Cannon. That will be enough to take the knockout on this Azumarill, and EU Auden is putting everything onto the back of his Shadow Malamar. It's almost at an attack now, but it will need to put in so much work because you're only going to need to throw 2 attacks to take out a Feraligatr and an attack to take out the Malamar.
This is a charge attack priority. Now keep in mind that Psywave from Malamar on Malamar does nothing. There is a possibility Borja is like, well, maybe I can now just get to a charge attack on my own Malamar, and it looks like he is letting this go.
Really, really nicely recognized from Borja, thinking I can let this Feraligatr go down, and my Malamar will now go up to an attack, and you cannot take me down with Psywaves. Look at it, it is 1 damage each. Superpower is reached from Boya.
That's
a nice, that's a great, that's the excellent, it's a knockout!
Wow, that was such good recognition from Borja there, knowing that he didn't need to shield because the Psywave in the mirror does no damage. Is it double resisted? It's triple resisted.
Triple resisted. Malamar into Malamar is such a strange matchup. The Psywave's doing absolutely no damage. The foul play's putting you in a position where you don't know whether or not you want to shield because you cannot farm it down when it's in the red.
That's why it's such an iffy mirror. Let's say you lead your Shadow Malamar into a regular or opposing Shadow Malamar. 2 foul play will knock out. So that means the person winning charge attack priority wins that matchup extremely hard in the even shield scenario. Whether that's 0, 1 or 2 shield scenario, Malamar comes out with like 50 to 40% HP.
When I was in Utrecht, I was playing against Howie, and I had a relatively high attack Malamar, and we were in a mirror match. And I composed my team assuming that I would win charge attack priority, and I didn't. And I realized that I had no way of taking out his Malamar once I lost that attack. So your Malamar attack stack can be massively impactful, particularly with the Shadow Malamar. It needs to be able to land those attacks. Borja, in this instance, knew that he cannot be Psywave down. He takes game number 1, and he is in a great position to progress into day number 2.
We know Borja for using that Malamar so often, especially in the lead in Sevilla. He brought it in so many games, and it just worked so many times.
Now, what adjustment do you make, Martijn? When you're looking at this for Uden's perspective, do you go for that Shadow Malamar again? Because we're seeing it time and time again that players are so hesitant to let it go. They're so hesitant to adjust away from Shadow Malamar. It looks like the players are ready. Let's get locked in for game number 2.
We have the Shadow Drapion into the non-Shadow Feraligatr. Now, because this Hydro Cannon does hit as hard, Shadow Drapion actually has a bit of a better time because it can take the Hydro Cannon much better. This is a charge attack priority tie. I think Auden is probably very happy with this, knowing that now his Crunch Energy won't be caught on the back line.
Yeah, this Hydro Cannon coming in, but it's from a regular Feraligatr, so you're not as worried about the Shadow Claws that come in afterwards. The Shadow Drapion's Crunch will do a lot of damage, but you're really probably hoping for a debuff here.
And let's see if he does get his 30% chance, no debuff. But I think you also put this Feraligatr now into Aqua Tail range. Going for it immediately, and the catch on the Shadow Jump Off. That's some resisted damage there. Incredible catch by Borja. Muy bien.
Really, really, really nice catch. And now the Shadow Jump Off can start ramping up, and you can look at the backlines, and Uden doesn't actually have a response. So he's going to go up to that Crunch and try and get some more damage off, and hopefully, again, pray for a debuff.
Well, let's see. Crunch coming through, neutral damage. And what do you swap into here? You're not really strong into the Jump Love in the first place, but at least you put this Jump Love into Ice Beam range for EU Auden. But this Jump Love still going to put in so much work. Your Acrobatics doing a ton of damage. But Borja can't really tank the Azumarill energy anywhere, really.
Yeah, Borja's given up 1 shield already. He might be reluctant to give up another shield, so instead, just put in as much damage as possible against this Azumarill. Uden correctly calls the Aerial Ace bait, and now Borja comes in and tries to snipe with a Feraligatr Hydro Cannon, but we know that this isn't going to knock out, so there's no shield going up.
Borja is trying to pressure Auden so hard with all these charge attacks, and preserving that Jump Love might be a little bit problematic for the Malamar of EU Auden later. Going for the Ice Beam here, but this allows Borja to get a farm down with one of his other Pokemon now.
I think Borja is playing this quite aggressively, and now the Clodsire is able to come in. Finally, Shadow Malamar finds the target that it's looking for. These Psywaves shredding through the
They do so much for it!
It's tons of damage, and also bear in mind, Borja has Stone Edge, which is ever so slightly slower to reach than Sludge Bomb, so Uden can safely shield knowing he will be outpacing to his attacks.
I think at this point, Can you even get a Psywave down with shields up? Looks like Borja no-shooting this, knowing it won't knock out and will be able to get to another charge stack. Perhaps putting it then all on the jump left. The timer is up, going for another foul play just right before the Stone Edge here to force a shield. No shield here. Borja's putting everything on the jump left. Barto must be proud.
Yeah, Borja recognizes that Clodsire didn't get as much value as he would have liked. This Malamar still has a ton of health available. Aerial Ace is reached by Borja. Can Uden shield this? Yes, he can. And will he now start to put pressure on Borja's jump up as well?
I think the jump left will outpace to another attack though, so I believe that Auden needs to get a catch somewhere. You have to shoot this as Borja, you're running out of options, and then it's going to be a race. Is EU Auden able to make a catch here, or is he going to be hit by the aerial ace? Let's see. Oh man, no, he doesn't throw the energy. I think Borja was trying to predict the catch there.
Oh my goodness, Borja, so close. He tries to predict the catch, probably not remembering that actually if you don't throw then, you don't get an opportunity to throw again.
Mala magnificent. Thank you, Rice. That's that was a great Malamar play there from Auden there, finally putting that Shadow Malamar to work. And man, Clodsire's HP, you hardly ever see it melt that quickly. That Pokemon is so bulky.
Finally we are seeing a Shadow Malamar really have play and have merit. And now you at home, you can see that there is a lot of potency when you get that extra damage potential.
Right, so how are these players going to adapt in the next game here? I think from EU Auden, the jump off is tough to answer. You cannot really bring Talonflame when Borja has those oppressive water-type Pokemon and even a Clodsire with Stone Edge. How would you deal with that jump off? Do you bring the Cradily again?
I think it's tricky because you also are assuming that Borja continues to lean into that Shadow Jumper. And so maybe you have to make a call as to whether or not that is a line that Borja wants to continue to use. We saw that Clodsire, so Borja's clearly targeting something with it. And maybe he didn't get the value he wanted in that game, but he'll try again for game number 3.
Yeah, I think he was trying to aim to get the Clodsire on that Cradily and even into Shadow Malamar. I'm not exactly how much an Earthquake will do to Shadow Malamar, but I can imagine it's quite fragile that an Earthquake with Poison Stings will either knock it out or put it really low.
Yeah, so if you were Uden now, what adjustments would you be considering making?
It's going to be a difficult one. I think Auden will always bring that Shadow Drapion. When there's no Mudslapper on the side of Borja, it is so safe to bring, even into Pokemon like Clodsire and Diggersby. And Borja probably... Yeah, what do you bring as Borja? Probably, he really likes that Malamar, right? So that's probably where you start off from.
Yeah. I mean, if I were Uden, I would consider Cradily here. And I think that Cradily would have a ton of play because we keep seeing that Feraligatr from Borja as well. But Uden seems to love the Shadow Malamar. I wouldn't be surprised if he continues to try and force it here. I don't necessarily know if it's the right play because I do think you need some bulk when you deal with anyone that's running Shadow Jumpluff. But these players, they are primed. They need to win. This is the loser side of the bracket. We are ready. It's game number 3.
Shadow Drapion into Lapras. You think this is a good matchup for the Drapion because you resist Psywave, but actually this is not that bad of a matchup for the Lapras because Sparkling Area is a very efficient charge stack, going to chunk a lot on the Drapion, and the Psywave still chunk quite a bit that it almost looks like they're not resisted at all.
Yeah, Lapras is hugely bulky. One Sparkling Area really puts pressure onto that Shadow Drapion, but there is a catch that is perfect for Uden. That is some of the momentum that he really needs. Borja throwing this Sparkling Area, he now has a choice. Do I continue to load up or do I switch out? So we might see him lean for that Skull Bash. He does have a way of hitting back against this Azumarill.
If it wouldn't make a loud noise into the microphone, I would be clapping right now because that is an incredible catch where you also preserve the Drapion's energy that will be useful later on anything in the back. Even if there will be a Diggersby and a Clodsire, Aquatu would still be so good there. It looks like Borja's just fine staying in this matchup. Even if it's a Skull Bash, the player gets really close to knocking out here. He's letting it go, though.
Yeah, I think Uden is very comfortable with this position. Really happy to see most of that Lapras go down. Lapras is not going to throw the attack. He's going to bank it. I really like this. Aggressively now coming in with that regular Feraligatr.
This is a great play from Borja. Letting the player off go, knowing that the energy from Drapion would do more damage. And we see EU Auden has that Malamar again. This is a charge priority tie. Do you let this go as Auden? You might actually hang on on the Feraligatr, but and he does let it go. Drapion does hang on.
It's interesting because if you land this crunch, you take out the Feraligatr, but if you get shielded, then you're probably going to get Shadow Clawed down. Borja recognizes that, the shield goes up, and now the Feraligatr can re-farm up to throw energy into something in the endgame.
That's 4 Shadow Claw. Feraligatr comes out with a full Hydro Cannon, and I'm pretty sure you will get to 2 Hydro Cannon on that Shadow Malamar. EU Auden is in a really tough spot here, and Borja's Feraligatr is hungry, man.
I really think if Cradley was brought by Uden, he would be in such a good position. Now you're coming into a Feraligatr that's already loaded. You're giving up a shield before you've gained any energy, and that is not what Malamar wants to see. Here comes the Jumpluff. Uden, he has shown that he can catch. Can he make another one? He might have to if he wants to call this back. Borja is in a commanding position in this game number 3.
Well, actually, in the previous game, he showed he can also not catch and win the game. So that's also still a possibility, but I think this time we do have to, and he does make the catch on the aerial ace though, so this allows Borja to undercharge, hit less bubbles, and get a Fairy Wind down. But
really nice catch nonetheless. Odin showing he has everything, but he doesn't have anywhere near an Ice Beam, and that means there is a ton of farm.
Whoa!
We know what that means. Shadow Jumpluff is stacked. Here comes the first Acrobatics.
Acrobatics coming through. Is Auden going to shield this? He has to make a call. Acrobatics going through. Boom!
Down goes Shadow Malamar. I think even a regular Malamar doesn't want to see that Shadow Acrobatics. Borja wins game number 3, and he progresses into day 2 here at the Bologna Special Championships.
That undercharge was a beauty for Reed. He got like 6 Fairy Winds after that, and the Azumarill barely couldn't get to an Ice Beam. It was absolute perfection. If he didn't get that farm down, the Malamar perhaps could have gone to multiple foul play to win the game.
And this is the thing, even when someone makes a catch against you, if you are a Jumpluff and life gives you lemons, just charge up to an Acrobatics. And it is a great opportunity because this is ultimately the Jumpluff show once again.
And lemons are delicious.
Lemons are delicious, yes. Or lots of other chocolate bars that Martijn was putting in his pockets earlier, from what I saw.
Dude, I love chocolate.
But Borja will love to be in day number 2, and honestly, you can be nothing but happy for him because he played really well. He fully deserved to win that series. Uden, it wasn't for him today. Shadow Malamar, perhaps it's not your event after all.
Another Shadow Malamar going down makes me pretty sad. I was hoping that this Pokemon would really make steps in the final European tournament of this season, but it looks like that the regular Malamar is performing better on average so far. But I do think that one of the best Pokemon, not just one best Pokemon, I think it's a core. Drapion and Shadow Jumpluff together are just kind of unstoppable, or Jumpluff with a ground type.
I mean, when I look at...
I hate to admit it, but...
Yeah, I think when we look at the line composition from Uden there, you led the Shadow Drapion, hoping to see a Jumpluff, maybe an Azumarill to bait out a Jumpluff, and then Shadow Malamar in the back. The problem is Shadow Drapion is not good enough against Shadow Jumpluff, in my mind, to really be considered an answer. You have to be shielding its attacks anyway. Arguably, that disrespect to Shadow Jumpluff is what cost Uden. Borja took full advantage.
Right, but it's just so scary to bring the Talonflame, and Borja knew that. Also bringing the water types over and over just makes it so scary to bring your fire and flying type. Even if that means that you might miss out on a little bit of a Jumpluff coverage, it also makes sure that you don't get taken out by one Hydro Cannon. Maybe the Cradley could have done it there though.
Look, for anyone watching at home, when you're composing a team of 3 and you're trying to work out what Pokemon you want to have, also bear in mind you only have 2 shields, and certain Pokemon are better in different shield scenarios. I think we're really seeing that Shadow Malamar, it struggles in lower shield scenarios, but we also know that Shadow Drapion, it likes to have shields as well. And Uden was torn. Which do I give my shields to? You saw there what happens. Acrobatics lands when there's no shield available. Shadow Malamar goes down.
I saw Homeslice Henry in the chat say that Drapion and Malamar together are so good for Auden. But what you just pointed out makes so much sense. If you bring those 2 together, you hardly have any bulk. And in that case, where do you use your Protect Shields? That's kind of where Auden got stuck, because Jumpluff is bulky, but has a really hard-hitting charge stack, and you have to use your shield somewhere.
Yeah, you need a really strong answer to a Pokemon like Shadow Jumpluff, because yes, Shadow Drapion in isolation, on paper, it looks great. Shadow Malamar, when you check, you know, how does it do against the meta, you go, hey, this looks like it could be pretty good. But Shadow Jumpluff, it's just better.
Yeah, again, I hate to admit it to Martogaldo there. He's a big Jumpluff fan. I'm not so much. And I'm glad that next season, hopefully, we'll see less of it.
We might see less of it. So there we have it. Shadow Jumpluff takes its way into day number 2. It's got a lot of Corviknight that it's going to have to go up against. But I think Borja is well prepared. These players know their matchups inside out. And so far, the Bologna Special Championships have been really a surprise that the same team from Portland is not necessarily the best one.
I don't feel like a lot of Blastoise that its Accent had used in Portland has been so successful here, actually. It has mostly, like we've said 100 times, the Jumpluff, the Drapion, and the ground types. I feel like that is the core that is dominating the most in Bologna at the moment. And also Feraligatr. Feraligatr is still around.
Feraligatr is so strong. And you mentioned Blastoise. I think that we would have had a ton of Blastoise here this weekend because lots of players would have been inspired by Accent's winning team at Portland. The question is, when we see that usage later on today of what day 1 here at Bologna looks like, I want to compare it to day 2. How has Blastoise performed? Because there are certain players, you've got your Collins, you've got your PvP Davids, they might bring a Blastoise and you can say, okay, but you know, you'd make day 2 with anything, right? What about the rest of the field? Has Blastoise really performed for you? What do you reckon in chat?
Sometimes it's the driver, not the car,
That's
right? And some players can make a lot of Pokemon work, but I feel like, for example, with its Accent, he didn't have success for a long time. He did need a good team with that. If you keep bringing Medicham when it's nerfed its Accent, it's not going to work. But when you bring Blastoise, a Pokemon that has been buffed, you'll see that it works really good in the meta, and it was very neutral.
These players have to time everything perfectly. They need to almost envisage what are the meta trends, what are the teams that people are going to lean into, and how can I counter them? But how can I do so in a way that also gives me neutral play into everyone else? There's no point going so anti-meta that you can't actually beat any other team that isn't meta. Does that make sense?
No. Question. If you had to pick the best anti-meta Pokemon, Chad, I want to hear from you as well. I'm reading your reply. You better reply. What would be the best anti-meta Pokemon to tackle everything we've seen today?
It's tricky because I think that Corviknight has operated as a really strong anti-meta pick. We know how dominant it is into Tinkerton, and that has been one of the most popular Pokemon in the in the tournaments that we've seen for a lot of this season, actually, since its release. But also taking 1 damage from Lapras, that I think has been quite impactful, and the ability to set up other Pokemon as well. We saw the Shadow Typhlosion that was able to leverage the Corviknight earlier. I think Nickname was using that. And so I think maybe Corviknight was exactly perfectly timed for this meta.
Okay, but at what point do you consider a Pokemon meta and anti-meta? Because I feel like if we see a lot of Corviknight, isn't it meta, basically?
Well, I suppose prior to this event, you wouldn't necessarily say Corviknight is hard meta, but you'd say it definitely has good anti-meta potential. And it's difficult because there are certain Pokemon that you bring and you can say, ooh, like that anti-meta, that is spicy. And if it does well, then I agree. That counts as a good spicy pick. If you bring something that's very off-meta and it doesn't do well, that's not spicy. That's just terrible.
There's just so much to discuss about Pokemon Freed. I love Pokemon.
I know, he really does.
I really do. Well, not as much as you. He discussed like 4 hours about the meta. I'm like, yeah, let's just lock in the team,
He's
my
wearing
friend.
Wigglytuff socks right now.
I actually made a video earlier with Charlie saying that Wigglytuff is my favorite Pokemon.
I know it is.
There's so much to do at the venue as well here, Freed. Not just us yapping the whole time, also other casters creating content. And we also have Marcus with a fun segment on the floor. So let's see what he has for us.
Thank you so much, Martijn and Farid. I'm standing here with Claudio, who has a very special role here.
Yes, hello everyone, I'm Claudio and I'm the coordinator of the fan area at this event. The fan area is an area made for every fan, and we have some retro games, we have a coloring and drawing zone, board games, many activities for everyone to enjoy, and we have some really big artists in this event. I have something here to show.
Wow.
One of the submissions for the drawing competition.
That's incredible. That was drawn by someone here?
Yes, and the artist is right there.
Really?
Yes, Sabrina.
Is this the artist?
Yes.
Amazing piece.
Thank you so much.
Can you tell me something about the Pokemon here?
It's my boyfriend. I didn't know what to draw. He's playing standard right now, so maybe, I don't know, he'll come later. And he really likes like big angry beasts like Nidoking, Charizard, you name it, Gen 1 stuff, Gyarados, the works, that kind of stuff. And I didn't know what to do, so I thought like, I don't know, let's do something different, something fun looking, I don't know. And he's always like, I feel like going for pizza, and I guess this came out.
So this is a Nidoking having pizza, and to me, it looks like you knew exactly what you were doing.
I guess it just came out in my head, and I thought it was funny and cute. I didn't really think much of it. It was basically empty when I was done with it. Then I came back just to check, and it filled up with other pieces. I saw a lot of people, like really great artists and stuff. I was going around complimenting people because they're really good, and support real artists, please, not AI art. Thank you.
So really impressive. We want the camera to take an extra close look on this piece. And this
Inspiration.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's her boyfriend with Nidoking having a pizza, and there's a slumbering Charizard as well. Really incredible.
To me, I saw some people, like really great people right now drawing, and I thought maybe I could have tried a bit harder, but I mean, it's done, I guess. It was fun.
I still think it's incredible.
Yes.
And we have a couple more artists over here as well, don't we?
Yes, we have some artists right now working on their art, and I think it's really good if we check them out.
So, excuse me. Hi, can I ask what your name is?
My name is Alessia.
Nice to meet you, Alessia. I've seen you putting some art on paper here.
Yeah, I just drawn a little something. It's a really cute Pokemon. I usually prefer Pokemon looking more strong than this, but it's a really nice Pokemon if you look at all these colors that you can put in it, because it's a nice Pokemon. So you can put all the cold colors like blue and green and purple. It's fun. It's fun to draw.
I really enjoy it, and also you've captured the colors of the Aurora Borealis, and I think you've done an amazing job.
Thank you so much. Given it is a nice Pokemon, it makes sense that it would have some colors coming from the Aurora, and they are especially nice to look at. I mean, you like to look at the Aurora usually, so yeah.
Thank you so much. And just to wrap it up, are there any prizes for the great artists here?
Yes. So very soon we are going to start collecting drawings. We are going to have a panel of professors as judges, and the best colorings and drawings for each age division will get a few prizes.
Thank you so much, Claudio. And I wonder if you, viewers at home, can show us some of your art. Maybe Farid and Martijn has more art for us. Back to the casters.
That was a really nice segment. I love some of the art that so many of the Pokemon have, and these fans and these viewers and these players all drawing, and I took some inspiration from that, and I've set a new phone background for myself, inspired by yourself, Martijn. This was a drawing that someone sent me of you. It is a beautiful picture of Martijn, and I think that this is something that we all need to celebrate and share together.
Did you come up with this when you were doing your hair for 8 minutes, or when you were playing Go Battle League on the toilet? Huh? That funny guy? Volleyballs actually might be good next season.
I think it will be good.
It might be.
I think it will be good. And Martijn said to me that he will dress up as a volleyball.
I will not be doing this. Oh, wait, actually,
if
I could cast in that.
If you can cast in a volleyball outfit, I think that the world will look at you and say, this is a man that we need to look at.
They will be looking at it. Let's go back to the tournament, Farid. We're going to have an exciting matchup coming up next. We're going to have two Italians here. We have on the left Bombaroon, and on the right we have Alejandro.
This is a big match actually for Alejandro.
It is.
He is really looking for his world spot. He was just outside of the qualification for Worlds, and I think that this tournament is so far going very well for him. He's in a good position now.
But he needs to keep that up, and in his way is Bombaroon, his first championship this season, already making it to the loose finals. We see the Jellicent again, a Pokemon we've seen a couple times in this tournament. A Ghost-type Pokemon can also deal with most other water types. This doesn't really like the sea for Alligator, but Pokemon like Azumarill, Jellicent handles those quite well.
So Jellicent has been an interesting pick because we've seen it a few times, particularly strong against teams that have Blastoise, that have Lapras, that have Azumarill, but there are other Pokemon that can really put pressure on Jellicent because it's not quite as bulky as you'd like for it to be, but none of those Pokemon are here. Jellicent looks so good into Alejandro's team.
I think so too. We saw earlier that if Jellicent swaps in and is answered by Malamar, so Jellicent's a little bit ahead in energy, it can actually win that zero shield scenario into Malamar. But that was non-Shadow Malamar. I'm curious to see if, as a Jellicent, you just go straight for the Shadow Ball, which might take it out with some Hex, or if a foul play with some Psywave might do enough against the Jellicent.
And Alejandro said, look, he's got no pressure on him. He doesn't mind how he does. As long as he can feature on stream in a short sleeve t-shirt, that is everything for him.
Yeah. He's definitely rocking that indeed, and maybe it has effect in this battle as well, right? Some effect on his confidence there. Again, we see double water here. How good has Talonflame been in this tournament?
I was just thinking about that. Talonflame, it's desperate to be brought. It wants to hit the field. It has so much play. Reasonably good matchups into Claydol and Tinkaton and Shadow Jumpluff. Let's see if Bombaroon can utilize it here. The players are locked in. Game number 1, we've got Shadow Jumpluff against Jellicent.
And you think this is a great lead for Alejandro because he has a grass type here, but it's rather neutral. Jumpluff still has the edge here just because of its acrobatics being so efficient. However, Jellicent can put up a good fight here. There's no super effective damage on this Jellicent from the grass type Jumpluff.
The Shadow Ball will still chunk the Jumpluff though. The problem is it's a little bit slower to pace, and so acrobatics from Shadow Jumpluff, it just has the advantage.
Let's see if Bombaroon shields. Yes, he shields that acrobatics. Perhaps not expected by Alejandro, as Jellicent's quite bulky and can take it. But if you don't go for that attack immediately, Jumpluff just gets to another attack here. However, with the Hexes, Jumpluff is reaching serve range slowly, so he may be able to bank a lot of energy on this Jellicent somehow.
Yeah, I think Alejandro will be happy with this situation. The Jumpluff is in a matchup that it's generally strong against. He can match shields if he wants to keep the Jumpluff, but it looks like he's letting this go. Shadow Ball takes out the Shadow Jumpluff.
And now I think you come in. If you want to tank energy, you come in with the Azumarill, but it looks like he's going to try and get his Psywave down at a surf already. This is going to do a lot of damage to the Malamar. It looks like Alejandro's not valuing it, perhaps predicting that Bombaroon's bringing the counters to Malamar.
It's going to be interesting because the Malamar's energy, it won't be able to be particularly effective if the Azumarill comes in. And that makes it a little bit tricky. You're going to go straight into your own Azumarill. And I don't know, Bombaroon, he can stay in for a little bit, maybe throw a Play Rough and then go into Shadow Drapion, or he can just stay in this matchup altogether and leave the Shadow Drapion for Malamar in the back.
I'm actually not a fan of staying in here because this allows Alejandro to build up energy on his own Azumarill. If you now come in with the Drapion, you're just going to get hit really hard with that Play Rough, damage that you might actually prefer to take on Azumarill at this point. While if you swapped in earlier, you could have had a lot of Poison Sting damage in already.
Yeah, Alejandro looks like he's in a good position. That shiny Azumarill putting a lot of pressure onto the Shadow Drapion, reaching the crunch. Alejandro's actually going to shield this first crunch.
Interesting choice. This is resisted, but I guess he needs to preserve the Azumarill for the Azumarill from Bombaroon. And the timer's almost up, going for the Ice Beam here. This will secure the knockout. Does Bombaroon put up the last protection here, or is going to put it all on the Azumarill? He's putting it all on the Azumarill.
Azumarill, your time is now. Bombaroon putting everything onto this, and the Malamar comes in. The Malamar's going to throw this foul play. Remember that both Dark and Fighting are resisted by Azumarill's Fairy typing, so no shields going up for Bombaroon.
This is an actual learning moment for me, because I have no idea how this goes. Psywave, I know, is a good fast attack and adds up, but this is from Shadow Malamar. I think even this Azumarill is going to get really low, but can't get a bubble down here.
Yeah, the Psywaves, they will add up. They come in so quickly, but look at the bubbles now. They are chunking against this Shadow Malamar.
Ice Beam coming through. Is Alejandro going to shield this? He's not, but I don't think, I'm pretty sure actually, that the Azumarill from Bombaroon is not exactly in player range just yet. In fact, these are kind of at about equal health here.
Yeah, I think Bombaroon's is slightly lower health, but has slightly more energy to make up for it, and he also has a shield available to him.
The bait from Alejandro here is going to be an Ice Beam, so he shields up this player off here, and then going for the diabolical Ice Beam bait. This will do almost no damage.
Look at him nodding his head!
He's nodding his head, and he actually got the bait!
Yes, he's very happy with that.
Not bad, not bad.
He's very happy with that, but now they're both leaning towards that play rough.
It's going to be charged Superiority Tide.
Look at this. charge attack priority, but I think that Azumarill should be able to hold on.
It will likely hang on. If this is a very defensive with Azumarill, it has to be in the red for player to knock out, and it gets there at 1 HP! Alejandro Andiamo, he gets there!
Look at this from Alejandro. Play rough landing from this shiny Azumarill, taking out the Azumarill of Bombaroon. He wins game number 1. Look at me, he says, love me.
1 HP and a dream. Yeah, he has a lot of Italian fans in the crowd there. Alejandro is loved by many. And yeah, he's pulling through here, right? He's in the losers finals, he wants to do it. He wants to make another performance on day 2. And I know personally, Alejandro loves to be on stream.
Yeah, this is a home special championship for him. He is really, really eager to put his name back onto the map. He has got medals in the past. He wants another one here this weekend in Bologna.
In fact, he got his first medal at the Turin Special Championship 2 seasons ago. That's in his home country, so this is where he feels confident. He skipped a couple tournaments, he used to go to a lot of them, so he does have the experience. But then he took a little bit of a break, and now he looks well rested. Do you think he had a good night's sleep here?
I think he had a good night's sleep. He might have skipped some special events, but he's never skipped leg day. Alejandro will be pushing, or arm day, that's for sure. He will be pushing for this next win. If he can get one more game off Bombaroon here, he seals and cements his place in day number 2.
But Bombaroon, again, their first championship ever, wants to push as far as they can. I think even if Bombaroon would get knocked out, they're probably pretty satisfied with how far they have come here. But you can also always get further. Getting to day 2 on your first championship, that'd be amazing.
Do you know what's crazy? When we just look at this, Azumarill is still so dominant, so prominent. It is everywhere. Both of these players using Azumarill in every match possible. And I just wonder what needs to happen for that to ever change.
Right, we're gonna need a lot of tentacle action for that, perhaps, to see Azumarill go.
I think, yeah, that would be one answer, but you might need a lot more. It's just such a strong, reliable Pokemon, and Alejandro probably wants to lean into his one more time. It's a shiny Azumarill. It was able to withstand that play rough, and that meant everything for that game number 1.
Both players still thinking through what they want to use here. I think we're definitely gonna see that Jellicent again from Bombaroon, just matching up so well into Pokemon like Claydol, Tinkaton, Azumarill, and Lapras. That's 4 matchups that the Jellicent can take on pretty well. Both trainers are locked in. Bombaroon on the left, Alejandro on the right side. We have the Azumarill into the Azumarill.
Oh, perfect. I have time to redo my hair.
Yeah, go for it. You have a few minutes as this mirror will go on. But the last time we saw this, one of the Azumarill swapped out because energy can be very important in the late game.
Now, we know that Alejandro has a very bulky Azumarill. We saw that in the first game. But what about from a lead scenario? In the Zero Shields, Azumarill versus Azumarill, the bulkiest Azumarill can generally hang on to the final play rough. Let's see if these players even allow this matchup to get to that situation.
I'm pretty sure Alejandro has one of those Azumarill. He's been all over the world to catch that Marill to do so. And let's see if they're going to stay in. They're just going to play this out. I'm not sure if that's what Bombaroon, what either player wants, to be honest. They have better Azumarill counters in the back.
Yeah, both of these players will be thinking, because if we look at those backlines, Jellicent and Lapras, we know that Bombaroon will really have an advantage if he can get the alignment in his favor.
Player off coming through. I think that the third one may knock out, actually. Looking at the HP here. If the Azumarill gets to the red belt, never mind. Looks like Bombaroon chooses to switch out onto it immediately by the Lapras. But this is not that great of an answer to swap into Drapion.
Do you know what? I think Lapras generally does have favorable matchups into the Shadow Drapion, but more importantly for Alejandro, the Lapras is not against the Jellicent.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure that's what Alejandro's expecting in the back. He gets the defense drop on the first crunch, which he also shielded, so the next one will do even more damage.
Yeah, Lapras is now reaching that sparkling area, safely shielded up by Bombaroon, doesn't want to take that damage. He knows that the Lapras has got a defense drop. This means this next crunch will do a ton of damage.
And I'm not sure if you can get into poisoning downrange though. Lapras is very bulky. Chomp, chomp, chomp. It goes to the red. No second. Oh, but the charge stack priority tie on the Aqua. I think Alejandro's not expecting that.
You hang on?
I think you barely do, even after a debuff. Let's see if Lapras can hang on. It can actually, at very little HP, getting off this sparkling area. This is perfect for Alejandro.
Yeah, great call there, Martijn. The Lapras does hold on. Sparkling Aria is reached. That is a massive shift in the game for Alejandro. And now the Jump Up comes in, aggressively takes out that Shadow Drapion, one Fairy Wind advantage, and the Bomberune didn't even throw a Poison Sting.
How much energy was there on Azumarill? Looks like there was not a lot, because if you have Ice Beam, you can threaten the shield easily here. Now Jellicent comes in, but especially behind a Fairy Wind, it's not going to do that great here.
Yeah, Jellicent, look, it's a really strong Pokemon, but as I've said, it's not quite as bulky as you'd like for it to be, and Shadow Jump Up Acrobatics would hit so hard, so it's smart that Bomberune has decided to protect it.
Going for the Shadow Ball, this would do a lot of damage. Is Alejandro going to shield this up? He does. Last second, puts up the Protect Shield against the Shadow Ball. That might not be the hardest hitting attack though, but with shields down, as long as you have enough energy, Azumarill won't be able to get to an Ice Beam.
I like how Alejandro is farming up. He knows that a Shadow Ball isn't enough to take him out. What he doesn't want is to throw energy, be energy dry, and then struggle to take out the Azumarill later. So he's banked a ton of energy on this Shadow Jump Bluff.
Do you know what? I think that this Jellicent is not really going to hold on here anymore. It won't be able to get to a charge. And it looks like the Azumarill comes in now, but it doesn't have a lot anymore. It doesn't have that much energy going for the Acrobatics immediately. Now the Jellicent actually might be able to get to a Surf here. However, Alejandro still has 2 Pokemon in the back as well.
Yeah, Alejandro trying to keep track of where that Azumarill energy is. He doesn't want to waste any time. He takes out that Azumarill. The Jump Up is now at an Aerial Ace. He reaches it in time. He says, Bomberune, you're impressive, but I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you. You see, I'm Alejandro, and I've been leveling up this whole time.
And there he goes, pinching his fingers together. Are you not impressed? He moves on to day number 2 here in Bologna.
Alejandro takes it. He is into day number 2. He's pleased with himself, and I think all of his friends that are watching are so happy for him as well.
This is the face of a proud man. He's looking proud, and he's standing proud there. Well done, Alejandro. He made it to day 2, and he's in contention still for another medal here in Italy.
His hairless body glides into day number 2, and he could not be more pleased. He has worked so hard to try and cement his place into a top cut, and he is so close to working for one more medal for his arsenal.
How well do you know Alejandro?
We know each other very well.
Yeah.
Look, he's Italian. He's very open about things.
You go back way long.
No, Alejandro, he works really hard, and I think we're both pleased because he is a player that has done a lot for the community in terms of his presence and the joy that he brings when you come to these events. And so to see him perform on stage as well, it just brings a smile to me.
And let's not forget about Bomberune. Their first champion, giving a kiss to the crowd here. Alejandro is so charming. Unfortunately, no Wheelie on his team. But Bomberune's first championship, right, and getting to the losers finals, only being taken out by a champion like this on the right, Alejandro, nodding there, knowing exactly sometimes what he's doing.
And I think it's worth saying that Bomberune has done so well to get to this stage as well. It's one of his first ever features, as far as I'm aware, into the Play Pokemon circuit, getting to the losers finals here on day 1. Maybe he will hunt for more next season. I would love to see him do so.
And look at that, Azumarill hanging on by 1 HP, and then the Jump Love, another bulky Pokemon outpacing this Jellicent just barely. And again, we see him nodding. Every time Alejandro's nodding, you know he's in a good spot.
Or he's just baiting an Ice Beam for absolutely no reason. And you know what? I'm all here for it.
I don't know if it actually was for no reason, because that...
I don't know what cycle he was on. He might have just been able to go straight.
Maybe he actually was on a 5-bubble cycle, and then it wouldn't have mattered. It doesn't matter. He won. He won.
If you do it in style, then that's all the better, right? It's not about winning. It's about looking good.
Yeah, says you. I would rather have a gold medal. Anyway, I forgot what I want to say with Alejandro, but very well played by him. And what I want to say, one strategy that I have in any game that I've played, is
RuneScape.
If you don't know what you're doing, how does your opponent know?
But you do know what you're doing. I've seen you play, and you
not always. I'm really good at pretending I know everything.
That is part of the mind games, I suppose. You've got to look like you know what you're doing so that your opponent has to try and second guess you. I do think Martijn does know what he's doing.
Confidence is an important thing, right? We saw it with Alejandro. If you look confident enough, people will believe that you are good at the game. And we see 2 more confident trainers here. We have Scafo on the left, another Italian trainer, and a player from the UK, Fastberry.
And now I know you're pretty close friends with Scafo, so talk me through how he's been preparing for this tournament.
Don't know if he's hairless like Alejandro, but he has not prepared as much as his other friends have. I know he took the team from a mind joke, but I also know that Scafo had been busy with other things in life, and that happens, of course.
Yeah.
But there's a tournament locally. Why not go by for a visit? And Scafo is known to be a really good player. He was the best finishing European at the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama. And he's back now. He's qualified again.
Well, he wants to lock in, right? He really wants to proceed. But Fazberry, he is a player that's relatively new to the Play Pokemon circuit, but we've seen him a few times now, and he wants to make it into, I think it would be his first day too if he can win here, and he is another player that has lent into that Shadow Malamar.
Scafo, not super familiar with the matchups in the meta lately, but it's been enough to get to the losers finals, and he does have the skill to get that far. Fazberry actually run a double fire team in Utrecht 2 weeks ago. Looks like he adapted a little bit. He kept one fire type Pokemon in the Talonflame with Fly and Brave Bird, no flame charge, and then they brought the Shadow Malamar this time.
And you prefer Brave Bird Talonflame, you mentioned it earlier.
I think so too. I've been shifting a little bit around. So one thing that Flame Charge Talonflame does, it matches up a little bit better into Lapras, but if your team is generally weak to Azumarill, I would prefer Brave Bird, just so you can play that soft ABA line where you are a little bit weak to Azumarill in the lead and weaker to it in the back. So if you would face it in the lead, you can win that zero shield scenario.
I agree with that. I understand. I see the vision. These players, they are now ready. They are locked in. They are ready for game number 1 in these losers group finals.
And we have the Tinkaton into the Talonflame. This is a great lead for Fazberry.
Yes, superb. Incinerate about to come through, put a ton of damage onto whatever it lands.
Whoa!
Feraligatr came in and Fazberry recognized that it was about to, so he instant swapped into a Lapras.
Didn't even throw an Incinerate. Waited half a second, went straight into Lapras, but he's not even going for the Skull Bash here.
Yeah, that was peculiar actually. He didn't lean into a Skull Bash to try and draw a shield. He's going to go for double Sparkling Aria instead. That's why Scafo has no need to shield. Resisted water type damage being thrown on both sides.
Feraligatr is going for the resist Hydro Cannon, which still chunk a little bit, but Lapras can hang on quite well here. Going for another Hydro Cannon, but Feraligatr will need another one. And how are you going to get through this as Scafo? Talonflame on Tinkaton is so difficult to overcome. Here's the thing, you went in with your best water-type Pokemon, so even if you would win switch advantage here as Scafo, he is going to put up a Protect Shield here. Talonflame with a shield advantage just defeats Lapras.
Now, do you throw another attack or do you go for a full farm down as the Feraligatr?
I think you have to go there, otherwise you would have to shield twice. And even though the energy could be valuable, this is not a Shadow Feraligatr, so Shadow Drapion is not just threatened as much. Fazberry letting it go.
Do you come back in with Talonflame now?
I don't think so.
No, you can't incinerate this down?
Maybe. I'm not sure on regular Feraligatr if 2 Incinerate will knock out here. If they do, it would be a great play. It looks like Fazberry not taking any chances, going in with the Drapion.
Drapion coming in, it's going to tank one Hydro Cannon. It's just a regular Feraligatr, so it's not going to do as much damage as the Shadow variant would have. Drapion looking to try and Poison Sting down the Feraligatr. It's successful in doing so, and now the Talonflame comes back in. It's got a shield advantage, it's got a slight energy head start, and now we're about to see what it can really do.
So at this point, I actually don't really like this play from Fazberry. And look at that, Scafo calling it immediately. I think with 2 shields, you could actually go straight Brave Bird here and get rid of this Lapras, because the Tinkaton is not gonna hit you that hard, but maybe he wants to preserve more of the Talonflame in case the Tinkaton might get to a charge like when you are very much debuffed.
Yeah, Fazberry opting immediately for the fly. Perhaps if he looks back, he might think, hey, Brave Bird might be the better option because I'm going to be shielding the Sparkling Aria anyway. Another attack coming through. Now Scafo's going to put up a shield.
And Scafo has to, because there's Tinkaton on the back. There's still a shield on this Talonflame. Can Lapras get to another charge? Like, I believe the Talonflame is 1 Incinerate off another fly here. And in that case, Tinkaton is going to be stuck. It's not going to be able to do a lot. Swapping immediately. I think Scafo was hoping for a hard switch here by Fazberry, but there's none of that. And even though you don't have the super effective Flame Charge with only resisted charge stacks in Fly and Brave Bird, it doesn't matter. Tinkaton's not going to hit you.
Yeah, and these Incinerates are doing a ton of damage. They're charging up so quickly, already at another fly there. This isn't going to be enough to knock out the Tinkaton, but one more Incinerate should seal the deal.
Scafo's just hoping for Fazberry to make a misplay, but Fazberry is playing this perfectly. He's believing in Talonflame, and Talonflame is pulling through, going into the Drapion to go for the crunch. It will knock out his Lapras, and Fazberry takes game number 1.
Really acutely played by Fazberry. Maybe, as you mentioned, could have gone straight Brave Bird up against the Lapras to have forced more shields, but nonetheless, he takes that game number 1.
Yeah, great play by Fazberry there. I thought that the play was to go straight Brave Bird, but I guess with that shield advantage, Talonflame still paces really well there. And especially if you have a slight head start on a Lapras, you just space quickly enough to just knock it out straight fly.
Yeah, did you work that out by yourself, or did you read chat? Who told you to say that?
I was reading some of Home/Henry's comments. He's not always right, but I guess in this case.
Yeah.
They were still going on about the Azumarill, I actually noticed.
Yeah, that is true. Well, either way, Talonflame working superbly for Fazberry there. He did go straight fly, but up energy and up shields, it makes a lot of sense because you don't want to double debuff yourself by throwing that Brave Bird.
Right, that does triple debuff even.
Triple debuff.
But I feel like even if so, you could swap out later and just clear that debuff as well, right? I feel like if you Brave Bird the Lapras, you then shield up and just get the Incinerate down. Even though your energy is resisted on that Tinkaton, it will still hurt a lot. And if you can swap out at some point, player does like 18-ish%. Someone look it up if that's actually correct. I think I'm pretty precise there. Then Talonflame's just fine. It can just hang in there. You can just stay up in the sky.
Yeah, well, Scaffo, he needs to adjust. He needs to think. He's already locked in, but Fazberry's, he looks like he's spending a little bit more time thinking. He showed how strong Talonflame was. I would expect Scaffo to maybe make an adjustment, and so maybe Fazberry can now drop the Talonflame and go into something more conventional. You've seen that Lapras was something that he was immediately comfortable to go into, and I wouldn't be surprised if he now leads into like a Shadow Drop Azukor.
I'm actually super surprised we even saw Talonflame. We've seen so much double water lines, and here we see that Shadow Drapion into Shadow Drapion, another mirror matchup here, and in fact we have two water types in the back for Fazberry. There's no Talonflame to be found this time.
Yeah, look at that. So Shadow Drapion for Alligator and Diggersby on the side of Scaffo. But when we look at those backlines, what is Diggersby trying to target? Azumarill and Lapras are not where it wants to be. Scaffo needs to try and get the most out of this lead matchup if he wants to get advantage in this game.
I think the problem for Scaffo really lies in the back, though. He has the Diggersby in there, and if you see Drapion in the lead, you can probably expect some counters to Diggersby in the back. Going for Charge Attack Priority, looks like Fazberry wins this though, and it leaves Fazberry in the position to force a shield or switch advantage.
Yeah, Shadow Drapion Mirror can be so critical on Charge Attack Priority. Letting it through now, Fazberry is going to let the Shadow Drapion go down. He is confident that Lapras and Azumarill in the back will be more than enough for him.
Going into the Feraligatr, again an energy advantage, answered by the Lapras immediately. Fazberry being super quick here, but we don't have anything neutral on this Feraligatr, while Fazberry is just fine going straight Sparkling Area. The neutral Psywave and Sparkling Area is just fine on the Feraligatr because Lapras is bulkier.
Yeah, Lapras comes in, and I think Scaffo's probably quite pleased. He goes, okay, Feraligatr has baited out the Lapras. That might mean that my Diggersby is free in the back. You and I and everyone at home, we can see that there is still an Azumarill to get past for Scaffo. It's going to be an uphill battle, but if anyone can do it, it might be him.
And it might be Diggersby. How many debuffs will you need to get through an Azumarill as Diggersby?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them. Yeah.
That's a lot of 30% chances, but I don't think you can even quick attack down this Lapras here. Lapras still quite healthy. I would have kind of expected a shield from Scaff, and he does put up the Protect Shield. I think Fazberry, though, is in a really good position here.
Yeah, Fazberry dominant with this Lapras into the regular Feraligatr, so the Hydro Cannons haven't been doing as much, of course, as the Shadow variants would have, and Fazberry is now letting the Lapras go.
But now I think it might be a little bit iffy. Yes, you can get a lot of energy on this Azumarill, but you need to bobble down this Feraligatr. And Feraligatr is going to output a lot of damage here. If Fazberry fails a catch, it might even give one of the Pokemon Scaffo more energy. And Scaffo himself also has a catch available. This looks good for Fazberry, but there is a chance for Scaffo still.
Yeah, as soon as you start to chip down this Azumarill, you're putting this Feraligatr... Well, now you have to throw... You're throwing this energy into the Feraligatr. So Feraligatr's got quite good value into the Azumarill here. And Diggersby... It's not going to have a comfortable matchup, but my goodness, is it going to try its best?
It needs to try its best here. The bunny comes in. There's still a Drapion in the back for both players for a potential catch. I think Scaffo is going to need that more than Fazberry does. First Ice Beam's coming through. You obviously want to shoot this before you land a potential Scourging Sands debuff.
Yeah, you really hope for that debuff, and you also really hope that your opponent allows... Well, this is...
something.
A decision.
And it's shielded!
It's successful! Diggersby really is trying its best. That is a great shield. Fire Punch into that Azumarill.
It's not a great shield.
It's a great shield
bait.
for Scaffo. great shield to pick up for Scaffo. And now you can throw this Scorching Suns.
Oh, the attempt to catch, but it fails, and that might be crucial for Scaffo here.
Yes, going for that catch, I think, was probably a little bit too much for Scaffo. Maybe go for the Scorching Sands first. Ice Beam lands, it does a ton of damage, and you're basically basically now hitting 100 energy. There is still one shield available for Fazberry. He uses it right now.
And this Azumarill is not a Scorching Sands range just yet. Scafo does have another one loaded, but I don't think it'll be enough. He does get that attack drop, and Fazberry is getting to that final Ice Beam. That means Azumarill's going to knock out this Diggersby. Fazberry moving on to day 2.
Look at that, his best ever performance so far. Let's just see how far he can go. Fazberry making it into day 2, taking out the Goliath that is Scafo 99.
That's a great achievement, and I like the adaptation a little bit to the meta. He went from double fire to a little bit more reserved with the water types and a Malamar on the team. We didn't see the Malamar this time, and I think Fazberry may have noticed that players are over-preparing for that Malamar. We see Drapion and Azumarill just everywhere.
Yeah, Shadow Drapion and Azumarill, it's almost timeless at this point. And when we look back on Pokemon GO PvP in history and we think about Medicham, Lickitung, and Trevenant, Noctowl, where do you feel that Azumarill and Shadow Drapion will rank against those?
It's gonna be tough. I was actually kind of, this sounds weird, but I liked the meta of Trevenant and Noctowl.
I'm sure you did.
Because Charizard was very playable in that. And I could get my Lantern on Noctowl, that was great.
Yes. Well, I think that Azumarill and Shadow Drapion are so strong. They are reaching heights that even Martine on tiptoes could not get to. And Scafo and Fazberry have put on a great performance, but Fazberry comes out on top on this occasion.
Yeah. Incredible performance here by Fazberry. May have been one of his best so far. His best finish so far was top 25 in Gdansk. So this win here solidifies his best placement so far this season.
And he is another player that's brought that Shadow Malamar, but he didn't bring it to this match, and perhaps that's why he's seen some success, because Malamar is such a popular Pokemon. I think a ton of players have used it so far in Bologna, and I think half of them have probably lent into the Shadow variant, but we're still undecided here behind the desk on whether Shadow is better. Chat, let us know, what do you think? Do you think Shadow Malamar is the play, or is regular Malamar the one to go for?
Well, if you look at the team of Scafo, or the team that he brought Tinkaton in the first game. He was just kind of predicting that this Pokemon would come out, and then he brought the Drapion to check the Malamar. But none of them found the target. Malamar was never brought. It was always that Lapras that was so tough for Scafo. He kept bringing and relying on that Feraligatr, but non-Shadow Feraligatr does not really like Lapras.
You're not a huge fan of the regular Feraligatr, is that right?
I used to not be. I'm a little bit more reserved now. I'm kind of okay with it, but I do say you do give a little bit of... What I dislike about it is the Drapion matchup.
Yeah?
It doesn't threaten Drapion as much.
Yeah, but we have seen a lot of Feraligatr so far this weekend. We've seen so many Pokemon, so many players perform this weekend. If you've missed any of the action so far today, keep your eyes peeled for some great clips of what we've seen. Welcome back, trainers. We are now in the final stages of day 1. We've still got day 2 to come, but what a day we've had so far here at the Bologna Special Championships.
I'm so impressed by a lot of these trainers. for me, Withered going undefeated through day one is so impressive. And one of the younger trainers as well, I got handed to him.
For me, the highlight has been those 1 HP and a dream, nicknamed Typhlosion, living with just a sliver of HP to getting that knockout onto the third. That was, for me, a very big highlight.
Leandro as well on the 1 HP with the Azumarill.
Yeah.
I'm actually just surprised by how little fire there is currently. Typhlosion seemed to be the revelation of this meta, and now Talonflame is not really doing that well into all those double water, you know, the poison double water sandwich, and Typhlosion is hardly anywhere to be seen.
So Martin's saying we haven't seen much fire so far this weekend. Let's take a look at what we have seen. We have the usage stats for day one here in Bologna.
But I'm curious to see, there is that Talonflame. Abby and I have been seeing a lot of it, discussing, is it the Flame Charge or the Brave Bird that is the premier moveset on that Talonflame? But the Shadow Jump Bluff, when there's little fire to be seen, the Grass type reigns supreme.
And I think that it makes sense that we see Lapras at a second spot there. It is such a versatile Pokemon. You can run Skull Bash for the Mirror or for other water type Pokemon, or Ice Beam for that Jump Bluff that is everywhere. And it can just cover about anything that you see in this meta. I must say though, I'm surprised or a little bit in doubt of the Malamar currently.
Yeah, but for me, the Pokemon that really stands out, or a huge change from the previous regional, is that Blastoise creeping into the day one usage as well. With 27%, it does a lot of good work against that Lapras, and also great matchups against Tinkaton, for example. It's neutral, but then again, it does so much work, and it did a great amount of work today.
So many powerful Pokemon on display, but it's also about the players and how they utilize them. So let's take a look at which players have performed the best so far on day one in Bologna. This is our winners bracket, and a lot of familiar names, but some new ones as well.
And that's Colin 6, that is undefeated through Group A. He faces off I believe is a teammate of him in Kasim 33. That's going to be an incredible matchup. Another incredible matchup. Nickname against Philbeck, a local trainer going up against maybe the most informed trainer we have in Europe currently.
Another local trainer is Serkogas going up against Frika. Frika is a tried and tested trainer, but Serkogas is coming in to try and take that win away from Frika. Last but not the least, it's PvP David going up against Withered. Two great trainers, and one of the things is that Withered, I think, is one of the youngest players that we have right now.
I am chomping at the bit to see these players. What time do you need to tune in tomorrow? It is 9:30 Central European Summertime. If you want to watch, it's midnight. If you're a late night DJ in North America, you can still watch as well.
But I believe there are a lot of those actually.
I do think there are. And I think that everyone is really excited, not just to see how the players perform at Bologna tomorrow, but also in the lead up to the North American International Championships. Martin, we know we'll see you there.
I will be at the North American International Championships, which will be super exciting. The biggest tournament in North America, and some of the Europeans will also be competing there. We'll see if they can actually match up against them.
Yeah, so what have we got to expect? Why don't we build up some hype in the process?
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win.
It gives me chills listening to that music one more time. We were all there at Worlds, and I think that everyone is going to be very excited for NAIC and then obviously the World Championships in Anaheim. If you want to keep up with everything that's going on, make sure that you are on Pokemon.com/broadcasts. The link is down there below. And I think that we all want to be as involved as possible.
I'm really looking forward to whatever there is to come. I'm watching everything from these broadcasts, just devouring it like a North American DJ.
There is so much to learn when you watch these players and you watch these Pokemon as well. Everyone wants to, we're itching. We want to be out there as well because these are exciting times.
And we have a new YouTube channel as well, Play Pokemon. That's where I actually can just watch all the action back in case I am asleep at the time there's a broadcast on.
Yeah, there's so much opportunity to get involved. Make sure that you are watching. We've got the channels down below. It is that new channel, the Play Pokemon channel, for all of our competitive action. But this is not over yet in Bologna. We still have all of day 2 to come. What are you guys most excited for?
I want to see if Talonflame with Flame Charge or Brave Bird is going to prevail. Which team are you guys on? Flame Charge or Brave Bird?
Well, okay. Well. Oh,
I'm on Team Flame Charge. I'm absolutely on Team.
What? I thought you were on Brave Bird.
No.
Yeah. He was on there.
He's been convinced during the day that Flame Charge is the way to go. I've been saying Flame
Marcus
Charge
changed my mind.
since February 2024. Maybe occasionally Brave Bird has been somewhat favorable, but usually it's Flame Charge, because ramping up that attack stat on the Talonflame, what can take a boosted fly in this meta? That's not a lot.
Well, it seems like the casters have their views. Let us know in chat what you think. But I think that is it for today here at the Bologna Special Championships. We hope you've enjoyed. We cannot wait to see you tomorrow.